Chapter 111. Human, are you? Awake? A light laugh reached his ears. Shimu covered his forehead and looked at the god of terror above his horizon. He was silent for a moment, then smiled. It seems that I am not suspected. Yes, you are just a piece of firewood infected by Surtur's fire. The god of terror turned around, walked towards the window, pushed open the tightly closed window, and focused on the outside world. This scene was like a proud god who disdained to cast any glances at mortals. However, he was actually very frightened and wanted to kill Akhtar in advance to avoid the future Ragnarok. But as long as he thought of the look in the eyes of the Lord of Ashes in the mirror, he did not dare to mention the intention to kill Akhtar, even though he knew that Akhtar was extremely weak at the moment, and reason told him to kill Akhtar in advance. However, the fear in his heart was screaming, constantly telling himself not to do stupid things, otherwise that terrifying existence would jump out of the mirror, causing the world to turn into ashes in advance. Is my ending crazy? Shimu put down his hand covering his forehead, looked at the palm that was burning with ashes, and said, "Who killed me?" The god of fear's expression was frozen. He didn't know much about Akhtar's life experience, so it was difficult for him to make up a story to deceive Akhtar. If Akhtar noticed something was wrong, it might lead to Akhtar going to extremes, causing the world to enter the twilight of the gods in advance. You should go save your companions. He waved his hand and chose to change the subject. I will not protect the safety of the god of blood for the time being. Thank you. Shimu smiled and turned to leave the dark bedroom, while the god of fear kept his back to him. As the footsteps gradually faded away, his body began to weaken, and he sat on the ground against the wall. He hugged his knees with his arms and sobbed. In the past, he thought the greatest fear was the omniscient god, but now his thoughts have changed. What really scares him is the future. The Lord of Ashes, the existence that burns the whole world. What should he do now? Should he tell everything he has seen and let the gods strangle Akhtar in advance? Or should he wait silently for the arrival of Ragnarok? Hey, are you crying? The pleasant voice of a girl came, causing the sobbing god of fear to tremble. He raised his head and showed his cheeks covered with tears. Did you see a very bad future? The goddess of lies asked curiously, looking at the god of fear who was about to say something. Don't worry, I help you. The god of fear opened his mouth, wanting to tell the future he saw, but found that he didn't have the courage. The look that seemed to cross time was too scary. Now that he told the scene he had foreseen, would a spear pierce through the barrier of time and space and directly stab him to death? There was a moment of silence. No. He chose to escape. Although the world might be burned in the future, it was always a matter of the future, and had nothing to do with him now. Let his future self and the gods worry about it. In response, the goddess of lies showed a skeptical expression. She stroked her long skirt and squatted down, saying softly, "Don't be afraid. What did you see? I will help you find a way. Don't ask." The god of fear thought so, but didn't say it out loud. He pursed his lips and said, "I saw the god of blood dead." Did Akhtar kill the god of blood? The goddess of lies narrowed her eyes slightly. The human who killed the god. Humph, interesting. She stood up and stretched, outlining a slightly undulating figure, and her pleasant voice was playful. Then I go and play with him. Don't go. The god of fear raised his tone a lot, and found that his state was not normal. He thought for a while, and explained. The Witch of Death has been watching Akhtar. If you get too close to Akhtar, it is very easy to get into danger. I see. The goddess of lies nodded as if she had realized it, and then waved her hand gently. I'm very strong. Even the Witch of Death doesn't have to worry. After she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. The god of fear breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then fell into a state of self-remorse again. He should tell Akhtar's intelligence. Meanwhile, in the City of Blood, on a tall building. Ha ha ha, god of terror, it's quite funny. The goddess of lies laughed pleasantly, and raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes. You are so scared, but you are still trying hard to hide it. Her lips curled up. If he knew that the future he saw was just a lie we made up, would he show a very interesting expression? Eden, When they were chatting last night, they also made a plan on how to deceive the god of terror. The so-called pills made by the three goddesses of fate are essentially restorative potions. The fate of the three goddesses of fate is just to increase the trust of the god of terror. And the magic mirror that can see the future is just a mirror that can play a predetermined picture. The so-called picture of Akhtar turning into the Lord of Ashes and burning the whole world is just Akhtar's imagination, plus she and the goddess of lies added details to create a false prophecy. Akhtar is indeed very suitable to be a believer of lies. The goddess of lies smiled and raised her hand to stroke her cheek, If we hadn't made up the story together last night, I would have thought it was a real prophecy. So that's why you want to get him, isn't it? Eden's voice was calm. From her perspective, there were many loopholes in the fabricated false future. Why can the little mare have the ability to carry the Lord of Ashes? And why can the completely crazy Akhtar bear not to kill the little mare? And why can the God of All-Knowing be killed when the Tree of All-Knowing still exists? That's what I said, but Akhtar is not interested in me. Spreading her hands, the Goddess of Lies showed a subtle expression. He likes women with a figure like the Goddess of Life. Eden shook her head. She had long discovered that Akhtar had a clear preference for women with mature and intellectual figures. Whether he was facing the Goddess of Life or talking about Hecate, his attitude would change. Outside the Castle of Terror, Shimu walked out of the gate and looked up at the sky with thick dark clouds. The scarlet eyes that were peeking at this world began to dim. This meant that the object of the God of Terror's fear had shifted from the original God of Omniscience to himself. But this is not a good thing. The more the God of Fear fears something, the stronger he will be, and the more difficult it will be to control himself. If he does not get rid of the God of Blood as soon as possible, he will be killed by the newly born source of fear. The source of fear created based on the omniscient God is a representative of rationality. But based on the Lord of Ashes he made up, it is a synonym for madness. And at this moment, Sir Akhtar, what did you do? A questioning female voice came from behind. Shimu turned around and saw the headless maid carrying her cage. The source of fear has changed. The headless maid picked up the birdcage. Who are you? It's a human, Shimu answered, and then left without looking back. The headless maid fell silent when she saw this. She, who has always been elegant and calm, rarely showed an uneasy expression. The breath exuded by the newly born source of fear is not the extremely rational in the past. On the contrary, it was full of madness and violence, as if it was stained with Surtur's fire. Could it be that Akhtar was really related to Ragnarok? Thinking of this, she turned back to the castle and planned to talk to the God of Terror. Boom! The blazing flames engulfed the streets, and the blood believers along the way were swallowed by the red flames before they could react, and turned into ashes in an instant. Shimu walked out of the flames, accompanied by Misty, one in front and one behind. Stop, Akhtar. The Blood Pope stood in front of the two. You can't go against the will of God. You come here in person to stop us. Shimu grinned. You are worried that we will really get rid of the God of Blood, right? The Blood Pope did not answer. Not long ago, the source of fear suddenly disappeared and told a message that Akhtar had woven a false prophecy, giving birth to a new fear for the God of Terror. And this also means the God of Blood has lost his protection, and he must personally stop all enemies approaching the God of Blood. We just want to take back Michael. Shimu sighed and took out the Sword of Light. But others really want to kill the God of Blood? He asked with a smile. Are you sure you want to stop us? Retreat now. I don't want to kill you. The Blood Pope responded coldly. He didn't want to fight with Akhtar and missed. Now his strength has dropped very seriously. As the God of Blood is getting closer to death, his strength increase is about to disappear completely. Shimu grinned disdainfully, with dangerous flames overflowing from his teeth, and Mist beside him also responded, and the long sword slashed out closely following the dragon's breath. Boom! The hot dragon breath mixed with a sharp slash, like a gorgeous rose blooming in the Blood City. The battle was intense from the beginning, and both sides were very anxious and wanted to get rid of each other as soon as possible. The Blood Pope was worried that the power of the Blood God would decrease too quickly, resulting in him not having enough strength to suppress Akhtar and Mist. Akhtar and Mist's idea was very simple. They wanted to determine how weak the Blood God was now by confirming the strength of the Blood Pope, until they had a chance to assassinate the god. Blood Temple. Miss Black Knife was like a ghost, hiding in the shadow of the corner, holding the great sword of death, silently waiting for the opportunity, an opportunity to assassinate the god, as long as Akhtar gave her the order. Then she would unsheath her sharp blade for assassinating gods, without hesitation, and assassinate the God of Blood. And at this moment, a conversation was heard in the Blood Temple. God of Blood, you are dying. Michael's voice was extremely calm, with a hint of compassion. You are the second god to die. Can gods go to hell after they die? The God of Blood raised his withered hand, and looked at Michael, who was bound by blood-colored chains, and said, I also have a soul, and I should be able to go to hell after death. As long as the goddess of death is willing to let me go, I can also resurrect. Michael asked, did the goddess of plague also go to hell? The soul of the goddess of plague was taken away. The God of Blood replied that the gods in the sky knew the information about the goddess of plague very well, and could confirm that the soul of the goddess of plague did not go to hell. Perhaps the soul is dead too. Michael calmly gave his analysis, and the god of blood fell silent after hearing this, propped up the throne with his withered hands, and struggled to stand up. He staggered to Michael, stretched out his hands like bird claws, and stroked Michael's beautiful face. Michael, do you hate me? Michael, I hope you hate me, and hate me forever. The god of blood smiled maliciously, but with your personality, I'm afraid you won't hate me, you will only regard me as a guy with a bad personality who needs to be redirected. Michael, I don't want to die, I also want to be a good god. The god of blood showed a pleading look, now only you can help me. He expressed his thoughts. Have your friend asked the witch of death to remove the poison of death from my body. In the current situation, it is impossible to threaten Akhtar to cooperate, so Michael can only ask for it. Michael, who has the ability to charm, can make anyone agree to the request. In response to this, you underestimate Akhtar too much. Michael gave a reply, he is a man who will not be easily influenced by words. Even if I ask Akhtar, I will only be rejected. He recalled the scene when he first met Akhtar. There was no confusion in the man's eyes. He knew clearly what he was going to do, and people without confusion would not be easily influenced in their choices. Please, this is my only request to you. The blood god's voice was weak, which made people feel pity. The closer he was to death, the less he had the so-called dignity of a god, and was willing to beg mortals. Yes. Michael agreed, and then added, but Akhtar will never agree. Inside the city, blood formed a curtain, like pearls with broken strings, falling rapidly to the ground, but the speed was faster than bullets. Under the bombardment of the endless blood rain, the sturdy high-rise building turned into a sieve in an instant, collapsing like a sand castle. If it were just like this, it would be fine, but the blood pope attacked at this time, piercing with the cane made of gems. Clang, the sword of light collided with the cane, and the collision burst out with a powerful impact, blowing the blood on the ground away. However, the falling raindrops had no effect, and fell on Shimu like bullets, and the silver armor was dented and deformed, as if it had been hit by countless hammers. After this battle, it is time to upgrade the red dragon blood armor. Chapter 112. Buzz. The air was shaken by a roar, and Shimu's body was wrapped in hot flames, like a meteor that cut through the sky, shuttling through the streets and alleys of the Blood City at a high speed, occasionally piercing through high-rise buildings like a cannonball, leaving a shocking red cave. He was dodging and running away. A blood-red snake that was constantly extending was chasing him behind him, piercing through the sticky air, twisting its body freely, just like the legendary Jormungandr, able to extend its body infinitely. And at this moment, clang! With a crescent-shaped slash, it chopped on the head of the blood-red snake, splashing sparks. What? Mr. showed a surprised expression. She couldn't even split the head of the blood-red snake. This was beyond her expectation. Why was the creature shaped by blood so hard? Before she had time to think deeply, the blood-colored long snake hit her lower abdomen. The terrifying impact force made her fly backwards, piercing through several tall buildings until she sank into the ground and disappeared completely. And at this moment, bang! The blood-colored long snake suddenly collapsed, and its body, which seemed to spread infinitely, turned into blood and dissipated in the air. Shimu's feet braked sharply, leaving a long ditch on the ground. At the same time, he took out the meteorite bow and turned to look behind him. His eyes happened to meet those of the blood pope who was chasing him. Their eyes overlapped, and the purple arrow shot out from the intersection of their eyes and hit the heart of the blood pope. Clang! Sparks flew, and the explosive gravity had no effect on the blood pope. Instead, the blood pope casually slapped the meteorite arrow away. Then, bang! The blood pope fell to the ground, blood splattered on the ground. He patted his chest, looked at Akhtar, who put down his bow and arrow not far away, and said, "You have excellent fighting talent. I am far inferior to you." He frankly admitted that his talent was insufficient, and then changed the subject. But excellent talent does not mean victory. Shimu did not answer, switched the weapon in his hand, changed it to the sword of light, and walked towards the blood pope step by step. Damage influence. This is the ability of the blood pope, which can affect any power that hurts himself. In theory, it can instantly cause fatal damage. As long as the blood pope activates his ability, the concentrated damage can be dispersed and spread to every part of the body, thereby greatly improving his own defense. And if this is not difficult, as long as the power beyond the blood pope's tolerance limit is used, the blood pope can also be killed. However, blood is not considered a part of oneself? The answer is self-evident. The Blood Pope can share the damage to himself by constantly creating his own blood. The blood flowing in the entire Blood City, and the Blood Dark River flowing underground are all created by the Blood Pope, who can freely share all the damage caused to himself. Unless the Blood City can be destroyed at one time, and the Blood Dark River that runs in all directions underground can be destroyed together. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill the Blood Pope. Akhtar, admit defeat. The Blood Pope's voice was calm and calm. He used a dagger to block Akhtar's slash. The place where the sword blades met burst, and a raging wind was set off. Shimu was blown away by his own attack. His body slid for a distance on the ruined street and crashed into an abandoned store. He lowered his head, making it difficult to see his expression, and stood up shakily, then raised his hand and pressed the joint of his right arm. With the sound of the joint being reset, the arm holding the sword could be used again. Damage influence. From the official description of the game, it can only share the damage inflicted on oneself, but in actual combat, you will find that the Blood Pope can return the damage to himself to the attacker. By sharing the damage to the weapon shaped by blood, and then detonating the weapon, the damage to the attacker is returned. However, such damage is also limited, that is, the weapon shaped by blood must be strong enough to bear the damage. This causes the Blood Pope to invest more magic power to shape the weapon, thereby sharing more damage. You have no chance of winning, the Blood Pope asserted. Looking at Akhtar, who was approaching persistently, his eyes revealed pity. He had personally felt the hero's determination to save his friend. However, he had the ability to cause damage, so he was invincible unless he encountered an existence that was stronger than him. Even if Akhtar was brilliant, he could not defeat him. At the same time, deep underground, Misty covered her lower abdomen, and the long knife stabbed into the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She felt that her internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. That sudden impact caused her serious injuries. Akhtar, you lost. The goddess of lies suddenly appeared and stood beside Misty. You also lost. She brushed her fingers across her red lips. Your brother will be insulted by the god of blood, and Akhtar will soon die at the hands of the Blood Pope. Misty opened her mouth, not quite understanding why this woman would mock her at this time. But what the goddess of lies said was indeed true. Everyone is trying their best, only you are lazy. The goddess of lies shook her head and held Misty's pretty face with her hands. Hurry up and think about what method to use to save Akhtar? There is no way. Misty thought so, but she had already begun to subconsciously recall everything in the past. What could help her win? Don't you have the power of the Witch of Disorder? The goddess of lies kindly reminded. There are many geniuses in this world who can leave a brilliant track in the long river of history, but after all, they are just geniuses, not powerful people who are feared. Only those who exceed the limits of the human realm can be called powerful people, enough for the gods to face. However, the conditions for becoming a witch are very harsh. Not only do you have to find a way to create a unique ritual for yourself to become a witch, but you also have to find a way to achieve the conditions of the ritual, and your own soul must have the qualifications. The combination of various conditions makes it extremely difficult for witches to be born. Therefore, people have developed another way to make themselves dead witches, that is, by collecting the traces of dead witches, following the path of past witches, and becoming a being close to witches. Becoming a witch, understanding witches, and surpassing witches, this is a system that seems to have a clear growth path. And Mist has surpassed the limits of the human realm by collecting the traces of disordered witches. Think it over quickly, or Akhtar will die. Waving her hand, the goddess of lies disappeared. Mist was silent for a moment, holding the long knife in her hand tightly, and left the underground like lightning, rushing towards the battlefield. Then she saw despair. In the square less than 100 meters away, the Blood Pope put down his palms, looked at Akhtar who fell down in blood, and sneered. In front of me, you are just a mortal. He is the partner of the god of blood, and has power beyond the human realm. It is too easy to defeat Akhtar. By injecting his own blood into Akhtar's body, Akhtar loses his ability to move, thereby threatening Akhtar to cooperate with him. This was the plan he had thought of from the beginning. However, the plan seemed to have an accident. The blood clot that was originally intended to restrict Akhtar actually stopped Akhtar's heart. Dead, no. This is not right. He did not want to kill Akhtar. He still expected Akhtar to negotiate with the Witch of Death. However, the breath of death exuded by Akhtar was so real, whether it was the stopped heart or the dilated pupils, they all said one thing. Akhtar is dead. Duh. 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 Heavy footsteps came, and the Blood Pope subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Misty walk to Akhtar with a desperate look and hold Akhtar in his arms. Blood rain fell on Misty's body, and her long red hair slid down her tall body. She hugged Akhtar tightly, and a bad breath came out. There was a moment of silence. The Blood Pope took a step forward, wanting to check whether Akhtar was really dead. However, his step seemed to be a hint, breaking the current atmosphere and bringing Mist back to her senses. She turned her head and looked at the Blood Pope. The desperate eyes reflected a figure with long red hair, but it was definitely not Mist. It was the Witch of Disorder, who was once slain by the gods. Without even thinking about it, the Blood Pope immediately withdrew. He didn't know Mist's condition very well, and could only roughly guess that it was related to the witch. But it was too late. Butterflies were flying in the air, carrying the breath of death, and the blood flowing on the ground bloomed into flowers of the other shore. The Witch of Disorder. She has the ability to make orderly things enter chaos. When applied to the human body, it would destroy the balance and make people poisoned or sick. And in the objective world, it would make the orderly objective world fall into chaos. Dangerous and meaningless ability. This is the evaluation of the gods to the Witch of Disorder. Apart from accelerating the world into death, there is no way to bring any positive impact. However, the negative impact is huge. The moment the Blood Pope evacuated and fled to the Blood Temple, he felt chaos. The blood throughout the Blood City and the underground Dark River was invaded by an unknown force, as if it was injected with a deadly poison. All the blood was necrotic and lost contact with him. Turning around, the Blood Pope saw countless bright red flowers of the other shore, parasitic on his blood, all over the Blood City. What is going on? The Blood Pope muttered to himself, feeling confused about the development of the situation. Why did Akhtar die suddenly, and why did Mist use the power of the disordered witch? At the same time, in the city. Cough, cough, cough. Shimu coughed, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his heart started beating again. He opened his eyes and looked at the surprised Mist. What is this? You just had no breath of life. Mist hurriedly explained, carefully helping Akhtar up. Really? Shimu nodded and looked around. Crystal butterflies were flying, spreading the power of disorder, making all orderly things go to disorder. If he did not have the grace of the goddess of life, he could force the disordered body state to return to normal. Then his body should also show symptoms of necrosis. Maybe your power destroyed my body balance and triggered my instinctive healing. Shimu looked calm and talked nonsense seriously. However, Misty had no doubts. She was very satisfied to see Akhtar alive. This strong joy of regaining what she had lost made her unable to think about anything else. Maybe this is the blessing of the goddess. She subconsciously wanted to touch Akhtar's cheek, but the moment her fingertips touched, the necrotic skin instantly made her withdraw her hand immediately. Now she couldn't touch anyone. The power from disorder would make everything chaotic. No. To be more precise, anything that approached her would be disordered and in a state of chaos. The Blood City is now under the influence of her power, and is beginning to fall into a state of collapse. It's still a really interesting power. Shimu touched his cheek, and the necrotic skin was visibly healed. But it's meaningless in front of the power of the goddess of life. He bent down and picked up the sword of light on the ground. Let's start the second round. Yes. Misty did not refute, and seemed extremely submissive. Even if Akhtar wanted to marry her and have 10 children, she would not refuse now. The Blood Temple. Misty and Shimu walked in, and the power from the disorder also entered the temple together. Cough. The god of blood on the throne suddenly coughed and spit out a mouthful of blood, obviously affected by the power of disorder. And Michael beside him also showed an obvious discomfort, but he did not speak, trying his best to hide his discomfort. The power of disorder will not deliberately avoid anyone. Unless the disorder witch herself is resurrected, anyone who approaches will be affected. Are you really pretending to be dead? The Blood Pope understood, looking at Shimu who was safe and sound, and sneered, Mister, the man next to you is pretending to be dead, just for... Shut up. Mister's voice was cold and impatient. Do you think I will be provoked? The Blood Pope, Can this woman use her brain a little bit? He has no reason to kill Akhtar, and Akhtar's death and resurrection speed is too fast. It is obvious that he is acting. Maybe I am really pretending to be dead. Shimu smiled helplessly, and the sword of light in his hand burned with flames. It may also be the blessing of the goddess of life, isn't it? Mister whispered, automatically helping Akhtar explain the possibility of death and resurrection. And it was at this moment that the Blood Pope understood one thing. He kept smearing Akhtar. No, even if it was the truth, it was meaningless. Mister simply couldn't listen. Even if he was deceived, he would find excuses for himself. Chapter 113. The sky is burning, and the dark clouds are reddened by the scorching heat, as if they could melt at any time, causing the sky fire to fall and burn the whole world to ashes. The dangerous breath seems to announce that the end of the world is coming. A new source of fear is about to be born. The goddess of lies raised her hand to block her forehead, looking at the burning sky, with a subtle expression on her pretty face. Eden, is that guy really safe? Eden looked calm and whispered, "Didn't you personally describe the image and power of the new source of fear?" "That's right." The goddess of lies still felt something was wrong. She referred to Akhtar's opinions, and added some of her own subjective ideas to make up a Lord of Ashes. The effect was very good. When the God of Terror saw the Lord of Ashes in the mirror, he was immediately frightened and panicked, and regarded the Lord of Ashes as the most feared object. However, I don't know if it was because of being too scared, which caused the newly born source of fear to have a strong sense of danger. I wouldn't have made up such a terrifying story if I had known. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, but she didn't care much. Even if the God of Terror could materialize the Lord of Ashes, there was a limit to his strength after all, and it was impossible for him to fully materialize the Lord of Ashes she made up. So she didn't need to worry too much. I hope they can take Michael away as soon as possible. Eden lowered his eyes, his voice containing a trace of worry, the source of fear born this time. Maybe it will follow the description without distinction and burn everything. The god of blood will not let them go. The goddess of lies smiled lightly, and looked in the direction of the blood temple. Now it depends on how Akhtar handles it. She tapped her lower lip with her finger. If we delay too long, all the accumulated advantages will disappear. Eden, According to the existing intelligence, a new source of fear will be born in about an hour. It is basically impossible to rescue Michael within an hour, even if the god of blood is extremely weak, and it is difficult for him to show the power that a god should have. However, the Blood Pope is also capable enough to stop Akhtar and mist. Ahem. The god of blood raised his hand to cover his mouth, and shocking blood flowed out from his fingers. His breath suddenly improved, and his sunken eye sockets also became bright. "Michael, help me." He put down his hand covering his mouth, and asked Michael beside him. Now he felt more awake than ever, and his whole body was in an extremely transparent state. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that he was dying, and he roughly guessed when he would die. Michael was silent after hearing this. He looked at the pleading eyes of the god of blood and knew that if he refused, the god of blood would probably give up on himself and take everyone present with him to death, so he had to compromise. "Akhtar, can I ask you for a favor?" He cast his eyes on Akhtar, and their eyes overlapped. Unspoken tacit understanding made them reach a consensus. Can the Witch of Death remove the poison from the god of blood? Shimu was stunned for a moment, and looked at Michael, as if to confirm whether Michael was joking, but after seeing Michael keep smiling, he fell into hesitation. "Akhtar, we have no conflict of interest." Seeing this, the Blood Pope also persuaded him. He poked the ground with a cane inlaid with gems, revealing an elegant and easygoing smile. "If you can help my god, you will not only gain the friendship of the god of blood, but also the support of the Blood Pope." "Forget about the friendship with the god of blood." Misty's cold voice revealed vigilance. She didn't want Akhtar to have any involvement with the god of blood, and was worried that the god of blood would plot against Akhtar. However, Shimu didn't seem to care about the details, but was concerned about another issue. After the treatment, will the god of blood still attack Michael? Of course not. The god of blood answered immediately. He just wanted to survive now, and he was not very interested in Michael's body. Shimu nodded and said, "Okay, I hope you can keep your promise." "Is it successful?" The god of blood was slightly stunned, and looked at the Blood Pope. He felt incredible that the situation was so easy. Shimu didn't say anything nonsense, squatted on the ground and began to write the spell. The golden words moved like swimming fish. After a while, the golden words disappeared. "What happened?" the Blood Pope asked, but Shimu shook his head regretfully when everyone felt hopeless. "The death, which agreed to take back the death poison from the blood god," Shimu explained, looking at the surprised blood god, and added coldly, "But the Blood Pope needs to be a sacrifice." The atmosphere froze instantly. The blood god's surprised expression was restrained. He didn't expect the death which to make such a request. "Let me be a sacrifice. The death which really values me." The Blood Pope subconsciously clenched his cane, staring coldly at Akhtar and said, "Why does the death which know a small character like me? He is a big shot in the Blood Church, but in the eyes of the Witch of Death, he is just a small character. There is no reason to ask him to be a sacrifice." Shimu gave an explanation for this. "Because I have talked to the Witch of Death about you. The soul of a god's partner is more valuable than the soul of a country. You just want me to die and take Michael away, right? The Blood Pope asked coldly. If the Witch of Death really wants my soul, let the Witch of Death come to collect it in person. The Witch of Death will not come if you don't sacrifice your soul. Shimu smiled coldly, and talked nonsense seriously. In fact, he didn't contact the Witch of Death at all, nor did he plan to save the God of Blood. He just planned to get rid of the Blood Pope. Although it seems that the Blood Pope is at a disadvantage, the actual fight is still very difficult. Without the help of Misty, there is no chance of winning against the Blood Pope. The ability to damage and the Blood Pope's ability to use prayer to create a large amount of blood at any time is really a bit unsolvable. The Blood Pope's eyes were cold, and bright red blood began to flow out of his feet, spreading like a river. He planned to take force to make Akhtar surrender. Ah, human, do you think I would betray my partner? The Blood God stood up, his skinny body exuding a strong sense of danger. He walked towards Akhtar step by step. That has nothing to do with me. Shimu replied coldly, the sword of light in his hand ignited with a blazing flame. I am just relaying the will of the Witch of Death. Oh, you could only relay the will. The God of Blood sneered. He did not suspect that Akhtar was lying, unless Akhtar was disrespectful to the Witch of Death, and wanted to face her wrath. And Akhtar is a noble hero. So, let the Witch of Death come. The hand penetrated, and the Blood Pope widened his eyes. He felt his heart was tightly grasped, as if there was an electric current running through his body, making him unable to move. Then, he was pushed and fell in front of Akhtar. Ahem, why? The Blood Pope tried to support the ground with both hands, turned his head, and looked at the God of Blood, his eyes full of anger and confusion. However, the God of Blood did not look at the Blood Pope. He cast his eyes on Akhtar and said, if you can't summon the Witch of Death, all of you will die. In order to survive, he was of course willing to sacrifice the Blood Pope, although there were very few people who could become the God's partner, and he had to understand the corresponding path to a certain extent, which could meet the needs of becoming the God's partner. But he was too lazy to care about the issue of partners now. As long as he could survive, for him who had unlimited time, he would find a more suitable partner sooner or later. Now I can only compromise temporarily and sacrifice my partner. Heh. Don't worry, how could I lie to you? Shimu squatted down and looked at the Blood Pope, who was still struggling to get rid of the blood clot. He held the Blood Pope's neck. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for following the wrong God. Hee. The Blood Pope suddenly laughed out loud, looking at Akhtar's cold eyes. His expression suddenly became ferocious. I curse you. Sooner or later you will lose your love and die in the hands of the one you love. Really? Shimu responded coldly, and pierced the Blood Pope's heart with the sword of light in his hand, and the fire from the ashes swallowed the Blood Pope in an instant. The God of Blood showed an expectant expression. Then, he saw Akhtar draw out the sword of light, and slash at him with force, and the light engulfed his vision. Boom! The pillar of light penetrated the atmosphere, and even penetrated the thick dark clouds in the sky, revealing Akhtar behind the dark clouds. No. It was a similar existence to Akhtar. He rode an 8-legged horse, holding a long spear, and his one eye had a crazy will to burn everything, like the Lord of Ashes in the endless and distant future. Shimu and Misty also took advantage of this time to ride on the summoned mare, then grabbed Michael's collar, and fled to the horizon at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot, and disappeared completely. Ahem Akhtar, have you really figured out the price of daring to deceive the gods? The cold voice suddenly echoed, and the blood of the broken temple surged, gathering into the God of Blood. He is not dead yet. God, even if he is dying, is still a god. Akhtar, who are you? The God of Blood looked up, followed the induction of the breath, looked at the one-eyed Akhtar in the sky, and then fell into silence. That's right. No matter the breath or appearance, it is no different from Akhtar, and the 8-legged horse can even explain Akhtar's identity. But he can be sure that it is definitely not the Akhtar he knows, if Akhtar is so powerful and dangerous. And at this moment, Akhtar in the sky moved his eyes, as if he was looking at the God of Blood like an ant, and his eyes seemed to contain the fire that burned everything, which made people feel creepy. The atmosphere was deadlocked. The Blood God was stared at and dared not move, fearing that he would be stabbed to death by a spear, and Akhtar, the Eye of the Sky, did not move at all, but his breath became more and more dangerous and real, as if he had walked out of a painting. But soon, it's the source of fear. The Blood God reacted, but he also missed the opportunity to chase Akhtar. The 8-legged horse ran too fast, and now it was unclear where it escaped to. And his state was too weak. He was already dying, and was hit head-on by the sword of light, and he was completely in a dying state. Now he really has no way to save the situation. My partner. The blood god focused on the blood pope who was burned to ashes on the ground, and his heart ignited a strong hatred for Akhtar. If Akhtar hadn't asked him to sacrifice the blood pope, he wouldn't have lost his partner, and if Akhtar hadn't attacked him with the sword of light, he wouldn't have died so quickly. If Akhtar had not deceived the god of terror, causing him to lose the protection of the source of fear, he would not have fallen to this point. However, it was too late to save all this. The god of blood squatted down, and the moment his fingers touched the ashes on the ground, the great sword of death pierced through his chest, embedding the god of blood in the ground like a nail. Miss Black Knife looked indifferent, stepped on the god of blood, drew out the great sword of death, and the gushing blood soaked her black robe. In this world, who has the deepest favor of death, and can reach the level of killing gods? There is no doubt that only Miss Black Knife, who is known as the sharp blade that penetrates the gods, can also give the gods the concept of death. This means that Miss Black Knife can theoretically kill the gods, as long as the gods do not resist and fall into a weak state. Then it can be fatal with one blow. God dead. Miss Black Knife took a few steps back and disappeared in a phantom, and when she disappeared, boom! The curse suddenly erupted, as if a mountain torrent broke out, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the blood temple. And as if stimulated by the curse, the one-eyed Akhtar in the sky also reacted. He clenched the spear in his hand, and locked his eyes on the goddess of lies in the blood city. The two sides looked at each other. Boom! The spear pierced through, carrying the flame of ash, and set the entire blood city on fire. At the same time, on the other side, on the endless snow, the reflections of dragons suddenly appeared. The hunter subconsciously looked up, and saw hundreds of dragons flying by. I didn't expect the Blood Church to ask for help from us. The leading dragon flapped its wings, and looked towards the blood temple. It seems they also know some troublesome information. It's a good thing to catch Akhtar. A dragon next to him answered calmly. As dragons, they would not send them one by one. When they knew that Akhtar had the ability to kill ordinary dragons, they had already decided to crush him with absolute strength. So they sent hundreds of powerful dragons at once. No matter how amazing Akhtar was, he would not have any chance of winning. Chapter 114. God is dead. A faint laugh reached the clouds. Eden, standing on the clouds, looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the figure of the goddess of lies. She put her hands behind her back, and looked at the burning world in the distance with a smile. The one who killed the gods was Akhtar. She turned her head and looked at Eden. The gods allowed Michael to be taken back, but killing gods is absolutely not allowed. The one who killed the god of blood was Akhtar. Eden's voice was calm, looking at the source of fear riding an 8-legged horse in the lower world. She lowered her eyes slightly. But it doesn't have to be Akhtar. Yes, as long as I am willing to change my tone a little. The goddess of lies kept smiling, looking at Eden wearing a cloak, and said, but I can't think of a reason to help Akhtar hide it. What do you want me to do? Eden asked calmly, and the goddess of lies was slightly stunned when she heard it, and her cheeks puffed up slightly, and said, you cooperate like this, and I don't feel the joy of winning at all. She sighed, very disappointed. According to the normal development of the plot, you should be tough for a while, and then they will say you don't want Akhtar to be executed by the gods, and then you will succumb to their threats with an unwilling face. Eden, forget it, let's get straight to the point. The goddess of lies became serious, looking at Eden's calm and cold face. Do you know the true power of the omniscient God? Do you really want to rebel against the omniscient God? Eden asked back, and in the silent expression of the goddess of lies, he turned into a light mist and disappeared on the spot. Leave a message. When you really think about this problem, come to me again. The goddess of lies was silent for a moment, and before she could adjust her mood, she felt the air getting hot. The spear pierced the atmosphere, carrying the flames that burned the world. Ah! Why did you stab me again? The screams of pain from the goddess came out of the clouds, accompanied by the hot flames that engulfed the sky, as if dyeing the sky red. The source of fear withdrew his sight, and the spear automatically appeared in his hand, and he continued to attack all the lives he saw. Crazy. No, unexpectedly, the source of fear, which represents madness, revealed cold rationality. Everything started from burning the world, which made his behavior look very rational, but not as crazy as people thought. After a while, the mountains turned to ash. The rivers dried up. The weirdness turned into smoke and drifted away. The source of fear rode on an 8-legged horse, holding the god of fear in one hand and a spear in the other, passing through the sea of fire and descending on the endless snow. Then, he found himself surrounded by dragons. Hundreds of dragons covered the sky, blocking the escape route layer by layer, looking at the one-eyed Akhtar with malice. Then they fell silent. Alas! Did they admit their mistake? A trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the leading dragon. They were going to attack a thief who stole the power of dragons, not the great existence in front of them. "Excuse me, we are just passing by." The leading dragon spoke, his voice revealed humility, and seemed extremely respectful. "Make way, don't block Lord Akhtar." Instantly, the dragons made way without any hesitation. They were very confused and at a loss. The target of the crusade was right in front of them, but they had no intention of crusading. They wanted to escape. Akhtar, who was in front of them at the moment, held the god of terror by the back of his neck with one hand. His aura was more terrifying than that of a god, and his eyes were cold and indifferent to everything. This made them fight, which was no different from suicide. However, the source of fear raised the spear, and the dragons present immediately responded, fleeing in different directions. Some fled to the boundless sky, some dragons dived under the earth, and some fled close to the ground. But it was too late. The spear was swung down mercilessly, and the blazing fire instantly engulfed everything, and a red flower towards death bloomed on the boundless snow. Except for a few dragons, who were good at escaping, all the dragons turned into ashes in an instant. After doing all this, the source of fear rode away on an 8-legged horse, while the god of terror, who was held by him with one hand, had no desire to live. Originally, the source of fear could only move in the strange world he had created, and could not pose a serious threat to the outside world, but the newly born source of fear caught him and took him away from the strange world. And this was undoubtedly a very terrifying thing. The source of fear that he had materialized this time was born to burn the world, and was hostile to all life. Imagine it for a moment. Possessing the power of a god and having indiscriminate malice towards all life, this is simply a moving natural disaster. Wherever it passes, it will be reduced to ashes. At the same time, in an unfamiliar snow-capped mountain, on the hillside, Mr. lowered her head, raised her hand, and gently gathered the long red hair hanging down from her ears, looked at Akhtar, who was leaning on her shoulder, and said softly, "Sir Akhtar, are you feeling better? My magic power will be restored tomorrow." Shimu explained, and then looked across, only to see Michael keeping a gentle smile, looking at him and Mr. thinking about it. "Actually, I can take care of myself now." He supported himself on the ground, trying not to lean on Mr.'s shoulder. "However, Sir Akhtar, please don't force yourself." Mr. stretched out her hand and pressed Akhtar's shoulder, and then said in Akhtar's surprised eyes, "Please take a good rest." After saying that, she pressed Akhtar on her knees a little forcefully. "This is the first time I've seen Miss treat a man so proactively." Michael threw a piece of wood into the fire in front of him. He chuckled at Akhtar. "Can you tell me how you did it?" "Maybe it was gratitude." Shimu answered uncertainly, and Michael smiled and turned his eyes to his sister. He knew very well how difficult it was to approach Mist. Mist, who believed that she could solve all troubles with absolute power, had no interest in any social interaction. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for anyone except his brother to approach Mist. However, Akhtar let Mist take the initiative to get close to him, willing to give Akhtar her shoulders to lean on, and willing to offer her knees for Akhtar to rest. This treatment has gone beyond the scope of friendship. Akhtar has helped me a lot. Misty lowered her head, looked at Akhtar on her knees, and smiled gently. She whispered and told how Akhtar helped her. After a long time, the narration stopped. "It's really a favor that is hard to repay." Michael sighed, and felt that it was hard to repay everything Akhtar did for them. He thought for a while and said, "Akhtar, do you desire the power of the devil? Is it the power that Misty showed?" Shimu asked, and Michael nodded and explained to him. After reaching the limit of the human realm, the strength can no longer be improved unless you can be promoted to a devil. He slowed down his tone. But the conditions for becoming a demon are too harsh, so people came up with a way to inherit everything from the dead demon. Shimu frowned. "Inherit everything? It's not really inheritance, it's imitation or resurrection." Michael explained, "If demons or witches are likened to gods, and the soul and body of a person are likened to plasticine, then as long as a person is kneaded into a statue of a god, the power of the god can be used." "Will this have no impact?" Shimu questioned, and Michael admitted it frankly and explained to him. "When you imitate a person too much, it means that the original self has disappeared," he explained to Shimu. "So imitating a dead demon or witch is a very dangerous thing. It feels like the partner of a god." Shimu gave an evaluation, and Michael nodded and said, "If you are interested, I can teach you this magic to learn." His voice gradually lowered. You need strength to protect yourself now. After the death of the god of blood, Akhtar's situation became extremely dangerous, and even going to hell might be a luxury, so he wanted Akhtar to have stronger power to protect his safety. Although he knew it was dangerous. No, I can become a demon myself. Shimu refused calmly, and then added, the god of war told me personally that I can become a demon. Really? Michael smiled with relief, and stopped talking about how to use the power of the demon. Since Akhtar can become a demon, the option of using the power of the demon is completely meaningless. Imitation has its limits after all. The next day. The sky was slightly bright. Shimu rode the mare and disappeared into the horizon, while Michael and Misty stood side by side, looking at the direction where Akhtar left. If you want to go with him? Michael turned his head, looked at his reluctant sister, and chuckled. It's not too late to chase him now. He doesn't want me to accompany him. Misty's voice revealed disappointment. Last night, she said that she wanted to stay with Akhtar and protect his safety, but Akhtar firmly refused. Michael shook his head helplessly. I want to go to the Magic King City to thank Miss Hecate for helping my brother and me. He seemed to add casually. Maybe I will meet Akhtar. Let's go! Misty's dim eyes lit up. Since Akhtar didn't want her to protect her, she would go to the Magic King City to wait for Akhtar. Sooner or later, she would meet Akhtar who was going home, and then they could naturally get together and chat. Michael looked at his eager sister, and couldn't help shaking his head. He felt helpless that his sister was so concerned about a man, but had no intention of pursuing him. Underworld. The bottom floor. It should be safe here, right? The dwarf master looked at his new home. In order to avoid Akhtar, he deliberately moved to the vicinity of the Church of the Three Goddesses of Fate, and also found a well-known astrologer to help conceal his fate. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. Are you back? Shimu sat on the sofa in the living room and greeted the dwarf master who came in with a gentle smile. Can I ask you for a favor? The dwarf master's expression gradually changed from a smile to despair. He knew that he could not escape Akhtar or the investigation of the Witch of Fate. Even if he lived next to the Church of the Three Goddesses of Fate, it would be the same. My armor is broken. Shimu pointed to the red dragon blood armor on the table and expressed his need. Can you please strengthen it? No. The dwarf master thought so in his heart, but did not speak out. He touched his white beard and came to the table. He looked at the red dragon blood armor and said, Who did you fight with to cause such serious damage? Can it be repaired? Shimu did not explain, but only cared about whether his red dragon blood armor could be repaired. To this, the dwarf master gave a positive answer. No problem, give me 7 days, and I can completely repair the red dragon blood armor. Shimu asked again, What about strengthening? It will take at least 2 months. The dwarf master answered immediately, but Shimu was not satisfied, and took out a dagger and aimed at his palm. No. It's the bracelet Hecate gave him. Wait, don't summon the Witch of Fate for such a small matter. The dwarf master twitched his lips, and quickly grabbed Akhtar's hand. Give me a month, I can not only repair it, but also strengthen it. I want to strengthen it to the level of +10. Shimu said, and then added, It is to strengthen it to the same level as the Great Sword of Death. The dwarf master suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and wanted to scold Akhtar for not understanding forging, not knowing the defense of the artifact level, and how difficult it is to forge. But he didn't dare to scold. Sir Akhtar, you may not know the difficulty of forging artifact-level weapons. He explained in a good voice. It is impossible to forge it in 1 month. No, you can. Shimu smiled, looked at the desperate expression of the dwarf master, and hooked the bracelet with a dagger. The bracelet fell to the ground. The dwarf master was completely desperate. He really didn't want to meet the Witch of Fate. No one could guarantee that his soul would not be stuffed into the wick and tortured forever by such a dangerous existence. And at this moment, the light began to twist, and Hecate appeared behind the dwarf master. She glanced at the desperate dwarf master, glared at Akhtar, and said, Apprentice, you made me worry in vain. Teacher, you should have foreseen all this. Akhtar seemed very confident, and had sufficient confidence in Hecate's ability. Hecate shook her head helplessly after hearing this, and then cast her eyes on the dwarf master. Her red lips moved slightly, and compiled the corresponding destiny. In the next month, you will have inexhaustible physical strength and magic power until the red dragon blood armor is strengthened. Chapter 115. There is one more problem. The dwarf master looked distressed and explained to Akhtar carefully, I don't have the meteorite to strengthen the red dragon blood armor. Although he has stood at the top of the forger, and has the ability to cultivate artifacts, he must have the corresponding materials. In this regard, it's not difficult. Shimu waved his hand, then cast his eyes on Hecate and whispered, "Teacher, help me." "Apprentice, how do you want me to help you?" Hecate smiled gently, holding her chin with her slender hands, and her slender legs hidden under her long skirt overlapped, forming a perfect leg shape, and with the jade feet exposed just right, it looked particularly attractive. "I want to know where the meteorite of the Blood Pope is." Shimu made his request. "If you go to get the Blood Pope's meteorite by yourself, you will encounter very troublesome things." Hecate kept a gentle smile, and told her foreseen fate, "You will be assigned the mission of defeating the source of fear." Shimu was slightly stunned. "I fight the source of fear?" "Yes, as long as you go to get the Blood Pope's meteorite." Hecate clearly told the fate, "Then you will meet the messenger sent by the 3 goddesses of fate." She told the solution. "But if you go to the Witch of Death, you don't have to take the mission of defeating the source of fear." "Teacher, is there a way to solve the source of fear?" Shimu asked calmly, without any consideration for escaping to the Witch of Death. Hecate looked at her apprentice's eyes, and immediately knew her decision, and she gave a solution. "Throw him to the sky, and let the gods get rid of the source of fear." "How?" Shimu asked. "There is an entrance to heaven in the temple, where the goddess of plague is worshipped." Hecate explained, "As long as the source of fear is aware of the entrance to heaven, the source of fear will be eager to enter the sky." She smiled maliciously. "The rest will be left to the gods to solve." "Understood." Shimu nodded, and then changed the subject. "Teacher, about the meteorite of the god of blood. Teacher can help you get the meteorite directly." Hecate's tone seemed to be joking. But Shimu knew very well that as long as he agreed, the joke would become true, and the 10+ meteorites that many people longed for would immediately appear in front of him. "Teacher, I hope I can get the Blood Pope's meteorite by myself. Working too hard will make me feel unsuccessful." Hecate stared at Shimu as if blaming her, and said, "You can rely on me occasionally." She looked at Shimu's surprised eyes. "Compared to relying on the help of the Witch of Death, isn't it more natural to rely on your own teacher?" "Teacher." Shimu seemed to be touched, but soon calmed down, and was not affected by Hecate's will. He calmly said, "Teacher, you can't reveal your identity now, right? What is the relationship between the Witch of Fate and Hecate?" Hecate asked with a smile, looking at the subtle expression of her apprentice. "No one will know that Hecate is related to the Witch of Fate." Shimu silently turned his head to look at the dwarf master beside him, silently expressing that there was an unrelated person who knew the secret about Hecate. The dwarf master was desperate about this. "What does this have to do with him? It was you who told the secret in front of him, and he didn't want to hear it at all." "It doesn't matter, he can't tell anyone," Hecate said concisely. "As long as he tries to leak the secret, his soul will be immediately extracted and stuffed into the wick that never goes out until the Ragnarok comes." The dwarf sighed and said in a desperate tone, "Why don't you erase my memory? As long as you don't leak the secret, it's fine." Shimu comforted him, but the dwarf master's expression did not improve at all. Still very desperate. "This is a route map that records the location of the meteorites." Hecate took out the scroll and handed it to Shimu. "According to the route map, all the meteorites needed can be collected in about 3 days. 3 days is really a bit urgent." Shimu shook the scroll in his hand, but his expression was not very urgent. Instead, he continued to chat with Hecate about other trivial matters. In this regard, the dwarf master lay on the chair with no desire to live. He heard a secret that was enough to make him die 100 times, that the Witch of Death secretly reached a cooperative relationship with the goddess, and planned to make life and death overlap in this world. The topics that the master and apprentice chatted about were all conspiracies that could change the world pattern. After a long time, Akhtar left the mansion, leaving only Hecate and the dwarf master in the empty mansion. "Are you still alive?" Hecate's voice was gentle, but it gave people a cold feeling, which made the dwarf master immediately energetic. He sat down quickly. "My lady witch, what do you want?" "I want to make a weapon." Hecate spoke calmly, and told the dwarf master in detail about the weapon she needed. The horse stopped, and the flowing magma rippled. Shimu rode on the back of the mare, and he looked at the towering city in the distance. Bahard City. This city was built at the entrance of the underground world. In the past, a large number of residents from the above world went to the underground world through Bahard City. However, now it is different. Not only is the city gate blocked, but the well-equipped dwarves are stationed on the city wall to stop the humans pouring into the underground world. The atmosphere is very dangerous. The humans gathered in front of the city gate may attack Bahard City at any time and force their way into the underground world. "Hey, that human!" A loud shout came from the lava river. It was a dwarf wearing black armor, holding a heavy axe. Hurry up and get to the shore, otherwise you will be considered a stowaway. Shimu rode the mare to the shore, and as he dismounted and stood in front of the black-armored dwarf, the dwarf, who was originally aggressive, suddenly became more friendly. Akhtar? The dwarf called out tentatively, looking at Akhtar's surprised eyes, and pointed to the 8-legged horse next to him. Although I have never seen you, there is probably only one 8-legged horse in the world. He grinned, showing his bright white teeth. Hero Akhtar rides an 8-legged horse. This feature can be remembered by everyone. Really? Shimu was slightly surprised, and then smiled at the mare next to him. Partner, you are famous. The mare rolled her eyes. It's not a good thing for her to become famous as a monster, but she is not too worried, unless Akhtar is upset and wants to go and fight against the gods again. Otherwise, at her speed, it is very safe. Sir Akhtar, are you leaving the underground world? The dwarf scratched his head and asked, and after seeing Akhtar nod, he explained tiredly. The procedures may be a bit complicated. Why? Shimu asked, and the dwarf sighed when he heard the voice. While leading Shimu, he explained, the above world is too cold. Many people want to rush into the underground world to avoid the cold, but most of the people who rush in are poor, and many of them are not very clean, which leads to chaos in the order of the underground world. So we closed the city of Bahard and prohibited all poor people from entering, unless they are people with corresponding qualifications. Shimu was silent, and did not express his opinion. Now people entering the underground world need to confirm their qualifications, such as corresponding social status and property certificates, which indirectly excludes ordinary poor people. However, when the snowstorm continues for a period of time, the food reserves in the world above ground begin to run low, which will lead to war. In order to compete for the ownership of the underground world, humans and elves will send large-scale troops to invade the underground world and snatch the soil suitable for survival. And the city of Bahard is the first place where the war started. Arrived in the city, the dwarf enthusiastically arranged him to a luxurious mansion, and said that the procedures would be ready in an hour. This is the benefit of reputation. As long as the reputation reaches a certain level, you can get courtesy no matter where you go, and the complicated things can be solved as soon as possible. However, Shimu did not intend to wait for the formalities to be completed. He did not come to Bahard City to complete the entry and exit procedures. He came to collect Giorgio's meteorites. Partner, wait for me here. Shimu put on the mask and smiled at the mare next to the sofa in the living room. His index finger and thumb overlapped slightly, revealing a small gap. I will be back in 30 minutes. The mare nodded and watched Shimu leave through the window and disappear from her sight. Then her body shone, her milky white hair fell, and a girl with straight legs and attractive figure appeared. She sat on the sofa and picked up the fruits on the shelf and ate them. What a cute pony. A naughty voice came, scaring the mare, and she hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. What she saw was a mixed-race girl. She was wearing a petal-like red dress, with her long golden hair tied into a single ponytail, casually draped over her shoulders. Her temperament was between mature and immature, giving people a very strange feeling. She was obviously a young girl, but she gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. Let me introduce myself, the Saint of the Church of Destiny. She raised her hand and placed it on her plump chest. I came to guide Akhtar's destiny. The little mare, Can these guys appear more normally? They scared her so much that the apple in her hand didn't smell good. And since they were going to guide Akhtar's destiny, why did they come to see her instead of Akhtar himself? The blonde girl seemed to understand the little mare's thoughts and explained, I need to confirm Akhtar's strength, and I also need to observe Akhtar for a period of time to ensure that he is qualified to be guided by destiny. She turned around and faced the mare. Come back within 30 minutes. This is not an easy task. After saying that, she climbed over the wall and went out, not knowing what to do. The mare who stayed in the living room was silent for a while, ate the apple in her hand, and then changed her body. At the same time, the city lord's mansion. Great. The strong female dwarf threw the double axes in her hand to the ground, and the sharp blades penetrated the ground. She moved her wrists. Come out, thief. I haven't stolen it yet. Shimu came out, took out a bank card, and said concisely, Please sell it to me if you can. Ha. Looks like a gentleman. The female dwarf hooked her finger, smiling unruly, but I'm not interested in negotiating with a weak man. She issued a provocation. If you can overwhelm me with your strength and prove that you are a strong male, then I am interested in communicating with you. How obsessed are you dwarves with strong males? Shimu couldn't help but complain, but his body had already taken action. He pushed the ground with both feet, as if he was a high-speed train out of control, and crashed into the strong female dwarf. In an instant, the two sides' eyes met. Bang! Shimu moved to avoid the chopping fist, and punched the female dwarf in the abdomen, accompanied by an air wave explosion. The female dwarf's eyes widened, spitting out blood, and her body flew backwards and hit the wall. The hard wall was dented and cracked. She slid down the wall and fell to the ground. Ah! What a strong punch! Can we complete the transaction? Shimu came to the female dwarf and squatted down, handing out the bank card. He couldn't kill the female dwarf, otherwise it would cause a series of troubles and waste a lot of his time. And the female dwarf had very little experience points. I have no reason to refuse. The female dwarf supported herself with her hands and forced herself to stand up. Blood flowed from her nose and dripped onto the ground. But she didn't care about this little thing. She took the bank card handed over by Akhtar and turned to walk towards the small door with Shimu. After a while, the transaction was completed. The female dwarf personally handed the meteorite to Shimu and then asked, "Can you tell me who you are?" "Akhtar," Shimu said casually, and then climbed out the window to leave. He didn't mind telling the female dwarf his identity. Originally, he could buy the meteorite normally, but the process was very troublesome and would waste 7 or 8 days. If he broke into the city lord's mansion directly, beat up the city lord's daughter, and then made the transaction, he could skip unnecessary steps. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength, money, or time in the early stage, so he could only find ways to collect meteorites from other places. A few minutes later. "Partner, I'm back." Shimu climbed in through the window, looked at the mare beside the tea table, and jumped on the horse directly. "Let's go to the next collection location." The mare rubbed her hooves on the ground, wanting to tell the story about the Saint of Fate, but thinking of the setting that she couldn't speak human language. Still endured it. The Kingdom of Fenrir. This is a relatively poor kingdom, but it has many side plots, if you follow Michael's side quests. Sooner or later, he will come to the Kingdom of Fenrir and trigger an important side story. But now, for Akhtar, it is just a place to collect materials, and he has no interest in the so-called secrets of the gods. Anyway, it will not affect his game. At this time. At the edge of the huge pit smashed by the meteorite. Devil, ah. A human who was not in human form, clasped his hands on the ground, and wailed in fear. Then the flesh and blood suddenly exploded. This scene silenced the mercenaries and Fenrir garrison who were watching. They didn't know what was under the abyss. However, the people sent down would lose their human form without exception, and then turn into flesh and blood bombs, exploding in front of everyone. The death was extremely miserable. What is going on? The princess of the Kingdom of Fenrir, Wei-Tae, couldn't help but clench the folding fan in her hand, and fell into hesitation, not knowing whether to continue to send people in to explore. Until she saw a man riding an 8-legged horse, swooping down from the sky and diving into the abyss. Without any hesitation, Veet opened her mouth slightly, turned her head and looked at the knight commander beside her, pointed at the abyss, and said, "Did a man riding an 8-legged horse go in?" "Yes, princess." The knight commander nodded slightly, and added kindly, "It should be Akhtar. We can't beat him even if we add up." Veet was silent for a while, and waved the folding fan in her hand. "Withdraw, we don't want the meteorite anymore." She left with the army very straightforwardly, without any idea of continuing to snatch the meteorite. The kind of ruthless person who dared to confront the church alone. They couldn't afford to provoke him. The army withdrew, leaving only a few well-equipped mercenaries waiting at the edge of the abyss. Chapter 116. Under the Abyss Pit. "Partner, if you feel uncomfortable." Shimu touched the little mare's neck and said with a gentle smile, "You can go to the outside world and wait for me first." The little mare rubbed the ground with her hooves. The air here contained lethal poison gas. There were fluorescent green plants on the damp walls, and there were poisonous fireflies. The environment was very harsh. But it was not a serious problem for her. "Don't worry about my safety. The teacher foresaw the safety of this trip for me." Shimu withdrew his hand and looked into the depths of the cave. "I can solve the problem soon." The little mare put aside her worries after hearing this, glanced at Akhtar, and turned to leave the abyss pit. Since the Witch of Fate has given a prophecy, even if there is danger, the direction of fate will be greatly deviated, so it will be safe. So she can leave the abyss pit with confidence. Shimu looked at the mare who left and walked towards the depths of the cave. He was not worried about the deadly toxins in the air. With the permanent state of healing prayer, the damage of the deadly toxins was not as fast as his recovery. After walking along the damp tunnel for a while, with the horizon suddenly clearing up, What appeared in Shimu's eyes was a simple altar with a statue of a god. No, to be more precise, it was a statue of a demon. And the deadly toxins in the air were emitted by the demon statue. Interesting. An interested male voice came out. Shimu pretended not to hear it, drew out the great sword of death, and walked towards the direction of the altar. He knew that the source of the male voice was a demon from 5,000 years ago. Split demon. Possesses the ability to split things, such as splitting magic power to obtain pure and extreme elements, and splitting humans to obtain a complete skeleton, and naturally, can also split the soul and body. The statue on the altar is the body of the split demon. In order to escape the hunting of the gods, the split demon cut his body and soul, and then disguised his body as a statue and hid it in the abyss. Human, you have been favored by the Witch of Death? The split demon laughed calmly and continued to Shimu. Times have changed, right? Shimu did not answer. He came to the edge of the altar, glanced at the statue, then bent down to pick up the meteorite of the Blood Pope, and then turned and walked towards the exit. But at the moment, he stepped away. Swish. The ground in front was instantly split, brushing against Shimu's nose. As long as he got a little closer, he could cut him in half. You took my things and you want to leave? The split demon said in a cold tone, I'm asking you a question, human. Is there room for us to communicate? Shimu asked back, and then answered himself, you are just a statue, there is no point in communicating. After that, the sword of death in his hand ignited black flames. If you keep talking, I will chop you off. You have courage, I am beginning to look at you with a new eye. The split demon was silent for a moment, and then changed the subject. Do you want to know the secrets of the gods? No, Shimu answered. The atmosphere fell silent. It's about the secret of why the gods were born. The split demon continued to tempt, but found that the intruder was unmoved. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. He was obviously favored by the Witch of Death so deeply. In theory, he should be interested in the secrets of the gods. And he also exuded the breath of pure demons. I don't have time to help you, Shimu said briefly, and continued to walk towards the exit, saying by the way, I will send someone to communicate with you in a while. Split demon, What's going on with this guy? He really needs help. In order to escape the pursuit of the gods, he separated his soul from his body, and then let his soul challenge the gods, and then pretended to be defeated. Committed suicide, cut his soul in front of the gods, and let his soul fall into the world, creating the illusion that he was dead. No, in fact, he was really dead. His body and soul were separated, and he was not a complete individual. So he needed someone to help him collect the divided souls, and put himself together again. Human, do you think souls are necessary? The segment demon sensed Shimu's departure and continued to tempt him. In fact, life does not necessarily require the existence of souls. I don't care. Shimu didn't turn back and disappeared into the cave. He had no interest in the side story of the segment demon. He just wanted to get the meteorite of the Blood Pope. Otherwise, it would take a long time to follow the side story of the segment demon. And as for the secrets of the gods mentioned by the segment demon, except for the first round, he was too lazy to do the subsequent rounds. Although you can get a lot of rewards by following the side quests of the split demon. But it is really a waste of time, and not worth it. Power, I can give you unscrupulous power. The split demon said the last bargaining chip, power enough to rival the gods. However, Shimu has completely left, and only the split demon's bewitching voice floats in the air. Why? I feel that the human knows him very well. The split demon fell into silence, and he began to doubt his life. Could it be that the times in the outside world have changed so much that his identity as a demon has no deterrent power? Otherwise, why would the human be so indifferent to him? Outside the abyss pit. As soon as Shimu came out, he saw several mercenaries falling to the ground with painful expressions, while the little mare looked up proudly, as if asking for credit from him. Shaked his head. Partner, are they also here to rob the meteorite? Shimu asked, pretending to be ignorant, and then saw the little mare shook her head. Then, they are the assassins who are here to kill me. The mare nodded, very satisfied with Akhtar's reaction. These humans were indeed here to assassinate Akhtar. After seeing her come out alone, they tried to catch her in advance to prevent Akhtar from finding a chance to escape. Then she kicked a few hooves, letting these assassins understand the cruelty of reality. Why are you here to kill me? Shimu asked several fallen mercenaries, and by the way, he stroked the sword of death with his hand, igniting the black flame symbolizing death. Several mercenaries did not answer, but stood up shakily, looking at Akhtar with bruised faces and noses, and raised their weapons. No answer? Shimu's expression turned cold, You still have a chance to explain now, otherwise all of you will die. Several mercenaries looked at each other, confirmed each other's determination, and ignored Akhtar's warning. Do it. The mercenary wearing armor and holding a big sword rushed towards Akhtar, with golden thunder wrapped around his body. The remaining 4 people retreated quickly, ready to cooperate with the swordsman to attack. However, the black fire flashed, and the mercenary holding the big sword turned into blood foam in the blink of an eye, and was immediately smeared by the black flame. Shimu shook the big sword. Observe the remaining 4 people, 2 female magicians holding magic wands, a male elf holding a bow and arrow, and a dwarf holding a hammer. Ah, Akhtar! An angry roar came, the dwarf rushed over waving the hammer, and the 2 female magicians chanted the spell in coordination. The flames were ignited from the tips of their magic wands, turning into 2 huge fireballs, smashing towards Akhtar. The male elf took this opportunity to draw his bow and shoot a magic arrow, carrying a strong wind into the 2 fireballs, bursting out with even greater power. Boom! The blazing flames were swept by the strong wind and submerged Akhtar in an instant. Success? The male elf relaxed a little, and saw a charred corpse shot out from the blazing flames, drawing a ditch on the ground and falling beside him. The dwarf died with his eyes open. Ah, don't kill me! The girl screamed, and the male elf immediately drew his bow and aimed, only to see Akhtar standing in front of the female magician intact, pinching her neck with one hand and shaking it expressionlessly. The sound of neck breaking rang out. The female magician rolled her eyes, tears of despair flowed from her eyes, her white legs kicked a few times, and she lost her breath. With your strength, you shouldn't come to trouble me. Shimu threw away the female magician in his hand, and looked at the only remaining female magician and male elf. Are you here to die? It has nothing to do with you. The female magician next to her found that her vision had deviated before she finished her words, and her head fell to the ground. Consciousness was then submerged in darkness. Shimu shook the sword of death, and seemed to have lost interest in speaking. He turned into starlight, and disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of the male elf. He swung the sword coldly. Blood gushed from the male elf's chest, and the body that was cut in 2 fell to the ground, igniting the black flame symbolizing death. To send a killer, you must have some strength, Shimu said disappointedly. The strength of these mercenaries could not make him want to fight. The mare next to him rolled her eyes when she heard this. She had a better understanding of Akhtar's character. This man has a strong desire for fighting. He would not be afraid even of gods, but would fight with joy. And these mercenaries have not even awakened their abilities, so it is naturally impossible for Akhtar to have fun. Death row prisoners are not easy to find. A pleasant female voice came, and Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a girl with a golden ponytail and a petal-like long skirt, walking leisurely. Her face looked a little immature, but her temperament was close to that of a noble lady who had experienced vicissitudes of life, giving people a feeling of having a lot of stories. She is 14 years old, and is a believer of the 3 goddesses of fate. The Saint of Fate, Suna. The girl raised her hand and placed it on her plump chest, revealing an elegant smile. Akhtar, please let me guide your destiny. The Saint of Fate? Shimu's eyes revealed strong suspicion, and Suna straightened her chest when she saw this, and her plump fruit trembled slightly. The candidate saint, that is also a saint. Shimu restrained his suspicious eyes, and turned around expressionlessly, as if he believed that Suna was a liar. Suna didn't mind this very much. Akhtar, don't you plan to solve the trouble you brought? Shimu stopped. The source of fear has destroyed several countries, and countless people have died because of the source of fear. Suna kept smiling. If the source of fear continues to kill, more and more countries will be destroyed. Do you really want to see it? Shimu did not answer. The birth of the source of fear is also related to you. Suna continued to persuade, killing in your image, don't you have any ideas? She smiled. What you need to do is very simple, that is, to make the god of terror realize that you have nothing to do with Ragnarok. The goddess of lies has already told the truth about the intelligence of the newly born source of fear. It was she who lied with Akhtar, so that the god of terror mistakenly believed that Akhtar was the future Lord of Ashes, causing the god of terror to manifest the Lord of Ashes that should not exist. Now what they need to do is very simple, to make the god of terror realize that he has been deceived and the so-called future Lord of Ashes does not exist. Then the imaginary Lord of Ashes can disappear. But we can't even get close to the source of fear, right? Akhtar said his thoughts. With his current strength, he would be stabbed to death by the source of fear before he even gets close to it. And didn't the goddess of lies say that she would solve it? The goddess of lies held back the source of fear. Suna replied, Why do you think the source of fear only destroyed a few countries? With the strength of the source of fear, if it was not restricted, it would have set off a massacre in this world long ago, and it would not have burned only a few countries. Then can't the gods take action? Shimu asked, leaving Suna silent for a moment, and then turned her head away embarrassedly. Although it's not the real Lord of Ashes, it looks like one anyway. If something goes wrong, it will lead to the fall of the gods. Shimu, Anyway, you have to be responsible for solving the source of fear. Suna changed the subject. We can't let the source of fear continue to kill. With the power of the gods, it is naturally easy to solve the source of fear. But after the source of fear is associated with Ragnarok, the situation has changed. If this fake Lord of Ashes attracts the attention of Ragnarok and makes the fake become real, it will really cost the god's life. So the safest way at present is to let Akhtar solve the problem. As long as the god of terror realizes that Akhtar is just a human, not the future Lord of Ashes, then the fake Lord of Ashes will naturally disappear. Okay. Shimu agreed, but I have to wait until I finish strengthening my armor, otherwise I will hardly see the source of fear alive. Okay. Suna smiled, then she touched her skirt and squatted down, writing a few words on the ground. Death return. This is Suna's ability. The words written on the ground are to ensure that she can return to the corresponding time node after death. A very unsolvable and powerful ability. However, the game official also added a flaw to this ability. Death return can only go back 24 hours, and each time you return, you will lose a sense. If you want to restore the lost sense, you must rest for 3 days. If you lose all your senses, and your fate has not developed in the direction you expect, then she can only give up, otherwise forcing a return will die. This is why Suna looks so young, but her temperament is quite mature. In her life of constant death and return, Suna has experienced many things that many people can't imagine, which has caused her to mature quickly. But she still maintains the innocence and purity of a girl. Want to ride a horse? Shimu came to the mare and invited Suna. Yes, yes, yes. Suna couldn't wait to grab Akhtar's hand and sat on the 8-legged divine horse. She touched the mare and said, I've heard that Sleipnir is the fastest horse in the world. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to ride it. Mare, With her arrogant personality, it was impossible for anyone to ride on her back casually, but now she is used to it. Who asked Akhtar to invite someone to ride her every once in a while? It's hard not to get used to it. The horse's hooves stepped on the ground, and it rushed into the sky like thunder. The wind blew on her face. Suna clamped her legs around the mare, looked at the clouds retreating on both sides of her, smiled with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, Akhtar, you are really very lucky. She explained with a smile. The source of fear looks exactly like you, and caused a massacre, which is enough to turn you from a hero into an object of fear. Unfortunately, everyone who saw the source of fear died, so you are still a hero in people's eyes. Instead of a madman who wants to burn the world to ashes. Chapter 117. At night. The wind was cold. In a small border town, almost every household stayed indoors, and only the light from the cracks in the door could indicate the presence of people. Ha, it's so cold. Suna covered her mouth with both hands and exhaled a breath of warm air. She felt helpless about the snowstorm. In the past, when there was a plague, people basically died quickly, and there would not be much impact on order in production. But now the snowstorm has come, and everyone is tortured. Wait for me here. Shimu stopped and pointed to the leaky house not far away, explaining to Suna's surprised eyes. I'm going to fight vampires, and you following me is a hindrance. I feel like you are looking down on me. Suna's cheeks bulged slightly, and she felt dissatisfied with Akhtar's underestimation of her. But after seeing Akhtar grinning and firelight overflowing from his teeth, she still recognized the reality. At the age of 14, her strength is still quite weak. Shimu turned and disappeared in the snow. Seeing this, Suna turned around and walked into a dilapidated house nearby. After pushing the door open, the first thing she saw was a woman with long black hair and a white dress. Her eyes were scarlet, and she pointed a dagger at herself with both hands, as if she was going to commit suicide. Vampire? Suna asked in confusion, and the woman relaxed her vigilance a little after hearing this, and began to look at Suna and said, Who are you? Suna, a nun by profession. Suna kept smiling and sat down beside the dilapidated wooden bed. Tell me about your situation. Elizabeth, I was still a member of the village a few days ago. The woman lowered her eyes and said sadly, until Fald broke into the village, insisted on marrying me, and turned me into a vampire. She clasped her hands together. Sister, can I ask you to No, someone has already gone. Waving her hand, Suna's expression was subtle, and she looked out the door and said, "The Fald you are talking about is probably dying now." Ah? Elizabeth was stunned, not quite understanding what Suna said, but after feeling the ground shaking and the sky suddenly brightening, she understood what Suna meant. It seemed that some extraordinary person came here, and the goal was to attack Fald, which was too coincidental. As expected of Hecate's apprentice, he is quite capable. Suna muttered softly. It was estimated that Akhtar had foreseen Elizabeth's situation long ago, and rode a mare directly to the border town and rushed to the door of the evil vampire to attack. But isn't this a bit too hasty? At least he should contact the victim and tell Elizabeth that he is here to help her, instead of rushing to the door and chopping Fald. At the same time, on the other side, "Who are you?" Fard covered his bleeding arm with one hand. His eyes were extremely angry. "Is this human sick?" He rushed into his house and beat him up, not giving him room for conversation, and burned down his century-old castle. "It's a passing player," Shimu answered calmly, then stretched out a finger, and the hot fire flow circled in the sky and condensed into a sun. Sick. Fard realized one thing: the thinking of the guy on the other side was simply difficult to understand, but he was sure to kill him. "I think you don't take me, Fard, seriously?" He growled angrily, his nails became sharp, and he rushed towards Akhtar. And a hot sun in the sky also fell. Boom! The mountaintop was engulfed in flames, and the spreading high-temperature impact melted the thick snow, as if summer had come in an instant. The flames converged. The ground was burned red, half of the mountaintop had disappeared, and Fald had long disappeared, turning into ashes under the sun. Shimu turned and left. Before he killed Fald, he had already taken away the relevant meteorites, and then he killed Fald. In the first round, he triggered the side quest about Fald. At that time, he watched Elizabeth being turned into a vampire by the evil Fald, and felt joy. Isn't this a chance for a hero to save a beauty? Then he couldn't wait to kill Fald, and then involved a long side quest, from Elizabeth's life experience to the vampire King Count Dracula, all the way to the origin of vampires. At that time, the player had the opportunity to become an original vampire. However, the quest line was too long, so he only planned to take the meteorite, and enhanced equipment, and as for the subsequent quests, he would not do them. At most, he would wait for Count Dracula to come to his door and kill him. Back to the town. Shimu pushed open the door, and saw Suna and Elizabeth sitting by the bed, whispering together and looking at him. "Thank you very much, Mr. Akhtar." Elizabeth touched her skirt, stood up gracefully, and bowed to Akhtar. She took off the bracelet and handed it over. "This is..." "No, you can wear it yourself." Shimu waved his hand, looked at Suna, and said, "Let's go, we still have to hurry." "Just leaving like that?" Suna glanced at the pitiful Elizabeth and asked softly, "It's not good to leave a little girl here, isn't it? Then take her with you to fight the source of fear?" Shimu asked back, making Suna's expression freeze. It was obviously unrealistic to let a woman who had just become a vampire go with them to fight the source of fear. "If you want, go! To the Magic Kingdom or the Sky City." Shimu turned around and turned his back to the two of them. "Just say I asked you to go, they should take you in." After saying that, he walked out of the room and summoned the mayor. Then he left with Suna. The wind and snow blew by. Elizabeth stood at the door for a long time without coming back to her senses. The situation happened so quickly that she was a little difficult to understand. There was a subtle feeling that her story with Akhtar had ended before it even began. But she did remember Akhtar's words, and went to the Magic Kingdom or the Sky City to find shelter. "Anyway, I definitely can't stay in the village. It's not even 3 days yet." Underground world. Shimu and Suna rode the mare back to the underground, and came to the blacksmith shop of the dwarf master. They heard the sound of clang-clang from the blacksmith shop. The dwarf master was doing his best to repair the red dragon blood armor, but after noticing the figures of Akhtar and Suna, he stopped working. "This is the meteorite you need." Shimu handed over the meteorite. After the dwarf master took it, he pointed to Suna beside him, and said, "Suna, who calls herself the candidate Saint of Fate. Is that so?" The dwarf master looked at Suna, who was wearing a petal-like red dress, and was known as the candidate for the Saint of Fate, with a subtle look. He understood the hint in Akhtar's words, which was to ask him not to reveal secret information, which would attract the attention of the Church of Fate. Although he had no expectations for the Church of Fate, he hid beside the Church of Fate, claiming to live under the eyes of the 3 goddesses of fate. In the end, he was still pulled out by the Witch of Fate and Akhtar to forge iron. There are enough materials, just wait. He turned around, maintaining the cold look of the forging master as always, and picked up the forging hammer. If you have anything to say, wait until I finish forging. As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer in his hand fell, and hit the red dragon blood armor, splashing dazzling sparks. As expected of a master, he is focused. Suna sighed so much, and after getting the forging materials, he immediately focused on forging, not wanting to waste a minute or a second. Let's go! Shimu turned around and took Suna out of the blacksmith shop. And when the two left, the dwarf master swung the hammer a little slower, and then suddenly accelerated after a moment, with a little resentment in the sound of the hammer. Fire. Flame. Flame. Shimu stood on the cliff, looking at the country wrapped in the barrier, and felt like he was standing in front of the sun. Under the scorching heat, everything had turned into dead things, and there was no life, except for the god of fear, who was grabbed by the collar by the source of fear. How can we get closer now? Shimu asked, pointing to the country engulfed by flames. As long as we go in, we will be burned to death, right? Suna, With the temperature inside the barrier, anyone who enters will be burned to ashes, and it is impossible to physically approach the source of fear. However, she soon seemed to receive a revelation. Destiny has given a revelation. Suna clasped her hands together and explained to Akhtar beside her, the body cannot cross the flames, but the spirit can. Let us communicate with the spirit of the god of fear? Shimu nodded as if he understood, but also raised doubts. But how can we interfere with the spirit of the gods? Suna gave an explanation for this. Pray to the god of dreams. Now? Shimu frowned, looked at the bright sky, and then looked at the surrounding snow scene. Sleep here and dream? Change to a better environment. Suna shook her head. She didn't want to sleep on the snow either. If possible, she still hoped to have a soft bed and a fireplace that could provide warmth. After a while. Near the barrier. Small town. Sir Knight, can you give me something to eat? The beggar on the roadside grabbed Shimu's trouser leg and pleaded. Shimu looked around and found several beggars looking at him expectantly. As long as he took out a little food, they would flock to him immediately. I'm not interested in giving free food to people. You have to help me find a suitable hotel to stay in temporarily. Yes, yes, yes. The beggar responded repeatedly, stood up excitedly, and took Akhtar and Suna to the best hotel in the town. A moment later, at the entrance of the hotel, Shimu gave the beggar a piece of bread as a reward, and then asked, Is food really scarce now? Sir Knight, food is not scarce. The beggar explained to Akhtar while eating bread, but the price of food is very expensive. After the snowstorm, the price of anything edible is soaring. He smiled bitterly. Maybe a piece of bread will cost 50 gold coins in the future. It's really hard. Shimu sighed, then turned and walked to the hotel. This is the game environment after the snowstorm. There is no major change in the early stage, but as the snowstorm continues, people will realize the importance of food. The price of cheap food will soar, making it unaffordable for ordinary people, forcing hungry ordinary people to have fierce conflicts with nobles and wealthy businessmen. Complete the check-in procedures. Enter the guest room. Shimu lay on the soft big bed, and Suna sat on the bed beside him and cast a look at him. You seem sad? Not really. Shimu closed his eyes. But is the snowstorm really necessary? Suna answered, It is to maintain the balance between life and death. Really? Shimu responded calmly, without a trace of emotion in his voice, but Suna sensed something was wrong from this cold response. She frowned and asked tentatively, Akhtar, you shouldn't have the idea of assassinating the goddess of ice and snow, right? Shimu didn't answer, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Sure enough, he had this idea. Suna interpreted the bad information from Akhtar's reaction. This hero in people's eyes had no reverence for the gods, and he also had the idea of killing the gods and solving the snowstorm. Forget it, it's impossible for mortals to kill gods anyway. She muttered, stretched out her fingers, wrote meaningless words on the head of the bed, and determined the time of death and return. Then she lay on the same bed with Akhtar. Consciousness began to become drowsy. The eyes of the god of dreams, under the guidance of fate, fell on Akhtar and Suna. The dream began. The cold moon was hanging high. The black-robed believers of fear passed by on both sides of the side, and the castle on the distant mountain revealed a sense of depression that was almost desperate. This is the dream of the god of fear. Suna's voice came from his ears. Shimu turned his head, and saw Suna raise her hand, and gently gathered the red hair by her ears, explaining to him, Next, we just need to find the god of fear and explain the truth to him. Then let's go! Shimu seemed to agree with Suna's judgment, and the two ran towards the distant castle together. Everything went so smoothly. Find the God of Terror, explain that everything was a lie, and make the God of Terror realize that the imaginary Lord of Ashes is not scary. All crises will be resolved. Bullshit. Reality. Suna blinked, looked at her fingers pressing on the bedside, writing words, and cold sweat fell on her forehead. Originally, everything was very smooth, but when she and Akhtar met the God of Terror, the situation changed subversively. The source of fear came directly, stabbed her and Akhtar to death, and forced her to return from death. Wait, don't sleep yet. She pushed Akhtar, who had closed his eyes, and forced him to wake up, and then explained in Akhtar's dissatisfied eyes. I don't think it's safe to go directly to see the God of Terror. Chapter 118. Did the three goddesses of fate give you any revelation? Shimu sat up and asked calmly, but Suna fell silent. He changed his wording again. Did you predict the danger yourself? Yes. Suna nodded and admitted that she could not make up revelations in the name of the three goddesses of fate, which was disrespectful to the three goddesses of fate, but there was no problem in making up the danger she predicted. As expected of the candidate goddess of fate, her ability is outstanding. Shimu nodded and looked at the meaningless words on the bedside. Your ability is also foresight type, right? The word candidate is redundant. Suna frowned, and then as if to fight back, she said, in terms of ability and foresight, I may be better than your teacher Hecate. She was very confident. If Hecate was in control of the reversal trajectory of fate, then she was experiencing fate in person, and then changing it again. So, she was really not bragging. Really? That's really amazing. Shimu smiled gently. He didn't seem to care about what Suna said. Instead, he felt like he was coaxing a child. In response, Suna's expression collapsed. However, she didn't say her ability because it would bring her a lot of danger. The ability of returning after death is too cheating. Tell me in detail why we can't approach the God of Fear casually. Shimu took the initiative to change the subject. After we see the God of Fear, the source of fear will appear directly and stab us directly. To death. Suna recalled the figure of the source of fear, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, feeling fear that she couldn't suppress. This is not to say that her willpower is not good, but facing the terrifying existence of the god level, facing the crazy will that burns everything, anyone will feel scared. Don't be afraid, that's just the foreseeable future. Shimu pressed on Suna's shoulders and smiled gently. If you are really worried, why don't you let me face the source of fear, and you just wait for me in reality? No. Suna shook her head decisively, I want to be with you, otherwise I may not have the courage. She didn't say the follow-up words, otherwise she would expose her ability. In the current state, as long as she is separated from Akhtar, she may not dare to continue to return from death and face the source of fear. So she must be with Akhtar. Is our relationship improving so fast? Shimu seemed to misunderstand the meaning of Suna's expression, and said in surprise, You don't have the courage to leave me? Suna, continued to dream. Waving his hand, Shimu changed the subject himself, and lay back on the bed before closing his eyes. Wait, let's discuss the battle plan first. Suna shook her head, and raised a finger under Shimu's gaze. I suspect that the source of fear suddenly appeared because the god of fear saw you, causing the fear in your heart to suddenly magnify and attract the attention of the source of fear. She showed her mature side. This time, let me approach the god of fear first, so that the god of fear can be mentally prepared. Then you go into the dream again to find the god of fear. Shimu thought about it, then nodded. Then you can go into the dream at ease, I will protect your safety by the bed. His eyes subconsciously fell on Suna's full fruit. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you don't say this, I won't worry. Suna's expression collapsed. She hadn't thought much about it, but now that Akhtar said it, she began to worry that she would fall asleep in bed, and Akhtar next to her could do whatever he wanted to her. This was really a little worried. But as a hero, Akhtar shouldn't do anything to her, and Akhtar has so many beautiful women who like him. There is no reason to do anything to her. However, you go to the door to guard. She crossed her chest with one arm, which made her fruit more plump, and gently turned her cheek. This is not because I don't trust you, you brought it up first, and I didn't think too much about it, so you can't blame me. Okay, I go to the door. Shimu got out of bed, and cooperated to leave the room, and Suna felt a little guilty when she saw this. Why doubt the character of a hero? According to the legend of the bard, Akhtar is not a man who covets beauty, otherwise he would have attacked Aslaki, the queen of the Sky City, and Letitia, the queen of the Iris Kingdom. They are all first-class beauties. Close your eyes. Suna lay on the bed, interlaced her hands, and posed a pious prayer, and then began to dream. Her consciousness was groggy, as if she had fallen into the depths of the sea, and past memories and pictures flashed, until woke up in a dream. The fear believers in black robes came and went around, and the moonlight from the cold moon in the sky revealed a loneliness that went deep into the bone marrow. This is the world in the heart of the god of fear, and it is the embodiment of the consciousness and personality of the god of fear. He is really a very bad person. No, he is a god. Suna pursed her lips and ran quickly towards the castle on the distant mountain. This time she wanted to get in touch with the god of terror as soon as possible. Reality. Shimu walked out of the hotel, walked out of the town in the face of the oncoming snow and wind, and came to the frozen riverside. He leaned against the old tree by the river and waited for a moment. Lord Akhtar, what do you want? A puppet girl hung upside down from the branch and met Akhtar's eyes. In the meteorite crater of the Blood Pope, there is a demon who pretended to be dead. Send someone to help him revive. Shimu gave the order. Then, you don't have to follow me for the time being. Ah? The puppet girl was stunned and looked at Akhtar, as if to confirm whether Akhtar was serious. In response, Shimu calmly ordered, don't worry, just go and execute the order, revive the demon as soon as possible, and then announce the news of his resurrection to the world. The puppet girl hesitated, looked at Akhtar's unquestionable eyes, lowered her head obediently, and whispered, yes. Go. Waving his hand, Shimu turned and left, and the puppet girl hurriedly said something. Lord Akhtar, according to reliable intelligence, the dust cult sent a difficult high level to come and unseal the source of fear. Shimu did not answer, and disappeared in the wind and snow. The puppet girl hesitated when she saw this, and then contacted the Lord of the Witch of Death through her clone. After getting the permission of the Lord of the Witch of Death, she gave up the idea of following Akhtar secretly. Originally, she followed Akhtar secretly to protect him from any accidents, to ensure that Akhtar, the mastermind behind the scenes, could survive safely, and to allow the plan of the cult of death to be carried out smoothly. Forget it, I'm just a small person, just follow orders. The puppet girl muttered. Although she could easily kill Akhtar with her strength, Akhtar was backed by the Witch of Death, and was a conspirator who intended to subvert the world. All these attributes combined made her very awed by Akhtar. Dream. The door was slowly pushed open. Suna felt her arm shaking as she pushed the door open, afraid that she would see the source of fear again, and then be shot to death. But she still made a decision. The door was completely opened. The expected spear and flame did not appear, only the god of fear hiding in the bed, covering himself with a quilt. Safe. It was the god of dreams, who helped you sneak into my dream. The god of fear, hiding in the quilt, whispered, are you here to save me? No, I just want to tell you a fact. Suna's voice was terribly calm, and she said to the god of fear, in fact, the Lord of Ashes you foresaw in the future was just a deception to you by the goddess of lies and Akhtar. The Lord of Ashes you are afraid of. No, you are worried about is not real. The god of fear was silent for a while, and asked, can a fabricated lie be so real? If a lie does not seem to be real, it cannot deceive people. Suna explained softly, and the god of fear stopped shaking after hearing this. Ask her. Then how are you going to prove that you are not lying to me now? I can ask Akhtar to come and explain it to you in person. Suna's voice was as gentle as possible, fearing that the sensitive god of fear would be emotionally turbulent, causing the source of fear to descend and directly stab her to death with a spear. In response, the god of fear gave a reply. It's too late, you'd better hurry up and run away. Ah? Suna was stunned for a moment, and then got a surprising answer. The barrier that seals the source of fear has been shattered. The god of fear replied, if you don't wake up immediately, your body will probably be burned to ashes. Reality. What is going on? Suna stood up from the ruins of the hotel, her pupils reflecting the burning flames, everything was burning. And at this moment, waking up, too slowly, a gentle male voice came from behind, and Suna subconsciously turned her head to look, only to see Akhtar covering his broken arm and showing him a helpless smile. He looked up and looked around. I didn't expect the Twilight cult to cooperate with the source of terror. Now, it's really a dead end. He smiled at Suna. Run away, I hold them back. Run away? Suna followed Akhtar's gaze, and saw a giant, who seemed to be transformed from lava, looking at her with a playful look. Kill my brother, do you think you can leave alive? A playful laugh came, and Suna turned around and looked again. The visitor was a vampire wearing a black windbreaker, with sharp fangs and a dark breath. He was elegant and calm. The legendary vampire Count Dracula. Thanks to you for letting us think of a better way to burn the world. A red-bearded dwarf came over with a joyful laugh, followed by a cute dwarf girl. Akhtar, we should thank you. Maybe this is the price of lying. The laughter came from the other side. The man who came was a man wearing an eye patch and holding a saw-toothed sword. He grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. The Sharkman Hawk Jones was a death row prisoner among the fishmen. He was the criminal who raped the mermaid princess to death 500 years ago. He was wanted by the mermaids for 500 years, and was safe and sound. "Huh, do you think you are worthy of killing us?" Shimu sneered, and the sword of death in his hand ignited black flames. He said to Suna beside him, "You go first, I will deal with him." Go how to go? Suna looked around and found that all her retreats were blocked, and there was no chance to escape. "Don't just stand there, let's go." Shimu's voice became even colder, making Suna look around in panic, trying to find a chance to escape. Well, there was no way to escape. "How about we go together?" Suna whispered, "Summon your 8-legged horse?" "No." Shimu shook his head and looked at the lava giant in the distance. "As long as I ride on my partner, it will immediately stimulate him to release the Sword of Light, and then none of us will be able to escape." He showed a look of fearlessness. "You still have a chance to escape." After saying that, he rushed out directly and collided with the red-bearded dwarf. The great sword and the giant hammer collided, and red and black flames burst out at the intersection, covering all vision. Seeing this, Suna also started to run away without hesitation. She couldn't stay and drag her down. As for Death Return, not for the time being. It's not that Death Return has a skill cooldown, but she needs to figure out the situation to facilitate the next Death Return and prepare in advance. A moment later. Boom! Thunderous roar, accompanied by the explosion of hot flames. The spreading shock wave carried the flames, and before Suna could react, she was blown away by her whole body, like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Suna screamed as she was swept up in the sky by the flames. She saw Akhtar grinning wildly, fighting fiercely with the Dusk Cult and the vampire Count Dracula, risking his life to delay time for her. Pursing her lips, Suna turned around in the air, landed steadily on the ground, and continued to run away without looking back. She couldn't let Akhtar down. She had to figure out all the situations before loading the file, so as to ensure the safety of the next Death Return. It should have been like this. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Suna looked desperately at the one-eyed source of fear riding an 8-legged horse in front of him. Why is it such a coincidence? The source of fear glanced at the ants running close to him, and did not wave his spear. The fire reflected in his pupils made the approaching ants spontaneously combust and turned into ashes. He is now feeling the real flame of ashes. The group of Dusk believers not only unsealed him, but also offered the power of the fire giant Surtur, turning him into firewood. Now he can really use the power of the flame of ashes. The ethereal consciousness converged. Suna pursed her lips and looked at her fingers pressing on the head of the bed. Her expression was very desperate. What kind of hell is this difficulty? Akhtar, don't sleep yet. She quickly pushed Akhtar, who closed his eyes on the bed, and then explained in Akhtar's dissatisfied eyes. I think I need to make sure the environment is safe before meeting the God of Terror. Chapter 119. Confirm whether the environment is safe? Shimu pretended to think for a moment, looked at Suna's pleading eyes, and sighed. Well, it's not a waste of time to investigate anyway. Then I apply for assistance. Suna breathed a sigh of relief. She felt relieved that Akhtar was so easy to talk to. But soon she thought of something. Akhtar, do you want to find a companion to help? Find a companion to help? Shimu smiled indifferently. We just need to enter the dream, and let the God of Terror let go of his fear of the Lord of Ashes. There is no need to fight fiercely, so there is no need to call them to help. He looked at Suna's expression of wanting to say something. If there is really any trouble, then I will contact Mist to help. Yes. Suna smiled. She still believed in Mist's strength. A tough character who controls the power of the disordered witch, with this level of existence coming to help, should be able to effectively check and balance the Dusk Cult. Thinking of this, she reached out and pulled Akhtar up, hurriedly pulled him out of the hotel, and began to check the town. On the street, there were few pedestrians. Suna carefully observed the surroundings, and did not find anything unusual. The residents in the town were all ordinary people who did not even master magic. It seems that there is no problem. Shimu's voice was gentle, with a little indifference, and his eyes were not very serious when observing the surroundings. Suna, who was standing next to him, pursed her lips when she heard this, and felt anxious about Akhtar's carelessness. She knew very well that the Twilight Cult had set its sights on the source of fear, But there was no direct evidence unless she revealed her ability to Akhtar. Even if there is nothing in this town, we should investigate other places. Suna gritted her teeth. Let's go and investigate all the surrounding areas. Shimu tilted his head to look at the serious Suna, and his eyes gradually changed from careless to serious. He seemed to understand Suna's anxiety. Okay, let's investigate the surrounding areas carefully. After he finished speaking, his lips moved a few times, and the shadow behind him began to move, and more than a dozen magic wolves crawled out. Then he ordered the magic wolves. Find all creatures with magic power. The magic wolves responded, turned into afterimages and scattered in all directions. The magic wolves with keen sense of smell and hunting instincts have excellent detection capabilities. Not long after, the magic wolves sent back information and found something unusual in the next town. As expected of a candidate saint, your judgment may be correct. Shimu summoned a mare, led Suna to ride on the horse, and approached the next town. The horse's hooves stepped into the air, penetrating the boundless sky. A moment later, the two men and the horse arrived above the town next door, hiding behind the clouds and observing the town with smoke rising from the chimneys. In the square. Polly, why are you so depressed? A dwarf in black armor came to the bench at the edge of the square and sat down, looking at the dwarf Loli sitting next to him. The dwarf Loli shook her head and looked at the center of the square, only to see the residents of the town praying around the bonfire. She was silent for a moment and said, Akhtar's strength has become stronger, and it seems even more impossible for me to kill him with my own hands. The story of Akhtar going to the Blood Temple to snatch back his friend has spread all over the world. Not only was he able to be an enemy of the god's partner, but he also indirectly caused the death of the god of blood. All these factors combined made Akhtar a legend. A man who was an enemy of God and escaped unscathed. This deed is worth noting in any era. As long as mortals who are enemies of God are mentioned, Akhtar's name will immediately pop up. In this regard, are you still thinking about that man? The dwarf in black armor couldn't help shaking his head, took out a cigarette, rubbed his fingers, and the fire of Surtur burst out from his fingertips, lighting the cigarette. He smiled comfortingly. I guess they have forgotten you. The dwarf Loli's face froze. She pulled up the big iron hammer beside her, and hit the black-armored dwarf's head hard, saying dissatisfiedly, Have you completed your task? Almost. The dwarf in black armor was completely unconcerned about the iron hammer hitting his head. Although sparks had burst out, it did not cause any harm to him, and he leisurely smoked a cigarette. If you have the chance to meet Akhtar, I will help you kill Akhtar and take his head back for you to play with. No need. The dwarf Loli drew back the iron hammer, leaned against the bench without interest, and did not take her companion's bragging to heart. After all, Akhtar is an enemy of God, and it is not something that ordinary people can defeat. In this regard, don't think too much of Akhtar. The dwarf in black armor seemed to be aware of the dwarf Loli's thoughts. He gave an analysis. Although the record looks very brilliant, if you analyze it carefully, you will find that Akhtar never directly confronted God from beginning to end. It was Misty who fought against the Blood Pope, and it was the source of fear that caused the death of the Blood God. Even when he ran away with Michael, he relied on the eight-legged divine horse, not Akhtar's own strength. The dwarf Loli looked much better. If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. In the battle to take back Michael, Akhtar was more of a planner. He did not rely on his own strength to defeat the Blood Pope, but used a trick to kill the Blood Pope. Even if someone else has the same conditions as Akhtar. The dwarf in black armor exhaled a puff of smoke. Is that so? The dwarf Loli nodded, but felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell. From the subsequent analysis, Akhtar's deeds had too many coincidental factors. If the person robbed by the god of blood was not Michael, there would not be a powerful helper like Mist. If the god of blood was not seriously injured by the witch of death, if Akhtar did not have the eight-legged divine horse, it would be impossible to achieve the miracle of being an enemy of God. Don't think too much. You can't beat Akhtar anyway. The dwarf in black armor raised his hand and touched the dwarf Loli's head. He smiled at her dissatisfied expression. If everything goes well, this world will soon burn to ashes, and everyone will die. There is no need to care about the grudges. That's true. The dwarf Loli thought about it, and put aside the little dissatisfaction in her heart. Seeing this, the dwarf in black armor also stood up on his knees. He waved his hand. You must preach well. Yes, yes. The dwarf Loli rolled her eyes, and answered very perfunctorily. Because of the snowstorm, people began to yearn for warmth, which gave the Twilight cult an opportunity to vigorously develop the church. Using the reason of spreading warmth, ordinary people were allowed to believe in the fire giant Surtur. However, from her personal point of view, It was meaningless to develop these ordinary people into Twilight believers. They had no fighting ability. Not long after. So boring. The dwarf lowly leaned against the bench and sighed lazily, and then she found a hand in front of her. Before she could react, she covered her mouth and dragged her into the alley forcibly, and the group of believers praying in the square had no reaction to her being caught, and they were praying to the bonfire. Alley? MMMM. The dwarf lowly kicked hard with her short legs and tried to pry the hand covering her mouth, but it didn't work. Until a familiar voice came into her ears. Don't shout. The dwarf lowly's body was stiff. She was so familiar with this voice that she forgot to resist. Long time no see. Shimu let go of the hand covering her mouth, looked at the fierce dwarf lowly, and was about to ask. Ouch! The dwarf lowly suddenly bit his palm, staring at Akhtar's face with a fierce look. She still hasn't forgotten the humiliation this man brought her in the kingdom of Iris. Shimu was not angry about this. Looking at the dwarf lowly biting his palm, he pushed his palm into the dwarf lowly's mouth. Ugh! The dwarf lowly retched and let go of his hand. Shimu shook off the saliva on his palm, looked at the retching dwarf lowly, kept smiling, and said, Tell me your plan. Go to hell. The dwarf lowly jumped up, kicked Akhtar's knee, turned around and wanted to escape. But Shimu grabbed her collar with his quick hands and eyes. If you don't want to answer, then I can only forcibly dig out your memories from your brain. Before digging out my memories, I will burn my brain. The dwarf lowly was not afraid, and was very confident about killing herself in advance. This is the confidence of the Dusk believers, who have sufficient experience in how to burn themselves into ashes. Do you believe that I will sacrifice your soul to the Witch of Death? Shimu threatened with a sneer, but the dwarf lowly was not afraid. I don't believe it. Shimu, eh? A hero who is against God sacrifices the soul of a little girl to the Witch of Death. The dwarf lowly seemed to believe in Akhtar's character very much. I don't believe this kind of thing. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu pretended to think for a moment, looked at the tough dwarf lowly, and said, Does the dwarf who chatted with you before seem to be your friend? He smiled. Now I will capture him and sacrifice him. You are not afraid of death, but you should be afraid of being tortured forever, right? The dwarf lowly was silent. This man is really annoying, but she really doesn't want her friend to be captured and tortured forever. For the believers of the Dusk, death is just arriving in the world of ash in advance, which does not need to be feared. But the soul being captured and tortured is another matter. Even if you know, it's meaningless. The dwarf lowly closed her eyes and explained to Akhtar, We want to unseal the source of fear. Let the source of fear unseal the fire giant Surtur, and burn this world into ashes. Her eyes were very playful. The big man who came to unseal the source of fear this time is definitely able to break the barrier. It's the giant who got the replica of the Sword of Light, right? Shimu immediately analyzed who could definitely break the barrier. The dwarf lowly fell silent. In the Church of Dusk, which high-level figure has the ability to break the barrier, it must be the lava giant who holds the inferior Sword of Light. After all, the Sword of Light has an extremely fast speed that is almost impossible to avoid. This is troublesome. Suna walked out from the shadows. Her expression was very worried, and she asked Akhtar, Do you want to ask the gods? Of course. Shimu answered immediately, grabbing the dwarf lowly by the collar, intending to leave with Suna. However, at this moment... Wait! A steady male voice came, and a dwarf in black armor came over with a hammer. He held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled smoke. I didn't expect to meet you here. Is this a coincidence of fate? Shimu didn't say anything, threw the dwarf lowly in his hand to Suna, and kicked the ground with both feet, as if it was a bullet. The dwarf in black armor looked solemn, and swung a hammer at Akhtar, and a hot flame burst out, entwining the hammer. Then, the two crossed each other. Shimu shook off the blood on his palm, and turned to look at the black-armored dwarf, who fell to the ground. Sand power. The dwarf lowly held by Suna began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the bondage. Hush, be quiet. Shimu stretched out a finger to block his lips, and saw Suna covering the dwarf lowly's mouth with her hand. He squatted down, and touched the body of the black-armored dwarf. The flames flickered, completely engulfing the body of the black-armored dwarf, and turning it into a ball of ashes. MMMM. The dwarf lowly became even more angry, kicking her feet hard, and even the shoes on her feet flew off. As a believer of the Dusk, your attitude towards death is not calm enough. Shimu smiled calmly, and looked at the angry dwarf lowly. Do you really believe in the fire giant Surtur? MMMM. The dwarf lowly became even more angry, and with her mouth covered, she wanted to spit out countless vicious words. Being able to accept death calmly does not mean that you will not feel angry when you see your friends being burned to ashes. Leave the town. Under an ancient tree, Suna put her hands together and prayed, asking for enlightenment from the three goddesses of fate in the sky. The current situation is obviously very serious, and even the believers of dusk have participated in it. The three goddesses of fate must be informed. If the gods can come and solve all the difficulties directly, it will naturally be the best thing for them. However, God will not come. Suna put down her praying hands, stood up with a lost look, and explained to Akhtar, who was leaning against the ancient tree, "But fate is on our side, and we can also ask for help from the strong men of the church." She explained softly. "The saint from the all-knowing church, and the Red Dragon King of the Dragon Empire will come to help us." Chapter 120. Magic Kingdom. The Great Library. "You want to see my little apprentice, right?" Hecate held her chin with her delicate hand, her ink-like eyes reflecting the red-haired man and woman across the table. She chuckled. "Unfortunately, my little apprentice is not at home. Now, he is dealing with something very important." "Something very important?" Michael turned his head and looked at the disappointed expression of Mr. and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Miss Hecate, when will Akhtar come back?" "It will be in a month." Hecate smiled, picked up the coffee cup on the table elegantly, and explained to the two siblings across the table, "But you don't need to wait a month for the opportunity to meet." She looked at Mr.'s expectant eyes. "My disciple has provoked a very troublesome enemy, and will need your help. Wait for him to send a message for help." "Enemy, who?" Misty said briefly. She could set off now to kill Akhtar's enemies. When he needs help, he will ask for it himself. Hecate shook her head, and took the initiative to change the subject and talked about something else. And Misty did not ask any more questions after hearing this. She believed that Hecate would not hurt Akhtar. After all, Hecate was Akhtar's teacher. And she had received help from Hecate before, so she had no reason to refute Hecate. She could only wait patiently. At the same time, on the other side, the vampire Count Dracula stood on the disappeared hilltop, his scarlet eyes showing a trace of confusion, and then gradually turned into anger. "Who killed my brother?" With an angry roar, revealing a terrifying murderous intent, he turned into a bat and disappeared on the spot, heading to the town at the foot of the mountain. He captured a few more villagers, extracted memories from their blood, and learned what had happened during this period. The hero Akhtar passed by the village and found Miss Elizabeth, who was forcibly transformed into a vampire, so he went to the door with a knife and killed his brother. Afterwards, he asked Elizabeth to go to the Magic Kingdom or the Sky City for refuge. It fits the image of a hero in people's hearts very well. For the safety of the girl, he killed the monster. But the monster killed was his brother, and the situation was completely different. Akhtar must pay with blood. "Little guy, tell me the route of the lava giant." Shimu kept smiling and said to the dwarf lowly tied to the tree, "As long as you tell me, I will let you go." "You wish, I will never tell you even if I die." The dwarf lowly looked determined, her pupils burning with fire, and the temperature of her body surface soared rapidly, as if she had turned into charcoal. She wanted to burn herself to death. As for a fight to the death with Akhtar, then just think about it, and you will know that it will be humiliating and there is no chance of winning. So she planned to burn herself to death. However, Shimu reached out and touched the dwarf Loli's head and launched a healing prayer to save the suicidal dwarf Loli. The atmosphere fell silent. The dwarf Loli opened her mouth slightly, looking at Akhtar with a calm look. She felt a strong sense of frustration, and even suicide seemed impossible. This man is so annoying. Ah! Screaming angrily, the dwarf Loli's body surface burst into high temperature again, trying to burn herself to death. Then she was rescued by Akhtar again. After repeated several times, the dwarf Loli turned gray and white, and lowered her head dejectedly. She no longer wanted to continue committing suicide. Suicide was originally very painful. If she was killed once, it would be acceptable, but it would be torture if she repeated it several times. "Kill me, I will never tell you the information even if I die." What a miserable dwarf. Suna couldn't help but turn her head away. She felt pity for the scene where the dwarf Loli wanted to die, but was resurrected several times. It must be very painful and uncomfortable. Most of the Dusk believers live in seclusion in the underground world, which is both to get close to the fire giant Surtur, and to hide themselves. Shimu began to analyze. With the size of the lava giant, if it walks on the ground, its movement trajectory will definitely be detected. He analyzed in the direction of the dwarf Loli's eyes. So the lava giant should emerge from underground, and you were presiding over the ceremony of the Dusk believers before. The lava giant should come out from the ground nearby. Dwarf Loli, eh? She could already guess whether this guy was teasing her or bullying her, but she still had to interrogate her. With the inferior sort of light held by the lava giant, as long as it appears in the world above ground, there is basically no chance to stop the lava giant from breaking through the barrier. Shimu continued to analyze, looking at the expression of the dwarf Loli, who gradually gave up treatment. So we must stop the lava giant in the underground world in advance. He moved his wrist and said to Suna beside him, "You go to greet the all-knowing saint and the Red Dragon King, and I will stop the lava giant." No! Suna refused without thinking. She knew the information about the lava giant very well. It was a divine weapon. As long as it touched the lava, it could obtain the blessing of the fire giant Surtur. There was no chance of winning in the underground world. However, this is a notification, not a discussion. Shimu smiled, and flames overflowed from his teeth. Under the gaze of Suna and the dwarf Loli, he jumped back suddenly, and after his body flew back hundreds of meters, he spit out dragon breath at the ground. Boom! It was like a blooming red lotus. The spreading high temperature blew away the nearby snow. The cold and hard ground was pierced by the pierced dragon breath, just like a steel needle that was burned red, piercing a piece of butter. Remember to find reinforcements quickly, otherwise I will be killed. Shimu jumped down the cave pierced by the dragon breath, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Suna opened her mouth, suppressed a bunch of words in her heart, and turned her eyes to the dwarf Loli tied to the tree. She took out a dagger from under her skirt, stabbed it decisively, and pierced through the temple of the dwarf Loli. The blade was pulled out, and the dwarf Loli's breath was cut off. "I'm sorry, I can't let you go back alive." She apologized to the dwarf Loli softly, and she didn't have any psychological burden for killing a little girl with her own hands. Who made her body age? Only 14 years old. And her conversation with Akhtar revealed too much information that could not be leaked, and the dwarf Loli could not be allowed to leave alive. If the dwarf Loli was lucky, she would have another death return, and she could not kill the dwarf Loli and directly start to stop the lava giant. Underground world. On the flowing lava river. Bang! Shimu landed on the ground with both feet, stepping steadily on the flowing lava river, and then observed the surroundings, and found himself surrounded by hundreds of ships, which were full of Dusk Believers. The atmosphere was silent. "Unfortunately, you are surrounded by me." Shimu drew out the great sword of death, smiled at the Dusk Believers around him, and before they could react, he kicked his feet hard and rushed towards the nearest iron window. The blade cut open the hole, and the body followed. "Who are you?" The Dusk Believer in the boat was stunned, and before he could react, his head was cut off by the great sword of death. Shaking the great sword, Shimu cast his eyes on the rest of the Dusk Believers in the boat, grinning with a vicious smile. Boom! The whole boat was engulfed by the hot dragon breath, like a burning bomb, exploding from the inside out. The blazing flames carried the wreckage and splashed in all directions, sinking the iron ships one by one. Just as Shimu said, the Twilight Believers present were surrounded by him, and killed by him alone. A few minutes later. What kind of monster is that? A Twilight Believer used his hands and feet to escape on the lava river bank. Why do I feel like he is the Twilight Believer? Maybe it's an illusion? A bad male voice came from behind, and the fleeing Twilight Believer felt a kick in the back, and the whole person fell on the lava river. He turned his head subconsciously, and saw Akhtar coming with the great sword of death, with the sunken white ship as the background. Where is the lava giant? Shimu stopped and asked the terrified Twilight Believer, and then suddenly killed the Twilight Believer with a knife. He seems to have come by himself. He cast his eyes towards the end of the lava river, and saw a lava giant coming out. The two sides' eyes met. "Ah, it's the ant I was too lazy to kill." The lava giant looked at Shimu and sneered. When he seized the sword of light in the Crucible City, he saw Akhtar fleeing in panic. At that time, he felt that Akhtar was too small, and not worth his special sword to kill, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now you have grown into a little hamster, and there is some meat to eat after slaughtering. Coincidentally, I thought so too. Shimu grinned. Now you have reached the time to kill. Ha! Little hamster is really bold. The lava giant sneered, and the sword of light in his hand chopped down, and the fire instantly split the entire lava river. This was just a casual attack. Compared with the genuine sword of light, the inferior sword of light does not have too many requirements for use. It is enough to believe in the fire giant Surtur. Moreover, the inferior sword of light does not require much magic power, and can be released according to demand. There is no situation where the magic power will be drained after one use. Of course, This is limited to the human realm. If you exceed the limit of the human realm, you will notice the essential difference between the two swords. But before that, the Sword of Light is really annoying. Shimu's body turned into starlight and appeared in front of the lava giant. The flames overflowing from the teeth made the lava giant feel bad. Then, boom! The hot dragon breath pierced the lava giant's head and hit the rock wall with the remaining force. No, you can't kill the lava giant in the underground world. Shimu fell from the air, and the tightly grasped death sword cut off the lava giant's heel. However, the severed heel healed in an instant, and the flowing magma filled the wound, allowing the lava giant to recover in an instant. Even the disappeared head was restored to its original state. This is the gift of the fire giant Surtur. As long as the lava giant is on the lava, it will be blessed by the power of the lava. Any fatal injuries can be ignored, and even the magic power can be replenished. In theory, the inferior Sword of Light can be released infinitely. The premise is that it can hit. Little hamster, you can really run. The lava giant adjusted his body, trying to put Akhtar in the aiming range of the Sword of Light. However, Akhtar avoided the aiming range as if he had read it in advance, and was able to find time to cause damage to the body of the lava giant. The back of the neck, wrist, chest, abdomen. If you are not careful, you will be slashed hard. Even if it is not fatal, it will be very painful. And it is precisely because of their fight. It led to an earthquake in the world above. The houses in the town began to collapse, and people began to flee in panic. But soon they found in despair that the earthquake never stopped, but became more and more intense. The earth cracked. Magma gushed out from the cracks, submerging the snow on the ground. The residents who did not have time to escape were desperately submerged by the magma. The white earth was covered with lava. There was no life. For a long time. Boom! Along with the eruption of magma, a giant flowing with magma emerged, holding a flaming sword flowing with magma. With a wave at a man riding an 8-legged horse, the raging sea of fire covered the entire earth and sky, and the spreading hot lava and flames seemed to burn the entire world. It's over. The lava giant declared victory, poured all his magic power into the inferior Sword of Light in his hand, and slashed at the barrier that sealed the source of fear. The firelight hit the barrier head-on. There was a slight cracking sound, and a small crack appeared in the solid barrier, and then a spear pierced through the crack. Bang! The barrier collapsed. The source of fear appeared on an 8-legged horse, holding the god of fear in one hand and a spear in the other. And his appearance was exactly the same as Akhtar. The lava giant was stunned, and before he could react, he saw the source of fear throwing a spear at him. His consciousness came to an abrupt end. The source of fear raised his hand to call back the spear he had thrown, and continued to move towards the place where there was life, following his instinct to continue to burn the world. After he left, the lava on the surface began to wriggle, and the dead lava giant began to reluctantly reassemble his body. He made a meaningless sound. According to the original plan, he was to communicate with the source of fear in advance, and then offer the fire of Surtur, so that the source of fear would become firewood and obtain the qualification to be watched by the gods at dusk. However, in order to get rid of Akhtar's entanglement, he shattered the barrier that sealed the source of fear in advance, intending to kill Akhtar with the power of the source of fear. But why is Akhtar the source of fear? This is wrong. And at this moment, Shimu appeared on a small mare, looking at the lava giant, who was struggling to reassemble his body, raised the great sword of death in his hand, and chopped it down indifferently, forcibly giving the lava giant the concept of death. The lava giant died. Induce the lava giant to attack early, let the source of fear shoot the lava giant, and force it into a low health state. Then make the finishing blow. Chapter 121. Shimu looked at the dead lava giant, who had merged with the magma, and turned to ride on the mare. He knew the strength of the lava giant very well. As long as he was in the magma environment, it was basically difficult to kill him. However, as long as there was an excessive attack that exceeded the recovery speed of the lava giant could be killed directly. So the way to deal with the lava giant was very simple. Just find a strong enough existence, beat the lava giant to the brink of death, and then finish it off yourself. You are worthy of being a man who has been an enemy of God. A playful laugh came, accompanied by a faint smell of the sea. Shimu looked coldly, and saw a man wearing an eye patch and fish gills under his ears, carrying a sawtooth broadsword, walking over as if taking a walk. The two sides' eyes met. No need to hesitate. No need to speak. The battle was about to start. Shimu swung the death sword in his hand, and collided with the shark man's sword. The collision caused a shock and blew away the hot magma around. Ha! Is this the power of a dragon? The shark man grinned wildly, revealing his sharp teeth, and his body could not help but step back a few steps. As a shark man, his strength is far stronger than that of humans, but compared to the top creatures like dragons, there is still an insurmountable gap. Sure enough, forget it. He jumped back a few steps, and landed next to the inferior sword of light. He saw that the inferior sword of light, which was as huge as a mountain, quickly shrank, and was held in his hand with one hand. I don't want to fight you now. After saying this, he jumped directly into the magma, and with a swing of his legs, the whole person disappeared. The risk of fighting Akhtar is too high. Even if his magic power is stronger than Akhtar's, facing the liberation of the genuine sword of light, there is still a high probability that he will be killed. Humph, trash. Shimu retracted his sight. He didn't care about the shark man's escape. He wanted to focus on slaughtering the Dust Believers. Wasting too much magic power on the shark man would lead to a decrease in his benefits. And he would have a chance to kill the shark man later. Now he had to try his best to kill more Dust Believers, and accumulate as much experience points as possible before Suna was killed. That's right. In fact, he can retain the memory after death and return. This is the privilege of being a player, and this also allows him to use this feature to repeatedly brush experience points as much as possible before Suna reads the file. Wait until the next time the file is read, and you can also burst the experience points of the lava giant. After he squeezes Suna's value to the limit, he will send the source of fear to the sky. Fenrir's country. Outside the royal city. Ah! Suna sneezed suddenly, and wiped her nose with her hand. She came here to find the all-knowing saint. But why can't she find anyone? She looked around and found that the clouds in the sky were dyed red, as if a sun was rising. The source of fear was unsealed. Suna immediately realized this fact, and then she felt sad in her heart. She had guessed that Akhtar was dead. Damn it, there is no time to react. She gritted her teeth and broke into the kingdom of Fenrir at the fastest speed, and informed the king of the information about the source of fear, hoping that the king of Fenrir would make preparations early. At this moment, Fenrir Kingdom. As the king, Aegis sat on the throne with his fingers interlaced, looking calm, and listened carefully to the words of the candidate for the Faith Saint. He smiled. Do you think we have room for resistance? Suna, Although she didn't say it, her silent attitude had already expressed what she was thinking. Even if the national strength of Fenrir was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to resist the source of fear. And now there is no time for Fenrir to prepare and evacuate. Can you ask the gods to come? King Fenrir tried to plead, but the candidate for the Faith Saint turned his head and explained softly, the source of fear comes from the god of terror. Unless the god of terror is killed, the source of fear is immortal. She lowered her eyes. And the gods have no concept of death unless. Let the witch of death take action. Aegis answered for Suna. He waved his hands against the throne, his voice revealing weakness. Is this also the fate compiled by the 3 goddesses of fate? No. Suna gave an affirmative answer. She turned her back to Aegis and said, I will find a way to make fate go the right track. Her voice gradually became smaller. But not this time. Really. Aegis closed his eyes, and listened to the footsteps of Suna leaving. He fell into despair. He couldn't think of any way to save his country. In addition to praying for the gods to come, he could only seek the help of the witch. However, the gods have made it clear that they will not come. Seeking the help of the witch is a dead end, which may result in no one in the country being able to go to hell. The clouds on the horizon became more and more red. The temperature soared. The snow melted. Boom! The spear fell from the sky, and the blazing sky fire engulfed the entire Fenrir kingdom. Everyone was burned to ashes at this moment. And they had no idea about the reason for their death, just like being struck on the head by thunder, or a meteorite suddenly falling from the sky, and people died without noticing. This destruction does not need a reason. It was just that the source of fear passed by and found traces of life, so it threw down the spear and wiped out all traces of life. It's really incredible. The red-haired dwarf stood on the snowy mountain, looking at this scene from afar, and then sighed, but how can such an existence be approached and offer the fire of ashes? Now the plan of the Church of Dusk is to offer the fire Surtur, so that the source of fear can get the real power to burn the world. However, with the madness shown by the source of fear, it is estimated that they will be stabbed to death by a spear before they can even talk to the source of fear. There was no chance to offer the fire Surtur. Come here, pass on my order, he snapped his fingers casually, summoning his subordinates lurking around him. However, the only response he got was a great sword that pierced his chest. The red-haired dwarf lowered his head, grabbed the great sword that pierced his chest, then turned his head and looked behind him, only to see Akhtar looking at him coldly. Your vigilance is still as low as ever. Shimu drew out the great sword with an indifferent expression and shook off the blood on the great sword. Then he turned around and disappeared in the wind and snow. Plop. The red-haired dwarf knelt on his knees, covering his chest that was bleeding. He was actually assassinated like this. Isn't this way of death a little too ridiculous? Although somewhat unwilling, consciousness eventually fell into darkness. The body fell in the wind and snow. On the other side. Retreat quickly, we can't defeat that man. The Dusk Believers, who were shocked to find that the red-haired dwarf was assassinated, clashed with Akhtar. However, after recognizing Akhtar's identity, they immediately chose to retreat, and did not intend to fight to the death with Akhtar. All Dusk Believers have a consensus, that is, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Akhtar, who is an enemy of God. However, even if the Dusk Believers wanted to avoid the battle, Akhtar did not let them go, and carried out a unilateral massacre. In the snow-covered jungle, blood flowers bloomed, and the panicked Dusk Believers who fled were hunted one by one. Not long after. Wait, don't kill me! The Dusk Believers leaning against the tree waved their hands in panic, watching Akhtar swing down the sword indifferently. The blade cut off his head, and the neck gushing blood ignited with black flames, burning his entire body. Cool, Shimu exhaled lightly, and as the white mist drifted away, he turned his head to look at Eden, who appeared beside him, and said, "The support is too slow. It's too late." Eden took off her cloak, revealing her charming face, and her emerald eyes reflected Akhtar's helpless smile. She lowered her eyes and said, "It's more important to investigate the plans of the Dusk followers now. The situation has developed to this extent." Shimu asked, "Shouldn't we find a way to seal the source of fear?" In this regard, Eden gave an explanation. "Even if we try our best to recover the losses now, it is meaningless. The massacre caused by the source of fear is already a fait accompli." She met Akhtar's puzzled gaze. "There is still room for recovery. The candidate Saint Suna has the ability to return after death, and can return to the past after death. But it is limited to 24 hours. Shimu was slightly stunned when he heard this, as if he was doubting whether he had heard it wrong, and then asked, "Are you sure?" Eden nodded slightly. "Since it is returning to the past after death." Shimu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Then why do you keep your memory?" "Akhtar, do you think there is a limit to ability?" Eden did not answer directly, but asked a strange question. Any ability has a very one-sided influence. For example, the ability to control fire cannot interfere with water. Shimu nodded and said, "This is natural." "Then if someone has the ability of mind manipulation, can everyone be turned into puppets?" Eden asked, "Can a person who has initially awakened the ability of mind manipulation affect gods and witches?" She gave an answer. "That's impossible. I can't imagine the Witch of Death being controlled by others." Shimu nodded. "The abilities in this world are all kinds of strange. There are abilities that can make people feel good, and naturally there are abilities that can forcibly enslave others. If there is a strong person who can command or enslave people into puppets, wouldn't it be possible to turn this world into a private playground? However, it doesn't work in the game of Mysterious Gate. It's okay for ordinary people. But for witches or gods, who have reached a certain level of strength." Eden gave the answer, "One-sided abilities are unlikely to affect her." She stretched out her jade-like slender hand, and different elements swirled between her fingers. From one to all, even a one-sided ability can be omnipotent in their hands. By expanding their ability application, they can gain influence beyond the one-sided ability. Take the life that you know best as an example. Life in ordinary people's cognition is a living creature, but if in the eyes of the goddess of life, the concept of life will be infinitely broadened. Flowing rivers, non-static things, including the abstract river of time, and the world are all composed of life. Thus, the one-sided life ability can be omnipotent. And reaching the omnipotent goddess of life also has the ability to resist the influence of one-sided abilities, and this one-sided ability naturally includes time reversal. Shimu was shocked after listening. However, it was not very surprising. In the game of Mysterious Gate, there is indeed this setting. It is not possible to do whatever you want to the strong by gaining the ability to manipulate the mind or stop time. What about stopping time, and then getting the goddess of life pregnant? This kind of thing does not exist for the goddess of life. Beings who have reached the level of omnipotence have long anticipated the possibility of being stopped in time or mind-controlled, and used their abilities in advance to add insurance for themselves. Theoretically, as long as the ability is expanded widely enough, even the ability of flame can be expanded to a nearly omnipotent level. In other words, Eden, have you reached the height of omnipotence? Shimu said to Eden with a burning gaze. Then can you? I am not omnipotent. Eden gave a negative answer. I just backed up my memories in the tree of all-knowing in advance. She shook her head gently and explained patiently. There are very few beings who can reach the level of omnipotence. There are many geniuses in this world, and many can become demons, but they may not be able to reach the height of omnipotence. Only a very few can do it. And she just took advantage of the special nature of the tree of all-knowing to back up her memory to the tree of all-knowing, so that she could obtain the memory ability that is not affected by time. Even if someone interferes with her mentally, she can use the tree of all-knowing to correct it. This correction is not limited to the present. Even the past can be corrected, as long as someone interferes with time. Really? Shimu moved his wrist, but since I know that Suna has returned from death, I can also be bold and reckless. He rode on the mare and reached out to Eden. Let's go, let's challenge the source of fear. Suna's death return is not infinite. Eden shook his head and explained to Shimu, you don't have room for infinite trial and error. Ah, that's a pity. Shimu showed an obvious disappointment, as if he was disappointed that he couldn't mess around. Eden reached out and held Akhtar's hand. After being pulled onto the horse, she continued, and time travel is strictly prohibited. She met Shimu's puzzled eyes. Except for a few who are allowed, anyone who travels in time will be punished by the omniscient God, even if they keep their memories and go back to the past. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth. Then why can Suna? The three goddesses who weave fate have the authority to allow believers to carry their memories back to the past. Eden gave a calm answer. This is the authority given to the three goddesses of fate by the omniscient God. Chapter 122. Prophecy. No. To be more precise, it's a notification. The candidate saint from the Church of Destiny issued a notice to the kingdom of Gamara that a mad demon of destruction was approaching the kingdom of Gamara at a very fast speed. However, in fact, this notification did not mean much. The high temperature from the horizon melted the snow, and the sun parallel to the ground became larger and larger, burning the eyes of those who tried to peek. Only some powerful people could use magic to protect their eyes, resist the sun that burned their eyes, and see the approaching sun clearly. Akhtar? Amphis whispered in a low voice, unable to believe what he saw, because he was the bard who pushed Akhtar to become a hero, and because Akhtar could not be a god. That's right. Although the candidate saint of the Church of Destiny advertised that the source of the disaster approaching the kingdom of Gamara was a mad demon. But with his vision, he could tell that the existence approaching the kingdom of Gamara was a god, not a so-called destructive demon. What is going on? He whispered to himself, turned around and disappeared, intending to talk to the candidate saint of the Church of Destiny. At this moment, everyone in the kingdom of Gamara was afraid of the impending disaster, and began to flee with their families. However, there was no time at all. The residents pushed, trampled, and cursed in panic, trying every way to escape. There were also many fearless thieves, who took this opportunity to sneak into the homes of nobles, and steal valuables. The thieves were betting that someone could stop the approaching destructive demon, and they could take this opportunity to make a fortune, and get rid of the poor. And as if in response, the approaching sun of the kingdom of Gamara slowed down its forward speed, as if someone blocked its way. Bang! A man fell from the sky, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed, with spiderweb cracks all over the area within dozens of meters. He stopped in front of the source of fear. Let's talk, source of fear. The man looked at the source of fear in front of him, his eyes revealing a little solemnity. This is natural. The existence standing in front of him was manifested from fantasy, the existence closest to Ragnarok, and it only needed to ignite it to become a great existence, thus burning this world into ashes. Demon? The source of fear recognized the identity of the man in front of him, and spoke for the first time. He was manifested from fantasy, and had rationality, and this rationality was stronger than most people, but it was just difficult to be understood. With the goal of burning this world, his rationality and thinking revolved around this point. And this was considered a madman by people. Probably not yet. Waving his hand, the demon grinned. Just retreat, I won't kill you. The source of fear did not answer, but waved the spear in his hand, and the demon also responded, waving his index finger and middle finger together at the source of fear. Boom! The fire engulfed the world, and was immediately divided by an invisible slash, splitting the earth in half in an instant. Ha! There is really no room for negotiation. The demon sighed, looking forward to fighting the source of fear. Although he only took back part of his soul, and his strength was not completely restored, it was enough to deal with the source of fear. Split into fragments. He grinned, pressed his finger into the void, and countless slashes appeared out of thin air. From a distance, Countless thin lines appeared here, covering the earth and the sky, and all visible and invisible things were split at this moment. At the same time, on the other side, in the kingdom of Gamara, the palace, when the country was about to be destroyed, the king was meeting with his ministers to discuss how to deal with the approaching source of fear. Please evacuate immediately. Suna spoke to the king and nobles present, explaining the danger of the situation seriously. The source of fear cannot be delayed for too long. But we don't have enough time to escape. The king on the throne said distressfully, his fingers tapping his temples. Can't we really ask the gods to come? Suna shook her head gently. But without the help of the gods, won't we all die? A princess in a gorgeous dress ran out, grabbed the corner of Suna's clothes, and begged, Saint, please ask the gods again. No one present doubted Suna's prophecy. As a candidate for the saint, Suna was essentially the spokesperson of the three goddesses of fate. So when Suna announced that the destruction demon was approaching, all of them fell into despair. It was too late to escape. For the destruction demon who could destroy a country with just a spear, escape was meaningless. In this world, except for the strong, the most common means of transportation for the general public is a carriage. And the speed of the carriage is not enough. The will of the goddess is not something I can change. Suna considered her words and looked around, but I will try my best to delay the approach of the destruction demon. After saying that, she walked out of the palace. In terms of common sense, she shouldn't have persuaded the residents of the kingdom of Gamara to evacuate, but should have focused on investigating the Twilight cult. At the same time, on an unnamed mountain. What an enviable power. Shimu pinched the neck of a Twilight believer with one hand, and suddenly exerted force with his palm. With the sound of the neck breaking, the Twilight believer who kept trying to struggle rolled his eyes, and lost his breath on the spot. He casually discarded the body of the Twilight believer. Eden, can that guy win? Eden shook his head slightly, and looked at the battle between the source of fear and the segment demon. In order to resist the advance of the source of fear, Akhtar told her an unexpected news. Under the ground of the kingdom of Fenrir, he found a demon who was pretending to be dead. If that demon could be resurrected, there might be hope to resist the source of fear. So she went to the underground of Fenrir in person, found the demon who pretended to be dead, proposed a deal, and used the power of the Tree of All-Knowing to find part of the soul of the segment demon. This is also the reason why the segment demon took action to block the source of fear. Then go back to the past. Shimu waved his hand. As long as you can help me in advance, maybe you can stop the source of fear from being unsealed. He asked seriously. Let's kill Suna now. The atmosphere fell silent. Pa! There was a sound of heavy objects falling. Shimu and Eden looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Suna standing there in a dagger with silver patterns stuck in her feet. The two looked at each other. Suna, I don't want to kill you. Shimu took a step forward, and Suna took a step back. The two walked a few steps forward and backward. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Shimu lowered his voice, and explained to Suna's vigilant eyes, I already know that you have the ability to return from death. After hearing the word return from death, Suna immediately glanced at the all-knowing saint. If there was anyone who knew the true nature of her ability before she told it, it would probably be the all-knowing saint. I told him. Eden admitted frankly, which made Suna feel relieved. She patted her full chest. If necessary, I will kill myself. She crossed her arms with one hand and gradually whispered, and every time I reincarnate, I will lose a sense. Now I have lost my sense of taste and touch. Really? Shimu showed a suspicious look, stretched out his hand and pinched Suna's cheek hard, and after pinching the white and tender cheek red, he seemed to believe what Suna said. Since you have no sense of taste, why not try eating a chili pepper? Then he took out a bottle of hot sauce from his ring. I don't like spicy food very much. Suna complained, but in order to gain Akhtar's trust, she still took the hot sauce handed to her. After unscrewing the bottle cap, she dipped her finger in the hot sauce, and put it in her mouth. Do you feel it? Shimu asked in a puzzled manner, watching Suna sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth. Didn't you say you have no sense of taste? Spiciness is not taste, it's pain. Eden spoke softly, explaining why Suna was hurt by the spiciness. What? Suna's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and then she stared at Akhtar with tears in her eyes. Did this man do it on purpose? Shimu was puzzled and asked, have you ever eaten hot sauce before your sense of taste was impaired? Well, I don't like spicy food. Suna stammered and spoke unclearly. Normally, she would not eat hot sauce, but only sweet things, and would not touch spicy things. Come and drink some water. Shimu shook his head, and handed a bottle of water to Suna. After Suna drank it impatiently. he said calmly. We have two plans now. One is that I kill Suna now, and the other is to find a way to get rid of the source of fear. Since the source of fear will destroy the kingdom of Gamara, we should sacrifice the kingdom of Gamara in advance and summon the Witch of Death to get rid of the source of fear, and then the situation can be fundamentally resolved. With the power of the Witch of Death, she can just move her fingers. Get rid of the god of fear. Suna added the second half of the sentence, looking at Shimu's surprise and explaining, if the god of fear is not killed, the source of fear will never disappear. She pursed her lips. We can't sacrifice the kingdom of Gamara in advance just to solve the source of fear, and we can't let the gods die. Shimu became expressionless and said, this is not okay, that is not okay, so what should we do? He seemed to be questioning. If we allow the source of fear to continue its activities, more people will be affected. Let's first find out the composition of the Twilight followers. Eden changed the subject, his voice as gentle as ever. Only by understanding the composition of the Twilight followers can we ensure that the source of fear can be prevented from breaking free from the seal next time. Then let's explore separately. Shimu summoned the mare, touched the mare's neck, and said to the two, I go. Before he finished speaking, a red beam of light flashed across the sky, destroying the Gamara kingdom in the distance. The flame shot up into the sky, and the Gamara kingdom was destroyed. Which country is the other country after the Gamara kingdom? Shimu changed his tone, and then heard Eden's answer. It's the kingdom of Dornomar. Really? Shimu nodded slightly, then rode away on horseback, heading towards the kingdom of Dornomar, as if he had made up his mind. In this regard, Suna hesitated and said to the all-knowing saint, Akhtar doesn't want to summon the Witch of Death, right? With his personality, he will definitely summon the Witch of Death. Eden gave a positive answer. In his eyes, gods are equal to witches. But the souls of the sacrificed people will be tortured forever by the Witch of Death. Suna bit her lower lip, but saw Eden shook his head gently and said, the souls sacrificed to the Witch of Death will only appear in hell later, and will not be tortured forever by the Witch of Death. She gave an unexpected news. The gods just didn't spread this news, so that people mistakenly believed that the Witch of Death would torture the sacrificed souls forever. This is news that breaks cognition. In people's eyes, the Witch of Death is an indifferent and cruel existence. As long as the soul is taken away by the Witch of Death, it will be tortured forever. So people are extremely afraid of the existence of the Witch of Death. The kingdom of Dornoma. An irresistible disaster is approaching. The king said in a heavy voice to the ministers present, what solutions do you have? No one answered. The civil officials and military officers present were silent. Apart from praying to the gods, they could only rely on the power of the devil. Now, in less than half a day, 3 countries have been destroyed. No one can guarantee that the gods are willing to solve the source of the disaster before they are destroyed. It is very likely that they will end up like the kingdom of Gamara. Thinking of this, the nobles and knights present all showed expressions of uneasiness and timidity, but no one spoke. And at this moment, boom! The blazing flames rushed into the palace hall, and several powerful knights flew in backwards. The flames were very similar to the source of the disaster. Since you have no way to solve it, Shimu walked in, attracting the attention of everyone present. He raised his hand and lifted his hair on his forehead. Why not listen to my method? How about it? The hall was quiet for a moment. Immediately, Akhtar. An official recognized Akhtar's identity and looked very excited. He was full of strong expectations for Akhtar, the hero who was the enemy of God. Compared with the incompetent nobles and kings, the hero who had been the enemy of God must be more capable. Akhtar, is this true? A noble lady covered her mouth and looked at Akhtar's handsome face. Why would such a man appear here? The tense atmosphere was eased at this moment, and everyone present turned their eyes to Shimu, shifting their attention from the king to Akhtar. It was so natural, as if Akhtar was the natural center of the stage. What can you do? Just say it. The king spoke without hesitation. We will definitely cooperate with your actions to the fullest. Sacrifice you to the Witch of Death, okay? Shimu smiled, in order to prevent the source of the disaster from continuing to destroy, as long as one country is sacrificed, countless people can be saved. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone present stared at Akhtar in a daze, as if they couldn't believe that this was what Akhtar would say. It's easy to draw a conclusion, right? Shimu answered as a matter of course. Compared to the lives of a few people, the lives of the majority are more important. Enough. A beautiful princess with a long skirt came out, staring at Shimu angrily, her full chest heaving violently. Why do you, as a hero, have such an idea, sacrificing a country to save more countries? She bit her lower lip. Why can you, as a hero, say such things with confidence? Aren't our lives? But you were originally going to be destroyed by the moving disaster. Shimu seemed puzzled and asked, in that case, why not? Play a greater role, so that more people can be saved. Please don't put human lives on the scale of calculation. The princess retorted loudly, raising her hand to her chest. I used to admire you as a hero, who could face a country to protect the princess and help your friends face the gods. Her pretty face showed a sad and disappointed expression. But I never thought that you were a person who coldly calculated lives. Chapter 123. Shimu looked at the sad and desperate princess indifferently, and then looked around the hall, the gorgeous red carpet on the ground, the well-dressed nobles, and the alert knights. No one here wants to die. But life and death do not depend on them, just as they can decide the life and death of civilians at will, and he can decide the life and death of everyone present at will. However, there is one person. An exception. Rhodes. A knight with an original soul has the ability to solve everything. As long as he causes substantial damage, it will be forced to salt. The reason for the birth of this ability, according to the official explanation of the game, is to avoid offending the god of contract and wealth, and at the same time, there is a way to lend a hand to the poor. And salt is the means that Knight Rhodes believes can obtain wealth and help more people. Selfless giver. Upright knight. The sharp edge of the kingdom. All these titles show that the strength of Rhodes, a human being, is not only too strict with the duties and conscience of the knight. Basically, there is no flaw to be found. By the way, Rhodes is married and has 2 beautiful daughters. He is not single, although he looks very young and handsome. But he is a man with a wife and children. You seem to have other ideas? Shimu turned his head and set his eyes on a knight with short silver hair and handsome appearance. He was holding the knight's sword at his waist with one hand and gave him a helpless smile. The side lines of both parties overlapped into a line. Then, this is not a topic that I, as a knight, should participate in. Rhodes lowered his head slightly, and the silver hair on his forehead blocked his eyes. He chose to escape. If Akhtar had thrown the question to him, he would not have been able to give any clear answer, whether it was for the majority to eliminate the minority, or to let the moving disaster continue to wreak havoc and cause greater casualties. This moral dilemma made it impossible for him to answer at all. Really? Shimu seemed to withdraw his gaze in disappointment, and then he heard Rhodes say something. I won't let you destroy Dornomar. What about the moving disaster? Shimu asked back, and Rhodes answered without thinking. My sword will also be aimed at the moving disaster. Shimu said, Can we win? The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Everyone present knew that Rhodes was the strongest person in this country, and they also knew that Rhodes had no chance of winning against the moving disaster. Akhtar, do we have to sacrifice this country? A white-haired old man came out. He was leaning on a cane, but his eyes were very calm. At the speed of the moving disaster, it will probably reach the kingdom soon, and there will be no time to sacrifice the entire country. Is there any way to reduce the need for sacrifice? It is very stupid to discuss with Akhtar whether to sacrifice the entire kingdom under the current situation. The moving disaster is about to reach the kingdom, and a decision must be made as quickly as possible. Otherwise, everyone present will die. Are you saying that sacrificing civilians is enough? Shimu asked, but the old man did not answer and looked at Akhtar calmly. The two sides were deadlocked. The souls of civilians are worthless. Shimu denied it. Even if you want to reduce the number, sacrificing everyone present is the best choice. Rhodes subconsciously raised his hand and pressed the knight's sword at his waist. He looked around at the nobles present and felt shaken by what Akhtar said. And at this moment, bang! The angry sound of slapping the table sounded, and the king on the throne stood up and glared at Rhodes. Rhodes, what do you want to do? Strong on the outside, weak on the inside. Shimu saw the king's guilty conscience at a glance. If Rhodes chose to rebel at this time, everyone present would die. Your Majesty, I don't want to do anything. Rhodes lowered his eyes and pulled back his hand on the knight's sword. The nobles present also breathed a sigh of relief. If Akhtar and Rhodes joined forces, then all of them would die. A famous hero, the strongest man in the kingdom, raised the butcher knife against them at the same time. Then they really had no ability to resist. Hurry up and make a decision. Shimu glanced at the approaching sun in the sky and said in a cold voice, otherwise, all of you will die. But I don't want to die. The princess suddenly stamped her feet, her pretty face revealed the fear of death, and the tears in the corners of her eyes slid down her cheeks. She bit her lower lip lightly. Sir Akhtar, I don't want my soul to be captured and tortured by the Witch of Death, and I don't want to die. Shimu hesitated when he saw this, and looked at the pitiful princess, and seemed to be moved with sympathy. The princess also keenly noticed this change, and immediately came up to him, hugged Akhtar's arm, and said pitifully, "Sir Akhtar, please, I really don't want to die. This is the most effective way." Shimu sighed, looked at the pitiful princess beside him, and couldn't help shaking his head, but there are also more risky ways. What method? The white-haired old man beside him said excitedly, and everyone present also focused their attention on Akhtar. If they don't have to die, then they are willing to cooperate with them. I will announce to the whole nation that I will sacrifice the kingdom of Dornoma and summon the Witch of Death. Shimu explained calmly. The Twilight Cult will definitely not sit idly by. In order to ensure the safety of the mobile disaster, they will come in person to stop me from sacrificing the kingdom of Dornoma. He lifted his hair in front of his forehead and smiled viciously. Are you willing to cooperate with me to be the bad guy? Announce to all the people that they will be sacrificed to the Witch of Death, and then let the Twilight Cult be the hero. And we will be the bad guys who sacrifice the hero. Of course there is no problem. Since they don't have to die, but the extremely evil Twilight Cult will die, then they are naturally willing. So, whether it is the king, or the civil servants and knights present, they all gave their answers without hesitation. Agree. 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 The plan was finalized and executed immediately. Under the pressure of death, the efficiency of the action was running at an unimaginable speed. In less than 2 hours, all citizens knew the decision of the upper echelons. Sacrifice civilians in exchange for the Witch of Death. The upper nobles can all survive, while the lower civilians must die and become the bargaining chip for the nobles to survive. And the person who implemented this plan was Akhtar, the hero in people's mouths. At this moment, in the huge square in the center of the kingdom, the statue of the Goddess of Justice stood tall, and Shimu sat cross-legged on the shoulders of the statue of the Goddess of Justice, looking at the civilians below indifferently. Cursing, crying, collapse. All kinds of expressions and emotions were taken into his eyes, which did not shake him, but he just felt that this group of NPCs was a bit noisy. And at this moment, Akhtar, you devil! A little girl suddenly threw a rotten egg, but before approaching Akhtar, it suddenly spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes. Shut up. The members of the knights around the square immediately took action and pressed the little girl to the ground. Although the style of this world is very close to the Middle Ages, but the force is extremely unequal, which is very similar to the modern situation. It is difficult for civilians to be hostile to the army with hot weapons. And the civilians in this world are naturally difficult to be hostile to the knights with magic power. Even if everyone resists together, it is difficult to cause actual harm to the knights. In this regard, Shimu did not mind. He held his cheek with one hand, looked at the civilians under control below, and then closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting and turned a blind eye to the cruel scene in front of him. An hour later, after Akhtar walked out of the palace. Akhtar, are you really going to sacrifice this country? Suna supported her knees with both hands, panting, you will lose. Before she finished speaking, Akhtar interrupted her next words. It doesn't matter whether you are a hero or not, right? Suna, do you have a better way? Shimu asked, as long as you can make the gods come, I will stop the plan immediately. Suna bit her lower lip, and did not answer. It is true. Shimu sighed and explained to Suna, I changed the object of sacrifice to the believers of the dusk, but it takes a certain amount of time to attract a group of people, and it is necessary to slow down the pace of the source of fear. He gave Suna an order. Go and collect the souls of the segment demon, try to restore the strength of the segment demon, and try to slow down the pace of the source of fear. But I don't know where the soul of the segment demon is. Suna looked tangled, and I can't quickly rush to various places to collect the soul of the segment demon. No, you can. Shimu summoned the mare, looked at the mare's tall body, and said to Suna, Partner will help you. The mare's hoof rubbed the ground, and her eyes showed a trace of confusion. What happened? What should she help Suna do? Not sure. Partner, I leave it to you next. Shimu didn't explain, touched the mare's neck, and then turned and left, leaving Suna and the mare staring at each other. In short, it's to save the world. Suna thought for a while, and explained concisely, we are going to go to all parts of the world to find the soul of the devil. She consciously climbed onto the back of the 8-legged mare. Let's go, partner. Who is your partner? The little mare shook her body in dissatisfaction. A mere human being was worthy of being her partner, but she was just a little dissatisfied. She still cooperated with Suna to find the devil's soul. Anyway, let's go that way first. Suna pointed in a direction. The goddess gave me the inspiration. Before she finished her words, boom! A thunderous roar resounded through the sky, and the stone-paved ground sank into spider cracks. In the blink of an eye, the mountains and rivers turned upside down and appeared in a strange place. From Suna's perspective, the pictures in her eyes became frame by frame, and each time it appeared, it was a strange scenery, and the speed was incredibly fast. This is the fastest horse in the world. At the same time, on the other side, in a noble mansion in the city of Dornomar, in the basement, what should we do? A dusk believer asked his colleagues with his 5 fingers interlaced and his elbows resting on the table. If Akhtar's sacrifice is successful and the Witch of Death is summoned, our plan will fail. The Witch of Death may not be able to defeat the source of fear, right? Someone retorted, after all, the Witch of Death's body is still sealed between life and death, and she doesn't have the power of her heyday at all. The God of Blood thinks so too. A Twilight believer next to him complained, twitching his mouth, you have seen the consequences. I was almost stabbed to death by the Witch of Death's finger, and the source of fear may not be stronger than the God of Blood. But didn't the segment demon also fail to gain the upper hand? A Twilight believer with glasses and a gentle temperament asked, but was knocked on the head by his colleague next to him, who said angrily, a demon who needs to be forced to commit suicide and a witch who is barely sealed, are the two comparable? The atmosphere fell silent. The Twilight believers present fell into silence, and they looked at each other for a few times until the leading Twilight believer spoke. Anyway, we can't let Akhtar's sacrifice succeed, otherwise if the Witch of Death is really summoned, our plan will definitely fail. He made a decision. Report the situation and let those adults take action to eliminate Akhtar. Second. The Twilight believers present immediately took action and reported the news to the senior figures of the Twilight Church. Then they received a clear answer. Destroy the kingdom of Dornomar in advance to ensure that Akhtar cannot hold the sacrifice ceremony smoothly, and the senior figures will also take action to encircle Akhtar. Two-pronged approach to ensure that Akhtar cannot summon the Witch of Death. Sandstone Village. Suna pursed her lips, tightly grasped the silver dagger in her hand, and looked at the Twilight believers surrounding him. Why would the Twilight believers ambush here in advance? With their abilities, there should be no way to predict the location of the soul of the divided demon in advance. But the reality is that the Twilight believers are waiting in advance. Are you confused about why we are here in advance? A playful voice came, and a nun walked out of the Twilight believers. She folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen. Not only can you predict, we can also reverse the fate from the end to the present. Suna pursed her lips. Then, can you beat them? A doubtful female voice sounded from her ear, making Suna stunned for a moment. She turned her head and looked at the mare who was talking beside her. Probably. I can't. The mare rolled her eyes, and her ponytail swung gently, asking the unconfident Suna, can you beat them? Suna answered immediately, no. Her ability is Death Return, and the Fate Prayer she learned is also related to fortune-telling, and the lethality is average. In response, the mare's tail drooped, and the white holy light submerged her body, making it impossible to see the specific transformation. Only milky white long hair fell in the holy light, and then a pair of straight and slender legs stepped out. Then, blood splattered. Suna touched her cheek stained with blood, looked at the bodies of the Twilight believers around her, and didn't understand what happened. Hurry up and collect the soul of the split demon. The little mare lifted her milky white hair and said calmly, don't waste too much time. Thank you, Sleipnir. Suna breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled gently at the little mare. In the future, I will definitely. Don't pay attention to these insignificant things. The little mare rolled her eyes charmingly, dragged Suna to start looking for the demon's soul. By the way, said to Suna. By the way, don't tell Akhtar that I can transform into a human form and speak, otherwise I will kick you to death with a hoof. Why can't you tell it? Suna took out a blue gem from the dead body of the Twilight believer, looked in the direction of the sun, and saw a shadow sealed inside the sapphire, which was consistent with the appearance of the split demon. The mare fell silent after hearing this and muttered, I lied to Akhtar before, saying that I couldn't transform into a human form or speak, but now I can't explain why I lied to him. At this point, she glared at Suna. Remember not to say it out loud. Yes. Suna nodded quickly, not daring to refuse at all. Now the mare is not only the divine horse that takes her away, but also the guard who protects her. Whatever the mare says, that's what it means. Chapter 124. Outside the city of Dornomar. The shark man carried the sword of light dripping with magma, and his expression was very tangled. He looked at the woman wearing a cloak and a mysterious aura beside him, and said, "Let me fight with Akhtar." "Are you serious?" He pointed at himself. "If Akhtar recklessly unlocks the sword of light, I will definitely die." Although he also has the sword of light, there is still a huge difference compared to the sword of light in Akhtar's hand. In response, the cloaked woman stretched out her hand, and a bat landed on her fingertips, explaining, "You are not the only one fighting. Count Dracula will also help you solve Akhtar." The shark man looked at the bat, and did not give an answer. He didn't even know who Count Dracula was, but he didn't want to face Akhtar alone. Although he wanted to burn the world to ashes, and create a better world, it didn't mean that he was willing to sacrifice himself calmly. Compared to the fanatical believers of the Dusk, he still has a certain degree of rationality, and wants to witness the world being burned by the fire giant Surtur. "Don't worry, I will personally deal with Akhtar." Bat suddenly said, "Akhtar killed my brother." His voice was too calm. "Even if you want to kill Akhtar yourself, I can't allow this to happen. Akhtar must die in my hands." Scratching his head, the shark man sighed, "Okay, but I will just play a supporting role. Don't expect me to fight Akhtar head-on." "Humph." Bat snorted coldly, and flapped his wings to fly towards the direction of Dornomar city. The shark man sighed when he saw this, and inserted the sword of light flowing with magma into the ground, clasped his hands slightly, and his cheeks bulged. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly spit out a water dragon, circling into the sky and colliding with the clouds. Heavy rain fell. "Let's go!" The shark man didn't waste any words, pulled out the sword of light inserted into the ground, and rushed towards the direction of the royal city. Bang! There was a heavy sound of falling, and the hard concrete ground cracked, spreading like a spider web. Shimu, who was sitting cross-legged on the right shoulder of the statue, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man with elegant clothes, slightly pale hair, and vicissitudes of temperament came out. He drew the sword at his waist. "Akhtar, why did you kill my brother?" "Who?" Shimu asked doubtfully, and then shook his head. "I have killed too many people. It is impossible to remember them all, unless they are strong people worth remembering." The atmosphere became cold. Count Dracula looked at the man sitting on the statue. The rain slid down his cheeks, and his scarlet eyes revealed angry, murderous intent. This man killed his brother, but he didn't have the slightest impression of his brother. He should have reacted immediately when he saw his face and breath. "Akhtar, what do you think of life?" "Sorry." A helpless voice came from the side. Count Dracula looked unhappy, and saw a handsome silver-haired knight coming over, and drawing a knight's sword inlaid with golden patterns. "I can't let you disturb the ceremony." "Ha ha ha." Count Dracula laughed in anger, and waved his hand. The dark mist spread, and countless bats flew and bit the people in the square. "Ah! Help! Don't come over here. Don't bite down there. It hurts, it's bleeding." The square suddenly became chaotic. And Rhodes also reacted, and the knight's sword in his hand emitted white crystals, which shot out like lightning, and the sword tip directly pierced through the air. With the ability to salt, he could end the battle as long as he could hit Count Dracula once. In the rainstorm mixed with black fog, Count Dracula and Knight Rhodes started a fair fight, and the colliding swords flashed in the black fog, like fireworks in the night sky. And at the same time, on the other side, the shark man stood on a tall building, his eyes locked on Akhtar sitting on the statue. If he suddenly launched a sneak attack now, there should be a chance to kill Akhtar. Thinking of this, "Since I have given you a chance, I can't miss it." Saying so to himself, the shark man tightly grasped the sword of light flowing with magma in his hand. I immediately unsealed the sword of light without hesitation. The flames instantly split the rain curtain and directly hit the statue in the center of the square. The statue of the goddess of justice was engulfed in the upper body in an instant, and the remaining force crushed more than a dozen high-rise buildings. Success? No, it didn't succeed. On the contrary. Fuck. The shark man jumped off the high-rise building, followed by a hot dragon breath that penetrated the high-rise building he was in. The ground collapsed as his feet landed. "Didn't you say you didn't plan to fight me to the death?" A playful laugh came, and the shark man swung the sword of light flowing with magma in his hand without thinking, and slashed it towards the place where the sound came from. His judgment was correct. The waving sword of light just blocked Akhtar's sword, and the sparks illuminated each other's cheeks. However, the shark man saw through Akhtar's pupils, and found that there was another Akhtar behind him, and he slashed at him fiercely. Without thinking, the shark man suddenly pulled away, but the arm holding the sword of light was still cut off, and the gushing blood mixed with the rain, dyeing the ground red. The sword of light flowing with magma pierced into the ground, and was immediately kicked away by Akhtar, piercing out like a bullet and embedded in the wall at the end of the road. What on earth is going on? Why are there two Akhtars, and their auras are so close? Before he could think more, the two Akhtars had already launched a siege on him, two great swords of death, two spears that penetrated immortality, and two swords of light. Count Dracula, save me! The shark man shouted, covering his broken arm, and turned around and ran away without hesitation. He didn't expect that in his first battle with Akhtar, one of his arms would be cut off, and the sword of light would be lost. He should have more advantages with the more versatile sword of light. So why did he fall into a disadvantage in the first encounter? This is not in line with common sense. However, no matter how unreasonable it is, the fact that he is at a disadvantage cannot be changed. The spear that penetrates the immortal pierced through. The condensed wind tore open the shark man's chest and directly pierced his heart. The fleeing shark man fell to the ground powerlessly. His pupils dilated, and he lost his breath. If you had more courage to fight, you wouldn't die so quickly. Shimu pulled out the immortal spear that was inserted into the ground. How to evaluate the strength of the shark people? The data on paper is very strong. Not only does it have extraordinary magic power, but it also has the ability to trigger a tsunami. In addition, it holds the inferior sword of light. It is a strong man in any country. Analyzing the strength on paper, there is no doubt that the shark people are stronger, but the actual battle is two different things. As a superior race among the fish people, the shark people are more cherishing their lives and are restrained in battle. They can be very powerful when the wind is favorable, but if they realize that they may lose, they will fall into a state of panic. All the thoughts are focused on escaping. Hey, that woman, is that all? Shimu turned his head and looked at the end of the road, looking at the dusk nun who secretly tried to take away the inferior sword of light. If that's all, you can't stop me. He smiled maliciously and pressed his fingers on his temples. Try harder, don't let me down. The nun was stunned for a moment, but after confirming that Akhtar had no intention of attacking, she felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Yes, Lord Akhtar. She bowed respectfully. I will definitely find a way to make you happy. After saying that, she hurriedly began to run away. She was completely surprised that the shark man was killed so easily, because the shark man's strength should not be like this. At this moment, a team of knights rushed over, and from their determined expressions, it can be seen that they are ready for a fight to the death. Take the body away. Shimu pointed at the shark's body, and gave orders to the knights who came, remember not to let the Dusk Cult take the body away. The leading knight captain was slightly stunned, but after seeing the shark's body, he still responded and ordered his subordinates to move the shark's body away. Then they heard the order to expel. You are responsible for collecting the body. Don't disturb me fighting. Shimu turned around and left, leaving the team of knights present, not knowing how to react. On the other side, outside the city, for the mission of burning the world, the nun looked at the handsome young man with blue curly hair in front of her and handed over the inferior sword of light in her hand. Go and kill Akhtar. Where is Hawk Jones? The blue curly-haired young man asked. He remembered that the inferior sword of light was held by the shark Hawk Jones. Now it was handed to him by the nun. Dead. The nun whispered softly. He was too careless and was killed by Akhtar. Please be careful. Really? The blue-haired young man smiled, took the sword of light handed to him, and headed towards the royal city. Leave it to me. There should be no problem this time. The nun looked at the back of the blue-haired young man. The person she chose this time was called Makirazor, a famous summoner who had the ability to force a contract with all living things. He controlled a large number of powerful monsters. First of all, you can't fight in close combat. While walking in the rain, Makirazor calmly analyzed how to fight next. With the powerful close combat ability mastered by Akhtar, if he got too close to Akhtar, he would be easily killed by a single blow. So he had to hide his true form, and then let his contracted monsters consume Akhtar's magic power. When Akhtar's magic power was consumed to a certain extent, he would use the inferior sword of light to kill Akhtar. Analysis completed. Come out, my slaves. With a clap of his hands, the shadow behind Makirazor spread and turned into a door, and huge monsters walked out of the door. Go kill Akhtar. He gave the order, and then immediately moved strategically, leaving only the shadow door open, allowing the contracted monsters to pour into the city. Heavy rain is falling. The sun parallel to the ground is approaching, and the high temperature that spreads makes the rain hot, and white mist emerges. The source of fear is about to come completely. Roar! The monster roared, black flames burst out of its neck, and then a large amount of blood spurted out, and its head fell to the ground. Shimu landed on the ground, and behind him were the remains of monsters. It was difficult to tell exactly how many bodies there were, but it was certain that there were more than 100. Akhtar, I heard that you have the fastest divine horse in the world, right? The provocative words came, and Ayu came out from the corner and walked gracefully to Shimu. I am very interested in your mount. Don't you have anyone? Shimu didn't care about the provocation. His cold eyes seemed to look through the Yu's eyes and locked onto Makirazor behind the scenes, saying, Why don't you send more strong men to deal with me at once? We don't have any reason to waste too much manpower. Makirazor gave the answer through the Yu. However, in reality, there was a shortage of manpower. Although manpower was urgently dispatched, it was not assembled so quickly. Really? Shimu shook his head, killed the Yu with a sword, turned and walked into the alley, and walked towards Machirizo's hiding place. He knew about Machirizo's NPC. He had the ability to dominate the contract object, but this domination was limited in distance. Usually, he would find a place to hide before the battle began, and the place chosen was often the basement. So as long as the magic wolf was sent out to wander around the nearby basement, and if there was a threat or a living breath, it could basically be determined that it was Machirizo's hiding place. Soon after, in a basement. Where is Akhtar? Machirizo's pupils moved at high speed, sharing vision with the contracted monsters, trying to find Akhtar, who had lost his trace. Then footsteps were heard outside the basement. Discovered, Makirazor immediately realized that Akhtar had found his hiding place, and subconsciously reached out to pick up the inferior sword of light on the table. However, before his fingers touched the sword of light, the hot dragon breath submerged him, and the entire basement turned into a sea of fire. From the outside, it was a tall building that suddenly burst into hot flames, as if a match was lit, and the entire building was on fire. A moment later, Shimu walked out of the sea of fire, with the sword of light in one hand. He looked around and found that he was surrounded by more than a dozen people. He showed a nasty smile. Finally, it looks a little interesting. Go, don't waste time talking to him. A dozen people also immediately launched a siege. They had to get rid of Akhtar in the shortest time possible, and they couldn't let Akhtar escape, nor could they give Akhtar the opportunity to summon the Witch of Death, for the great wish of burning the world. Boom! The grid-like slashing cut the blazing sea of fire into pieces, and then it was submerged by the raging flames. A spear that seemed to penetrate the sky and earth was thrown out, carrying the split demon and piercing through several mountains. Then, the spear flew back and landed on the palm of the source of fear, while the split demon knelt on his knees, covering his bleeding chest with one hand. Can't win. The split demon realized this, and prepared to move strategically. Any damage he caused to the source of fear was meaningless to the source of fear. God has no concept of death. And the source of fear born from the heart of the god of terror is also in existence without the concept of death. No matter how strong his attack power is, there is no way to kill the source of fear. Besides, his attack power is not as strong as the source of fear. Wait until I recover my prime before I fight you again. The split demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the distant source of fear, My soul is not yet. Before he finished speaking, an 8-legged horse fell like lightning. This is your soul. Suna, sitting on the back of the mare, stretched out her white and tender palm, and saw a few crystal-like stones on it. Split demon, Isn't this a bit too coincidental? He was just preparing for a strategic transfer, and the result was that part of his soul was delivered just in time. Please hold on for now. Suna asked seriously, I will help you get all the souls back as soon as possible. How long will it take? The segment demon threw the crystal stone handed to him directly into his mouth and ate it, and then he heard Suna's answer. It only takes 1 day. Okay. The segment demon nodded. Feeling the power of recovery, he rushed out again and continued to fight with the source of fear. If he could completely recover his strength, he would be confident that he could defeat the source of fear. Sorry, I lied to you. Suna looked at the segment demon who continued to fight, and lowered her head in shame. She could only go back to 24 hours ago, and now there was not enough time to help the segment demon collect souls. Let's go! She touched the little mare's neck and headed towards the kingdom of Dornomar. If you don't work harder, I will summon the Witch of Death. Shimu laughed wildly, grabbed the cheek of a dust believer with one hand, and fell from a tall building. Bang! The blazing flames engulfed the dust believer's head, and his body turned in the air, looking at the several dust believers rushing down below. He grinned with a nasty smile, and flames overflowed from his teeth. Get out of the way! The several dust believers, who rushed over, shouted and fled in all directions. Immediately, the blazing dragon breath washed along the gaps between the tall buildings, and a gorgeous flame flower bloomed in the royal city of Dornomar. Several tall buildings nearby seemed to be lit candles. Ha ha ha! The joyful laughter echoed, and Akhtar shot out from the flames and caught up with a fleeing dust believer. The two sides ran wildly along the street, walking side by side. Goodbye. Shimu's voice was unexpectedly gentle, but his hand was merciless. He grabbed the back of the dust believer's head and pressed it hard on the hard concrete ground, leaving a long bloody ditch on the ground. Immediately, the palm of his hand bloomed with a blazing ash flame, which directly burned the dust believer into ashes. Chapter 125. The swaying fire evaporated the rain into mist, covering the city of Donoma without realizing it. The occasional fire blew up, indicating that the battle is not over. Akhtar seems to be very happy. Suna stood on the edge of the tall building, listening to Akhtar's crazy laughter, and her pretty face showed a subtle look. There was an illusion that Akhtar was a bad guy. Now I disturb him now, won't I be beaten? She turned her head and asked the little mare beside her, then saw the little mare rolling her eyes, and then turned her eyes to the battle between the tall buildings. The battle was about to end. Boom! The dragon's breath penetrated the fog of Dornomar city, and the high temperature evaporated the excess water vapor, making the vision clear. Suna's beautiful eyes widened, and she saw Akhtar holding a head in one hand, shooting towards her like a meteor, with a fierce look, as if he regarded her as a hunting target. Wait, I'm Surtur. What? Shimu landed on his feet, and stood beside Suna. He looked at the nervous Suna with a puzzled look and smiled. Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind due to the influence of Surtur's fire. It feels like it's almost time. Suna patted her full chest, and complained silently in her heart. She saw with her own eyes how crazy Akhtar was. But Akhtar looks very normal now. Aren't you collecting and dividing the souls of demons? Shimu casually threw the head in his hand downstairs, and saw several knights running over skillfully, and picking up the falling head. In order to have enough corpses for sacrifice, they had to collect enough corpses of Dusk followers. So while Akhtar was killing, the knights were also picking up corpses. The two sides reached a subtle tacit understanding. It's too late to collect. The deadline for the return of death is approaching. Suna explained, and then looked at the knights who were picking up corpses. Can the souls of the Dusk believers really summon the Witch of Death? How can you know if you don't try it? Shimu smiled, took out a bottle of magic potion, and poured it into his mouth to restore the lost magic power. The little mare listened to Akhtar's lie without changing her face, and couldn't help but turn her head away gently. She knew that Akhtar could summon the Witch of Death with a parrot. There was no need to sacrifice a country, or how many sacrifices were needed before summoning. It all depends on how many sacrifices Akhtar wants. Even if the Witch of Death is summoned, it's meaningless. Suna sighed, with sadness in her eyes. The damage caused by the source of fear is irreversible. She must return from death to save the country destroyed by the source of fear. Even if the Witch of Death really has the ability to solve the source of fear, as long as she returns from death, everything will return to the original state. Shimu didn't care about this and said, then just kill them in advance, so that no one can unlock the source of fear. Yes. Suna smiled gently. Then let me tell you about the information and abilities of the Twilight Believers. Shimu's voice was calm, and he began to introduce the Twilight Believers he met to Suna. Suna listened very seriously. This was about whether she could reverse the past, understand every Twilight Believers who deserved attention, report the information of the Twilight Believers to the three goddesses of fate, so as to give more support and completely change the past fate. After a moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded, interrupting the conversation between Akhtar and Suna, and making the two focus on the outside world. The sticky fog unconsciously enveloped the city of Dornoma. Is this the breath of the devil? Suna sensed something was wrong, subconsciously approached Akhtar, and instinctively sought someone to rely on. This devil's breath is definitely not from the divided devil, but from an unknown devil, and it is definitely hostile. Rather than a devil, it's better to say it's a demon's imitator. Shimu glanced at Suna and explained calmly, there are no more than 5 demons in the world, and most of them are just imitators of demons. He moved his wrist. That said, facing an enemy of this level, even I would feel it's difficult. Then retreat? Suna spoke subconsciously, but saw Akhtar cast a subtle look at her. Why retreat? Shimu smiled excitedly. How can we defeat the enemy without knowing the enemy's intelligence? You want to fight him yourself. Suna had this thought for no reason, but she immediately killed it. She couldn't question Akhtar with such an idea. He risked his life to collect intelligence. Not to mention that everything she has done so far has been carried out according to Akhtar's plan. Then you have to be careful, she said softly, looking at Akhtar's excited smile, and couldn't help saying, "What do you want to say to me?" Shimu thought about it seriously, looked at Su-na's delicate face. "When we solve the source of fear, let's go back to our hometown to get married." "Ah?" Su-na was stunned. Before she could react, she saw Akhtar jump off the building and disappear into the thick fog in a ball of fire. "Is this a confession?" she asked the mayor beside her, and then she reacted and stamped her feet in dissatisfaction. "I want to ask if you have any words for your past self." Now her physical age is only 14 years old. Even if her mental age has reached the standard, she cannot marry Akhtar, not to mention that Akhtar has an unclear relationship with Princess Letitia. Unless Akhtar is willing to wait for her to grow up and cut off his relationship with Letitia, she will consider being with Akhtar. Demon. Unlike gods, which represent the great existence of the world, demons are representatives of reverse interference in the world. They use their own abilities to pry the world into change, leaving indelible traces and becoming part of the world. Take the alchemist, which is an example. The various alchemy tools she created and the knowledge she passed down are the traces left by the alchemist witch in this world. People can learn about the alchemist witch in the past by collecting these traces, and then obtain the power of the alchemist witch by imitating her. But this also comes at a price. The sound of snaps spread, and a wisp of flame collided rapidly, turning into a raging sea of fire, spreading along the streets and alleys, forcibly evaporating the mist of everyone nearby. Then, Shimu saw a giant. No, to be more precise, a giant of the same size as a human. His muscles were very strong, giving people a feeling of being as solid as a rock, full of explosive power. Hercules, this is the name of the giant. He used to be a hero, but now, he is a real high-ranking member of the Twilight Cult, with a powerful ability to affect density. Ha! Hero, I really miss you. Hercules exhaled, and the moment the weak airflow came out of his lips, the density changed subversively, turning into a hurricane that was strong enough to blow away tall buildings. Shimu was not affected at all, and let the hurricane blow through. Except for the corners of his clothes and hair shaking, nothing else was affected. He said coldly, "You have a strong tone. You are even more angry, right?" Hercules moved his wrist and introduced himself. "You can call me the density demon." He made a fist-shaking gesture. "You know, even air has density. As long as the air density is slightly changed, it can form an unimaginable attack." And as if to confirm his words, he swung his fist, and the air was squeezed into a translucent substance. Immediately, the density changed. It expanded. Boom! The wind was raging, and the terrain changed at this moment. A corner of Dornomar was blown away by his casual punch. Put down his fist. Hercules looked at the empty front, and turned around to leave. He was sure that Akhtar died under the previous punch. However, at the moment he turned around, the sword of death chopped down in front of him, leaving a sword mark burning with black flames. Then a spear carrying a strong wind pierced his unprepared heart. Bang! Before it was about to pierce his heart, Hercules grabbed the piercing spear with his bare hands, and then swung it back with force, and the air density around him changed again. The expansion occurred, pushing the air around to spread, blowing away several nearby high-rise buildings, leaving a huge sunken pit. To Akhtars, it's really a bit unexpected. This time he put away his carelessness, and began to take it seriously. He almost let Akhtar succeed before, attracting his attention through a sudden sneak attack, and then releasing the immortal spear that pierced the heart from behind. If his heart was really pierced, he would die here. That's because you didn't do your intelligence work well. A hand drilled out from the ground, Shimu crawled out, and another Shimu crawled out on the other side. One of them was a fake. But it was unrecognizable. Whether it was the breath or the equipment, there was no difference between these two Akhtars. "Can you give me my weapon back?" Shimu stretched out his hand, and pointed to the spear in Hercules' hand. His expression was very natural. For the overwhelming disadvantage now, he didn't feel much nervous, still as natural as ever. Hercules weighed the spear that pierced the immortal in his hand, and said, "I can give it back to you." He asked, "But you have to tell me, how did you survive before?" "I just moved to the underground pipeline." Shimu explained nonchalantly that he just moved to the underground pipeline before Hercules swung his fist. The underground pipelines in Dornoma City are very developed, and as long as you pay a little attention, they can be used to assist in combat. It seems that my attack range is not wide enough. Hercules nodded in understanding, and put on a punching posture again. This time his target of attack is the entire Dornoma City, Whether it is the residents of the kingdom or the members of the Twilight cult, they are all his targets. And this is just to make Akhtar have nowhere to escape. Then I can't hold back. The two Shimu took out the Sword of Light at the same time, aiming at Hercules one after the other. The atmosphere was deadlocked. Akhtar, do you think the Sword of Light can kill me? Hercules asked calmly. With his ability to control density, he could take the slash of the Sword of Light, but only one blow. If he faced two Swords of Light at the same time, he would not be too sure whether he could rely on increasing his density to resist the two Swords of Light. This was beyond his expectation, and he could only vaguely guess. He could resist it, but he would also be seriously injured. Of course, he might die directly. Just try it, and you will know. The two Shimu answered in unison, and the Sword of Light in their hands overflowed with a little light. The Sword of Light may be released at any time. Ah, let's try. Hercules clenched his fists, and his veins seemed to be like snakes, full of dangerous power. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Outside the battlefield, Miss Sister looked at the two people confronting each other, and fell into a state of doubt about her life. In order to solve the danger of Akhtar, she specially summoned Hercules, thinking that she could easily solve the trouble of Akhtar. However, the reality is that Akhtar not only did not die, but also confronted Hercules, and fell into a state where no one dared to attack easily. The slash of the Sword of Light is almost impossible to avoid, and it also has very high damage, but it can only be used once with the ability of mortals. If Hercules can withstand the release of the Sword of Light, then he can easily kill Akhtar. But if he can't withstand the release of the Sword of Light, then Hercules will die in Dornoma City. After thinking about it, the nun sighed softly, turned into a flame and disappeared from the spot, and appeared on the battlefield, with her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen. Let's stop the battle here, she whispered. Master Hercules, you don't have to fight to the death with Master Akhtar. After she finished speaking, she spoke to Akhtar again. I can guarantee that Master Hercules will leave. Master Akhtar, can you please put down the Sword of Light? Now she no longer intends to let Hercules and Akhtar continue to fight to the death. This doesn't mean that she gave up killing Akhtar, but she planned to find an opportunity to lure Akhtar to release the Sword of Light, so that Lord Hercules could take action without worry. Otherwise, the Church of Dusk would lose an important senior leader. Shimu didn't answer, holding the Sword of Light tightly in his hand, his eyes locked on the kingdom. Through the vision of the demon wolf lurking in Dornomar City, he could be sure that Suna was in the kingdom, praying devoutly. He moved his feet, and adjusted his position to ensure that the Sword of Light could reach Suna, and trigger Suna's death return. The sun parallel to the ground in the distance, was getting closer and closer. Suna, don't move, Shimu whispered, and released the Sword of Light without hesitation, and Shimu, who was reflected in the mirror, also released the Sword of Light at the same time. Light began to roar. At this time, the palace. Goddess, please bless Akhtar. Suna put down her praying hands, and looked towards the battlefield with worry. What she saw was a golden torrent of light. Consciousness came to an abrupt end. On the other side, the source of fear looked at the city of Dornomar, and disappeared in the dazzling light. He had not yet thrown the spear symbolizing destruction. Humanity destroyed itself. Chapter 126. This time, it was vision that was lost. Suna closed her eyes, pulled back her fingers from the bedside, couldn't help but sighed softly, then sat on the bed, clasped her hands together, and began to pray to the three goddesses of fate in the sky. Now she would report the intelligence to the three goddesses of fate. Soon. The revelation from fate made her feel at ease. There shouldn't be too many problems this time, as long as there were no accidents. Follow the guidance of fate. Mr. Akhtar, please wake up. Suna seemed to have not lost her vision, and reached out and gently pushed Akhtar beside the bed. I have something very important to tell you. Shimu opened his eyes, looked at Suna, who was obviously much quieter and no longer lively, and asked, Why do you close your eyes? Because I am temporarily blind. Suna explained with a smile, and then changed the subject, and went straight to the topic she cared about most. Sir Akhtar, my ability is to return from death. If I am killed under any circumstances, I will return to 24 hours ago. She pursed her lips. Soon, the source of fear will be unsealed with the help of the Twilight cult, and will continue to destroy the world. Really? Shimu's voice was unusually calm. He pinched his chin and thought for a while. Tell me all the news. Sir Akhtar is willing to believe me, it's great. Suna breathed a sigh of relief and explained what would happen in the future in a concise manner. After listening, Shimu thought about it, and made a decision. Don't worry about the little tricks of the Twilight cult. Let's go and sacrifice a nearby country directly. He looked at the stunned Suna and explained. This is the most reliable and safest way at present. As long as a country is sacrificed, it can ensure. No! Suna quickly reached out and covered Akhtar's mouth. Why did this man always want to sacrifice the country to summon the Witch of Death? This is the most efficient way. Shimu took off his hand covering his mouth, looked at Suna's reluctant expression, and did not continue to force it. And he couldn't really sacrifice a country. He just wanted to see Suna's anxious expression. Then I go and get rid of the lava giant first. He got up from the bed, glanced at Suna, who was kneeling on the bed, and couldn't help frowning and said, Suna, you are alone, right? Although it's a little inconvenient to move, you can still move. Suna smiled, and was about to comfort Akhtar not to worry. Then let your partner take care of you. Shimu summoned the mare and smiled at her. Partner, I ask you to take care of Suna from now on. He flexed his wrist. I'm going to kill a giant, and we'll be back soon. After saying that, he jumped out of the hotel through the window. Mare, what happened? Why did she suddenly have to protect Suna? Why did Suna go blind? A series of questions popped up in her mind. The situation is a bit urgent. Anyway, we talk on the way. Suna turned over and rode on the mare, whispering, It's not safe here anymore. The mare's hooves rubbed the ground, gave up the idea of exploring the truth, and took Suna out of the hotel. At the same time, outside the village. Boom! The blazing flame shot up into the sky, and along with the spreading heat waves, the thick snow melted. Shimu closed his mouth and jumped into the cave burned by the dragon's breath. He took out the great sword of death and raised his hand to attach the flame of death. The black flames passed by, as if it was an ominous falling meteor. A moment later, a giant in the magma came into view. He looked up at Shimu, who appeared, and waved the inferior sword of light in his hand. Boom! The blazing flame submerged Akhtar, and rushed towards the world above along the hole opened by the dragon's breath. However, it was a close call. Akhtar turned into starlight, stood on the cheek of the lava giant, raised the great sword of death, and stabbed him fiercely at the center of his eyebrows. The sword pierced through, and then the sword pulled, and the black flame pulled out a gorgeous arc, directly flipping the lava giant's head. Ah! The lava giant roared in pain, and subconsciously wanted to slap the human on his face to death with his hands. However, Akhtar seemed to have anticipated the lava giant's reaction. He kicked the lava giant's cheek with both feet, and shot out like a bullet. The death sword wrapped in black flames turned a circle in the air, cut at the lava giant's wrist. The sword passed, forming a brilliant black crescent moon, and the lava giant's wrist was cut off. Human! The lava giant's pupils were angry and spitting fire, literally spitting out flames, and smashed at Shimu with only one hand. And his damaged head and wrist were also recovering at a high speed at this time. As long as there was the protection of the magma and fire giant Surtur, he could recover quickly no matter what injuries he suffered. Unless someone can use excessive attacks to kill him at once. Very noisy giant. Flames overflowed from Shimu's teeth, and he spit out hot dragon breath, engulfing the lava giant. Then he grabbed the inferior sword of light without hesitation, and the conditions from constraint immediately took effect, igniting his palm. Non-Twilight believers cannot use it. This is the condition for the use of the inferior sword of light. Anyone who is not a Twilight believer, as long as he holds the inferior sword of light, he will be burned by Surtur's fire. If he is not turned into ashes, he will be infected and become firewood. In short, there will be no good end. But if someone who is originally firewood, or someone who is watched by the Ragnarok, holds the inferior sword of light, the situation will be different. The conditions for the use of the inferior sword of light are still in effect, and Surtur's fire continues to burst out, but it collides with the ash flame in Akhtar's hand, reaching a delicate state of harmony. From the perspective of others, even though the inferior sword of light in Akhtar's hand resisted vigorously, it was still taken up by Akhtar. Really disobedient. Shimu sighed, and the arm holding the inferior sword of light was burned to reveal the bones, but it was healed by the healing prayer in an instant, and then the flesh and blood were burned by the flames again. Shaking his head, Shimu retreated holding the inferior sword of light. It is very difficult to kill the lava giant in the underground world. Even if the lava giant is cut into pieces, there is no way to kill the lava giant. At most, it will slow down the recovery speed of the lava giant. Unless the lava giant can be lured to leave the underground world, or it is attacked excessively by a powerful existence once, directly weakening the recovery speed of the lava giant. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill the lava giant. Akhtar, stop! The lava giant also reacted, and seeing Akhtar running away with his weapon, he started chasing him. The two chased and fled. Not long after, they arrived at the world above. Boom! The flat snowfield suddenly bulged, and a volcano emerged, and the lava giant emerged from it. He looked at Akhtar not far away with cold eyes. Then he lurked. "I let you take my weapon for a while." As soon as the lava giant finished speaking, he lurked, not intending to fight Akhtar in the world above. In the previous brief confrontation, he had already realized that his fighting ability was not as good as a genius like Akhtar, and he was forced to fight in the world above. The only person who would die would be him. Although he was undoubtedly the stronger party in terms of magic power and the grace of the gods. However, this did not mean that he was better than Akhtar in fighting ability. "Can't you be tougher?" She moved casually through the inferior sword of light in his hand to the ground, and his arm, which was originally burned by Surtur's fire, was restored to its original state in an instant. Compared with the lower-level Twilight believers, who are not afraid of death, the upper-level Twilight believers are more afraid of death. When they encounter a situation where they cannot win, they will decisively choose to escape and give up. It is not easy to stimulate the high-level Twilight believers to lose their minds with a few words. Most of the high-level Twilight believers will only think of other ways. For example, find someone to steal back the Sword of Light, or find a group of masters to besiege. They will not easily get angry and fight to the death. Magic Kingdom. "You want to come to my apprentice, right?" Hecate put down the teacup, smiling calmly and elegantly, and her black pearl-like eyes reflected the two siblings, Misty and Michael, in front of her. She smiled and said, "He is in a little trouble now. Maybe you can help him." "What trouble?" Misty stood up subconsciously, her hand already on the long knife at her waist. In response, Hecate handed out a map, and after Misty took it, she explained with a smile, "You can choose to kill the people who threaten my apprentice in advance, or go to my apprentice to protect him." "Understood." Misty nodded, then turned her eyes to her brother, and the two of them met each other's eyes. "Go ahead, don't worry about me." Michael smiled gently, letting his sister leave with peace of mind. "Yeah." Misty nodded, and walked out of the library without hesitation, as if she was a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. "Do you think she will choose to kill the people who threaten my apprentice in advance?" Hecate took a sip of tea and asked Michael beside her, "Or will she choose to stay by my apprentice's side and protect his safety?" With Misty's personality, she will probably choose to kill the threat in advance. Michael smiled gently, but if it is Akhtar, it is another matter. Hecate showed a questioning look. "If you kill all threats in advance, you won't find a good excuse to stay by Akhtar's side." Michael smiled. "And if you choose to protect Akhtar closely, you can not only stay by Akhtar's side, but also have the opportunity to make your relationship warmer." He asserted so. "Emotions will make my sister make a choice." The Kingdom of Finmer. The Sword of Light was taken away? The red-haired dwarf was slightly stunned and asked his Polly, "Who did it?" "It's Akhtar, the hero who is against God." The little dwarf scratched her cheek and explained to the red-haired dwarf. He suddenly ran out and cut off the hand of the lava giant, and ran away with the Sword of Light. "Akhtar is a believer of the dusk?" The red-haired dwarf's expression was distorted, and the little dwarf shook her head and explained in a subtle voice. He relied on healing prayers to force himself to take the Sword of Light. The constraints of the Sword of Light can't kill Akhtar at all. The red-haired dwarf was silent for a while and said, "Get ready, we will go to snatch back the Sword of Light. No. We will attack the country of Finmer." He waved his hand. "If we want Akhtar to hand over the Sword of Light, we need some bargaining chips." "If it's bargaining chips." The dwarf lowly suddenly thought, "Why don't we just capture Letitia?" She put her hands on her hips. Compared to a country, Akhtar may care more about his lover? That makes sense. The red-haired dwarf thought for a while and ordered, "You take people to capture Letitia, and I will lead people to attack the Kingdom of Finmer." "Got it." The dwarf lowly nodded and hurried away, full of impatience. "I was bullied so badly by Akhtar at the beginning, and now I finally have the opportunity to retaliate." At the same time, in the Kingdom of Iris, the palace, Letitia opened the window, and the cold wind rushed in through the window, blowing her golden hair. "Akhtar, are you okay now?" "Of course I am fine." The Fernie waved her hands, holding the warm teacup in both hands, and smiled. "Why, our queen misses a man." Letitia glanced at her bestie, but she wasn't angry. She wouldn't get angry just because someone told her the truth. Now Akhtar is a hero who is against the gods. Didney yawned, and with that, "What's his name?" She pretended to think about it. "By the way, Miss Woman, she has a good relationship with Akhtar." Letitia lowered her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Didney beside her didn't shy away and pointed out directly. "From the description of the bard, they are very suitable, whether in terms of strength or status." She took a sip of tea. And Akhtar's teacher also supports Mist and Akhtar being together. The wind and snow outside the window were very cold. Letitia raised her hand and gently gathered her hair by her ears. Her hair was now long because Akhtar said he liked long hair more. I'm just saying that. 50 Finny's tone suddenly softened, and she whispered to Letitia. The bard didn't explicitly say that Akhtar and Misty had a romantic relationship. Maybe they were just comrades in arms. That's what she said. But she also felt that Akhtar and Misty had an affair, and maybe a child would appear after a while. Of course, she just thought about it, and didn't dare to say it directly. Letitia had been busy and dizzy during this period. If she put pressure on Letitia, she would be a bit too inhuman. For a while. Volcano Temple. I'm back again. The dwarf lowly emerged from the magma, leading a large group of powerful dust believers to attack the Iris Kingdom. Go straight into the palace. Chapter 127. It was dawn. Then Ur Kingdom. Palace? Why did you invade my country? Aegeus knelt on the ground, his hands and feet pierced by chains, and the blood oozing out stained the ground red. He stared angrily at the red-haired dwarf on the throne. We should not have any conflicts of interest. Does the dust cult need benefits to harm people? The red-haired dwarf asked back, and explained to Aegeus's speechless expression, but a poor country like yours is really not worth hurting. He lowered his head, and played with his fingers. We just want to use your lives to threaten Akhtar to hand over the Sword of Light. Aegeus, This was an unprovoked disaster. He knew Akhtar, a famous hero and a ruthless person, who was hostile to the gods. However, he never expected that he would be involved in such an outrageous relationship with Akhtar. In order to snatch the Sword of Light, the Twilight Cult rushed to seize his country, and used it to threaten Akhtar. This is too outrageous and too unlucky. Human, if you want to return to your country. The red-haired dwarf showed a malicious smile, revealing that there was a crazy flame burning. You should be better than us at making heroes compromise, right? What if Akhtar is unwilling to hand over the Sword of Light? Aegeus' voice was low, and then he saw the red-haired dwarf smiling badly and shaking his neck, hinting very clearly. If you can't do it, you will die. Desolate mountain. The morning sun shines through the gaps in the clouds and falls on the white snow, reflecting a dim color. Without the prototype Sword of Light, the Dusk Believers will not be able to break through the barrier in a short time. Shimu leaned against the tree, looking at Eden, who was kneeling opposite and grilling fish seriously, and analyzed calmly. We must solve the source of fear as soon as possible. Then what do you want to do? Eden looked calm, handed the grilled fish in his hand to Akhtar, and whispered, Do you still want to summon the Witch of Death? Can't summon gods? Shimu took a bite of the grilled fish and looked at the clear river beside him. If I pray to the goddess of life, will. Things have not reached the point of no return. Eden shook his head and explained to Akhtar. Before Suna's death and return reached the limit, the gods had no reason to personally solve the source of fear. Shimu fell silent and ate the grilled fish silently. He seemed very disappointed, but he was not surprised at the reaction of the gods. After the omniscient god was sealed, the gods of this world lost their leader. Except for the three goddesses of fate, who could exercise partial management rights, the gods were scattered, and they were scattered with their own thoughts. Unless things are serious to a certain extent, the gods will not descend to the lower world to solve the problem. This is because there are risks, and also because it has not reached the point where intervention is necessary, unless Suna has reached the limit of death return. Then, the three goddesses of fate will really take action to solve the problem. Since the gods are unwilling to manage, he suddenly said, facing Eden's surprised eyes, Why not let me manage this world? He said something that seemed very arrogant. If it were me, I could at least get rid of the source of fear quickly. There are many people who think like you. Eden's voice was calm. If I were to manage this world, it would definitely be better than the gods. She looked at Akhtar. But before that, you need to defeat the omniscient god. That's really too difficult. Shimu took another bite of the grilled fish and said, as if jokingly, If you can know the true power of the omniscient god, maybe there is still a chance. It will make sense to discuss this when you become a demon. Eden shook her head slightly, carefully observed Shimu's state, and said, You are close to the limit of the human realm. She asked again, Akhtar, Do you really want to become a demon? Shimu answered, No doubt. In this game, only after becoming a demon can you truly experience the pleasure of killing indiscriminately, and make the whole world feel terrified by your own strength. In order to kill him, the gods and heroes used all their wisdom and courage to defeat him. Then he crushed past again, cool. Can you tell me your ability? Eden asked without warning, looking at Akhtar's surprised expression. Usually, A person's ability is a very private matter. Unless it is guessed by others or there is some other need, it is normal to choose to conceal one's ability. This is not only to prevent others from targeting, but also to be able to better fight the enemy. So her asking Akhtar about the true nature of his ability was actually a bit rude, and it was very normal to be rejected. Although she had no ill intention in asking about the true nature of Akhtar's ability. It's a player. Shimu answered casually, without hiding anything about his ability. In his opinion, this was not a secret worth caring about. Anyway, he didn't rely on the ability of a player to fight. And the reason why Eden asked about his true nature of ability was just to let the Tree of All-Knowing analyze it in advance, so as to list the rituals required for his promotion to become a demon. For those who meet the conditions to become a demon, the ritual is the biggest obstacle. Everyone's conditions are different, and the difficulty of execution is naturally different. And the difficulty of naturally studying the conditions required for the ritual is also different. Player? Eden showed a trace of confusion. She didn't understand why Akhtar had the ability of a player. Any ability that was born was related to the desire of the person's heart, and Akhtar, and the concept of a player, were hardly involved. In response, Akhtar started to talk nonsense. Do you like playing games? Eden fell into thought. Shimu didn't seem to expect Eden's answer, and explained to himself, playing games is a very happy thing, and everyone can have fun from it. He leaned against the tree. If life is likened to a game, then I can enjoy the fun of the game to my heart's content. Eden shook his head and said, life is not a game. But it can be a game, right? Shimu smiled. It's just that compared to games, the real world has too many rules, and everyone's winning standards are different. He met Eden's gaze. In fact, I hate the doctrine of not allowing suicide. It's like forcing everyone to play the game of life. Even a child knows that when the difficulty of a game is unreasonable, he will want to give up, but the reality is that he has to play it even if he doesn't want to. No one is allowed to give up the game of life, otherwise he will face unacceptable punishment. If I were to design the game, I would modify the rules of the game so that every player can play the game happily and experience the fun of the game. At this point, he looked away. Of course, this is just my wishful thinking. This is a very good wish, and a very good ability. Eden affirmed and understood Akhtar's idea. She has lived for a long time, and has witnessed the decline and rise of many countries and civilizations. She has a deeper understanding of what Akhtar said. In different environments, people have different conditions for success. It may be having a happy family, or being rich enough to rival a country, or of course being well fed and clothed, but no matter what the conditions are, it will be difficult to achieve because of the constraints of the rules. And when people realize that they can't do it anyway, they will realize failure and give up. I remember a story a long time ago. A sage created a puppet, and ordered it to pick up the gold coins on the ground. The puppet did it easily. Then the sage asked the puppet to fish out the fish in the water. The first attempt failed, and the sage gave the puppet severe punishment. After that, the sage arranged several more experiments. Every time it succeeded, the puppet would be rewarded accordingly, and if it failed, it would be severely punished. The puppet naturally realized one thing. If she could not complete the sage's order, she would be punished, and if she succeeded, she would be rewarded. In order not to be punished and to get rewards, the puppet tried every way to satisfy the sage. Although the conditions proposed by the sage became more and more difficult, the puppet could still meet the sage's requirements most of the time. Until one day, the sage made a request, asking the puppet to fish out the moon in the pond. The puppet failed, and there was no real moon in the pond. However, the sage did not change the request this time, and asked the puppet to fish out the moon in the pond again and again. After trying every possible way, and making every attempt, the puppet got always punishment, as if she could never succeed. Then the puppet thought of a way that was closest to success, and she committed suicide in front of the sage. Since she would be punished anyway, and since there was no way to get rewards anyway, suicide was the best solution. Death is the best solution to escape unreasonable rules. This is the conclusion reached by the sage. What Akhtar has to do is to redefine the rules, erase the unreasonable rules, and allow everyone to play the game. If I can do it? Shimu smiled and focused on eating fish. He knew that Eden believed his explanation of the ability of player. If this is what you think. Eden raised his hand and gently gathered the hair beside his ear, as if he had confirmed some information. Then your ability after becoming a demon should be related to the ability to customize the rules of the game. What do you mean? Shimu asked in confusion. After becoming a demon, my ability is no longer a player. Abilities can be expanded. Eden explained. The same ability can be used to different degrees because of the different abilities of the user. She thought for a moment and explained. Take life as an example. The goddess of life can develop the ability of life to the point of omnipotence. Not only can she create life, but she can also interfere with the world. However, if ordinary people use the ability of life, they can only heal the body. If you can complete the ritual and become a demon, the boundaries of your ability can be expanded and transformed into another concept of ability. Shimu nodded, seeming to understand what Eden said. Although Eden said it was complicated, but, to explain it in a more understandable way, it is to unlock the corresponding ability terms and make one's own abilities more versatile. And just as they were chatting, the sky suddenly darkened. Here we go, Red Dragon King. Shimu looked up at the red dragon that covered the sky, and saw a giant dragon that seemed to move mountains, blocking the sun in the sky, and its wings spread to cover the sky, and its size was more exaggerated than that of a giant. Awing! The red dragon roared loudly, and cast a look at the tiny human below. The two sides' eyes met. No words were needed. Fire overflowed from Shimu's teeth, and he spit out a fiery dragon breath, colliding with the sky fire spit out by the red dragon king. Boom! The blazing flames flooded the world, and the spreading light and heat melted the thick snow, which evaporated and disappeared in an instant. The light converged. The original snowfield disappeared, leaving behind a red land with hot smoke. You really took the power of the dragon, but you are not originally a dragon? The red-haired strongman stepped on the scorched land and came to Akhtar. You are more like a dragon than a dragon. Unfortunately, I am a human. Shimu answered casually, and he didn't seem to care much about the previous attack of the Red Dragon King. He said calmly, after the matter is over, I will attack you without any explanation. It doesn't matter, you can do it at any time. The red-haired strongman waved his hand, and didn't care about Akhtar's almost provocative remarks. Dragons originally decide everything with strength. Well, this is his personal opinion. The current dragons are highly social creatures, especially young dragons, which are not like dragons at all. It's not the same as the Lone Ranger dragons in the past. The key now is to solve the source of fear. Suna walked out from behind the Red Dragon King. She closed her eyes and blocked the two people. No, maybe between the two dragons. If possible, I hope you can get along well. They won't have any conflicts. Eden comforted, before solving the source of fear, they won't be hostile to each other. That's good. Suna patted her full chest. She was still worried that the two would fight if they disagreed. Let's get back to the point. Now we have two ways to solve the source of fear. Shimu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and went straight to the point. Find a nearby country to sacrifice, and summon the Witch of Death to solve the source of fear. At this point, he looked up at the sky. Otherwise, we can only send the source of fear to a place that does not affect the human world. Send the source of fear to the sky? The Red Dragon King touched his chin, and then shook his head. Only gods can open the passage to the sky. Chapter 128. That's troublesome. Shimu raised his hand, and pressed his forehead, but there was no trace of distress on his face. Seeing this, the Red Dragon King had a subtle look on his face, and asked Suna beside him in confusion, Why, is it Akhtar who is planning how to solve the source of fear? Suna was slightly stunned and fell into deep thought. Why did she unconsciously give the initiative to Akhtar, when she was the one who had more information? If Suna has a better way, it would be better. Shimu cast an expectant look, waiting for Suna to tell her plan. The atmosphere fell silent. Sorry, I don't have a good solution at the moment. Suna turned her face away embarrassedly, and her voice gradually became smaller. With the Twilight Church's persistence in the source of fear, even if a large number of church personnel were sent to guard it, the Twilight Church would sooner or later find an opportunity to unseal it. So she hasn't thought of a good solution yet. It's normal that you can't think of a solution in such a short time. The Red Dragon King waved his hand, and he could understand that Suna couldn't come up with a solution. He turned his eyes to Eden and asked, Saint Lady, is there a solution? Akhtar's current solution is the best solution. Eden replied calmly, as long as the source of fear is returned to the sky, all problems can be solved. Can Saint Lady open the door to the sky? The Red Dragon King asked the most critical question. In the past, it was not difficult to go to the sky. As long as you have the strength of the peak of human beings, you can go to the sky to meet the gods through specific magic. However, later, the creation which broke into the sky captured several gods and trained them as pets. The gate to the sky was closed by the god of all-knowing, in order to prevent powerful witches or demons from breaking into the sky and killing people in the future. In the temple where the plague goddess is worshipped, there is a gate to the sky. Eden said calmly, revealing a secret unknown to ordinary people. After the death of the plague goddess, the door opened by the plague goddess has never been closed. Just throw the source of fear into the door. That will solve the problem of the source of fear. As expected of the all-knowing saint, you know a lot. The Red Dragon King did not doubt Eden's words. Although he did not know much about Eden's true identity, he knew that Eden was not simple, and was not inferior to the gods. Then our problem now is how to send the source of fear to the temple of the goddess of plague. This is very simple. Shimu said, we can just move the barrier over there. Move it over there? The Red Dragon King pulled the corner of his mouth and pointed to the barrier that sealed the source of fear. There was a red semicircular barrier on the horizon, with a scale of at least 20 kilometers. It is not an easy task to move this barrier. It will definitely consume a lot of manpower and material resources. And it is not known whether the barrier can be moved. If you don't want to move it, then sacrifice a nearby country. Shimu said casually, compared to moving the barrier, sacrificing a human country is easier. Are you really a human hero? The Red Dragon King showed a suspicious look. Why would Akhtar say so easily that he wanted to sacrifice a country? In response, Shimu just said coldly, there is no easy way to solve the problem. You are not willing to solve the problem of moving, and you are not willing to summon the Witch of Death. Then you can come up with a solution? Don't argue, don't argue. Suna waved her hands quickly. We don't know whether the goddess is willing to send the source of fear to the sky. Pa Shimu tapped Suna's forehead with a snap of his fingers. Suna covered her forehead with a pitiful expression. He explained, we didn't want to send the source of fear to the sky, but we thought the Witch of Death was near the temple. The Red Dragon King also reacted and clapped his hands hard. We just wanted to move the source of fear to the Witch of Death. But who would have thought that the source of fear would accidentally find the door to the sky? Shimu smiled slightly, his expression calm. So, it was the source of fear that got into the sky by itself, not us who sent the source of fear into the sky. I don't think this can fool the goddess of fate. Suna raised her hand to cover her face. She could already imagine the goddess of fate's harsh criticism of her, but fortunately the three goddesses of fate had a good temper. She shouldn't be severely punished, but she will have to keep her title of candidate saint for a few more years. Then I asked the goddess of life for instructions. Shimu thought for a while. If she doesn't allow it, we move the source of fear to the Witch of Death. This feels even worse. Suna shook her head vigorously. Unlike Akhtar, who can completely surrender to the Witch of Death at any time, if she participates in the murder of gods, her life will end here. Then it's settled. Shimu waved his hand and made a decision. Just move the source of fear to the plague temple, and then let the source of fear enter the sky unexpectedly. You decide. Suna showed an expression of giving up treatment. She couldn't come up with a better solution, and she knew that she couldn't let the source of fear continue to stay in the world. Otherwise, the Church of Twilight will definitely find a way to get the source of fear out of trouble, causing the world to be devastated. And she can't let this happen. I go deal with the nearby Twilight believers. Shimu moved his wrist and smiled at Eden. The specific execution is up to you. Yes. Eden agreed softly. If it was just to make a plan, it would not be difficult for her. Then I leave it to you. Shimu smiled, summoned the mare, then jumped on the horse, and disappeared into the sky. If he were to carry out the plan himself, it would be a waste of time, and the effect might not be better than Eden. And he couldn't wait to go on a killing spree. Ha! What a willful guy. The Red Dragon King shook his head, looked at the quiet Eden on the side, and asked, You seem to have a good relationship. Eden cast an inquiring look, and then saw the Red Dragon King grinning and pointing his finger at his face. If I kill Akhtar, you won't seek revenge on me, right? Eden thought about it seriously, raised his hand, and gently brushed the golden hair by his ear, and whispered, You can't do it. I want to ask if you will take revenge on me. The Red Dragon King waved his hand, but saw the all-knowing saint turn around and disappeared into golden light mist. He pulled the corner of his mouth. It seems that they have a good relationship. They can understand each other's thoughts with just one look. Suna nodded slightly, thinking of the way Akhtar and Eden get along. They usually don't talk to each other much, but as long as they exchange a look, they can understand each other's thoughts. This may be because they are both smart people, and also because they know each other very well. Anyway, the relationship won't be bad. Really? The Red Dragon King touched his chin and began to think about whether to kill Akhtar. At the same time, on the other side, near the kingdom of Finmer. Who are you? The shark man looked at the naked upper body, and the man wearing a bird beak hood with a vigilant look. Shimu pushed the bird beak hood on his head, then took out the great sword of death, raised his hand, and wiped the sword. igniting the black flame symbolizing death. In an instant, "Akhtar, it's you." The shark man immediately recognized Shimu's identity, and swung the sawtooth broadsword in his hand without hesitation. The swords crossed, bursting out brilliant sparks. "Wearing a hood, are you afraid that people will recognize you?" The shark man jumped back, his cheeks puffed up, and spit out a water dragon. The circling and dancing water dragon turned several circles in the air, and its volume expanded rapidly, hitting Akhtar heavily. And after doing all this, the shark man did not slack off at all, and suddenly punched the ground. As the ground sank, a large amount of sea water gushed out instantly, turning into waves and flooding the surrounding area. Can win. The shark man flipped the sawtooth sword, stepped on the turbulent sea surface, looked around vigilantly, and then froze in place. He saw 2 Akhtars, and a black-clothed woman holding a sword of death emerging from the sea. Hey. Isn't it a bit unfair to fight 3 against 1? If you have the ability, you could also summon it. Shimu swung the sword of death, stepped on the sea surface, and attacked the shark man. The summoned reflection in the mirror and Miss Black Knife also tacitly launched an attack together. This is the power of the 10 kinds of shadow magic. As long as there is enough magic power, players do not need to practice skills. They only need to be a combat launcher to crush many enemies that they cannot defeat. Cool, of course it is very cool. But for senior players, it will be a bit boring. Unless it is necessary, they will not easily be combat launchers. And now, he must get rid of the shark man as soon as possible, otherwise it will attract the attention of the Dust Cult, and cause him to be besieged by the high-level members of the Dust Cult. So he must get rid of the shark man as soon as possible. After a while, the sea water receded. The members of the Dust Cult who came to help found the body of the shark man. His body was separated and fell on the snow. Who can kill Hawk Jones in such a short time? Makirazor squatted down and checked the body of the shark man, but found no clues. Obviously someone erased the traces. It should be Akhtar and his people. A nun came over, she closed her eyes, touched her skirt and squatted down. We want to kill them, so it's normal for them to want to kill us. They know us too well. Makirazor frowned, revealing his worry. They were able to accurately find their senior staff, and kill them before they arrived. The accuracy of this intelligence was creepy. In this regard, the nun was very calm. There are the all-knowing saint, and the faith saint in Akhtar's group. It's not surprising that they know our intelligence so well. It seems that we are the weak ones. Makirazor reached out, and stroked the shark man's head and body. The Surtur fire ignited in his palm, and burned the shark man's body. We have never been strong from the beginning to the end. The nun was very calm. The mainstream of this world has always been the gods and heroes. She was very clear about the positioning of the Twilight Cult. Unless it was in the endless and distant future, the end that was destined to burn the world. Otherwise, the positioning of the Twilight Cult would always be the villain, a mouse surviving in the cracks of the world of gods. It is impossible to occupy the position of the mainstream and the strong. The next day, it was dawn. There was a message circulating in the Twilight Cult that a man, with a naked upper body, and a bird headgear was madly hunting members of the Twilight Cult. He was crazier than the Twilight Believers, showing murderous intent and decisiveness. It scared the Twilight Believers. The man with the headgear is Akhtar, right? The dwarf little Loli put her hands on her waist, and smiled at Letitia and Fifney, who were restrained on the side. His malice towards the Twilight Cult has really not diminished at all. Letitia did not speak. Fifney, who was standing nearby, looked desperate. She tried to get rid of the chains that bound her hands, but found that she couldn't get free at all. She sighed. I can understand arresting Letitia, but why did you arrest me as well? Who told you to stay together? The dwarf Loli replied confidently. When she invaded the Iris Palace, she happened to find Fifney and Letitia together, so she grabbed them and increased her threat to Akhtar. It's not hard to bring someone with her anyway. I knew there would be such a day. Fifney muttered, and she seemed to have been mentally prepared for the possibility of being arrested by the Twilight Cult. With the madness of the Twilight Cult, even if the Sword of Light was not in the Iris Kingdom, they would still think of capturing Letitia and using it to threaten Akhtar to hand over the Sword of Light. However, she did not expect that the guards stationed in the Iris Palace were penetrated by the Twilight Cult without much resistance. You know, the guards stationed in the Iris Kingdom are elite knights of the Sky City, which are rare resources in that country. Theoretically, they can resist for a while. We were too lazy to bother you. The dwarf little Lolita's expression was subtle, but who made Akhtar too difficult. She waved her hand, pushed the door, and walked out of the house. You just stay here and wait for the hero Akhtar to save you. The Kingdom of Fenrir. In the streets and alleys, leaflets were posted one after another, stating that the Twilight cult had captured Letitia and Fibney, and threatened Akhtar that if he did not appear in Finra within 3 days, they would kill Letitia and Fibney. By the way, the entire Finra country would be burned to ashes. In this regard, this group of Twilight believers finally have some awareness of being villains. Shimu thought sincerely, and was not angry about the Twilight believers kidnapping Letitia and Fibney. It's better to say that he felt satisfied. Don't let me down. Shimu took off the leaflet posted on the notice board, then turned around and left, continuing to hunt the Twilight believers. He was not worried about killing the Twilight believers to collapse. As long as the snowstorm continued, the number of Twilight believers would continue to grow, just like leeks that can be harvested. After all, the more chaotic the world is, the more vigorous the vitality of the cult will be. Chapter 129. In the afternoon, at dusk, the cold wind blew snowflakes across the burning village. Shimu stood in the firelight, casually swung the great sword of death, and killed a Twilight believer who tried to attack. The splattered blood and corpse flew into the burning wooden house, and disappeared completely. There is no point in killing them. A steady male voice suddenly came. Shimu subconsciously turned his head, and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw that the Red Dragon King was not afraid of the high temperature of the flames, with his hands in his pockets, and walked over calmly. They are just a group of minions. The Red Dragon King yawned. As long as the snowstorm continues, the Twilight believers will have as many minions as they want. After the snowstorm, the belief in the fire giant Surtur spread rapidly, leading to the rapid expansion of the Twilight cult. Although the top-level combat power did not increase much, the bottom-level Twilight believers did get enough supplements. Shimu turned to look at the familiar Red Dragon King and asked, "You didn't come to me to talk about these things, did you? The Twilight cult is going to publicly execute your little lover." The Red Dragon King looked at Akhtar, who was obviously irritated, and knew that this hero in people's eyes was beginning to become emotionally unstable. He grinned. "What are you going to do next? This is a good opportunity." Shimu walked steadily out of the village and said calmly, "It will be convenient for me to get rid of them all at once." "What about your little girlfriend?" the Red Dragon King asked curiously, but Akhtar did not answer, and disappeared in the wind and snow outside the village. The Kingdom of Finra. Square. Sent to the execution platform again. 50 Funny was desperate. It had only been a short time since she was captured by the Twilight cult, and was to be executed in public. And the reason for the execution was so similar, in order to attract people related to her, that is, Akhtar. However, she was not very familiar with Akhtar, and could only say that they knew each other, so why did he send her to the execution platform together? "It's okay, Akhtar will come to save us." Letitia, who was beside her, comforted her softly, and believed that Akhtar would come to save them. However, something was wrong. 50 Funny was slightly stunned, looking at her best friend beside her, feeling a little strange. With Letitia's personality, she should not be able to say such words. "What's wrong?" Letitia turned her head, and smiled at her best friend, as elegant and gentle as ever. "Nothing, I just think you trust Akhtar too much." The phony grumbled and complained, "With so many Twilight believers guarding us, even Akhtar can't easily rescue us. Akhtar is a hero who is against God." Letitia explained, "It's not difficult to rescue us." "I hope so." The phony was dejected and looked around at the Twilight believers guarding her. At this moment, she was standing on the execution platform, with 2 powerful Twilight believers beside her, holding sharp swords, and could chop off her head at any time. And around the square, a large number of ordinary people gathered, and were closely guarded by the Twilight believers to prevent them from escaping. Everyone present was a bargaining chip used to morally blackmail the hero. The last ray of sunset light disappeared. The sky darkened. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of horse hooves came from far away. Under the gaze of everyone, Akhtar appeared on an 8-legged horse, and came to the execution platform. "Akhtar, hand over the sword of light." The dwarf Little Lowly jumped off the execution platform, and looked at Akhtar nervously. Although Akhtar had been surrounded by the believers of the dusk, he was still a coward, because Akhtar's reputation had spread to an outrageous degree. No one could ignore the gold content of Akhtar's enemy of God. And outside the country of Finra, there was a group of troublesome guys, who might rush in at any time because of Akhtar's words. In this regard, Shimu just glanced coldly at the noisy dwarf Little Lolita, and the overly indifferent look made the dwarf Little Lolita step back in fear. The look he gave her was not full of hostility, but more like looking at an insignificant object, just like a lion that had eaten its fill, lazily looking at the passing antelope, too lazy to move to hunt, But for the antelope, the lion's mere existence made the antelope feel fearful. But Shimu quickly withdrew his gaze. At the current level of the dwarf little Lolita, killing her would not give her too much experience points, and she could still be raised, and after the mission plot was passed, she could be killed easily. He cast his eyes on the execution platform, and exchanged glances with Letitia. Sorry, I dragged you down. It's okay. Letitia shook her head gently, her delicate face full of hope and joy, and she whispered, Akhtar, you must be careful. Yes. Shimu dismounted, took out the genuine sword of light, handed it to the dwarf little Lolita beside him, and said, The sword of light you want. The dwarf little Lolita's expression immediately collapsed. It was true that she wanted the sword of light, but she didn't want the genuine sword of light. She took a step back and said, Don't play dumb, we want the prototype sword of light. Although the Twilight cult has always wanted to take back the genuine sword of light, there is a problem, that is, no one can use it. Only Akhtar and Letitia can use the genuine sword of light. To meet the needs of the genuine sword of light in terms of personality, it is almost impossible for the Twilight believers. Compared to the prototype sword of light, this genuine sword of light is more valuable, right? Shimu handed over the sword of light. The dwarf little Lolita took a step back, and had no intention of taking the genuine sword of light. She had a very clear understanding of her own moral level. Anyway, it is impossible to pick up the genuine sword of light. What we want is the prototype sword of light, not the sword of light with limited use. That sword cannot be given to you to use. Shimu shook his head, his expression very firm. In response, the dwarf little Loli did not speak, but cast his eyes on the civilians in the square, and saw several civilians with their hands and feet tied up breaking free from the guards of the Dusk Believers, rushing to Akhtar's feet and kneeling directly. Sir Akhtar, please save us. A beautiful young woman in white hugged Akhtar's thighs and looked up pitifully. We were poisoned by the Twilight Believers. The words were not finished. The hand knife slashed, and the young woman's head moved. From the broken end, shocking blood gushed out, dyeing the ground of the square red. The body fell to the ground, and the young woman's head fell to the ground and rolled several times. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu shook off his stained palm and said calmly, It's really a boring method to let the Twilight Believers pretend to be civilians to shake me. After the words fell, the civilians who were kneeling beside him immediately retreated. Some of them were Twilight Believers and some were really ordinary civilians. However, regardless of whether their identities were really civilians, they no longer dared to ask Akhtar for help. What if Akhtar killed them with a knife without saying a word, and directly identified them as Twilight Believers? Then they might really die in vain. What if you really killed civilians? The dwarf little Loli twitched her mouth. It was said that men could not resist the pretty widow. Why did you kill so decisively? I know astrology, so I can tell the difference. Shimu answered casually, and the dwarf little Lolita pointed at a guy who was obviously a civilian. Is he also a Twilight Believer? Shimu answered immediately. He can be a Twilight Believer. The atmosphere fell silent. The atmosphere that was originally ready to move suddenly froze, and those who wanted to rush out to beg also suppressed their thoughts of asking. There is no point in arguing about this. A nun walked out of the crowd, her eyes closed, her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen. From the way she dressed, she was very similar to the blindfolded nun. But it is obvious that her appearance is not as beautiful as the blindfolded nun, and her aura is not as mysterious as the blindfolded nun. Well, she is just a stronger dusk nun. Sir Akhtar, you should know what we need. The nun's voice was soft. If the transaction can be completed smoothly, I think both parties will be happy, otherwise you may lose everything. Shimu fell into thinking. The nun did not interrupt him when she saw this, and silently waited for Akhtar to make a choice. She did not care whether Akhtar was willing to hand over the prototype of the Sword of Light. Even if he refused, it didn't matter. She had already prepared a corresponding backup plan. As long as Akhtar wanted to save Letitia, there would be a chance to get the prototype of the Sword of Light back. For a long time, Shimu cast his eyes on Letitia on the execution platform, then glanced at Fifney, and nodded. Okay, I give you the prototype Sword of Light. Happy cooperation. The nun was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Akhtar to compromise so easily. She thought Akhtar would refuse to hand over the prototype Sword of Light for the sake of justice, and start to forcibly snatch Letitia. However, the reality is that Akhtar hesitated for a while, and chose to hand over the Sword of Light, which was completely different from the heroic righteousness she expected. If you can't even protect the people around you, and you still have to protect irrelevant people, it's ridiculous. Shimu took out the prototype Sword of Light, and stabbed the prototype Sword of Light flowing with magma into the ground. Let Letitia go. Okay. The nun nodded and waved to the dust believers on the execution platform, indicating that they should let Letitia go. And at this moment, wait, what about me? Fifi widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Akhtar on the execution platform. Did this man forget her? Why did he only mention Letitia and not her? After all, she was Letitia's best friend and a comrade in arms, who had experienced life and death together in the past. Oh, and Fifi. Shimu suddenly realized and quickly added a sentence, and the nun nodded and waved to the dust believers on the execution platform. Not long after, Letitia and Fifi were untied, and the dust believers' blades were pressed against their necks, and they completed the transaction with Akhtar. Unexpectedly smooth. The nun successfully got the prototype of the Sword of Light. She felt a little unreal that it was so easy to succeed. That was a man who was an enemy of the gods, a hero who could leave a mark in history books, but he would surrender so easily. Let's go, let's evacuate first. Shimu stretched out his hand to cover Letitia's mouth, blocking her words of gratitude, and took her and Fifi on the mare and left. Outside the city. On a hillside. Okay, it's enough to get here. Shimu got off the horse, helped Letitia get off the horse, and then said to Fifi, my partner will send you away. I still have to fight against the Twilight followers and take back the Sword of Light. Are you letting me leave like this? Fifi twitched her lips. She had the illusion that she was being disliked and deliberately driven away. But what Akhtar said was nothing wrong. She had no right to intervene in the next battle, because she was just a noble from a small place, and she had no right to join the conflict between the Twilight followers and the heroes. If you want to stay and fight, that's fine, Shimu said jokingly, and then saw Fifi shaking her head vigorously. Just send me back. Then goodbye. Waving his hand, Shimu watched the mare carrying Fifi away, and then he cast his eyes on Letitia beside him. Then he pinched Letitia's neck, lifted her up with a cold look, and asked coldly, have you ever said that your disguise is fake? I'm almost out of breath. Letitia's delicate face flushed, and she looked at Akhtar in confusion, not quite understanding why her lover was pinching her neck. The body, appearance, and breath are exactly the same, but my instinct refuses to admit that you are Letitia. Shimu replied indifferently, you underestimate Letitia too much. She has never been a princess waiting for others to save her. He silently increased the strength of his palm. Letitia had begun to roll her eyes. Her legs were swinging under her skirt, and there was a stream of warm water flowing down her legs. As long as that woman knows that she will be used as a threat, and may cause a huge disaster because of herself, she will choose to commit suicide. After saying this, he squeezed hard without hesitation, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. The corpse fell into the snow pile, and Letitia turned into a stranger. That was a woman, known as the Nefertile of 1,000 Faces, with superb acting skills and ever-changing abilities. In theory, as long as she had a little contact with anyone, she could completely imitate them, and even the closest people could not tell. But the person she imitated was Letitia. With Letitia's personality, she would definitely commit suicide without hesitation after judging the current situation. Therefore, no matter how good the 1,000-faced Nefertile looks, it is impossible to completely imitate Letitia. Because facing the current situation, Letitia will only choose to end herself, instead of waiting for his rescue like a weak princess. At the same time, in the country of Finmer, everything went well with the plan. The nun's slender fingers touched the prototype Sword of Light, and it was difficult to hide her excitement. Now not only has the prototype Sword of Light been taken back, but spies have also been planted in Akhtar's group, so that the movements of Akhtar and his group can be grasped at any time. However, the prototype Sword of Light suddenly turned into a phantom and disappeared under the nun's gaze. Obviously, there was no problem with the strength or feel, but the prototype Sword of Light just disappeared. It was summoned by Akhtar. No. The existence of the prototype Sword of Light itself has disappeared, and it was not summoned at all. And at this moment, boom! The ground of the square cracked and spread like a spider web. Akhtar reappeared and looked at the nun with cold eyes. How dare you kill Letitia? Who killed her? The nun pursed her lips and wanted to refute loudly regardless of her manners. They didn't want to kill Letitia at all. It was that woman who took advantage of their inattention and committed suicide. Didn't you lie to us too? She reacted. The prototype Sword of Light you gave was fake. Isn't it natural to lie to the believers of the dusk? Shimu said confidently, pointing his index finger at the sky. A blazing flame appeared in the sky, flowing and converging into a sun, emitting a blazing high temperature. The prototype sword of light given to the believers of the dusk was created by him using 10 kinds of shadow magic to copy himself while holding the prototype sword of light, creating a fake prototype sword of light. Chapter 130. To die. Aegeus looked up at the sky, his pupils reflecting the sun in the sky, and fell into despair. With Akhtar now being stimulated to the point of madness, he was probably so angry that he would implicate the Fenrir kingdom and want to burn everything. Tick! The sweat beads flowing down his forehead dripped down his cheeks onto the stone slabs on the ground and instantly evaporated into white smoke. When the sun fell to the ground, it would be enough to burn the entire royal city in an instant. Despair? Powerless. Confused. The residents of the Fenrir kingdom looked up at the sun in the sky and fell into confusion. It was too late to escape. God save us! Someone sent a cry for help to life. Now only the arrival of God can save them. Otherwise. Don't worry, I sent you to see them right away. A cheerful male voice came, and a man jumped high, his right arm clenched into a fist, and the exposed blue veins seemed like swimming green snakes. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The sun that was about to fall into the royal city. And the man who punched the sun. Boom! The moment the fist intersected with the sun, the falling sun was pierced, and the flames spread all over the sky, sweeping in all directions. The sky was dyed red at this moment. Hercules? Aegeus in the palace recognized the man who punched the sun and fell into deeper despair. In the past, there was a hero who went through the 12 tests of the gods and became a hero that attracted worldwide attention. Unfortunately, he suddenly went crazy and killed his children and wife with his own hands, and then disappeared. A very sad story. However, as a king, Aegeus knew that Hercules, who was hailed as a hero, had joined the Church of Twilight and became a high-ranking official in the Church of Twilight in a real sense. Such an existence descended upon the kingdom of Fenrir, and had to fight a fierce battle with Akhtar. Then, there was no reason for the kingdom of Fenrir to survive. At the same time, outside the kingdom of Fenrir, a tall red-haired woman, holding the long sword in her hand tightly, kicked the ground with both feet, and shot out like a bullet, and the blade cut through the air and slashed at Hercules, who was about to fall. The two sides' eyes met, and their pupils reflected each other's appearance, and then they collided without hesitation. Fist and long sword. Demon and witch. Boom! The roar that shook the world, the spreading shock wave caused many buildings in the kingdom of Fenrir to collapse, causing many people to be buried alive. But fortunately, this knife was worth it. Hercules was knocked away by the sudden blow, and his body flew backwards and disappeared in the Fenrir kingdom. There was no need to worry about him fighting to the death with Akhtar. Blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto the white snow. Hercules crossed his arm with one hand, looked at Mist, who was walking towards him, and smiled generously. Is this the power of the disordered witch? He squeezed his healed arm. Still. So strong. Mist did not respond, and raised the long knife in her hand coldly. She had to kill Hercules quickly, and rush back to help Akhtar. You are also a person like me who has the power of others in your body. Hercules grinned, squatted down and put his hand into the ground, then suddenly pulled it hard, and a stone axe appeared. This is the power of mastering density. Even the mud that can be found everywhere can be turned into extremely strong materials under his power. I used to think that the power of others was nothing more than following the path of the strong in the past. Later, I found something was wrong. The stone axe was gently swung, and the density changed, turning into a powerful shock wave, but it was split by Misty's sword. But Hercules did not stop talking and continued. We are just the test subjects of the witch trying to revive the demons and witches in the past. You also met that woman, right? No answer. The long sword in Misty's hand has been slashed out. She has no interest in discussing with Hercules, but just wants to kill Hercules as soon as possible. In this regard, Hercules had no choice but to fight. He originally wanted to discuss the identity of that woman with Misty, who was of the same kind. But now, he could only focus on fighting. The long sword and the axe clashed, the two strong men who surpassed the limit of human beings. Their speed was faster than sound, and the air wailed just by moving. The first clash, the thick snow was blown away. The second collision, the earth was torn apart by the shock wave. The third clash, the battlefield has fallen into a vacuum. Except for the two strong men who surpassed the peak of human beings, even the air could not get close. The power from disorder and density made the physical laws of the battlefield begin to become weird. At the same time, in the country of Fenrir. Square. Ah, help! Everywhere you look are burning corpses, and the living people who have not yet died are struggling in pain on the ground, making creepy wails. But the instigator was unmoved. Shimu looked at the nun's white neck and lifted her up high. His cold eyes seemed to have crazy flames burning. This man was going crazy. The nun tried hard to pry the hand that was pinching her neck, and she shed tears in pain, but mixed with joy. She knew that the hero Akhtar had begun to collapse, and was about to be completely infected by the fire of ashes. Akhtar, you have also fallen. The corners of her mouth raised a happy arc, and she didn't care at all that she was about to be killed. You didn't implicate innocent people before. It doesn't matter now. Shimu pinched the nun's hand and gradually increased the strength, and the madness of his pupils became more and more severe. In the future, I will find a way to kill all the Dusk Believers, including the fire giant Surtur. His body's surface began to turn red, as if it had turned into charcoal. You all go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the palm and fingers burst into a blazing flame of destruction, burning the nun into ashes. Then he put his hands together, and the shadow behind him began to extend, and this black knife and another self emerged, and then the three of them started to slaughter in different directions. Probably to make the disguise more realistic, so that he would not suspect that Letitia was a disguise. The Church of Dusk sent a large number of believers to the kingdom of Fenrir. Boom! The blazing flames were like a river bursting its banks, pouring into the alleys, and several Dusk Believers, who did not have time to escape, were swept in and turned into ashes in an instant. And in the sea of fire. Akhtar, you are crazy. The red-haired dwarf walked out with a serious face. He looked at Akhtar, who had no scruples, and began to have a headache. Now this unscrupulous man is very difficult to threaten, and he has a high degree of malice towards the followers of the Dusk. In this regard, I am very calm. Shimu raised his hand to lift the black hair on his forehead, and the fire overflowed from his teeth. When the red-haired dwarf pounced to the side, the hot dragon breath penetrated through and penetrated the Fenrir King city. That's not necessarily the case. A frivolous male voice came, and Makirazor came from the side, with a provocative smile. But we can send you to see Letitia. He turned his head, and looked not far away. Right. The question fell, and the bricks and stones on the ground began to shake, as if they collapsed, and the lava giant drilled out. Since we can't complete the transaction, we could only rob. The red-haired dwarf, who avoided the dragon's breath, also came over, and together with Makirazor and the lava giant, surrounded Akhtar. As a hero, you shouldn't be afraid of the siege of us cultists. Makirazor laughed, and the shadow behind him extended and turned into a huge door, and summoned creatures came out one by one. We are the ones besieging you. Shimu sneered, and launched an attack together with the clone and Miss Black Knife, who rushed back. And outside the Fenrir King city. It seems that I will die again, Suna whispered. With Akhtar's current mental state, if she didn't die in return, Akhtar would probably turn into another moving disaster, making the already bad situation even worse. In response, the Red Dragon King beside him showed an interested look. You are going to die again. Isn't this the first time that Her Highness the Saint has died? That's right, Suna said in self-abandonment, raising her white neck. Come. Kill me, she explained. After death, I can go back to 24 hours ago. I see. The Red Dragon King suddenly realized and hammered his palm, saying, but you will also pay a price for returning after death, right? He made a sincere suggestion. Do you want to try to persuade Akhtar? Maybe you can calm him down? It's too late. Suna twitched her mouth and pointed to Fenrir Royal City. Akhtar knows my ability. After he kills the high-level members of the Dusk Believers, he will definitely come to kill me too. She didn't want to reveal her ability because some people would use her as a regret medicine and want to kill her in order to save some regrets. And with Akhtar's current state, he would definitely find a way to kill her and change the past. How do you know if you don't try? The Red Dragon King advised. What if Akhtar and Letitia's relationship is not that good? Suna shook her head and said, after causing such a serious killing, Akhtar has no way back. How is that possible? Waving his hand, the Red Dragon King explained casually, public opinion is easy to guide. Afterwards, we just need to put the blame on the Twilight cultists and say that Akhtar tried his best to save the residents of the Fenrir Kingdom, but it was too late. He told the cold truth. Afterwards, everyone will only admire Akhtar more and thank him. Suna, have you forgotten Akhtar's teacher? The Red Dragon King touched his chin, thinking that Suna didn't understand what he meant. People are very easily deceived. As long as Hecate is willing to help guide the bards to make up false stories, Akhtar will still be a hero. Even if Akhtar does bad things, people will still regard Akhtar as a hero. He said jokingly. Now, Behind Akhtar, there are two powerful countries with sufficient resources to support him. Even if he raped the Princess of Finmer, it can be said that they were in love afterwards. Even if the Princess of Finmer comes out to refute, it can be said that she failed to seduce him and slandered Akhtar instead. So don't worry that Akhtar will lose his reputation as a hero. Suna, although she wanted to deny it very much, she knew that this was the fact. As long as she did it cleanly, she could wipe out all the stains of Akhtar later. Sometimes, when it comes to a certain point, even if Akhtar doesn't care about his identity as a hero, there will be people who defend Akhtar. Put a sacred halo on Akhtar. Just like the incompetent king is often interpreted by the people as the king being deceived by treacherous ministers, causing the country to become bad. As long as the treacherous ministers are eliminated, the country will be able to get better. What? The red-haired dwarf's eyes widened, as if they were about to burst out of his sockets, watching Akhtar grab his cheek with his bare hands and fall heavily to the ground. The spreading impact caused the ground to sink into a large pit. You are very weak, Akhtar said softly, and a hot flame burst out of his palm, covering the red-haired dwarf's head. Pulling his hand back, the red-haired dwarf had turned into a headless corpse. Then he cast his eyes on Mikirazor, who was summoning monsters not far away, showing a malicious smile. The two sides' eyes overlapped. Mikirazor was silent for a moment, turned around and ran without hesitation. He seemed to have underestimated Akhtar's strength. No, he overestimated the strength of the red-haired dwarf. Malva giant, help me stop him. He raised his hand and shouted, asking for help from the lava giant besieged by Miss Black Knife and her clone. But in a flash, he found Akhtar turned into starlight and appeared in front of him. Their faces were almost touching, and he could clearly see the flames overflowing from Akhtar's teeth and the madness burning in his eyes. Summoners should not appear on the battlefield. This was Machirizo's last thought, and then he was covered in dragon breath, his head was burned directly, and he fell to the ground as a headless corpse. Don't run away, I give you a chance. Shimu turned around, took out the prototype sword of light, and inserted it directly at his feet. He grinned at the lava giant and said, if you can hold on for 30 minutes without dying, then you can take the prototype sword of light away. If I lie to you, I will lose the favor of the goddess of life. The lava giant hesitated, looked at Akhtar's bad smile, thought about the pros and cons, and gave up the idea of strategic transfer. Although he was not in a place with magma, he still had a good immortality, and it was estimated that he would have no problem holding on for 30 minutes. And Lord Hercules should have finished the battle soon, and he would probably come back to help within 30 minutes. It was not difficult to get the Sword of Light back. 20 minutes later, the lava giant died. Shimu pulled out the Sword of Death that had pierced the lava giant's forehead, and then rushed to the outside of the city and found Hercules fighting with Mist. He observed the battlefield. He and his clone went to different directions to hide, silently waiting for the opportunity, until Hercules was cut in the chest by Mist, and took a few steps back. The Sword of Light was released. Left and right, they slashed crosswise, and the surging torrent of light hit Hercules accurately, at a speed that was almost impossible to dodge. Looking from the sky, two intersecting canyons were left on the ground, and Hercules, who was already weak and affected by the disordered power, died. Clang! The Sword of Light fell. The figures of the clone and Miss Black Knife disappeared on the spot, and Shimu also stood unsteadily and fell backwards. However, what he touched was not the hard ground, but a tall and soft body. Are you okay? Misty looked down at Akhtar, who was lying in her arms, and said softly, do you need to rest? It's okay. Shimu rested his head on two soft mountains, and said weakly, Misty, I want to ask you a favor. Yes. Misty agreed without hesitation. Except for Akhtar's request that she kill her brother, she was willing to agree to any request. Help me kill the Saint of Fate Suna. Shimu made the request, and Misty was just stunned for a moment, and smiled gently, okay, I kill her now. After that, she picked up Akhtar and left the battlefield. After a while, outside the city of Finmer. Are you back? Suna smiled as she looked at Misty holding Akhtar. With Akhtar's current state, it was estimated that there was no way to kill her, and there was still room for communication. In response, Misty just nodded slightly, then put Akhtar down, gently letting Akhtar lean against a tree. Then she looked at Suna and said, sorry, Miss Suna. Huh? Suna was stunned for a moment, and then she felt a chill on her neck. As her consciousness began to fade, her head fell to the ground. She was killed again. Chapter 131. Lost vision. Lost taste. Lost smell. Lost hearing. Lost touch. The five senses that come into contact with the world are temporarily sealed, and the whole consciousness is like being sealed in a black coffin. However, just like people who lose their vision, their hearing is often very sharp, and the senses from the depths of consciousness are unprecedentedly sharp. The sixth sense, or perception, it doesn't matter at this time. At the moment when the consciousness started to work again, Suna saw three beautiful women. They were wearing white robes and looked very similar, but their ages were just right for girls, young girls, and women, and their temperaments also changed from immature, bright, and calm, as if representing three different stages of life. They were the three goddesses of fate, exactly the same as the statues, holding the power of the past, present, and future. With her lips slightly parted, Suna subconsciously wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't speak at all. However, this action attracted the attention of the goddess representing the past. The little white-haired lowly tilted her head, put her hands behind her back, and swayed her white hair in front of her forehead. She looked at Suna and smiled very sweetly. Then she woke up. "Suna, what's wrong with you?" A puzzled male voice came, and Suna touched her hair by her ears, stroked her hips, and sat down in the red dress. She could still hear the words, and had a way to observe the surrounding situation, otherwise, every death return would be very inconvenient. Simulated five senses is a magic that imitates the five senses of humans. In theory, it can allow individuals to have senses beyond the limits of humans. However, the simulated five senses waste magic power, and are difficult to learn, and for the real strong, they are not very valuable. But it is very useful to her. Nothing. Suna closed her eyes, and turned to face Akhtar on the side, and then under Akhtar's puzzled gaze. She pinched Akhtar's cheek hard, without any scruples about Akhtar's heroic identity and strength. In response, Shimu did not resist, and let the angry Suna pinch his cheek until Suna vented her dissatisfaction. He touched his red cheek and asked, "Did something happen in the future? Akhtar, if your little lover committed suicide because of you," Suna asked seriously, "will you give up on yourself and kill the dust cult regardless of the lives of civilians?" Shimu pretended to think for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Isn't it?" "No, you will." Suna touched her neck, thinking of the fleeting slash. She sighed deeply, put her hands together and prayed for a while, then said, "Akhtar, I have received the revelation of the goddess. You can still rescue your lover by rushing to the underground world. Nim Town." She put down her folded hands and smiled calmly. "But please be careful, there are." Before she finished speaking, she found that Akhtar had pushed the door and left, and did not listen to the end. Sure enough, the murder of that woman would cause Akhtar to go crazy, but everything was still in time, even though there were high-ranking figures of the Twilight cult in Nim Town. But with Akhtar's strength, he should be able to deal with it. "Don't worry, he will arrive early." A gentle female voice came from the other side of the table. Suna turned around and faced Eden. After a moment of silence, she asked the question in her heart. "Why, it seems that you know what will happen in the future, Eden?" "Because I have retained my memory," Eden answered calmly, leaving Suna stunned in place, feeling a sense of horror. She pointed at herself. "Is it to retain my memory after death and return?" Eden kept a gentle smile, and did not answer Suna's question. However, her calm and gentle appearance seemed to imply that she did retain her memory after death and return. The atmosphere fell silent. Suna suddenly felt that she could not understand Eden. This woman was too mysterious, and she could even retain her memory after death and return. This made a trace of fear and a strong sense of awe in her heart, but she soon relaxed again. Eden raised her hand and touched Suna's head, and the right amount of strength soothed the anxiety and fear in Suna's heart. She was good at comforting children. Although Suna is already a candidate saint and her figure is still unbelievably mature, in her eyes, she is just a child who has just turned 14. Meanwhile, in the underground world, Nim Town, in a chic mansion. What beautiful hair! The dwarf little lowly stretched out her hand and ran her fingers through the golden sand-like hair. The smooth touch from her fingers made her feel a little reluctant to let go. "Human, I remember you used to have short hair, right?" She looked at Letitia, who was sitting on the bed and maintaining her elegant demeanor, with a curious look in her eyes. "Or do I have to keep my hair long to inherit the position of queen?" Letitia did not answer the dwarf little girl's doubts. Her emerald eyes reflected the dwarf little girl, and she said calmly, "What do you want to do with me?" This group of dwarves suddenly broke into the kingdom, and kidnapped her without any explanation. It is obvious that they want to use her to do something. The most likely thing is to let her sign a blood contract with a stranger, so that the outsider can gain control of the Sword of Light. As for the question of Akhtar keeping the Sword of Light, I guess this group of dwarves wants to use her to threaten Akhtar to hand over the Sword of Light. And sure enough. Of course, I use you to threaten Akhtar. The dwarf little girl answered very honestly, as long as Akhtar hands over the Sword of Light, we will kill you and Akhtar together. She pulled back her hand that was stroking her hair and lay on the soft bed. As long as the moving calamity is unblocked, both Akhtar and the world will be in danger. Moving calamity? Letitia lowered her eyes, hiding her emotions, and planned to continue asking the dwarf little Lolita for more information. She didn't know much about the current situation, and needed more information to make a judgment. And for this, it's troublesome to explain. You just need to know that you are a vase princess waiting to be rescued. The dwarf little Lolita yawned and seemed a little drowsy. By the way, don't try to escape. There are very powerful guys guarding in Nim Town. He was once the famous bandit King Rog. You have no chance to escape. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and rested. She was very tired after traveling for so long. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rested in Nim Town. Letitia lowered her head, looked at her bound hands, and sighed softly. The magic power in her body was bound, and she couldn't even kill the sleeping dwarf little Loli. It was impossible to find a chance to escape. However, the fact that she couldn't kill the dwarf little Loli didn't mean that she couldn't get rid of herself, but death was not so easy to decide after all. If possible, she still wanted to die clearly, rather than die unclearly. If possible, she also wanted to see Akhtar. Otherwise, she would really be unwilling to die like this. Outside Nim Town. Drink. The wine jug was raised, and several dwarves laughed heartily to celebrate this world that is about to be burned. Then, the sword flashed. Shimu walked out from the shadows, followed by a little mare, and came to the bodies of several dwarves one after another. It should be here. He shook the great sword of death. Partner, wait for me here for a while. The mare rubbed her hoof against the ground, watching Akhtar enter the town, and launched an almost artistic assassination. The Dusk Believers, who were resting in Nim Town, began to lose people unconsciously. After a while, Shimu turned over and entered an elegant mansion, sneaked into the master bedroom of the mansion, and found the bandit King Rog, who was lying on the big bed, with a few pots of wine thrown beside the bed, and one arm around a dark-skinned dwarf woman. Taste. Really bad. Thinking of this, Shimu slowed down his pace, restrained his breath, came to the bedside and stabbed with a sword, piercing through the sleeping bandit King Rog, and also sent away the black woman who was hugged with a knife, killing 2 lives with 1 knife. He drew his sword, and the blood stained the bed red. Alcohol and sex are harmful to the body, it's time to quit drinking. After shaking off the blood on the great sword of death, Shimu no longer hid his tracks, and turned to leave the room. The most difficult person in Nim Town is the bandit King Rog. If Rog is sober, his strength can be said to be, well, not strong. But the bandit King Rog is easy to escape, and he may also catch Letitia to threaten him, so the best choice is to assassinate him silently. Don't give any chance of accidents. Walking along the corridor for a distance, Shimu came to a door, pierced the door lock with the great sword of death, and then gently pushed it in. Letitia was sitting by the bed, her emerald eyes full of vigilance. But after confirming that it was him, it turned into surprise. The Saint of Fate said you are in danger. Shimu smiled, came to the bed and sat down, with the great sword of death poking at the bedside. Am I here? In time? Very in time. Letitia pursed her lips and smiled, her emerald eyes reflecting Akhtar, and said, if you come a little later, maybe we won't have the chance to see each other again. That's not the case. Waving his hand, Shimu said, as if jokingly, I can go to hell to find you. Suicide is not allowed to go to hell. Letitia smiled softly, and did not agree with Akhtar going to hell to find her. Although she was very happy, she still strongly disapproved of suicide. The thing that is more terrible than death in this world is that there is no way to go to hell, and people who commit suicide cannot go to hell. This is clearly written in the doctrine. Instead of committing suicide, it is better to find a way to pry open the door to hell. Shimu shook his head gently, and then took out the sword of light. He handed it to Letitia, and said, return it to its original owner. You should keep it for yourself. Letitia shook her head gently, looking at Akhtar with a smile. If you really want to return the sword of light to me, you don't have to wait until now. Shimu did not answer, and his palm stroked the sword of light. He really had no intention of returning the sword of light to Letitia. If I take back the sword of light, I will definitely die. Letitia lowered her eyes, and said to Shimu, there are too many people who covet the sword of light. I have no way to keep the sword of light. Now that Akhtar has become a famous hero, the reputation of the Sword of Light has spread all over the world. Everyone knows that the Sword of Light is very powerful. This also led to the fact that the Sword of Light was fine in Akhtar's hands, and no one dared to snatch it from Akhtar. But if it returned to her hands, with the strength of the Iris Kingdom, it would be impossible to keep the Sword of Light. The various forces that coveted the power of the Sword of Light would definitely try their best to snatch the Sword of Light from her. Besides, you also need the power of the Sword of Light, right? Letitia smiled gently, and said what she thought deep in her heart. In Akhtar's current situation, there are many places where the Sword of Light is needed. If she takes back the Sword of Light, then Akhtar may be in danger. In the current situation, Shimu smiled. Even if you don't take back the Sword of Light, it will be very dangerous. He glanced at the little dwarf, who was pretending to sleep. Letitia, go to the Magic Kingdom or Sky City to seek refuge. Letitia shook her head. I still have to manage the Iris Kingdom. However, your existence is dangerous to the Iris Kingdom. It would be better for you to leave the Iris Kingdom now. Shimu said the cold fact, and then changed the subject. Let Fifni help you manage the Iris Kingdom. He smiled gently. Fifni dare not seize power. Unless she dares to face the anger of the Magic Kingdom and Sky City, she will be a loyal minister of the Iris Kingdom all her life. Letitia fell into thought. But Akhtar didn't plan to say much. Being able to chat with Letitia for a few words was already a manifestation of his love for Letitia. Just like meeting a person he particularly likes, he can be a little patient and not press skip immediately. You guys should leave here first. He stood up and pulled out the great sword of death that was inserted into the ground. As the sword flashed, the chain that bound Letitia's wrist was cut off. Then he grabbed the dwarf lowly on the bed and said, I still have important things to deal with, which are related to several countries. No, it may be more countries. He lifted the back of the neck of the dwarf lowly, who pretended to be asleep. These guys have caused me a lot of trouble. They want to unblock an incredible guy. Well, then you go and get busy. Letitia looked out the window, hiding her lost expression. Fifni and I can go back by ourselves. Well? Shimu responded, and then walked out of the room, and Letitia listened to the footsteps of leaving, clenched the bed sheet with her slender hands, and then closed her eyes, listening to the footsteps gradually going away. Although I still want to talk more with Akhtar. But she couldn't let her personal feelings hinder Akhtar. This was her rational judgment, compared with the life and death of several countries. Or even more countries. The love between the young man and the woman was obviously inappropriate. Chapter 132. The mare passed through the clouds, and wherever her hooves stepped, the thick clouds left holes, as if they were footprints on the snow. Seeing the sky as the ground, this is Sleipnir. However, it's so cold. The dwarf little lowly hugged her chest, and was held by the back of her neck by Akhtar. As the mare galloped, the cold wind blowing in her face made her feel that her body temperature was about to be completely sucked away. However, what can be done? Fighting. Resistance is meaningless. With the power of Akhtar and the divine horse Sleipnir, it is easy to take her life. Why don't you kill me? The dwarf little lowly looked up and looked at the man who was holding her neck. She was quite puzzled. Why did Akhtar let her live? Was he attracted by her beauty? It's impossible. Considering the quality of the beauties around Akhtar, it is almost impossible for him to be attracted to a dwarf like her. That's because he saw that she was young and planned to spare his life. Since you can capture my friends to threaten him. Shimu's voice was calm, with a slightly malicious smile. Then I can use you to threaten the Twilight Cult, right? Don't think about it, the Twilight Cult will not be threatened. The dwarf little Lolita swore. She believed that the Twilight Cult was ruthless, and would not be shaken by the life and death of their companions. Death is not scary for the Twilight Cult. In order to realize the long-cherished wish of burning the world, the Twilight Cult will not hesitate even if it sacrifices its companions. That's not necessarily true. Shimu glanced meaningfully at the confident dwarf little Lolita, but did not give any explanation. This made the dwarf little Lolita start to feel unconfident. Why did she have a bad premonition? But when she thought that most people in the Twilight Cult were cold-blooded and wanted to burn the world to ashes, she felt relieved again. The Kingdom of Finmer. Outside the city, the little mare slowed down her pace, slowly walked down from the air, and came to a mansion in the suburbs. Thank you, partner. Shimu got off the horse, and threw the dwarf little Lolita in his hand into the snow pile in the courtyard. Then he and the little mare walked into the warm mansion. The cold wind blew. The dwarf little Lolita pulled her head out of the snow pile, shook the snow on her hair, looked around, and found that Akhtar didn't pay attention to her, and it seemed that she had a chance to escape. However, before and after she came to the iron fence, she found a translucent barrier, and it was unclear how advanced it was. But it was certain that she had no way to break through the barrier. At the same time, in the mansion living room, the wood in the fireplace crackled slightly, and the flickering flames gave off waves of warmth, keeping the room warm all the time. "Did you save your girlfriend?" The Red Dragon King leaned against the sofa, looked at Akhtar who came in, and greeted him first. In response, Shimu nodded calmly and said, "Kill them in advance, and then let them go back by themselves." "Let them go back by themselves." The Red Dragon King grinned, his expression subtle. "You really don't understand romance. Bringing them here is more dangerous, right?" Shimu retorted calmly, and sat down on the sofa. Eden, who was beside him, handed over a cup of warm black tea at the right time. "Thank you." Shimu took the tea and smiled at Eden. The Red Dragon King beside him touched his chin, and seemed to have noticed something. Just when he was about to start teasing. "The Twilight Cult is the most dangerous cult in the world after all." Suna spoke at the right time, attracting everyone's attention. She held the teacup in her hand, and said softly, "And I can no longer make accurate predictions. Now I must be cautious and absolutely cannot make mistakes." Shimu showed a surprised expression, and then calmed down. He smiled at Suna. "It's okay, you have done well enough." "Yeah." Suna nodded gently. She knew that Akhtar understood her hint, and knew that she could no longer return from death. Otherwise, the next time would be death. "Eden, when can we start moving the source of fear?" Shimu cast his eyes on the blonde girl beside him. She was still wearing a gray cloak, and her black silk legs hidden under her skirt were close together, sitting elegantly on the sofa. He paused. The more complicated the plan, the higher the possibility of errors. Eden's voice was calm, making it difficult to detect his emotions. "So, the best plan for the transportation is to find a strong man, with enough strength to directly move the country where the source of fear is located, and send it to the temple of the goddess of plague. This is the most reliable and safe plan at present." Directly move a country? Suna subconsciously wanted to deny this possibility, but soon thought of the existence of the Sky City. She changed her tone. "The Sky City can float in the sky, and it has also made a lot of preparations, and consumed a lot of financial resources. Wanting to make a country float in the sky, this is theoretically possible, as long as there are enough gold coins. However, it is obviously not cost-effective to spend a large amount of gold coins to send your country to high altitudes, and ordinary countries cannot afford so much money. Even if you can afford so much money, you will not easily become a big victim. The reason why the Sky City can be built is that the Sky City is essentially a shelter built to escape the plague, which attracted many wealthy people to invest in the Sky City. If it's just for transporting and doesn't need stability." Eden smiled gently and explained to Suna, "Then just find a strong man who can transport the country." "I already know who you want to talk about." The Red Dragon King crossed his arms and laughed with interest. "Thor is known as the strongest human, right? He has the power to hold up a country." Eden admitted the Red Dragon King's guess and explained calmly, "I have asked Thor for help through the church, and he also agreed to help us." "That sounds good." Shimu smiled, as if he felt relieved that Thor was coming to help them personally. Although in the eyes of the players, Thor is not actually the strongest human, but he does have very strong strength. The country where he is located, Saxon, is close to the sea on one side and borders the giant country on the other. At the same time, it has to face harassment from sea monsters and the malice of land giants. It is a very unlucky country. And it was in such a harsh environment that Thor, known as the strongest human, was born. He protected his country from invasion by giants, and patrolled the country every day on his chariot. He was an absolute hero. This way, Akhtar can relax a little bit. Suna patted her chest, remembering that in the previous deaths, Akhtar was basically fighting alone, and trying to solve problems alone. Now that he has a powerful helper, Akhtar can undoubtedly relax a lot. However, during the period of moving the source of fear, Thor couldn't focus on fighting. Eden shook his head gently, and explained in a gentle voice, "So, we still need to face the threat of the Twilight Cult. If it's just fighting, it's not a big problem." Shimu leaned against the soft sofa, "And my friend should be here soon." "Is it the Mist who fought against the gods?" The Red Dragon King suddenly asked. "That woman is now known as the Valkyrie, and her strength is close to that of a witch, right?" "I don't know about that." Shimu drank a sip of tea and exhaled a breath of hot air. He didn't think too highly of Mist's strength. Although it has exceeded the limit of humans, it is still fundamentally different from a witch. The ability to suppress the god's partner should be close to the power of the witch. The Red Dragon King analyzed while looking at Eden, wanting to see how the omniscient saint would react. As long as Eden said that Mist was not inferior to the witch, then the task of moving the source of fear would be guaranteed. However, Eden's delicate face was too calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. No matter what. Suna stretched and hummed lazily. When Master Mist comes, we will start to clean up the nearby dust believers to prevent uncontrollable accidents. Oh, is the Saint of Fate going to take action? The Red Dragon King asked curiously, and saw that Suna's expression stiffened. She turned her head slightly. I am not very good at fighting, so don't count on me for the next fight. If there is any danger, remember to save me. The Red Dragon King was silent for a while, and then looked at Eden and asked, Isn't the Saint of Omniscience also not good at fighting? Fighting is not my forte. Eden answered truthfully, leaving the Red Dragon King completely speechless, and he raised his hand to cover his face. Then the only people who can fight now are me and Akhtar? We are enough. Shimu said casually, raised his hand, and patted Eden's shoulders beside him, interrupting the words that Eden was about to blurt out. Let's see who killed more members of the Twilight Cult. Ha, interesting. The Red Dragon King was distracted, staring at the hero in front of him, grinning. Then, how about we start now? It's better to get rid of those troublesome guys as soon as possible. Shimu stood up on his knees and walked towards the outside of the house. Otherwise, I feel, accidents will happen. Accidents are bound to happen. The Red Dragon King followed him out, and he did not force the Omniscient Saint and the Fate Saint to fight. After the two left, the living room became quiet. Lord Eden, are you really not good at fighting? Suna asked suddenly. In her opinion, Eden was a very powerful existence, otherwise he would not be able to keep his memory after returning from death. To this, Eden calmly replied, I am better at medicine, and I have not studied fighting in depth. Suna, and Akhtar doesn't want me to fight. Eden added, and said to Suna's surprised eyes, he didn't ask you to fight with him either? Well, it seems that he didn't. Suna thought about it. No matter what kind of difficult enemy she encountered, Akhtar didn't let her join the battle. She suddenly realized and hammered her palm. Is he reluctant to let the people around him fight? Maybe he just doesn't want to force us to kill people. Eden turned his head and looked at the wind and snow outside the window. He saw Akhtar grabbing the back of a dwarf Loli's neck and chatting with the Red Dragon King while leaving the mansion. Suna, you don't like killing people either? Suna, if possible, she hopes to find a solution that has the best of both worlds through her own ability, instead of having to eliminate one side. But she would not hesitate when she had to make a choice, but this did not mean that she was willing to kill. Even if a person who had committed a heinous crime was shot in front of her, she would still be touched. Dead people. Killing people, it was not easy for her. Vivor's Kingdom. Square. Boom. The burning meteor fell, and the spreading impact cracked the stone slabs on the square, revealing the figures of two men. And a dwarf Loli tied to a spear. Wait, what are you going to do? The dwarf little Loli stared with wide eyes, watching Akhtar holding the spear tied to her with one hand and stabbing it into the ground. The cold wind blew. The square was silent. Come, hold it. Shimu took out the prototype sword of light, pinched the dwarf little Loli's chin, and then stuffed the thick, hard and hot hilt into it. Hold it, don't spit it out. The dwarf Loli held the hilt of the sword in her mouth very well. She shouldn't have listened to Akhtar. But she didn't think too much at the moment. Before you can't help but spit out the trial sword of light, we will stay in the kingdom of Finmer. Shimu kept smiling, and the natural dust believers will also have a chance to take back the sword of light. He raised his hand and gently pulled the trial sword of light, and found that the dwarf little Loli bit it very tightly, obviously taking his words to heart. With your physique, you shouldn't get sore in your mouth soon, right? An unclear response came from the dwarf little Loli's nose. She was now sealed with magic power. Holding such a large hilt in her mouth, she would definitely get sore in her mouth. So good. Shimu laughed, turned around and looked at the dust believers who appeared, raised his hand and hooked his fingers. Before she can't hold it anymore, you must work hard to take back the trial sword of light, otherwise you will have no chance in the future. The atmosphere fell silent. Don't be afraid, he's alone. Charge. For the great wish of burning the world, for a brand new world. The dust believers were ready to die. They roared resolutely and attacked Akhtar. Their fearless will shone. However, their will could not resist the cold reality. The flame surged like a tide, engulfing the dust believers in the alley in an instant, and continued to pour into the streets and alleys, setting the nearby buildings on fire. The bodies turned to ashes, But the Dust Believers continued to fight. It was impossible to defeat Akhtar. With Akhtar's strength, it was impossible for the lower-level Dust Believers to die. However, they knew that they could not escape, and they had to delay Akhtar in the Fenrir kingdom so that the top leaders of the Dust Church could react. Only in this way could they have a chance to take back the prototype Sword of Light, thereby unlocking the source of fear sealed by the gods, and burning the world into ashes. Chapter 133. Boom! The flames rushed past, and the Dust Believers turned into ashes in an instant, but the man in the center of the square still showed no signs of weakness. Can't hold it anymore? Shimu turned his head, and looked at the dwarf little lowly holding the hilt of the sword with a bulging mouth, revealing a nasty smile. He stretched out his fingers, clamped the prototype Sword of Light, and gently increased the force, as if he was going to pull out the prototype Sword of Light. The dwarf lowly widened her eyes, and bit the hilt hard, like an angry puppy. Fortunately, the material of the hilt was a meteorite, not flesh and blood. Otherwise, blood and flesh would be splattered. And at this moment, the power of the dragon, the power of the Witch of Death, the power of the Goddess of Life, the power of the Flame of Ash. A distressed voice came, and a red-haired dwarf came over, his eyes staring at Akhtar solemnly. Can your body still hold up? Since it's all power, what can't it hold up? Shimu asked calmly, leaving the red-haired dwarf speechless. The power that Akhtar possesses now is more or less conflicting. Using the power of the witch and the goddess at the same time is like a pious priest using the power of the evil god. It can't be said to be treasonous. But it can only be said to be a crime worthy of death. Forget it, there's no point in discussing this with someone like you. The red-haired dwarf looked serious and snapped his fingers. A group of Dust Believers poured in from all around the square, escorting the residents of Fenrir into the square. Among them were the nobles, royal family, and some clergy of Fenrir. Akhtar, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being a hero. He stretched out his hand and said with a bad smile, Hand over the Sword of Light, and we can release the kingdom of Fenrir. Otherwise, you should know the style of the Twilight cult. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu did not answer, and looked at the red-haired dwarf coldly, as if he was weighing the pros and cons, while the residents of the kingdom of Fenrir, who were escorted here, began to feel uneasy. Although they hated the plot of the hero being threatened by the hostages in the story, after the hostages became themselves, they still hoped that the hero could save them, even though they knew that it would be worse if the hero compromised, causing more innocent people to die. However, that had nothing to do with them. In front of their own life and death, the life and death of others is not important, and that is not something they should consider. Sir Akhtar, save us! A young woman in a white dress pleaded pitifully, and her touching appearance made people soft-hearted, and they wanted to hold her in their arms, and take her home to comfort and counsel her carefully. I don't want to die. An obese nobleman with a big belly spoke anxiously, and said the bargaining chip, My daughter is a nun who believes in the god of beauty and art. I can let her serve Mr. Akhtar. As long as we survive, Fenrir will always be your friend. Princess Wei also spoke the bargaining chip, We will definitely give you a generous reward afterwards. Fenrir is so poor, what is there worth giving me? Shimu asked doubtfully, making the atmosphere freeze. As the princess of Fenrir, Veeth's cheeks flushed instantly, and she felt insulted. What do you mean Fenrir is so poor? But thinking that Akhtar has the Magic Kingdom and Sky City behind him, he is indeed a man with no shortage of money. The confidence to refute also disappeared instantly. Maybe she promised to marry me. The red-haired dwarf said casually, staring at Akhtar, and said, Then your choice is? Before he finished speaking, the ground shook suddenly, and the shadow covered the entire square. Ah, I didn't pay attention. The unapologetic voice came, and the red-haired dwarf turned his head, and saw a huge red dragon appear behind him at some point, stepping on a pile of corpses. It's all because this place is too small. He turned into a human form, moved his wrist, and picked up a bloody sword on the ground. As he gripped the hilt tightly, the blazing flames entangled the great sword, and then he swung it violently, and the flames entangled on the great sword spread, engulfing everything around. Whether it was houses or hostages, they were all engulfed by the flames without distinction. The kingdom of Fenrir perished. Ah, this is a little more spacious. The red dragon king threw the great sword in his hand, and as the great sword flipped in the air, it was inserted into the ground. He showed a vicious smile to the red-haired dwarf. The Dust Believers are so abominable. They actually massacred the city in front of the hero Akhtar. It's really bad enough. Red-haired dwarf, Sir Akhtar, you must avenge the kingdom of Fenrir. The red dragon king covered his face with one hand, his voice revealing sadness. Otherwise, Everyone in the kingdom of Fenrir will die in vain. Understood. Shimu was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly, looking at the red-haired dwarf with cold eyes. How shameless. The red-haired dwarf couldn't help but curse, and turned around and ran without hesitation. But at the moment he took a step, he suddenly heard a word from Akhtar. Are you going to give up your granddaughter? Shimu swung the great sword of death and approached the stopped red-haired dwarf. Fight me fairly, and I will let your granddaughter go afterwards. How about it? The red-haired dwarf turned around and glanced at the dwarf lowly. His eyes became sharp. You won't let the dragon kill Polly afterwards, right? No. Shimu answered calmly. He didn't intend to kill the dwarf lowly, because the dwarf lowly had too little experience points, and because he needed the dwarf lowly to help open the door. And it's fun to bully the dwarf lowly. It's a deal. The red-haired dwarf stopped hesitating, and kicked the ground with his foot. The iron hammer in his hand ignited flames, and his body turned in the air, and smashed down heavily on Akhtar. Winning is unlikely. In the past, he could look down on Akhtar in the volcano temple and treat Akhtar as an ant that could be killed at will. But now he is facing Akhtar. The opposite, fighting against a person like Akhtar head-on. There is almost no hope of winning. Grandpa. The dwarf lowly spit out the sword of light in her hand, and struggled hard. She watched the red-haired dwarf try his best but couldn't touch Akhtar at all, and fell into a dilemma as if he was being played. Clang! The great sword and the iron hammer collided, and a hot flame burst out at the intersection. When the red-haired dwarf gritted his teeth and prepared to adjust his body to swing another hammer, a spear pierced through the firelight, piercing the red-haired dwarf's abdomen and nailing him to the ground. Then, the great sword of death slashed, and the black flames turned into a crescent moon, cutting off the red-haired dwarf's head. The blood gushing from the broken neck mixed with the flames of death, engulfing the body and burning it into ashes. The battle lasted less than a minute. As expected of Akhtar, he really has a desperate fighting talent. The Red Dragon King was shocked. It's like he foresaw all the enemy's actions. As a bystander, he watched this crushing battle, and his first reaction was, too skilled. Akhtar seemed to have predicted every move of the red-haired dwarf, resulting in a decisive crushing when the strength of both sides seemed to be not much different. However, he was not too surprised. There have been many geniuses like this in a long history. As long as they take a look, they will learn from one thing and apply it to other things. Improving strength is easier than breathing, and it is easy to research world-renowned magic. Of course, knowing this is one thing, but actually facing such a genius will still make people feel very frustrated. His intention to attack is too obvious. Shimu swung the great sword of death, extinguished the black flames, and walked towards the direction of the dwarf lowly. Hate me. He swung his sword to cut off the dwarf lowly's restraints, looking at the dwarf lowly, who was staring at him angrily, then work hard to become stronger. He stretched out his hand, and touched the dwarf lowly's forehead. Next time we meet, I may not let you go. The dwarf little lowly opened her mouth, and wanted to say something cruel, such as killing Akhtar next time they meet, but when she thought of Akhtar's outrageous growth rate, she felt a strong sense of despair in her heart. It was impossible for her to kill Akhtar by herself, unless she asked the high-ranking figures of the Twilight Church to take action. However, the high-ranking figures wanted to kill Akhtar in the first place, and she didn't need to persuade them at all. It's better to avoid future troubles, otherwise it will be troublesome in the future. The Red Dragon King kindly advised, since you have already killed her grandfather, why not kill her as well, and let their family go to hell together? Forget it, since I have agreed. Shimu waved his hand, and let the dwarf little Lolita leave alive. The Red Dragon King didn't care about this. Anyway, Akhtar was already on the death list of the Twilight cult. Even if they didn't release the dwarf Lolita, they would find a way to kill Akhtar. It didn't matter whether he released her or not. I won this time, right? The Red Dragon King looked around the burning Fenrir kingdom, touched his chin and said, in terms of killing more dust believers, I should be the one who killed more? Ah, you won. Shimu admitted readily, which made the Red Dragon King look disappointed. If Akhtar was willing to be tough, he would still feel more accomplished. By the way, now in the country, that is, the Dragon Empire, there are two extreme attitudes towards you, he explained in Akhtar's puzzled eyes. Her Highness wants you to join the Dragon Empire. I join the Dragon Empire? Shimu pointed at himself, and seemed to be very puzzled by the choice of the Dragon Empire. In response, the Red Dragon King showed a subtle expression. Some time ago, hundreds of dragons were sent to attack. Except for a few dragons that came back alive, the rest were killed by the source of fear. He leaned close to Akhtar's ear. The source of fear is exactly the same as you, which makes the top leaders a little worried and think that something is wrong with you. With the strength of the Dragon Empire, it is very easy to deal with Akhtar. The top leaders also attach great importance to Akhtar, and directly sent a crushing force to ensure that Akhtar has no chance of escape. Hundreds of elite dragons were dispatched. Even if the Sky City and the Magic Kingdom fully supported them, it would be impossible to save Akhtar's life. However, the reality was beyond the expectations of the top leaders of the Dragon Empire. The elite dragon troops that were originally sent to attack Akhtar were shot dead by the source of fear. This unexpected situation made the Dragon Empire begin to reconsider how to target Akhtar. The first is to continue to send dragons to kill you. The Red Dragon King continued to explain, last time you were lucky, and the dragons that attacked you were killed by the source of fear. You won't be so lucky this time, right? I think so too. Shimu nodded, and was very happy that the dragons came to attack him. The other is what the little princess meant. Since you are already a dragon, it is not to seize the power of dragons by killing dragons. The Red Dragon King set another plan, then directly recruit you to join the Dragon Empire, and marry a female dragon that suits your heart, and stand on the side of the Dragon Empire from now on. He laughed. In this way, the Dragon Empire can not only get a promising genius in the future, but also solve the risk of leakage of magic that seizes dragon power. It sounds very tempting. Shimu asked, what dragon do you plan to arrange to marry me? That depends on your own ability. The Red Dragon King waved his hand. With your talent, it's not difficult to deceive a pure female dragon. Then you may be disappointed. Shimu turned and walked into the burning sea of fire, and said with his back to the Red Dragon King, I'm not good at deceiving people. The Red Dragon King showed an expression of obvious distrust. This human being could hook up with the all-knowing saint, so it was easy for him to deceive a female dragon. However, he didn't care whether Akhtar wanted to join the Dragon Empire. Anyway, no matter what choice he made, the Dragon Empire would try to kill Akhtar, and ensure that no one could know the magic of seizing the power of the dragon in a physical sense. Only after the Dragon Empire confirmed that Akhtar was indeed difficult to kill, and had the strength of the Dragon King, would it consider whether to make Akhtar a member of the Dragon Empire through marriage. The next day, the news about the Twilight Cult's massacre spread all over the world, and it also involved a lot of shocking news. Kingdom of Dornomar. The sealed demon? The king raised his hand to cover his face. His face was very ugly, and asked the ministers, what do you think? His voice was low. If the Twilight Cult really unsealed, do we have a way to avoid the demon's attack? No one answered. The ministers lowered their heads. No one stood up to the king's question, no. But one person took the initiative to stand up. King, I am willing to assist Akhtar and his party. Rhodes, the strongest knight of the kingdom, came out. He touched his chest and saluted. I am willing to assist Akhtar in resisting the Twilight Cult until Akhtar and his party successfully remove the demon's seal. Chapter 134. Let me think about it. King Doroma was in a state of hesitation. He was naturally willing to let Rhodes help Akhtar and his party to move the demon's seal as soon as possible, which would be the safest for the kingdom of Doroma. However, he also knew the miserable situation of the kingdom of Finra. If the strongest knight of the kingdom left, it would be more trouble than gain if the Twilight Cult came to sacrifice the kingdom of Doroma. Weighing the pros and cons. No, you must stay in the kingdom. Waving his hand, King Doroma made a decision. If the Twilight Cult invades the kingdom, you will need to lead the members of the knights to resist. Yes, Rhodes, you can't leave. The nobles also reacted and persuaded Rhodes to stay. They also found the key to the problem. If Rhodes, the strongest knight in the kingdom, left, wouldn't they be in great danger? If the Twilight Cult went crazy and wanted to sacrifice the kingdom of Doroma, everyone present would be in danger. Therefore, the strongest knight Rhodes must not be allowed to leave no matter what. Yes. Rhodes listened to the advice of the people around him, and had to choose to bow his head, and choose to stay in the kingdom. The king was relieved about this, but since Rhodes took the initiative to stand up and help the hero, it would not sound good if he refused out loud. He thought about it. Rhodes, let your daughter help Akhtar. He leaned against the golden-laid throne, and supported his cheek with one hand. With Laura's strength, it is enough to help Akhtar and others. He looked deep. If everything goes well, Laura can also become a world-famous female knight. Now everyone knows that what Akhtar and his team did is a legend and an epic. If the Devil's Seal can really be transferred, it will definitely become the subject of the troubadour songs. King, thank you for your kindness. Rhodes accepted this plan. He also felt that this was an opportunity for his daughter to leave the kingdom and become a world-famous knight. And there are many people who have this idea. Join Akhtar and his team, and then become a hero praised by the world, and gain wealth and fame from then on. 3 days later, outside the city of Finra, a mansion with snow-covered eaves revealed a dim light, and people could be heard chatting vaguely. There is a vampire with bad intentions nearby. The Red Dragon King leaned against the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Akhtar, he should be here to cause trouble for you. He laughed. Do you need me to help you solve it? No. Shimu stood up on his knees, but was pulled back by Eden beside him. After he gave him a puzzled look. Count Dracula, I will not fight you head-on now. Eden said calmly, and pulled Shimu, who wanted to go out to fight, to sit down again. She picked up a cup of hot tea on the table, and handed it to Shimu. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to have a good rest. Okay, I listen to you. Shimu did not refuse, and took a sip of the hot tea. It would take a lot of time to find Count Dracula and kill him. It would be better to wait for Count Dracula to unite with the Twilight followers, and then send them to the door, to kill them together. So he was not in a hurry. Suna, go and receive the heroes who come to help. Eden raised her hand to gently gather her hair, and looked into Shimu's eyes. With their help, our pressure can be reduced a lot, and you don't have to fight everywhere alone. That's great. Shimu smiled, not really caring about the heroes coming to help on their own initiative. In fact, even if the heroes don't come to help on their own initiative, the church will send people to help. But with the heroes' help, the church will also save manpower. This way you don't have to fight all the time. Eden smiled gently, causing the Red Dragon King beside him to roll his eyes. He also fought non-stop to clear the dust believers near the source of fear. Moreover, Akhtar has transformed into a dragon. Whether it is physical strength or magic power recovery speed, it is much stronger than humans. He will not fall into fatigue because of 3 days of non-stop clearing, unless it is a high-intensity clearing that will lead to insufficient magic power. However, in the past 3 days of clearing out the Twilight believers, we have never encountered any decent senior personnel. I don't know what those Twilight believers are thinking. At the same time, on the other side, outside the simple church. Pros? Suna took a pen and recorded the relevant information. She looked at the one-armed swordsman in front of her. The man wore a bamboo hat and pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword. His temperament was vicissitudes and mature, and he felt very extraordinary. The hero who fought against the immortal snake with Akhtar? Yes. Pros nodded and frankly admitted that he and Akhtar had fought against the immortal snake together. And because of the battle against the immortal snake, he became a hero in people's mouths, even though he was just a person mentioned by the wandering poets in the story of the battle against the immortal snake. But he is a hero after all. This is like the brave team in the story. Although he himself is not a brave, he is at least a teammate of the brave, and his deeds will be included in any case. Even if he is just slacking off, his existence will be mentioned. Welcome to join Mr. Pros. Suna smiled. Although she was not very familiar with the deeds of the battle against the immortal snake, since she was Akhtar's friend, she must be very powerful. Then I won't bother you to receive other heroes. Pros smiled, turned around and left the church, brushed past the heroes waiting outside the church, walked into the snow, and disappeared completely. After a while, in an abandoned wooden house, Pros pushed open the wooden door. With the unpleasant sound of wood rubbing against each other, he walked into the room and saw a dwarf lowly squatting in front of the fire with her hands on her knees. He scratched his head and said, I have successfully mixed into Akhtar's team. If they have any news, I can tell you at any time. Well, it's hard work. The dwarf lowly responded in a muffled voice, staring at the bonfire in front of her. She seemed to see Akhtar, the crazy and laughing man, from the swaying flames. She gritted her teeth. Go to hell. Ah? Pros was stunned. He should not have done anything excessive. Why should he die? I didn't say you. The dwarf lowly came back to her senses and explained to Pros, let Akhtar die. Speaking of which, there is something I have always been curious about. Pros showed a curious look. Why didn't Akhtar kill you? During this period of time, Akhtar and the Red Dragon King have been killing all the Dust Believers, and they wish they could kill all of them. But they have never killed the dwarf lowly. You should ask Akhtar, not me. The dwarf lowly gritted her teeth, recalling the scene when she was let go in Fenrir King City. The man seemed to be playing, waiting for her to do her best to take revenge, and then despairingly found that she could do nothing. What a bad guy. Then I won't bother you. Pros left tactfully, otherwise he would face the insults of the dwarf lowly next. And he was not interested in being scolded. The next day. Early morning. Outside the seal of the source of fear. Sorry I'm late. A hearty laugh came, and a red-haired man came over. He was wearing heavy armor, with 2 big swords hanging on his waist, a huge bow on his back, and a thin-looking horse beside him. The strongest human, Thor. Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, exchanged glances with the curious Thor, and then he was hugged. The literal meaning. Sir Akhtar, I have heard of your name for a long time. Thor was very enthusiastic, hugged Akhtar tightly, and then let go. I have heard about you a lot recently. I think it will not be long before the title of the strongest human will belong to you. Akhtar, you may not be considered a human. The Red Dragon King came over and looked at Thor. The 2 men, who were both tall and had red hair, looked very similar. However, people can notice the difference between the 2. If the Red Dragon King is a kind of pure arrogance and domineering, then Thor is free and easy and heroic, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Although he looks very tall, he does not give people a sense of oppression that is almost suffocating, but gives people a strong sense of security. With such a man around, it must be safe. This is the feeling that Thor, as the strongest human, gives people. It is not a kind of power oppression that is almost suffocating, but a kind of boldness and reliability that makes people unconsciously close. It doesn't matter, right? Thor touched his chin, looked at Akhtar, and smiled heartily. He just mastered the power of the dragon, and he didn't really become a dragon. Before he makes a choice, just treat him as a human. Waving his hand, the Red Dragon King did not argue. Anyway, as long as Akhtar accepts the little princess's proposal, he will be a member of the Dragon Empire, and Akhtar will be a dragon in people's eyes. As for Akhtar's history as a human, that can be recorded in the history books, such as a humanoid dragon who wandered outside and lost his memory. The public is easy to fool anyway. And this also explains why Akhtar can make such rapid progress. It's because Akhtar regained his past power. It seems that there are complicated things going on. Thor showed a thoughtful expression, and then smiled freely, but it's impolite to ask further. He patted Akhtar on the shoulder. Would you like to have a drink afterward? Okay. Shimu agreed readily. He didn't intend to refuse to drink with Thor. In the first round, he thought Thor was too familiar, so he gave him a bear hug without saying a word. But after getting along with him, you will find that Thor is a very nice person. He can be very happy while drinking and chatting. And Thor is not a gay. He is someone he likes, but his personality is too easygoing and enthusiastic. In the past, female players tried to capture Thor and let him betray his lover, but they also failed. In terms of setting, Thor is a reliable man who will not cheat. And at this moment, Sir Thor, you are finally here. Suna trotted over, stopped beside Akhtar, and then raised her cheek. If you don't come again, we will consider other plans. Sorry, there are a lot of things during this period. Thor scratched his head and showed a distressed look. I don't know what the monsters in the sea are crazy about. They have been trying to land on the earth, and their aggressiveness is much higher than usual. His country Saxon, on one side is close to the endless sea, and on the other side is close to the country of giants. It has to face the malice from giants and sea monsters at the same time. Recently, the monsters living in the deep sea have been trying to land on the surface of the world, and Jormungandr, the great snake that is known as the Entangled World, is also trying to land on the surface of the world. It seems that something is driving the monsters to move. Perhaps it is to become the king of monsters, Typhon. Shimu gave an answer, and explained under Thor's gaze, I learned a piece of information from the mouth of the undead snake. If a monster devours enough of its own kind, it can be the resurrected body of the master of thousands of monsters, that is, the monster witch. The monster which is resurrected. Thor showed a surprised expression, but he did not seem too panicked. He just touched his chin and thought, if a witch of this level is resurrected, it will be very difficult. That's something the gods need to worry about. Shimu didn't care. Even if the Lord of 10,000 monsters really appeared, it couldn't be the resurrection of the monster witch. That woman had been dead for a long time, and the resurrected monster which was just a similar individual, no longer the amazing monster which she was at the beginning. That's true. Thor nodded, and he didn't bother to worry about the resurrection of the monster witch. He just had to focus on the things in front of him. As for the confrontation between the gods and witches, that was not something he, a human, should worry about. In short, just pull up the barrier that seals the demon, right? He took off the big bow behind him and aimed at the sky. Let's start now without further ado. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple arrows condensed by magic shot towards the sky and turned into stars embedded in the sky. Then, he took off the double swords at his waist. During the period of moving the demon seal, my safety is in your hands. Don't worry. The Red Dragon King took a few steps back. He also knew how troublesome it was to move a country. Even with Thor's strength, he would feel strenuous. Compared to destroying a country, moving a country is much more difficult, especially long-distance moving, which is a heavier burden on a person. If Thor ran out of strength on the way and caused the country he was moving to fall from the sky, it would not be as simple as the destruction of several countries. Okay. Thor laughed loudly, raised the double swords in his hands, and swung them down suddenly with force. Purple lightning lingered around the blades, connecting with the purple stars inlaid in the sky. Immediately, the purple lightning spread. Looking from the outside, you can find that near the barrier seal, an amazing lightning suddenly broke out, engulfing the entire barrier. Then it rose from the ground. The barrier used to seal the source of fear was forcibly pulled up by an invisible force, anchored by the purple stars in the sky, and moved closer to the sky. One after another, 10,000-ton boulders fell to the ground below as the barrier rose, raising a cloud of dust. After the barrier that sealed the source of fear moved away, a shocking huge pit was left behind. Next, it will be the attack of the dust cult. Shimu stood at the edge of the barrier, looking at the ground below. And at this moment, Suna came over. She changed into a nun's dress, folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen, and her posture became dignified. Sir Akhtar next is. Before she finished speaking, she saw Akhtar wave his hand, and his eyes suddenly looked at her dignified smile. Why are you suddenly so dignified? Shimu asked. Is it because there are so many heroes, and you need to pretend? Sir Akhtar, this is my duty as a candidate saint. Suna had a blank expression. I have to maintain the posture of a candidate saint even though so many people are watching me. Saints should not appear on the battlefield. Shimu smiled seriously. Suna, you can leave now. Suna, if you don't want to leave, stay with Eden. Shimu seemed to understand Suna's intentions, and turned his head to look at the ground below. He still cherished Suna very much, even though she couldn't return from death because her ability had reached its limit. But this ability could be fully restored sooner or later. Chapter 135. Is this enough? A boy with a scar on his forehead tied up the bundle of wood and carried it on his back. Just when he was about to go home, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sunny sky suddenly became overcast, making people feel depressed. What is that? The boy with a scar on his forehead looked up at the sky, and then his pupils trembled. He actually saw a small moving continent, floating towards the horizon like a dark cloud. Two magnificent giants, dragons, or the legendary Jormungandr, all seemed extremely small in front of this small moving land. Is the kingdom of God coming? He took a step back in fear, tripped by the snow, and fell into the snow. Then, maybe it's the kingdom of the devil. A malicious voice answered the boy's doubts, and a hairy minotaur looked down at the boy who fell to the ground and grinned. Then he stretched out his hand in the boy's terrified eyes. That's the moving source of disaster. Monster! The scream of fear spread throughout the forest, but soon it quieted down again. The frightened boy was caught in the palm of the bull-headed monster's hand, and chased towards the moving kingdom in the sky at high speed. And this scene did not just happen in one place. As the kingdom of the sky moved, the people nearby were forced to induce fear in their hearts, and countless weird things appeared. The situation is getting worse and worse. Shimu's eyes lit up slightly, as if there was a flame burning, reflecting the rushing monster. Ah! The unknown monster let out a shrill wail, was engulfed by the sudden spontaneous combustion of the flames on its body, and turned into ashes. Everything that happened on the ground had already attracted their attention, but they had no way to deal with it, even though they had tried their best to avoid crowded places. But in the end, a small number of people were still affected by the power of the god of fear. Maybe this is the devil trying to save himself. Thor laughed loudly, sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, with two big swords on both sides of his body, and the invisible power he emitted corresponded to the stars in the sky, leading the country under his feet forward. Yes, the devil is really annoying. Shimu turned his head. His expression was a little unnatural, and Thor also noticed this unnaturalness, but unexpectedly he did not ask. In fact, after he witnessed the devil's seal with his own eyes, he already knew that the one sealed was not a devil, but a real god. The power possessed by this devil is really similar to that of the god of fear. Thor sighed, crossed his arms and said, I almost suspected that the one sealed in the barrier was the god of fear. Shimu did not answer, and remained silent. Thor also thoroughly confirmed what kind of existence was sealed in the barrier through this silence. It was indeed the legendary god of terror. This is really bad news. More and more monsters are born. I will deal with some of them first. Shimu turned his back to Thor, as if to escape, and said, Eden will come to protect your safety in person. It's really reassuring to have the protection of the all-knowing saint. Thor laughed heartily and watched Akhtar's back as he left. For an upright hero, hiding and lying is a rather embarrassing thing, so he also understands why Akhtar wants to find a reason to leave. And the protection of the all-knowing saint is no worse than that of Akhtar. After a while, Shimu came to the edge of the mobile kingdom and saw a huge crow swooping down from the horizon, which was larger than an ordinary dragon. It was a strange bird. Awing! The crow made a long and uncomfortable cry and swooped down towards Akhtar. At this moment, the crescent-like knife light flashed, and the swooping crow's body was split into two halves. The gushing blood and the inertia of the corpse did not decrease, as if it hit the ground like a cannonball, leaving two shocking ditches. Shimu glanced at the dead crow, and then looked at the owner of the knife, who was a one-armed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat. "Sir Akhtar, are you okay?" The one-armed swordsman walked over, took off his bamboo hat, and revealed his vicissitudes of life. "Do you still recognize me?" Pros: I didn't expect you to be here too. Shimu smiled and recognized this NPC character. "I met him when I was fighting the undead snake. He is a powerful NPC character, but he has some good plots. The first contact gives people the impression that he is a guy who desires fame and wealth, very vulgar, but seems real. However, after actually getting in touch with him, you will find that Prose is an out-and-out idealist who dreams of making the world free of hunger and no children abandoned. However, as the plot develops, Prose will fall into despair under the cold blow of reality, and will be attracted by the fire giant Surtur, becoming a dust believer who intends to burn the old world. And now Prose is probably already a Twilight believer. In order to get ahead, there is no other way." Prose smiled frankly, and put on his hat again. "Sir Akhtar, the situation is not good now." He shrugged. "Several countries have warned us not to bring the demon seal close, otherwise they will regard us as enemies. There is no other way." A gentle female voice came from a woman with long green hair and a heroic figure, with straight legs wrapped in stockings. "Once the kingdom of disaster approaches, it will cause their country to fall into unprecedented chaos. Of course, they don't want us to get close." "The kingdom of disaster?" Shimu asked doubtfully, and the woman with long green hair smiled lightly when she heard the words, raised her hand to touch her chest and saluted. "Sir Akhtar, I am Laura, a knight of the kingdom of Dor Nomar." "Hello." Shimu smiled gently, making Laura's cheeks flush with excitement, but she did not lose her composure. Although it was a rare opportunity to talk to a hero like Akhtar, she still wanted to talk about serious matters. The moving kingdom of disaster is what the outside world calls the demon seal. Laura took a few steps forward and approached Akhtar. Because when the demon seal approaches, a bunch of weird things will be born, causing the country to fall into chaos, so it is called the moving kingdom of disaster. She lowered her eyebrows and spoke softly. "In order to prevent the moving kingdom of disaster from approaching, many countries have formed an alliance and protested unanimously to prevent us from approaching. Or, I will return the prototype of the Sword of Light to the Twilight cult." Shimu said expressionlessly, "Let's see if they can resist it at that time." He had done this before. After many countries boycotted him, he returned the prototype Sword of Light to the Twilight cult. After the Twilight cult unsealed the Source of Fear, no one boycotted them anymore. They either destroyed the country directly or collapsed. Everyone fled to escape the attack of the Source of Fear. That scene was quite interesting. "It's not good to do that," Laura whispered, not taking Akhtar's almost self-destructive words to heart. As a hero, Akhtar couldn't really do that. "Don't worry, it's just a detour." Shimu smiled gently, raised his hand, and rubbed Laura's head. Looking at the embarrassed and restrained expression of the knight, he couldn't help but stroke it a few times. This is the advantage of high reputation. There are beautiful girls looking at you with admiration wherever you go. There is no trace of coldness at all. But this will make you more tired. He sighed, and Laura shook her head and explained anxiously to him, "It's my honor to share your worries." Shimu pretended to be stunned, then laughed dumbly, rubbed Laura's head hard, and showed a very bewitching smile. "You are really a gentle woman." Prose: Why is Laura so businesslike and cold when she is with him? But she is well-behaved and sensible when she meets Akhtar. Even though he is a traitor, I feel a little upset. The difference in treatment is too obvious. In fact, I just did what I should do. Laura muttered softly, feeling very embarrassed that she was evaluated as a gentle woman by Akhtar. She was evaluated as too cold before. And Akhtar was the first man to say that she was very gentle. Being able to do what you should do well is already excellent. Shimu smiled, looked at Prose and said, "This man's swordsmanship is good, you can learn more from him." Her swordsmanship is better than mine. Prose twitched his mouth and told the truth about Laura's swordsmanship. He originally wanted to act like a senior, but who would have thought that Laura's swordsmanship was much better than his wild way? However, considering that Laura's father is the strongest knight in the kingdom of Dornoma, this is also very normal. The educational resources he received are not comparable to those of him, who was born a commoner. Really? That's really amazing. Shimu showed a surprised expression, and Prose sighed when he saw this. He waved his hand and changed the subject abruptly. There are more and more monsters now. If a monster that is difficult to deal with appears, things will be troublesome. It's just a little trouble. There won't be any tricky monsters. Shimu explained patiently, and looked at Prose. It's more important to worry about the dusk believers. The stronger the person, the stronger the fear in his heart will be. However, the fear in the hearts of ordinary people will not be very difficult to be manifested. It is impossible for the fear in the hearts of ordinary people to support the birth of a monster with the strength of the source of fear. So, there is no need to worry. Of course, this is not absolute. There is room for the growth of monsters. If the monsters can spread their own fear to people's hearts, then the existence of the monsters can also be greatly expanded, thereby greatly improving their strength. Ha ha ha. That's true. Prose pretended to laugh heartily, feeling a little guilty, as if Akhtar had seen through him. But if this strange power triggers fear in our hearts, it will be troublesome, right? He looked at the heroes fighting in the distance. Shimu explained. Don't worry, it won't affect us. Then I'm relieved. Prose smiled and watched Akhtar bid farewell to Laura and leave. His hand subconsciously pressed on the hilt of the sword, wondering if he could assassinate the defenseless Akhtar now. The sword was pulled out. Sir Prose, what's wrong with you? A vigilant voice came from the side. Prose turned his head and saw Laura looking at him with a vigilant look, her hand still on the sword at her waist. Before he cut Akhtar, Laura's sword would probably cut off his head in advance. I'm thinking about the difference in strength between me and Akhtar. Prose pressed down the sword and looked at Laura's speechless eyes. It's normal for men to have a strong desire to win. The desire to win doesn't mean that you can't distinguish reality, Laura said, and then she stopped paying attention to Prose and focused on the monsters that attacked. That's why I hate reality. Prose muttered to himself, and also focused on attacking the monsters that attacked. Even if he assassinated, it would be impossible to succeed. With the favor of the goddess of life and the resistance to death given by the witch of death, even if he hit the vital point, it would not kill Akhtar immediately. Leave the battlefield. Shimu came to a newly built church. This is the church of the three goddesses of fate, used to anchor the eyes of the three goddesses of fate. Entering the church, I saw Suna kneeling on the ground, clasping her hands and fingers together, praying devoutly to the three goddesses of fate. Unlike ordinary churches with one statue, the Church of Destiny has three statues, namely the goddess of the past standing in the middle, and the goddess of the present, and the goddess of the future standing on both sides. Three goddesses of fate. Any revelation? Shimu stopped and looked at Eden sitting quietly on the bench, and said, Now we need the guidance of fate. Akhtar, do you also believe in fate? Eden suddenly asked, and Akhtar pondered for a while, and then sat beside her. I will believe in fate when it is in my favor. Shimu gave an answer. This is his attitude towards fate. When it is in his favor, he will choose to believe, and when it is not in his favor, he will choose not to believe. Not only in the game. He thinks so in reality. Really? Eden nodded slightly, feeling a little smile at Akhtar's answer, but not surprised by Akhtar's answer. Geniuses like Akhtar are very proud and believe that the future can be in their own hands. And this is usually true. Next, just hold on until the Plague Temple. Shimu sighed as if he was tired, and then seemed to think of something. Can the god of terror cause fear in gods? Maybe. Eden nodded slightly, adjusted her sitting posture, and put her knees hidden under her skirt together, pulling a little distance from Akhtar. She whispered, But as long as the source of fear appears in the sky, it will be immediately sealed by the gods, and will not give the god of terror the opportunity to cause fear in the gods. Really? Shimu looked at Eden's delicate face, slightly turned away, and changed the subject abruptly. Eden, next I need you to protect Thor. Yeah. Eden responded softly, agreeing to Akhtar's request, and Shimu did not stop after hearing the words, and got up and left the church. Chapter 136. The sky was dark. The wind and snow blew over the moving kingdom of disaster. Prose sat in front of the campfire, eating bread while looking at the female knight Lola opposite him, and couldn't help but sigh, Weird, they can't be killed at all. We are almost reaching Lionheart City. Lola sat elegantly, holding the bread in both hands, eating it in small bites, and calmly explained to the one-armed swordsman, as long as we can hold on to Lionheart City, we can let the Witch of Death take action and get rid of the sealed demon. Does the Witch of Death have a reason to kill the demon? Prose asked back, making Lola fall into silence. For the Witch of Death, the more forces that are hostile to the gods, the more beneficial it is. Killing the sealed demon will only make her feel isolated and helpless, right? Lola remained silent, bit off a piece of bread, and after thinking carefully for a moment, said, Lord Akhtar, there is a way. Prose, This female knight has an irrational worship of Akhtar. She thinks that Akhtar must have a way to solve the current problem, but Akhtar is a human after all, and there is no way to influence the overall situation. And the barrier is not sealed with a demon, but a real god. How could it be really given to the Witch of Death to kill? Yearning is the farthest emotion from understanding, Prose said with a smile, and then he saw Laura showing a dissatisfied expression. It is obvious that this knight lady is not happy to hear him slander Akhtar. No, he didn't slander him, but just said that Laura's worship of Akhtar is too much, which leads to too blind trust in Akhtar. If one day he found out that Akhtar was not as perfect as he imagined, he might be seriously hit. But now it was useless for him to say anything. Forget it, I go. Take a look around. Waving his hand, Prose stood up on his knees, and then disappeared from Laura's sight. Laura did not react much to this. She lowered her head and ate bread silently. After eating, she raised her hand and touched her head, remembering the gentle smile that Akhtar showed her when he touched her head a few days ago. That man must have some considerations. On the other side. Human, go to hell. A strange figure jumped out of the shadows and attacked Prose, but in a flash, his head was cut off by a bright waning moon. Putting the long sword back into the sheath, Prose stepped over the dead body of the strange figure and came to an uninhabited pile of stones. He saw a dwarf lowly hugging her knees with her arms, leaning against the stone in silence. Polly is said to be the granddaughter of a high-ranking member of the Church of Dusk, but her grandfather was killed by Akhtar, leaving Polly alone. A rather pitiful dwarf lowly. Put away your rude look. The dwarf lowly glanced at Prose coldly, and then went straight to the point. The higher-ups asked you to lure Akhtar to the outskirts of the land of disaster, where he can remain relatively motionless. Are you planning to snipe Akhtar? Prose immediately analyzed what the high-ranking members of the Church of Dusk were planning to do to Akhtar. The dwarf lowly did not answer this. She herself was not very clear about what the high-ranking members of the Church of Dusk were going to do, but she knew that Prose had some connections with Akhtar, and could find an excuse to lure Akhtar to the outskirts of the land of disaster. And that was enough. Do you have any specific directions? Prose asked, and the dwarf lowly raised her hand and pointed to the direction where the sun rose. And that place was also the destination of the moving country of disaster, the place where the goddess of plague fell, the Lionheart City. Prose raised his hand and touched the hilt of the sword, then nodded and said, Okay. Akhtar must arrive at the designated location by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. The dwarf lowly stood up and then left the rubble. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Shimu glanced at the horizon, and the outline of the Lionheart City was vaguely visible, then turned to look at the one-armed swordsman Prose next to him, and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Akhtar, you deceived us, didn't you? Prose's face was solemn, and he pressed the hilt of the sword with one hand. The one sealed in the barrier is not a demon, but a god. He pulled out half of the sword. Your real purpose is to sacrifice the gods to the Witch of Death. The cold wind blew, rolling snowflakes between the two people, and the atmosphere became tense instantly, with a sense of oppression that was about to explode. Shimu tilted his head and looked at the one-armed swordsman opposite him, then looked around, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Yes, this is my purpose. Prose was stunned, as if he doubted his ears. The doubts he had expressed before were just to delay time and let Akhtar fall into a self-proving trap. In fact, he had never doubted Akhtar, but he thought Akhtar had some hidden secrets and concealed the key information. However, why do you look so unbelievable? Shimu tilted his head and smiled badly. Didn't you guess the truth? Hey. Are you kidding? Prose stepped back subconsciously, unable to accept what Akhtar said. Akhtar, who had challenged the immortal snake for justice in Gear City without hesitation, and did not ask for any reward afterwards, was a true cultist. How could such a thing be possible? Don't you believe in the goddess of life? He asked in a dry voice, proving Akhtar's self-affirmation and trying to find some evidence that Akhtar was not a villain. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to accept the fact that Akhtar was a villain, even though he had already joined the Twilight Cult and wanted to cooperate with the Twilight Cult to assassinate Akhtar. but it was still difficult to accept that Akhtar was a villain. How to describe this feeling? It was like he had fallen and was completely bad, but for the white moonlight in his heart in the past, he still retained yearning, thinking that the white moonlight was the opposite of himself, making him feel that the world was not so bad. And now Akhtar actually admitted that he was a villain. This feeling is like meeting Bai Yueguang again and finding out that she is a bitch. The previous admiration for Bai Yueguang was just self-indulgent. Uncomfortable. Shocked. Angry. I don't know, and it's hard to describe my feelings at this moment. Obviously, the man in front of me should be a hero like the moonlight. Ah, I believe in the goddess of life. Shimu raised his hand, lifted the black hair on his forehead, and said coldly, but I also believe in the Witch of Death. He took out the Great Sword of Death. Why do you think the Witch of Death gave me the Great Sword of Death, but other believers of death did not? Prose fell silent, suddenly pulled out the long sword from his waist, and slashed at Akhtar with all his strength. Clang! The Great Sword of Death came at a faster speed, directly cutting off the long sword, and then the sword turned and rested on Pro's shoulder. Shimu raised the Great Sword of Death, looked at Prose coldly, and asked, You seem very angry. Why? Aren't you afraid that the goddess of life will be sad? Prose questioned. Grabbing Akhtar's Great Sword of Death and being able to use the prayer of the goddess of life meant that Akhtar had a very strong faith in the goddess of life. As long as the goddess of life doesn't know, Shimu replied, You have too many expectations of me. Prose was silent for a while, looking at the hero opposite who should have been noble and flawless, closed his eyes in despair, and said, Then you die, and I don't need to feel guilty. Yes. The man in front of him was not the noble hero he knew, but a liar. So he did not need to feel any guilt for luring Akhtar out and letting the high-ranking members of the Twilight Cult assassinate him. Meanwhile, in Lionheart City, target locked, Hercules squatted down, picked up a huge stone on the ground, aimed at the Disaster Kingdom moving in the distance, and aimed at Akhtar, who was standing still. He slightly increased the strength of his palm, and the power from density compressed the huge stone into a stone. Even a small stone, as long as the power of density is used to force it to spread, it can also burst out unimaginable power. Use a stone to destroy a country. According to people's common sense, this is almost impossible, but as long as you master the power of density, you will find that a small stone also has incredible power. Goodbye, hero. With a regretful farewell, Hercules threw the stone in his hand, and the density acted on the stone, from compression to release. Boom! The air trembled, and the red light penetrated the air and shot towards Akhtar. And at this moment, Prose also began to act. He suddenly stretched out his only hand and grabbed Akhtar's wrist, leaving the hero no time to escape. Afterwards, boom! The roar resounded throughout the land of disaster, and the white light engulfed everything in the field of vision. Akhtar, are you okay? A gentle female voice suddenly came, which made Prose stunned. He should be dead. Ah, it's okay. Shimu waved the Great Sword of Death casually, and the blade cut along Pro's shoulder and cut him in half. It's really a timely move. He looked at Mist, who appeared beside him, and smiled. I was almost killed by a sneak attack. Please don't trust my power too much. Misty frowned, feeling unhappy that Akhtar didn't dodge and waited for her to protect him. It would be dangerous if she didn't react. Okay. Shimu agreed readily, and then cast his eyes on Prose, who was cut in half and had a weak breath. It seems that the goddess of fate is also protecting me. That's really the goddess of fate is blind. Prose widened his eyes, looked at Akhtar's evil smile, and died unwillingly. Why does a dust believer react so strongly to you not being a hero? Misty asked doubtfully. She didn't care whether Akhtar was a true hero or not, nor did she care whether Akhtar believed in God. From the beginning to the end, she only cared about Akhtar. I don't know either. Shimu answered casually, and looked at Hercules in Lionheart City. After he raised the hero's reputation to a certain level, many NPCs would automatically have a certain degree of favorability towards him, and this favorability might be much higher than that of the people around him, and fall into a state of fanaticism. It's very similar to the fanatical fans in reality. So when the player does something inconsistent with the hero, it will cause the NPC to collapse, or find reasons to explain for the player. What should I do next? Misty asked, and saw Akhtar turn around and looked at the heroes attracted by the noise. Prose is a spy sent by the Dust Believers. Shimu explained to the heroes, raising his hand and pointing in the direction of Lionheart City. As long as we cross the Lionheart City, our goal will be achieved. Please lend me. No, lend me the power to the goddess of fate. Yes. Laura was the first to respond, and the other heroes looked at each other and responded one after another. For the famous hero Akhtar, they subconsciously abandoned unnecessary doubts and focused their attention on the Dusk Believers. On the other side, in front of the Lionheart City, a large number of Dusk Believers poured out. Most of them were firewood with low strength, and they were cannon fodder on the battlefield. It was unrealistic to want to deal with the heroes. However, they never thought of dealing with the heroes. Instead, they were consumables used to cause weirdness. Under the influence of the source of fear, they were enough to cause weirdness of a sufficient scale. Everything is ready. The nun came over and bowed to Hercules. We can attack the moving kingdom of disaster. Yes. Hercules nodded, pushed the ground with both feet, and his body shot out like a cannonball with the explosion of air waves. He didn't care about the insignificant details of the plan. For him, he only needed to focus on one thing, that is, to kill Akhtar. Then, he took the Sword of Light and unsealed the source of fear. However, Hercules was not the only one who wanted to kill Akhtar. Akhtar must be killed by me. Among the Dusk Believers, Count Dracula flew out and turned into countless bats, chasing Hercules, worried that Akhtar would be killed in advance. None, At the critical moment, this group of people did not act according to the plan, and did not take the previously agreed plan to heart at all. Compared to killing Akhtar, it is more important to kill the strongest human, Thor. Why should we focus on a guy who is not very important, on the other side? Bang! Hercules' tall body fell, and stood in front of Akhtar, ignoring the heroes who surrounded him. Akhtar, are you going to hide behind a woman? Yes. Shimu would answer confidently, and there was no shame at all for Misty protecting him behind her. Huh? Is this considered a hero? Hercules sneered, trying to stimulate Akhtar to fight. However, Shimu has not replied yet. You are not worthy of fighting Akhtar. Misty began to defend Akhtar. If you can't even beat me, then you are not qualified to fight Akhtar. Hercules, Chapter 137. War is not a one-on-one duel. Shimu laughed. Winning by any means necessary is what we should consider now. His eyes became cold. You should have sent someone to assassinate Thor now, right? Then we must hurry to help Lord Thor. Laura, who was listening, became anxious and subconsciously wanted to rush to help Thor. Otherwise the mobile disaster country would fall, which would cause an unprecedented disaster. Don't worry. A tall girl holding a bow in one hand grabbed Laura's wrist and looked at the anxious Laura. Sir Akhtar must have made arrangements long ago. Laura's anxious mood immediately calmed down, and she nodded gently to Atlanta. Thank you. Atlanta shook her head gently, and cast a vigilant look at Hercules. She knew that man, a hero praised by people in the past, who later killed his wife and children for some reason and joined the Twilight cult. There is such an arrangement. Hercules admitted frankly that there was no need to keep the assassination of Thor secret. Everyone could think of Thor as the key to this war. If Thor could be successfully assassinated, moving the seal of the source of fear would become nonsense. And the Twilight cult would have enough time to unlock the seal of the source of fear. But we have another arrangement. He moved his wrist and took an attacking posture. Take back the prototype Sword of Light from you, and unlock the seal of the source of fear. The atmosphere became tense. And at this moment, Akhtar, I must kill him. Countless bats flew over and gathered into a human figure. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and had two sharp fangs. His breath was dark and deep, and his handsome appearance had an extraordinary bewitching power. He said to Hercules, This is our agreement. Hercules did not agree immediately, but frowned slightly, and looked at the vampire Count Dracula. He was thinking whether to kill this troublesome vampire. Now there is no time for Count Dracula to take revenge. Reclaiming the prototype Sword of Light is the top priority. That's perfect, let's change our opponents. The Red Dragon King walked out from the many heroes, and came directly to Hercules. The two equally tall and powerful men looked at each other, without any sign of weakness. The Red Dragon King, who is at the top of the Red Dragon clan. Hercules, who masters the power of the devil. You are very weak. The Red Dragon King grinned, flames overflowed from his teeth, and without hesitation, he blew a dragon breath on his face, and the hot flames blew Hercules away. And his body rushed out like a cannonball, fighting with Hercules, who flew backwards. Unexpected? No, it was expected. The Red Dragon King, who is at the top of the Red Dragon clan, is not inferior to Hercules, who masters the power of the devil. This is a matter of course. Dragons are creatures standing at the top of the ecological niche. And the Red Dragon King is the Dragon King standing at the top of the Dragon clan. Unless he is promoted to the demon realm, it is impossible to crush the Red Dragon King in terms of strength. Then I will deal with you. Shimu retracted his gaze and cast his eyes on the vampire Count Dracula, chuckling. Although I don't know what deep hatred you and I have, I will give you a one-on-one opportunity. You killed my brother. Count Dracula became even more angry. This man didn't even understand why he wanted revenge. However, Shimu didn't care about Count Dracula's anger. He turned to Misty and said, "Let me fight him alone." "Yes." Misty agreed softly, completely without the arrogance and awe-inspiringness before, like a well-behaved kitten, forming a strong contrast. She stepped back a few steps, but the long knife in her hand was still aimed at the vampire Count. As long as there was anything wrong, the blade would be unsheathed immediately. Cut off the vampire's head. Count Dracula glanced at Misty, but he didn't care much. This was not because he was confident that he could crush Misty, the hero praised as the Valkyrie. He could feel the gap in strength between the two sides. "Pa!" The applause sounded, and the vision changed, and came to a dark church. There was no one else except him and Akhtar. Blasphemy of the church. It can suppress all the power of God. Any power related to God will be suppressed to the point where it is almost unusable in the church. It will also make people fall into a state of depravity, continuously make people's spirit fall into a negative state, and then fall into madness. "It's just you and me here." Count Dracula reached out, probed into the void, and pulled out a bloody knight's sword. The blasphemous knight's long sword has the power against God. The specific effect is that it has a strong restraint on all the power from God. You can't use life prayer here. Shimu felt that the efficiency of his life prayer has dropped significantly. This is not because Count Dracula opened the kingdom in his heart and cut off his connection with the goddess of life, but purely because the efficiency of the power of prayer here is extremely compressed. This also means that he can't be careless. If he is pierced through the heart, brain and other vital parts, there is no way to quickly heal with the power of life prayer. Now he doesn't have the high tolerance rate as before. Why do you think I will lose without the power of the goddess of life? He looked around, and the moonlight from the stained glass fell on a statue of the goddess with blood and tears. Because you are weaker than me. Dracula asserted so, and the blasphemy knight's sword in his hand was lowered, approaching Akhtar step by step, and the friction between the sword and the ground burst out sparks. In terms of strength, he has surpassed the limit of the human realm. And Akhtar has just touched the limit of the human realm. There is an essential difference in strength between the two sides. As long as Akhtar does not have the immortality given by the life prayer, then he wants to win. It is easy. Bang! Count Dracula's speed suddenly increased, and the blasphemy knight's sword in his hand cut through the air and stabbed towards Akhtar's neck. As if foreseeing the future, Akhtar waved the great sword of death in his hand and blocked the stabbing sword. Clang! The dim church echoed with the sound of swords clashing, and the brilliant firelight tore through the darkness, making the church bright for a short time. It also allowed Akhtar and Count Dracula to see each other's cheeks clearly, and their eyes reflected each other, both full of absolute confidence in victory. Outside world. Let's start, for the great wish of burning the world. Makirazor squatted down, pressed his palm on the ground, and the shadow behind him began to wriggle and spread, turning into a dark door, and slowly opened with the door. Several big snakes suddenly rushed out, opened their sharp fangs, and bit the small continent in the sky. The snake body, which was hundreds of meters long, turned into bridges. The Twilight Believers and monsters followed the snake body, and attacked the miniature continent in the sky. Where do they get so many miscellaneous soldiers? Atlanta raised his bow and arrow, sniping at the monsters approaching from the sky. Based on her understanding of the Twilight cult, there shouldn't be so many miscellaneous soldiers, but in the actual battle, she found that the Twilight cult had a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers, and a large part of these miscellaneous soldiers were humans and elves. The bottom layer of the Twilight cult should be composed of dwarves. I heard that it was too cold, causing many people to believe in the fire giant Surtur in order to keep warm. Laura waved her sword and killed the attacking Twilight Believers, and told Atlanta, who was facing away from her, the news. In response, Atlanta was silent for a while, and then returned to normal, focusing on the weirdness in the sky. Now the Dusk followers are enemies. No matter what reason they have for believing in the fire giant Surtur, she cannot hold back. She must ensure that the demon seal is not broken. On the other side. Wait, don't chase me. Suna ran out of the church in a panic, and an octopus girl chased after her. She had pink skin and slender fingers with suction cups, tightly clinging to a water blue rapier, stabbing Suna's back continuously. The candidate for the Fate Saint, is she a woman who can only run away? The octopus girl provoked, and the tentacles under her skirt squirmed, as if they were spider legs, chasing Suna closely. Originally, she thought that if she met the candidate for the Fate Saint, she would be easily killed in seconds, but the reality was that she was chasing the candidate for the Fate Saint. Who would have thought that the noble candidate Saint's fighting power was so weak? I won't run if you don't chase me, Suna answered honestly. She didn't have the ability to return from death now. If she was killed, she could only go to heaven to serve the three goddesses of fate, and she would never be able to interfere in anything in the world again. And she still had memories of the world. Goddess, help me. She began to pray to the three goddesses of fate, and then her foot was tripped by a stone, just avoiding the sword stab by the octopus lady, and her body rolled into the pit. Then she saw a little lowly wearing a silver-gray cloak, white hair and red eyes. The two looked at each other in surprise, and they seemed to have not reacted yet. The atmosphere fell into a subtle atmosphere. Now you have no way to escape, right? The octopus lady also chased after her. She stood on the edge of the pit, looking down at the two below. Wait, why are there two? There shouldn't be only one candidate for the Saint of Fate. However, reality did not allow her to think too much. Boom! The hot dragon breath submerged her in the next moment, and the scorching heat turned her into a grilled squid, emitting an enticing burnt aroma. Thank you. Suna came to her senses, turned her head, and looked at the white-haired lowly with her smoking mouth closed, wanting to ask about her identity. In response, the white-haired lowly pulled her hood, turned around and disappeared in a hurry. Suna called out several times, but there was no response. It seemed that she didn't intend to talk to her. But after all, she was out of danger. Now she just needed to find Eden or Akhtar quickly to ensure her own safety. Thinking of this, Suna climbed out of the pit and ran towards Eden. She was quite confident about Eden, the omniscient saint. As long as she could run to Eden's side, she would not be in any danger. That was a tough guy who could keep his memory after returning from death. Fortunately, Suna passed through the chaotic battlefield, avoided the crazy Twilight believers and monsters, and successfully found Eden. She was seen kneeling quietly on a flattened stone, with several unconscious Twilight believers around her. Not far away was Thor, the strongest human who drank. Compared with the wars elsewhere, this place seemed extremely quiet. If it weren't for the unconscious Twilight believers on the ground, it would really make people feel that nothing had happened here. Eden, are you okay? Suna raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and sat down next to Eden. She is absolutely safe here. It's okay. Eden shook his head calmly, his emerald eyes looking into the distance, and Suna looked along the line of sight. Except for the flying monsters, she didn't see anything else, but when she looked back at Eden, she saw fighting. The emerald eyes reflected the battle between Akhtar and the vampire, a duel of life and death in the small church. Ha! Count Dracula shouted angrily, and the blasphemous knight's sword in his hand burst into blood light. The speed suddenly began to increase, and the continuous slashes poured down on Akhtar. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous blood-colored light blades collided with the death sword wrapped in black flames, and each time, they burst out brilliant flames. The impact of the sword blades turned into wind blades, crushing the benches in the church. The vampires, who have survived for more than 1,000 years, and hate the gods so much of skills and strengths that are basically difficult to find flaws. Very strong. But it's just very strong. What? Count Dracula couldn't help shrinking his eyes. His practiced skills were discovered. At the moment when he was about to swing the next sword, Akhtar intercepted in advance, interrupted his inertia of swinging the sword, and counterattacked. The death sword wrapped in black flames brushed his cheek, leaving a deep blood mark, and was burned by the flames in an instant. Nothing is surprising. People who live long usually have a rigid mind. Shimu shook the death sword, watching Count Dracula take a few steps back, vigilantly touching the scar on his face, his eyes as calm as always. No, it should be indifferent. That is a kind of complete indifference to the existence of others, which can also be understood as arrogance, looking down on others from the heart, and the resulting arrogance. This guy is a genius. Count Dracula remembered this fact. There are many such people in the long history. They are all geniuses who can promote world change. They are called demons or witches. And their commonality is unconscious arrogance, looking down on everything from a high position, looking down on everything from top to bottom. Because they are geniuses, they can be invincible. Because they are geniuses, there are no problems. Because they are geniuses, they can do everything. Hateful guy. Count Dracula expressed his inner feelings. He hated Akhtar's eyes, which reminded him of the god of war, the guy who brought him eternal shame. He launched an attack again. I'm going to dig out your eyes. Chapter 138. Then you must try your best. Shimu turned his wrist, and the great sword of death blocked the attack of Count Dracula, revealing a dangerous smile. If you can't kill me now, then you will never have another chance in the future. Human, I will make your soul completely corrupt. Count Dracula's voice was low and full of determined killing intent. He knew that what Akhtar said was true. With Akhtar's genius, it would take only a short time to completely surpass him. And he naturally had no chance to kill Akhtar. If you can do it. Shimu took a step back, just avoiding the blasphemous knight's sword, and then his body began to emit high temperature, as if he had turned into charcoal. His smile became cold. Vampire, if you can't kill me, then I will hunt you down and kill everyone around you. Human, are you still a hero? Count Dracula roared angrily. He never expected that he would be threatened by Akhtar, a man who was considered a flawless hero. This was beyond his expectations. In response, Shimu responded coldly. Since you are a hero, you should destroy all vampires. Based on his understanding of Count Dracula, the NPC, when he is at a disadvantage, there is a certain probability that he will run away. However, as long as you continue to verbally taunt Count Dracula and threaten him at the same time. Even if Count Dracula is in an absolute disadvantage, he will continue to fight to the death with the player until he is completely killed by the player. Can't lose. Count Dracula gritted his teeth and fought with such a belief. Even if it drained his soul, he had to kill Akhtar. Otherwise, he could not accept the consequences. Clang! The swords met, and a whistling wind burst out. The most intense battle started within a distance of less than 1 meter. The cold moonlight passed through the painted glass of the church and sprinkled on the figures of the two fighting. The high-speed moving bodies and waving swords exceeded the limit that the retina could capture, and the spreading impact shook the church. At the same time, outside, Suna, is there something on my face? Eden's delicate face showed doubts and met Suna's eyes. She found that Suna had been staring at her eyes for a long time, but she never took the initiative to bring up a topic with her. Suna was slightly stunned when she heard this. She looked at Eden's emerald eyes and whispered, "You are looking at Akhtar, right?" "Yeah." Eden nodded gently and turned his eyes to the battlefield again. He knew that Count Dracula's strength had exceeded the limit of human beings, so she was a little worried that Akhtar would have an accident. However, the actual battle situation was somewhat different from what she expected. The person who had the advantage was Akhtar, not Count Dracula. Bang! I don't know how many collisions it was. The blasphemous knight's sword slipped out of his hand, turned a few times in the air, and pierced into the stone slab on the ground of the church. I have to praise it. Shimu cut off Count Dracula's elbow with a backhand sword, and before Count Dracula could react, he took out the spear that pierced through the undead and pierced Count Dracula's chest. Dracula, you are a good guy. I will probably not forget you for a long time. I don't want you to remember me. Count Dracula has not given up the fight, and tried to pull out the spear that was sucked into his heart. Compared with ordinary life, vampires are more difficult to kill, but if they are pierced through the brain and heart, they will inevitably fall into death. Unless they can be transformed into the original vampire. Shimu did not speak, looking at Count Dracula, who was still struggling, from anger to powerlessness and despair. Don't worry, I have no interest in hunting down the people around you. He came close to Count Dracula and grabbed the spear that pierced the immortal. I lied to you before. After saying that, he pulled out the spear that pierced the immortal, and Count Dracula also showed a relaxed expression when he heard it. He believed Akhtar's words. The other party was a hero after all. He should not lie to himself. As for the desecrated church, it also began to dissipate like smoke after Count Dracula's death, allowing Akhtar to return to the outside world. Akhtar, are you okay? A familiar female voice came from his ear. Shimu turned his head and saw Misty shaking the bloody long knife, surrounded by more than a dozen corpses of dusk believers. Her eyes revealed concern, and she walked over quickly. Don't worry. Shimu smiled gently and looked very calm. However, Misty could see that Akhtar's magic power was insufficient, and his condition had declined greatly. It was obvious that he had fought a high-intensity battle. The loss of magic power is not necessarily linked to the duration of the battle, but more depends on how it is used. If the magic power is continuously consumed at a high intensity during this process, even if you have a large amount of magic power, it will be exhausted very quickly. Next, let me protect you. She took the initiative to walk to Akhtar's side and acted as a guard. Shimu smiled, looked at the tall, wavy red hair, and dignified Mr. beside him, and said, "Wait until I deal with that guy, then we can talk." He pointed at Hercules in the sky. The Twilight cult will not stop attacking unless that guy is dealt with. Mr. looked in the direction he pointed, and then fell into silence. She guessed what Akhtar was going to do next, and saw Akhtar take out the Sword of Light, then clapped his hands hard, and recited the summoning spell. With a creeping shadow, a clone with the same appearance as Akhtar appeared. "Don't run around everywhere," Shimu said softly, and aimed at Hercules in the sky with the clone. With Hercules' strength, it was impossible to kill him by releasing only one Sword of Light. Only by releasing two swords at the same time could Hercules be effectively killed. A moment later, light penetrated the sky, and the cross-cutting light hit Hercules at a speed that was almost impossible to dodge. Then, clang! The Sword of Light fell, and Akhtar's body fell back into Mist's arms, falling into a state of complete powerlessness. At this time, he was the weakest, and even a small-time Twilight believer could kill him. However, "Get out of the way!" Mist casually swung her long knife and killed several Twilight believers who were approaching, and then she focused her attention on Akhtar. "Come, drink some magic potion to replenish your magic power." She squatted down, let Akhtar rest his head on her knees, took out the magic potion beside her, and gently poured it into Akhtar's mouth. As for the dusk believers around her who had bad intentions, that's not important, anyway. They can't get close. "Do you want to go?" A nearby dusk believer with a scar on his face squeezed the axe in his hand, looking at the red-haired lady who was taking care of people on the battlefield, and the man lying limply on the woman's knees, and fell into hesitation. The woman's aura was too scary, so his instinct resisted him from getting close. After thinking about it, the dusk believer with a scar on his face turned around and went to trouble other heroes. As for the red-haired woman, let others deal with her. And he was not the only one who had this idea. The dusk believers all gave up trouble with Misty and Akhtar. As a result, there was an empty spot on the battlefield. "Send me to Eden." Shimu stood up on the ground, pulled out the Sword of Light that was stabbed into the ground, and said to Misty, "Then, please clean up the invading dusk believers." "Is that woman trustworthy?" Misty asked, and after seeing Akhtar nod, she didn't question it too much. Instead, she reached out and hugged Akhtar by the waist. "I take you to her," she explained, carrying Akhtar across the battlefield and heading to Eden. Shimu was not shy about this, but enjoyed Mist's protection with peace of mind, and also looked at the status bar. Race, human. Level, 96. Skills, 10 kinds of shadow magic, life prayer, death prayer, ash fire, fate prayer. Talent, player. Achievements, impossible miracle, lover of the princess, guide of death, rolling in money, touching the hero's blade, dragon hunter, enemy of dwarves, enemy of giants, hatched enemy of gods, witch's disciple, cut off the immortal, hero, who is the enemy of gods. The status bar didn't change much, only the level column had a subversive change, which was the huge benefit he got from assassinating the god of blood, and the benefit from repeatedly brushing experience points by using Suna to read the file. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The extra experience points from the player ability are the reason why he has grown so quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to reach level 96 now. As for the achievements in the status bar, except for a few people who were promoted because of their accumulated deeds, there was not much increase. But it can bring him a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, on the other side, the opponent was robbed. The Red Dragon King frowned and shook his head. He felt helpless about Akhtar's sudden sneak attack and killing Hercules. He was obviously a guy who could arouse his interest in fighting. Forget it, clean up the battlefield first. Shaking his head, he turned into a red dragon and turned his attention to the battlefield. Then he spit out a blazing sun. Boom! The sun fell into the lower world, and a sea of fire broke out. The Twilight believers who tried to break through the seal of the source of fear were burned in an instant. The victory and defeat were tilted. Not long after, with the efforts of many heroes and the help of Mist, the Twilight believers were wiped out. Except for a few conspicuous Twilight believers who escaped, most of them had been solved. And the mobile disaster country also began to move again, heading towards the direction of the Plague Temple. Akhtar, you are about to reach the limit of human beings. Thor sat cross-legged on the stone slab, looking at Akhtar leaning against the stone not far away, and said seriously, "What are you going to do next?" Shimu did not answer. "Maybe I will try to become a demon." Thor laughed heartily. He was very clear about the so-called genius personality. He was a genius with an amazing growth rate before, and he wanted to become a demon naturally. However, the invisible barrier kept blocking him, so he could never succeed. Until later, he met a mysterious woman from the Dragon Empire. No, it could also be a witch. The witch gave him a magic that could obtain the power of the demon, allowing him to successfully surpass the limit of the human realm. Since there is a chance to surpass the limit of the human realm, I want to try it. Shimu once again expressed his thoughts, looking at Eden, who was silent on the side, and said, I can't think of a reason to give up. Thor, It was obviously him who started the topic. Why did Akhtar look at Eden and say that he wanted to become a demon? What does this have to do with Eden? Speaking of which, Thor? Shimu seemed to suddenly think of something and asked Thor, You also use the power of the demon, right? Yes. Thor admitted without hesitation. Then can you use the power of a witch? Shimu asked, leaving Thor speechless. He looked down at his crotch. No one has tried this before. At least I don't know of any man who has followed the path of a witch. Shimu was shocked. The abilities of witches are all very interesting. It's better not to try. Waving his hand, Thor said bluntly, whether it is strong or not still depends on the individual's development of abilities. At this point, he added another sentence. And it also depends on the compatibility. Generally speaking, we have a higher compatibility with demons, so it is difficult for us to follow the path of witches. Then I'd better study how to become a demon. Shimu said uninterested, and everyone fell silent. Thor didn't say much about this. There are too many geniuses in this world who think they can become demons. Only when they encounter invisible barriers will they fall into despair and start to seek other ways. Before that, no matter what he says, it is meaningless. Plague Temple. In the past, it was a place of worship for all nations, but now it seems very cold and lonely. This is also a matter of course. The plague goddess has been assassinated, and the plague believers have lost their gods of faith, so they naturally have no reason to stay with the plague god. But today the plague temple is lively. A small land covers the sky above the plague temple, blocking almost all sunlight. The goddess of lies, it's time to appear. Shimu stretched out his hand, touched the red barrier, and whispered, It's almost time to unseal it. No one responded. But Akhtar was sure that the goddess of lies must have heard what he said at this moment, but she just chose not to answer him. Gentle, lovely, beautiful goddess of lies. Shimu said expressionlessly, and changed his words. You are almost ready to unlock the seal. I heard it. Chapter 139. His shoulder was suddenly tapped lightly. Shimu turned his head subconsciously, and saw a masked girl with long light red hair. She took off the mask, and revealed her bright and beautiful face. Will you unseal the barrier now? The goddess of lies smiled and asked Akhtar, who was slightly stunned. In response, Shimu's eyes fluctuated, as if he was a little uncomfortable with the approach of the goddess of lies. But this is also very normal. It is unlikely that anyone can remain calm when being approached by a bright and beautiful girl and greeted in a friendly manner. And his reaction was naturally the same. He thought about it. At least wait until we are far away. He said to the goddess of lies who was close at hand, If we unseal the source of fear now, we will all die. If we unseal it here, the source of fear may run to the sky. The goddess of lies pinched her chin with her slender hand, showing a distressed expression. Isn't this bad? Shimu turned his head away and said, Don't worry, the witch of death will take action. Really? The goddess of lies covered her mouth in surprise. Looking at Akhtar's unnatural head turned away, her eyes curved into crescents. Human, you are not honest. The genius in people's eyes, the hero who is the focus of everyone's attention, behaved so unnaturally in front of her, unexpectedly feeling very cute. In response, Shimu turned his cheek away even harder, not looking at the goddess of lies. However, the goddess of lies did not let Akhtar go. She half-tilted her body, her long hair sliding across her cheeks and shoulders, reflecting Akhtar's unnatural expression in her eyes, which she blinked gently with a hint of teasing evil intent. The atmosphere became subtle. What do you want? Shimu said helplessly, As long as I can do it. Then become my devout believer. The goddess of lies stretched out her slender white hand, signaling Akhtar to kiss it. As for why she didn't stretch out her feet, she was worried that Akhtar would really dare to kiss her. She remembered the last experience very clearly. So she didn't dare to stretch out her feet. Can you change the conditions? Shimu asked seriously. He had no interest in becoming a believer of the goddess of lies. This didn't mean that he thought the goddess of lies was unreliable. In fact, the goddess of lies was surprisingly good to her believers. And compared to other gods, the goddess of lies has more flexible hands and can cooperate with players very well. If you choose the goddess of lies as your partner, You could abandon your brain and act according to the goddess of lies' strategy until you defeat the god of omniscience. But he didn't want to follow the goddess of lies route this week. Why? The goddess of lies bit her lower lip lightly, revealing a pitiful look, which made people unconsciously soften their hearts. Do you hate lies so much? That's not the reason. Shimu turned his head away again, but did not explain why he was unwilling, letting the goddess of lies figure out the reason herself. What's the reason? The goddess of lies did not give Akhtar a chance to escape this time. She pinched Akhtar's cheek and forced his cheek to straighten. In response, Shimu rolled his eyes and pretended that he didn't see it. You, Poochie, forget it. The goddess of lies was angry and amused. She let go of her hand pinching his face, and put forward another condition, then I want to meet the Witch of Death. At this point, she showed a curious expression. Which country do you plan to sacrifice to summon the Witch of Death? That's just a lie to deceive outsiders. Shimu shook his head. You should know that I don't need too harsh conditions to summon the Witch of Death. Potential geniuses are good, even witches will look at them. The goddess of lies sighed, her fingers circling the hair by her ears. It's hard for people to meet the Witch of Death. This is a lie. It's not difficult to find the Witch of Death. The real difficulty is to make the Witch of Death have the patience to talk to the gods. And this requires a middleman to mediate. There is no doubt that Akhtar is this middleman. Otherwise, the fate of ordinary gods meeting the Witch of Death will be like the god of blood, who was stabbed half to death by a finger. Although she is not afraid of the Witch of Death, who is only in the form of a clone. And at this moment, I also want to meet the Witch of Death. A confident laugh came, and Akhtar and the goddess of lies looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a black-haired man with his hands in his pockets, walking calmly and domineeringly, revealing a suffocating sense of oppression. He looked at Akhtar and grinned. Human, can you help me by the way? That depends on the will of the Lady Witch of Death. Shimu replied calmly. He recognized the identity of the man in front of him. He was the segment demon who had returned to his peak state. Then change your words. The segment demon pulled out his hand from his pocket, knocked his head with his hand, and his smile turned cold. I order you to summon the Witch of Death. As soon as the words fell, the sharp slash flashed and cut towards Akhtar's chest. This was an attack from a demon. No matter the speed or the power, Akhtar couldn't resist it now. He could only accept the slash. Of course, it wasn't fatal, it was just a lesson. Who made him be ignored by Akhtar with such cold words, when he met him in the underground of Finra? He must be taught a lesson for daring to despise him like this. The slash passed through his chest, and blood gushed out of Shimu's chest. His breath also weakened instantly. He was originally weak because of the release of the Sword of Light. Now it was a double injury. Splitting demon, why do you want to split your body? The goddess of lies asked the split demon with a puzzled look. Then, in the cold eyes of the split demon, reality was reversed. Blood suddenly burst out of the split demon's chest, and a deep wound appeared. But Akhtar was not injured at all. What happened? The slicing demon didn't react immediately. He should have slashed at Akhtar and pierced through his chest. What a strange ability. He reacted, touched the blood on the wound with his finger, licked it in his mouth, and his attitude became gentle. No longer as arrogant as at the beginning. Human, do you want to become my believer? The goddess of lies smiled and looked at Akhtar, who was touching his chest, bewitching. I can help you teach this guy a lesson. Shimu showed a skeptical look. In response, just like the gap between people. The goddess of lies smiled as brightly as ever, explaining to Akhtar. After crossing the limit of the human realm, there is also a huge gap in strength. She pointed at the split demon and smiled. For example, this split demon is very weak. The split demon's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he immediately found that his state was not right. His strength was forcibly restrained by an inexplicable force. Then, bang! Akhtar swung a punch and hit the split demon's nose heavily. With the nosebleed gushing, the split demon's body flew backwards, and then rolled on the ground for several rounds. The atmosphere stagnated. Are you happy? The goddess of lies smiled, and looked at Akhtar's bloody fist. If you become my believer, punching demons in the future will not be a problem. Shimu finally showed a heartbeat this time, but still did not agree. Akhtar, think about it carefully. The goddess of lies was not anxious. She tapped her chin with her fingers, and uttered imaginative words with her cherry lips. Maybe you will have the opportunity to become my partner in the future, and share the authority of God with me. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Shimu covered his face, feeling helpless about the continued temptation of the goddess of lies. He looked at the split demon not far away, and changed the subject. Regarding your wish to see the Witch of Death, I will ask the Lady of Death for her opinion, but you must be mentally prepared. He showed a vicious smile. Don't try to challenge the Witch of Death. Even if the Witch of Death is in the state of a clone, it is not something that a small fish demon like you can provoke. The split demon did not care about Shimu's words. His attention was focused on his own defeat. The gap between my strength and that of the gods cannot be that big. He touched his bleeding nose, his pupils trembling violently. He had already recovered to his peak state, but he was easily defeated by someone, and his strength was temporarily sealed. Although he could quickly split the seal with his ability, it was enough for the goddess of lies to kill him thousands of times. Shimu retracted his sight, and did not care too much about the split demon who was about to autistically split. He said to the goddess of lies, "Give us 3 hours to evacuate, and then please unseal the source of fear. I can't guarantee that the source of fear will definitely go to the sky." The goddess of lies said with a smile, looking at the hidden passage in the sky. In response, Shimu just nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will prepare early." After that, he summoned the little mare and left under the gaze of the goddess of lies. The goddess of lies chuckled at this. She knew that Akhtar had begun to waver. As long as he continued to work hard, he could pry off the corner of the goddess of life. With Akhtar's talent and ability, as long as he walks the same path as her and becomes her partner, he will definitely help her expand the power of lies. And she can also gain a powerful partner. 2 hours later. The country closest to the Plague Temple. In a restaurant. If the source of fear does not act according to plan. Shimu sat at the table and looked around at the people present. He saw Eden, Mist, Suna, Thor, Red Dragon King and others sitting around a table. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank a sip, saying, "Then I can only sacrifice this country to summon the Witch of Death." Suna, why is this man so persistent in sacrificing the country? But considering that this is already the last resort, she did not intend to say more. The source of fear, the hostility towards gods is much greater than that towards humans. Eden comforted her, and felt helpless about Akhtar's constant use of the Witch of Death to scare people. She was one of the few people who knew that Akhtar could easily summon the Witch of Death. "Yeah, that makes sense." Suna nodded repeatedly. Since the all-knowing saint had spoken, it must be like this. Otherwise, the situation would only go to the edge of being uncontrollable. "You are scared." Shimu smiled, flicked Suna's forehead with his fingers, and then said, "Let's go, accompany me to meet the heroes." "Yeah." Suna responded softly, and her expression changed accordingly, dignified and elegant, with an elusive feeling. As a candidate for the Saint of Destiny, she cannot be easily seen through, but it doesn't matter in front of acquaintances. The two walked out of the box and met the heroes. They flattered and chatted with each other until the sky was burning. Fire. Flame. Flame. The swirling flames, like a roaring snake, rushed towards the sky and penetrated a passage. The source of fear left this world. But soon there was another accident. A powerful dust believer turned into a burning flame and drilled into the passage, chasing the back of the source of fear. But it didn't matter anymore. It was the gods who needed a headache. "It's over." Shimu stood in front of the window, drank the strong liquor in the glass, exhaled, and showed a relaxed smile. Next, he should forcefully push the game version. Let life and death overlap. Meanwhile, in the passage to the sky, the source of fear rode on an 8-legged divine horse, holding a spear in one hand and the god of fear in the other, and moved forward to the sky. Just as he was about to step into the sky, a ball of fire caught up with him, and was immediately pierced by the spear, revealing the true body of the fire. It was a female dwarf, who looked at the source of fear with fanatical eyes, ignoring her pierced body, and opened her arms. "Ah, please eat me." She smiled expectantly. "Become the Lord of Ashes who burns this world." The source of fear stared at the crazy dusk believer, as if eating a skewer, and brought the pierced female dwarf to his mouth, and then took a bite without hesitation, and blood spurted out. The ash fire also wrapped the source of fear. After a moment, the flame went out. The state of the source of fear changed, and the flame he used turned into the flame of ash, which was the real flame used to burn the world. Passing through the passage, he arrived at the sky. It was not quite the same as the imagined scene. There were not a lot of impractical buildings built everywhere for the sake of beauty and splendor. It was very similar to the city in the netherworld. There were no countless gods here. The mainstream was still humans, dwarves, elves, dragons, goblins, and other creatures. However, compared with the creatures in the netherworld, the creatures here were generally very strong, and their temperament and clothes were quite good. "I can't let you make trouble with that child's face." A gentle and maternal female voice came, And the source of fear did not hesitate to swing the spear and stabbed at the place where the voice came from. However, before the spear hit the enemy, his consciousness became blurred, and he vaguely saw a vague female figure. Although it was not very clear, the vague outline gave people a sense of tolerance, motherhood, and gentleness. It seemed to be the embodiment of the concept of a perfect woman. No. To be more precise, she represents the concept of perfect women, people's beautiful perception of women. She was born. Chapter 140. Almost. Lost. For put down the wine glass, and felt that his vision was doubled. He saw that Akhtar, who was lying on the table beside him, had fallen asleep completely. Not far away, the Red Dragon King fell to the ground and slept without any image. As for Suna, Eden, Mist and others, they were still in a clear state of mind. They didn't drink too much wine. It was natural that they were not drunk. Ah, I took this guy away. He stood up shakily, and carried the Red Dragon King lying on the ground. You can take that guy away by yourselves. After saying that, he staggered to the outside of the box, and Eden, Mist, and Suna looked at each other, as if asking who would take Akhtar to rest. By the way, with Akhtar's current state. For suddenly stopped, turned his head and smiled at the three people in the room. Even if you want to do something to him, he doesn't know. After saying that, he disappeared outside the door. The atmosphere fell silent. Suna picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes wandered between Misty and Eden. It was impossible for her to say that she was not interested in Akhtar. As a hero praised by people, Akhtar was not only handsome, but also very strong and decisive. He could get along well in both the witch camp and the god camp. Except for the fact that he often had bad intentions to scare her, he was basically a very reliable man. However, she could not take the initiative to ask to take Akhtar away, unless Eden and Misty were unwilling to take Akhtar away. Then she could take advantage of the opportunity. Who made her the weakest? Both Mist and Eden could easily crush her. A moment later. I take him to rest, Eden said calmly, stroking her skirt and standing up. She said to Mist, who was frowning, if you have different feelings for Akhtar, I hope you can honestly respect Akhtar's choice. At this point, she added another sentence. Would you like to take him back with me? Yes. Mist nodded gently, and then she and Eden held Akhtar's arms on the left and right, and sent him back to the hotel to rest. Wait for me. Suna was silent for a while, and then chased after him. Although she knew she couldn't win, she was still a little upset. In this world with gods, there are clear doctrines about marriage. No matter men or women, they will remain chaste for their other half. There is no polygamy or polyandry. This has formed a corresponding moral concept. This also means that even if a woman takes action against a chaste man, it is a very shameful thing, because the chastity of a man should also be left to his future wife. Of course, this is only a doctrinal constraint. If they play around in private, that's another matter. The next day. Early morning. The sunlight passed through the gaps in the window, and with the swaying of the curtains, the sunlight that fell into the room swayed, like a trickling golden river. Shimu opened his eyes, looked at the white ceiling, then turned his head to look at Su-na who appeared beside him, and asked, When did you come here? Not long ago. Su-na gave an answer, but Shimu closed his eyes again after hearing this, and said jokingly, You didn't do anything to me last night? It's not like I sent you back. Su-na raised her hand, and gently lifted her hair by her ear, and said to Shimu, who was lying on the bed, The hero's party is over, aren't you going to say goodbye? They got up so soon? Shimu sat up and yawned lazily, and Su-na said unhappily, Not every hero is drunk. That's right. Shimu nodded, then got out of bed, and then stretched, Wait for me to finish it in 5 minutes. Contacting heroes can help improve reputation. When the heroes disperse and return to their hometowns, they will brag about themselves to their relatives and friends. And he needs to take the initiative to promote version enhancement. After a while. In the hotel lobby. This is a parting gift. Shimu smiled gently, looked at Laura, whose face was slightly red, and handed over a page of magic paper that recorded the magic that can make me appear. Although it is not a special magic, it should be able to improve your strength. Thank you. Laura took the paper and looked at it carefully, and said softly, Sir Akhtar, can you write your name? Of course you can. Shimu showed a puzzled look, but still asked the hotel waiter to take out a pen and write the name on the paper. Lola also smiled at this, and left the hotel contentedly. Then give me a signed version too. Atlanta came over. She gently lifted her long green hair by her ears, and her smile revealed a bit of wildness. They should like this gift very much. Okay. Shimu smiled, wrote his name on the magic that recorded the magic that can make me appear, and then handed it to Atlanta. I hope we can meet again next time. Atlanta shook the paper in her hand and left the hotel in a cool manner. Since the matter had been successfully resolved, there was no need for her to stay. Shimu smiled and set his eyes on the next hero. After a polite farewell, he presented a magic that can make me appear. He taught these heroes to be able to appear, not because he hoped to explode their experience points in the future, but because he hoped that they could actively spread it and let some high-value elite monsters learn the magic that can make me appear. It would be convenient for him to explode more experience points. After a while, the magic that can make me appear was distributed, and the heroes left the hotel. Shimu also fell into a state of having nothing to do. In fact, he was not very familiar with the heroes, at least not in this round. Although he could accurately call out the name of each hero and know their deeds, in fact, that was only because he was a multi-round player. Suna, I'm going to pray to the goddess of life in the morning. Shimu said to the candidate for the goddess of fate, would you like to join me? Suna said helplessly, I'm a candidate for the goddess of fate. In theory, she can pray to any god, but people have their own positions after all. If she, as a candidate for the goddess of fate, prays to other gods, it will make people feel that she does not believe in her ability to trust gods. So unless it is necessary, she will not take the initiative to go to the church of other gods, unless there is a suitable reason. That's a pity. Shimu smiled and turned to walk out of the hotel. This time he really planned to pray to the goddess of life, take the initiative to explain the recent things, and also go for a chance encounter. In the quiet church, the morning light penetrated the painted glass, and several white doves fluttered their wings and landed on the benches in the church. Under the statue of the goddess of life, a Lolita in a silver-gray cloak knelt devoutly on the ground, clasped her hands and fingers together, and prayed silently. Shimu stopped, glanced at the Lolita in the cloak, and then prayed to the goddess of life in the morning. Neither side had any communication, as if they regarded each other as passers-by. However, this was not an accidental encounter, but an encounter created by the common will of the two. In this church, they will definitely meet each other. For a long time. Shimu stopped praying, stood up calmly, and his eyes fell on the Lolita sitting on the bench behind him reading a book. She sat very upright, with her legs together under her skirt, holding an obscure book in her hands, and her slender fingers occasionally brushed across the pages of the book, occasionally showing a frowning and thoughtful expression. But after she noticed Akhtar's sight, she stopped flipping through the book and looked at Akhtar calmly. Akhtar, do you believe in the goddess of life? She looked up and looked at Akhtar, her ruby eyes too calm. In response, Shimu smiled and sat next to the white-haired Loli. Are you here to assassinate my dragon? The white-haired Loli shook her head. No. She came to the church to wait for Akhtar, not to assassinate Akhtar, but to create an opportunity for communication. Since Akhtar is a believer of the goddess of life, after solving the incident of the source of fear, he will definitely come to the church of life to pray. And she was waiting for Akhtar in the church of life. That's great. Shimu breathed a sigh of relief, facing the white-haired Loli's puzzled gaze, and explained, I really can't bear to kill you. I am one of the few dragons who have no hostility towards you. The white-haired Loli explained seriously, and then repeated the original sentence, Akhtar, do you believe in the goddess of life? Shimu replied, of course. The god who created all life in this world is the goddess of life. The white-haired Loli's voice was calm, but it gave people a gentle feeling. Dragons, elves, humans, fairies, dwarves, and all kinds of animals are all lives created by the goddess of life. It is a life system that was planned from the beginning. She lowered her eyes and whispered softly. Breaking this balance built by life will lead to a huge disaster. Shimu pretended to think for a moment and said, you want me not to spread the magic of seizing dragon power, right? Yes. The white-haired Loli nodded gently. She didn't want Akhtar to spread the magic of seizing dragon power because she was the princess of the Dragon Empire, and didn't want her people to be hunted in the future. It was also because the magic of seizing dragon power would indeed break the system planned by the goddess of life. Even if I don't want to spread it, you won't let me go, right? Shimu chuckled. It's more appropriate to destroy me than to rely on my verbal promise. I've considered this too. The white-haired Loli said in a lukewarm voice, Akhtar, join the Dragon Empire and become one of us. Shimu asked, there's no guarantee that I won't leak the news, right? Becoming one of us is more than just a recognition of identity. The white-haired Loli explained calmly, you married the dragon and completely integrated into us. As long as you have a family and offspring, I will be cautious. Shimu nodded, this is a very good way. He looked at the cold face of the white-haired Loli. Who should I marry? The white-haired lowly nodded slightly. I will arrange. Wait, I have a good idea. Shimu interrupted the white-haired lowly's next words, and looked at the white-haired lowly with a puzzled look. The sight of both parties overlapped into a line. Then the white-haired lowly's cheeks flushed, her cherry lips slightly opened, her slender hands grasped the corner of her skirt, and suddenly she felt at a loss. The originally smart little head also froze at this time. What do you think? Shimu asked, making the white-haired lowly even more at a loss, and her ruby eyes wandered everywhere. Puckered her lips. I think you need to think carefully about joining the Dragon Empire, she whispered, and then ran out of the church in a panic. Shimu didn't chase after her. He leaned against the bench in the church and began to close his eyes to rest. There was a side quest about the white-haired little Lolita. As long as the favorability was raised to a certain level, the side quest to enter the ancient dragon cemetery could be opened. In the ancient dragon cemetery, there are many powerful ancient dragons, those who should have died but did not enter hell, and a few, dead, but not completely dead demon dragons. Hotel. Princess, what's wrong with you? The Red Dragon King looked at the white-haired little Lolita lying on the bed, with her face buried in the pillow, with a puzzled look. In his impression, the little princess has always been very calm and smart, able to calmly make many mature decisions. But now she is like a shy little girl. It's okay. The white-haired little Lolita responded in a muffled voice, reaching out to pull the quilt on the bed to cover herself. The Red Dragon King touched his chin and asked, Did that guy Akhtar do something to you? No response. However, the quilt covering the white-haired little Lolita shook, obviously guessed by the Red Dragon King, but it was just a guess. It is still incomprehensible how Akhtar made the princess become what she is now. The Red Dragon King left the room and went to find Akhtar to talk alone, at least to find out why the princess became what she is now. As the top of the Red Dragon clan, he did not take the so-called crown prince to heart, nor did he care much about the Dragon King. However, he was unexpectedly concerned about the little princess, or rather, everyone in the Dragon Empire cared about the little princess. And after she left, the quilt moved, and a little head popped out. The white-haired girl looked around, and her delicate face showed a relieved expression. When she was in the Church of Life, she felt that Akhtar looked at her very seriously, as if she would get married immediately if she agreed, and then the crisis of seizing the power of the dragon could be completely solved. Was I teased by that man? She thought about it carefully, and found that Akhtar seemed to have never said that he wanted to marry her, but only hinted with his actions. Why do I feel like he knows me very well? Chapter 141. The cold wind blew. Shimu stood on the edge of the hotel rooftop. He looked at the high-rise buildings and pedestrians below the high-rise building, and let out a long sigh, and sparks burst out with the airflow. Rather than saying you are a human, it is better to say that you are a red dragon in human skin. The sighing male voice came, and Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the Red Dragon King wearing a white wool coat, walking leisurely. He stood beside Akhtar and exhaled gently, and with the collision of the airflow and the cold wind, a blazing flame burst out. But you lack the corresponding magic of the Red Dragon. I only care about the magic and physical fitness provided by the dragon. Shimu's tone was casual, and he didn't seem to really care about the use of dragon power. However, this was a lie. He had already seized the dragon's bloodline, so he would naturally find a way to exert the dragon's power. Ha ha ha. Do you think that with the power of the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Life, you don't need any other power? The Red Dragon King seemed to see Akhtar's thoughts, grinning from ear to ear, revealing his sharp teeth. In terms of attack, you have the power of the Witch of Death, and in terms of recovery, you have the power of the Goddess of Life. This is already a perfect spear and shield, and other powers are no longer important. Can the power of the Red Dragon be stronger than the power of the Witch of Death? Shimu asked, stretched out his palm, and ignited the black flame symbolizing death. The black flame swayed, bringing a strong breath of death. The power from the Witch of Death can not only forcibly weaken the enemy's health bar and blue bar limit, but also has a percentage of ignoring defense. For weaker enemies, it can even achieve the effect of death. That's not the case. The Red Dragon King was very frank. Even if he didn't want to be hit directly by Akhtar's power of death, this was when his attributes had an absolute advantage. If he and Akhtar were at the same level of strength, if Akhtar hit him with the power of death, he would immediately fall into a state of great disability, and might even die on the spot. In terms of damage, the power of the Witch of Death is stronger. He admitted frankly, and then changed the subject, but in terms of how to use fire, the Red Dragon magic has more advantages. Shimu fell into deep thought. Little princess, I negotiated with you this morning. Right? The Red Dragon King asked the question in his heart. Did you refuse or agree? You need to ask the little princess about this. Shimu smiled, but didn't say it directly. He was not interested in joining the Dragon Empire. Anyway, they would all be killed sooner or later, so there was not much point in joining. I am getting more and more curious about the content of your communication. The Red Dragon King shook his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. Although as a hero you should not do that, I still want to say, don't bully our little princess. His expression revealed pity. That child has tried very hard. What's wrong with her? Shimu asked doubtfully, and saw that the Red Dragon King looked melancholy and more compassionate. That child is born with defects, and the expected lifespan is only 1,000 years. Shimu's expression suddenly became cold. But he knew that the Red Dragon King was sincerely pitying. For a giant dragon, living for 1,000 years is indeed too short. Just like a human baby, unable to live to adulthood, this naturally makes people feel pity. If the baby is still very well behaved and smart, it will be even more pitiful and regretful. I plan to leave today, and go back to the Magic Kingdom to see the teacher. Shimu turned and left, losing interest in communicating with the Red Dragon King. In response, the Red Dragon King touched his chin, and he suddenly realized one thing. For Akhtar, who was born as a human, everything he said was a bit too precise. For normal humans, the lifespan is only 100 years. And he said that the little princess can only live for 1,000 years, which did not touch Akhtar at all. This is the innate cognitive difference of species. Back to the hotel room. Shimu pushed the door open and saw Mist, Eden, and Suna sitting by his bed chatting, but when he noticed that he had entered, he immediately interrupted the chat. Why did you come to me during this rare break? Because we have to say goodbye. Suna stood up and stroked her red skirt. She came close to Akhtar. She didn't care about Mist and Eden at all. She stretched out her hand and pinched Akhtar's cheek. This is revenge, and it's my revenge. Shimu didn't resist, and let Suna pinch his face. Anyway, the force was not strong. On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable, like a kitten pressing its face with its paws. After a while. Thank you. Suna pulled back her hand, and smiled gently. Without your help, I would not have been able to unlock the source of fear so smoothly. After all, it was me who caused the trouble. Shimu raised his hand, and touched Suna's head. Remember to take a good rest after you go back. He smiled gently. If you feel better, remember to tell me, then we can get together and chat. Yeah. Suna responded softly, feeling Akhtar's tenderness, then turned her head to look at Misty and Eden, thinking that she would run away soon, so she didn't have to worry about being beaten. May the goddess bless you, and wish you could always walk on the right path. She hugged Akhtar, hugged the hero's waist, and her face was against Akhtar's chest, and she could feel the strong heartbeat. Then she let go of Akhtar. See you next time. After saying that, she hurried out of the room without stopping. Otherwise she was worried that she would be stabbed by Misty. And it's really easy to understand. Shimu smiled, then cast his eyes on Misty and asked, What are your plans next? No. Misty answered bluntly. In addition to training her own strength, she didn't have anything to do. In response, Shimu said distressfully, Next, I have to go to the death cult myself, and it is not convenient to take outsiders with me. I understand. I will wait for you in the Magic Kingdom. Mist stood up and walked outside, but when she was about to pass by Akhtar, she suddenly stopped, and then hugged Akhtar in Akhtar's inquiring eyes, holding him tightly in her arms. Since the candidate for the Fate Saint can hug Akhtar, then it is also natural for me, who has a closer relationship with Akhtar, to hug him. Remember to notify me if you need anything. After saying this, she let go of Akhtar, turned around and disappeared from the room. Shimu opened his mouth and then laughed. He looked at Eden, who was sitting on the bedside. She was sitting quietly on the bedside, wrapped in black stockings, and with her legs together, outlining the beautiful curve of her legs. The emerald green eyes that looked at him were calm and gentle. Eden, do you want a hug too? Shimu asked suddenly, and Eden turned her head away in disgust, not looking at him. He didn't care, and sat down beside Eden, then fell on the bed, and his body sank into the soft bed. Eden now would not show too straightforward emotions, and only from the details could one perceive Eden's care and concern for the players. But when he burned the Tree of All-Knowing, when Eden was about to die, he could see Eden completely reveal her emotions. At night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Shimu walked alone in the alley, his figure disappeared in the darkness, and only the sound of footsteps echoed, indicating that he was not swallowed by the darkness. Soon after, he pinched the neck of a struggling female dwarf, and walked out of the alley, and came to the courtyard of an abandoned mansion. In the weed-covered courtyard. Akhtar, how did you notice our tracking? The struggling female dwarf tried to pry open the hand that was pinching her neck, but it brought even greater force, causing her to roll her eyes directly, her tongue to stick out, and her body to twitch to the limit, leaking warm urine. I was just too lazy to deal with you before. Shimu threw the female dwarf aside, and then snapped his fingers, and the sparks flew away with the wind, burning the weeds on the ground, revealing a complete open space. After doing all this, he looked around vigilantly, and saw a white-haired lowly poking her head out of the corner of the wall in the distance, and suddenly shrank her head back. Since there are no outsiders, let's start the ceremony. After saying that, he killed the female dwarf without hesitation, and used the woman's blood to draw a magic circle. In fact, he didn't care if someone was peeping. This sacrifice was related to the goddess of lies, and the witch of death. Even if he didn't take the initiative to clean up the peepers, the goddess of lies would deal with them later, either by directly erasing them from the physical level, or by washing away unnecessary memories. It all depends on the goddess of lies' intentions. And he deliberately lured the white-haired little Lolita to follow him, so that he would find out that he summoned the witch of death. On the other side, the white-haired Lolita in a silver-gray cloak leaned against the wall, and adjusted her breathing. She should have been noticed by Akhtar. With the strength of that man, he would probably appear in front of her soon and pull her out. Now she had to think about how to negotiate with Akhtar. However, unexpectedly, she waited for a few minutes, and was not pulled out by Akhtar. On the contrary, she felt a strong breath of death. That man summoned the witch of death, with only one dwarf, without sacrificing a country. This also indirectly shows that the witch of death attaches great importance to Akhtar. Hi, see you again? A pleasant female voice came, with a kind of liveliness and cunning. Just listening to the voice, I felt that it must be a bright and beautiful girl. However, soon the white-haired lowly wanted to poke her ears. Lady Witch of Death, this time I didn't want to summon you. Akhtar's voice sounded, it's the goddess of lies who wants to cooperate with you to seek dominance in the world. To die. The white-haired lowly bit her lower lip, her heart felt like it was being held tightly, as if she had heard a deadly secret. This secret about the goddess and the witch was fatal to mortals, and hearing it was equivalent to announcing death. Now she was too late to escape. I just want to save the world. The laughter of the goddess of lies was pleasant, but it was a death warrant for the white-haired lowly. Originally, she was not worried about being in danger. Even if she was discovered following Akhtar, she could always summon the Red Dragon King to help. But now she did not dare to summon the Red Dragon King, otherwise the Red Dragon King would have no way out. Now she could only pray that the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Lies would not find her. But that was impossible. Witch of Death, come and kill the God of Omniscience with me. The Goddess of Lies stated her purpose. Don't say it so boldly. Akhtar's voice continued, what if the wall has ears? The white-haired lowly in the silver-gray cloak beside her suddenly felt that she might have lost the chance to go to hell. It was normal to be eliminated directly from the soul level after hearing such secret information. He thought about it. The white-haired lowly's delicate face was expressionless. She walked out from the corner and walked towards the courtyard. Instead of waiting to be caught by the Goddess of Lies and the Witch of Death, it's better for her to walk out by herself. I didn't expect that the wall really has ears. Shimu showed a surprised expression, looking at the white-haired lowly walking towards him, and said, it seems that I can only kill her to silence her. He sighed. I can only sacrifice your soul to the Witch of Death, and put it into the wick that never goes out, to ensure that you will never be able to reveal the secret. The white-haired lowly bit her lower lip, thinking frantically about how to survive. She cast her eyes on the Witch of Death, only to see her sitting in the air, her hands folded in front of her chest, her cold sapphire eyes without a trace of emotion. The smiling Goddess of Lies beside her seemed extremely kind, but she dared to conspire with the Witch of Death to assassinate the omniscient god. They were not the objects that could be influenced by rhetoric. Killing me will lead to unnecessary investigations. She tried to be as calm as possible, explaining the pros and cons. It is better to erase my memory. Akhtar, what do you think we should do? The Goddess of Lies asked Akhtar with her slender hand tapping her red lips. With Akhtar's wrist, he must be able to detect that he was being followed. No. Maybe he deliberately lured the little female dragon to follow him. Then, the little female dragon happened to find that he summoned the Witch of Death. Shimu showed an embarrassed expression, then took out the great sword of death. His eyes became cold. The white-haired little Lolita also knew the outcome when she saw this. She closed her eyes, raised her fair chin, and pursed her seductive cherry lips. There is no point in resisting. It will only bring pain. Snap! The sword fell and lightly touched the shoulder of the white-haired Lolita, but did not cut off her head. Then she heard Akhtar's helpless sigh. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, you can only join us. The sword was pulled back from the shoulder. The white-haired Lolita slowly opened her eyes, and her ruby-like eyes reflected Akhtar's figure. He was seen carrying the great sword of death on one shoulder, showing a free and helpless smile. Little princess, don't betray us. Chapter 142. Instead of believing in verbal promises, the white-haired Lolita pursed her lips and made a serious suggestion. It is better to erase my memory, which is the safest way. Compared to promises, directly erasing her memory is the most likely way to prevent the secret from being leaked. This will not cause the Dragon Empire to investigate, and it can also ensure that the secret is not leaked. However, oh, by the way, Shimu pretended not to hear, turned to the Death Witch beside him, and said, regarding your cooperation with the Goddess of Lies, I agree. The Death Witch asked calmly, what's the reason? She has fully witnessed Akhtar's ability to execute plans. Not to mention the incident in the Black Rose Kingdom, the fact that he was able to handle the Source of Fear incident well already shows that Akhtar has extraordinary talents. So she is willing to listen to Akhtar's opinions. The Goddess of Lies can help you overlap life and death. Shimu looked at the smiling Goddess of Lies beside him, and gave a reason. As long as you commit such a serious crime, she will be your accomplice from now on. If I overlap life and death, I will be beaten by the Goddess of Death. The Goddess of Lies nodded gently and sighed. If the omniscient God comes back, he will definitely not let me go. The maker of order in this world is the omniscient God. He stipulates that time is not allowed to flow backwards. He stipulates that the world of life and death must be separated, and he stipulates the Ragnarok of the gods will inevitably come in this world. And any existence that violates the rules, he sets will be punished. It doesn't matter whether the Goddess of Lies is sincere or not. Shimu kept smiling and continued to persuade the Witch of Death. The important thing is to get your body out of trouble. The Goddess of Lies nodded repeatedly and smiled at the Witch of Death. If the subsequent cooperation is not smooth, we can also not cooperate. Okay, I will cooperate with you. The Witch of Death nodded slightly and chose to agree. She originally planned to set up a trap with the Goddess of Justice to find a way to trick the Goddess of Death out of hell, or to overlap life and death with the Goddess of Fate. However, since Akhtar strongly recommended the Goddess of Lies, it would be okay for her to try to cooperate. And the power of the Goddess of Lies is very versatile. Then to save the world, Shimu took a step back and clapped his hands with a smile. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. This man is not right. The white-haired loli who witnessed everything next to her noticed the abnormality of Akhtar. This time, the cooperation between the goddess and the witch was simply promoted by Akhtar. This is completely different from the hero in people's impression. What's wrong? Shimu seemed to feel the white-haired loli's gaze, and turned his head with a smile. The white-haired loli subconsciously took a step back, and her delicate face was alert, and there was a trace of fear that was difficult to conceal. Akhtar, who are you? The white-haired loli subconsciously asked, and then realized that she shouldn't ask that. Shimu didn't care about this. He touched his chin, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, Is it a human male with dragon power? White-haired loli, the controller behind the death cult, a conspirator who intends to subvert the world. The Goddess of Lies smiled and came behind Akhtar, put her hands on Akhtar's shoulders, and smiled at the white-haired loli. All these can be used to describe Akhtar. If you act as a matchmaker and offer advice, you are a conspirator who intends to overthrow the world. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth. That is an insult to the conspirators who really intend to overthrow the world. The lying woman blinked her eyes cunningly and smiled lightly. Well, I'm not kidding. The man beside her facilitated her negotiations with the Witch of Death, and from the attitude of the Witch of Death, it can also be analyzed that Akhtar can interfere with the decision of the Witch of Death, which is very terrifying. Although for the Witch of Death, it may be that there is no loss to just listen, but being able to interfere with the existence of the Witch of Death can have a substantial impact on the world. To use a more interesting way to compare, it is like the wind in the king's ears. Although the people serving the king may have no rights, as long as they can make the king listen to their wishes, they can have an impact on the entire country. And with the strength of the Witch of Death, as long as she is willing to accept Akhtar's opinion, it means that Akhtar can have an impact on the world. So she said that Akhtar is a conspirator who subverts the world, and this sentence is also serious. Shimu shook his head, not caring about the flattery of the Goddess of Lies. He said to the Witch of Death, with a serious face, I will go to the headquarters of the death cult in person later to prepare for your escape. He gave a calm explanation. After overlapping life and death, the gods will definitely try to eliminate you directly, so you must prepare early. You still say you are not the mastermind? The goddess of lies chuckled. Now you are arranging and executing the plan. In response, Shimu argued, I am just providing advice. It depends on whether the Witch of Death is willing. Okay. The Witch of Death nodded slightly, and agreed to let Akhtar arrange the death cult. Although she herself did not have much interest in the death cult, since Akhtar was willing to manage it, she had no need to refuse. The person who decides the dominance of this world is ultimately an existence beyond the limits of human beings. The existence below that, the influence is ultimately very limited. Then I will not disturb you from starting the ceremony. Shimu turned his head and looked at the white-haired lowly beside him, and stretched out his hand. Your Highness, let's go. The white-haired lowly hesitated, but still took the hand handed by Akhtar and followed Akhtar out of the old house. She looked back every few steps, looking at the Death Witch and the Goddess of Lies who were talking. It felt unreal. She actually came into contact with the witch and the goddess, and also came into contact with the secrets that affected the whole world. By the way, she also knew. Akhtar might not be a hero, but a conspirator who influenced the world behind the scenes. Don't look at me like that, I'm just an ordinary person. Shimu turned his head and looked at the white-haired lowly beside him with a vigilant face, and explained helplessly, as a believer of the Death Witch, I just expressed my opinion. Even if I didn't say anything, the Goddess of Lies would find a way to cooperate with the Death Witch, and would also find a way to violate the laws created by the omniscient God together. My role is at most a catalyst. The white-haired Lolita thought about it, and felt that what Akhtar said was indeed reasonable, but she still had many doubts. Why is killing the omniscient God saving the world? With the identity and status of the Goddess of Lies, there is really no need to betray the omniscient God, but the reality is that the Goddess of Lies is willing to give up everything and find a way to kill the omniscient God. In response, Shimu gave an explanation. Ragnarok, do you understand this concept? The white-haired Lolita nodded. Of course she knew the concept of Ragnarok. The end of everything at the end of time is the end after everything begins. The inevitable end. About 10,000 years later, maybe earlier. Shimu explained, Ragnarok will come, and the way to prevent Ragnarok from coming is to kill the omniscient God. The white-haired Lolita fell into thought, then looked up at the man beside her. The street lamps on the side of the road cast a dim light just right on him, bringing a deep and reliable feeling. The previous sense of darkness that seemed to swallow the world has disappeared. This man is not actually a conspirator who intends to overthrow the world. No. No matter what the original idea was, this man did something like that, which led to the cooperation between the Goddess of Lies and the Witch of Death. And he also planned to command the Cult of Death to make preparations. What is the relationship between Ragnarok and the God of Omniscience? She asked again, but Shimu shook his head and said, How would I know about such things? He smiled. The previous intelligence was told to me by the Goddess of Lies. As for whether Ragnarok will come in 10,000 years, it depends on whether the Goddess of Lies has lied to me. The white-haired Lolita's expression gradually became indifferent, and she asked, Why do you believe the words of the Goddess of Lies? She can take such a huge risk to cooperate with the Witch of Death. Shimu explained seriously, I don't think she should have any need to lie. White-haired Lolita, She suddenly felt like she didn't want to talk. This was not because she believed what Akhtar said, but Akhtar was obviously perfunctory to her. There must be other reasons for Akhtar to choose to believe the words of the Goddess of Lies. But Akhtar obviously didn't intend to tell her. As expected of a conspirator who intends to subvert the world, this man really can't be easily trusted. At night. In the hotel. Your Highness, you seem to be in a bad mood? The Red Dragon King stood by the bed, looking at the white-haired Lolita hiding in the quilt, and asked, Did you find something wrong with Akhtar? If I say Akhtar is the most evil person in the world, do you believe it? The voice of the white-haired Lolita came from the quilt. In response, the Red Dragon King smiled and nodded. I believe it. It was obviously a perfunctory remark. The white-haired Lolita in the bed sighed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the Red Dragon King had fought with Akhtar, so it was even more impossible for her to believe that Akhtar was a cult guy. Not to mention that she deliberately added the most evil in the world. Akhtar is quite interesting. I want to stay with him for a while, and follow him to see the human world. The Red Dragon King touched his chin, but thinking of Akhtar's character, he nodded and said, If there is any trouble, remember to notify us. He turned and left the room, before closing the door. With that man taking you around the human world, there shouldn't be any danger, but you have to pay attention to safety. As soon as he finished speaking, the door closed. Outside the hotel, the cold wind swept through the streets and alleys, and every household had closed the doors and windows tightly, trying to block any intrusion of cold. But at this time, there were also people wandering around. A drunkard was holding a bottle of wine and staggering on the street. Suddenly, several beggars rushed out, stabbed the drunkard in the stomach with a rusty dagger, and after a round of punches and kicks, they robbed the drunkard of all his belongings. Damn poor ghost. A beggar opened his wallet, looked carefully, and cursed, "You still waste money on drinking at this time. Or take him away," the beggar next to him suggested, pointing to the body on the ground. The atmosphere fell silent. In this era, food is already a very scarce resource. For the nobles, it is not a problem to live a peaceful life. However, for the lower class, especially beggars, it is a huge problem. Not to mention begging for food, it is difficult to even find something to eat in the trash can. In such a situation, some people will take risks, and it is normal to kill and rob in order to fill their stomachs. Cough. It hurts. The drunkard who was supposed to die suddenly stood up, holding his lower abdomen, his eyes still revealing a little confusion. However, it was very scary for several beggars. The drunkard who was stabbed several times actually stood up again. This is simply a horror of the level of resurrection. The beggars looked at each other, and stabbed the drunkard a few more times, even slashing his neck, and the blood directly dyed the snow red. This time it should be. No, he is not dead yet. The drunkard staggered to his feet again, and the beggars looked at each other, turned around and fled in fear. The next day, the world exploded. The news about immortality spread rapidly to every corner, and people soon discovered that the concept of death seemed to be deprived. Even if the heart was pierced, there was still no way to die. It's still really scary. Shimu exhaled a white mist. He raised his hand to pull down his hood, and walked out of the hotel. Behind him followed Eden, and the white-haired lowly. Step into the street. A man covered in wounds sat on the edge of the fountain, looking very desperate, and the fatal injuries seemed to have no effect on him. If there is no way to die, then I won't be able to enter hell. Think about it from another angle, maybe you can live forever? Someone comforted him. But the man didn't feel any joy. If I can't die, then I will never see my deceased parents and wife again. He stood up and looked down at his palm. And won't I be a mediocre person forever? In hell, he has his family, and the opportunity to reincarnate. He may become a noble, a king, or a beautiful woman. No matter what the possibility is. However, he has nothing to live with, only an empty wallet and a broken body. If you really want to die, I can help. Suddenly a male voice came, and the bloody man looked up at Akhtar, who was walking towards him, showing a puzzled expression. Akhtar? Want to die? Shimu asked, and after seeing the man nodded, he directly pierced the man's neck with a knife. Immediately, the black flames burned the man's body into ashes. Chapter 143. If you are injured by an accident and are irreversibly fatal. Shimu turned his head and said to the people in the square, then you can find the followers of the goddess of death to send your souls to hell manually, or forget it. He shook his head and did not say any other way. After the overlap of life and death, the laws of this world have changed dramatically, but this does not mean that you can't really die. Otherwise, if the player does not take the branch line of the Witch of Death, then you can't even kill a person. There are 3 ways. One is to use the power of death to forcibly destroy the balance between life and death, which will naturally allow people's souls to enter hell smoothly. The second way is burn people with ash fire, and the fire that can burn everything can also kill people. The last is to let the awakened strong use their own unique ability to attack excessively, so that people really die. This is why the plot of overlapping life and death is not developed until the later stage, because the players have not yet awakened their own abilities in the early stage. But this last method is also the most strenuous method, which is equivalent to extending the health bar of the originally weak NPC by a large amount, and also has a strong resistance to undeath. And at this moment, Sir Akhtar, please tell us the remaining methods. A noble lady came out, her hands clasped in front of her chest, setting off her plump breasts, and a girl hugged her thighs, looking at Akhtar with curiosity and longing. Seeing this, the people in the square also cast their eyes on Akhtar, hoping to know how to kill people. Another way is to let the followers of the Witch of Death come to kill you. The white-haired Lolita thought silently, but did not speak out her inner thoughts. She took out a book and covered her cheeks, revealing only her ruby-like eyes, hiding her emotions, and not letting outsiders see the clues. In this world, only the goddess of death and the Witch of Death have the ability to give others the concept of death. So it is very simple to get the answer. Let the followers of the Goddess of Death bury you. This is the most effective way, Shimu said seriously, and then left with Eden and the white-haired Lolita. The people in the square did not dare to stop him. They knew Akhtar's identity very well, a hero who could solve the demon crisis, a man who was an enemy of the gods. No matter what era, he was already close to the existence of the gods, and they still did not have the courage to entangle Akhtar. And Akhtar must have his reasons for saying this, but they just couldn't understand it for the time being. They should be able to understand it after a while. Black Rose Kingdom. Underground prison. The sickle flashed, and the criminal tied to the stake widened his eyes in fear. A bloodline appeared on his neck, and as his head fell to the ground, hot blood began to gush out of his neck. Sharon frowned slightly, observed the dead body, and got the conclusion she wanted. If the death prayer is used, people can still die correctly. However, using ordinary means, there is no way to kill. Death has been interfered with. She turned her head, and cast a cold gaze at the knight beside her, saying, "Currently, only the death prayer can allow the soul to be reborn normally, otherwise, they will be bound to this world forever. This is unreasonable." The knight lowered his head, and raised his hands to cover his face. The Goddess of Death will not allow such a thing to happen. It is because the Goddess of Death does not allow such a thing to happen. Sharon said calmly, "Do you remember why the Witch of Death wanted to sacrifice us? To lure out the Goddess of Death." The knight reacted, and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If the Goddess of Death really came to this world from hell, because she could not tolerate the order of life and death being destroyed, then the Witch of Death could also locate the existence of hell, and find an opportunity to unseal the body. And this means that the Witch of Death will completely descend into this world. Really generous. He covered his face, and felt his body cold. In order to attract the Goddess of Death, the order of life and death in this world was subverted. Since it is the Witch of Death, it is not surprising that she has such a big hand and temperament. Sharon praised the Witch of Death without hesitation. The next battle might be between the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Death. I hope it won't affect too many people. She walked out of the prison, her high heels stepping on the stone slabs, making crisp and regular footsteps. The knight who stayed in place glanced at Sharon's back, and then forced himself to look away. Although Bishop Sharon was very beautiful, her black latex suit set off her graceful figure, but compared to Sister Sharon's beauty and charm, it was still the cold and ruthless tactics that made people more afraid. Perhaps only the deceased Bishop Karen and the former director of the Inquisition, the hero Akhtar, could make Sister Sharon treat him gently. At the same time, on the other side, the wind blew across the sea, and occasionally fish jumped out of the sparkling sea. Seagulls spread their wings and flew to the horizon with the sea breeze. The cold did not exist, but it seemed warm and comfortable. The power of the ice goddess seems to be unable to reach the sea. Shimu sat on the back of the mare, squinting his eyes comfortably. However, the white-haired lowly in his arms gave a different answer. The mermaids live in the deep sea, and the power of ice and snow is not easy to reach, so the snowstorm did not affect the mermaids. Doesn't that mean the mermaids can escape the disaster safely? Shimu lowered his head, and looked at the white-haired lowly holding a book in his arms, with a calm face. He raised his hand, and rubbed her head, and asked with a smile, "As expected of the little princess of the dragon clan, you know a lot." The white-haired lowly rolled her eyes lightly. She could no longer tell whether what Akhtar said was true or false. "But even if you can escape the snowstorm, there will be corresponding disasters, right?" Shimu asked while stroking the lowly in his arms. Seeing her expression of disgust, but having to endure it, he stroked her more vigorously. It was this expression and attitude, which was obviously full of vigilance against him, but had to endure it, that was really pleasing. "I can't guess what God thinks." The white-haired lowly pursed her lips, glanced at Akhtar who was rubbing her head, and sighed, "Even if I am cute, please don't keep rubbing my head. Then I will rub somewhere else." Shimu stopped, his fingers slid down the white-haired lowly's cheek, down to her fair neck, and slowly moved towards the direction of the little bread. "Rub my head." The white-haired lowly grabbed Akhtar's hand, and pushed it back to her head. "It seems that poking your head now has no appeal," Shimu said uninterested, which made the white-haired lowly feel that something was wrong. She turned her head to look at the smiling Akhtar, feeling that her chastity was in danger, and thought of her first encounter with Akhtar, who seemed to want to marry her. "Sister Eden, he bullied me." The white-haired lowly leaned forward and asked for help from the all-knowing saint, who was sitting elegantly on the horse behind Akhtar. Eden smiled when he heard it, raised his hand, and knocked on Akhtar's head. He felt a little helpless about Akhtar's boredom and continued to bully the little princess of the dragon clan, but it can also be seen from this that Akhtar really likes the little princess of the dragon clan. Otherwise, he would not have stroked the white-haired lowly all the way. Give up. A little dragon like you is going to be bullied by me. Shimu poked the white-haired lowly's head hard again, and looked at her dissatisfied but helpless expression, revealing a malicious expression. Conspirator bad guy. The white-haired lowly cursed twice, but found that Akhtar's expression did not change at all. She suddenly realized that her good family education was not necessarily all good things, and she was not even good at cursing. It's not that she can't think of vicious words, but the education she received from childhood to adulthood made her unwilling to use vicious words to curse people. And Akhtar is a conspirator who intends to subvert the world. Who knows how bad he is in his heart. Now that she dares to curse Akhtar, then Akhtar dares to touch her other places. If it goes too far, she will become a lowly mother. You still don't know where the headquarters of the death cult is, right? Shimu suddenly changed the subject, making the white-haired lowly quiet down. As for where the headquarters of the death cult is, no one knows at all. It is better to say. The death cult does not have a headquarters at all. In the past, it was composed of idle cultists, and there was no gathering place at all. However, after the appearance of the death witch, this situation has also changed. At the border between the Dragon Empire and the Mermaid Clan. Shimu smiled and gave the answer. Most of the high-end combat forces are hidden in the Dragon Empire. He looked at the surprised expression of the white-haired lowly. Not only the death cult is hiding in the Dragon Empire, there are also many witches who hide their identities, and demons are also in the Dragon Empire. Why do you want to hide in the Dragon Empire? The white-haired lowly opened her cherry lips slightly. If we talk about the place where the gods gather the most, except for the sky, it is the Dragon Empire. Why do those cultists dare to wander around in the Dragon Empire? Obviously, it is safest to escape to a remote and backward place. The richer the place, the deeper the hidden evil. Shimu said, and the white-haired lowly fell into deep thought. The horse's hooves stepped on the sea, leaving a series of ripples on the sea surface. The mare approached another continent at an incredible speed. Dragons are the strongest creatures in this ecological niche, and naturally occupy a large amount of land, and the most abundant resources. Unlike the human society that is scattered into kingdoms, dragons are managed by the strongest of different tribes. For example, the Red Dragon King manages the Red Dragon Clan, the Water Dragon King manages the Water Dragon Clan, and the Thunder Dragon King manages the Thunder Dragon Clan. The Dragon Empire is a powerful community of interests formed by the union of different ethnic groups, and the father of the white-haired lowly is the strongest among the different Dragon Kings, who can actually manage the Dragon Empire. Fafnir City. This is a coastal city with wealth that is not inferior to. No, it is even more than the Sky City. Every day, the docks handle huge amounts of wealth, and merchant ships from all over the world come and go, gathering all the intellectual races in the world. You dragons are really indulgent. Shimu raised his hand and pulled down his hood, glancing at the giant dragon that turned into a human form not far away, and walked into the hotel with a dwarf in his arms. And the white-haired lowly did not refute. She lowered her head embarrassedly, and did not refute Akhtar's words. Many dragons do become very indulgent after adulthood. If you accidentally have a child, it will be troublesome. Shimu was shocked. Can such an indulgent guy take good care of his own children? The Empire will manage and take care of the young dragons. The white-haired lowly followed Akhtar and explained in a low voice, unless allowed, all young dragons will be sent to a special nursery for training. Her expression seemed a little unhappy. The dean and teacher who educate the children are all elite dragons of the Dragon Empire. They are better at educating and training children than most adult dragons. Aren't your dragon children taken care of by their parents? Shimu showed a surprised look. In response, the white-haired lowly gave a reply. Unless they meet the requirements, all young dragons will be trained and cared for by the nursery until all young dragons grow up and can live independently. It sounds so easy. Shimu laughed. He knew that the white-haired Lolita was not lying. According to the official game settings, in order to ensure that the cubs can grow smoothly, all the cub dragons are raised by the Dragon Empire. The resources consumed during this period are all borne by the Dragon Empire. Therefore, even if many dragons are very indulgent and accidentally give birth to dragons, they are still raised by the Dragon Empire. And the white-haired Lolita spent most of her time in the nursery until it was discovered that she might not grow to adulthood and would die. She was taken home urgently to be cared for and cultivated. After all, if you don't seize the time to get along with the white-haired Lolita now, you won't have many opportunities to get along with the white-haired Lolita in the future and fulfill your obligations as a father. After a while. The city lord's mansion. It's really an honor to entertain you too. Fafnir stood in front of the door, looking at Akhtar and the white-haired Loli who were walking towards him, and pointed to the table in the room. Lord Akhtar, and your highness the princess, we have prepared delicious food for you too. Please enjoy it. Have all the people been gathered? Shimu asked as he walked into the room with Fafnir. The white-haired Loli who followed behind the two was very shocked by the scene. She didn't expect that the mayor of Fafnir City was actually a member of the Cult of Death. This is a senior member of the Dragon Empire. There is no reason for him to join the Cult of Death. It is totally not worth the loss. Chapter 144. Akhtar, you are really favored by the witch. Fafnir looked at the calm man across the table and sighed. The man across the table was obviously a believer of the goddess of life, but he could be favored by the witch of death, and let him manage the death cult on behalf of the witch of death. Of course, he did not have any objection to the witch of death. On the contrary, he could understand the choice of the witch of death. With the talent that Akhtar showed now, he might become a demon in the future. At this time, let Akhtar manage the death cult. No matter how heinous the death cult did in the future, it could put part of the blame on Akhtar, so that Akhtar had to stand in the witch camp completely. The witch of death valued him so much. Shimu picked up the wine glass on the table and smiled helplessly. This is something I didn't expect. Liar. The white-haired Lolita held the cup of juice and rolled her eyes slightly. This man was the mastermind behind the scenes. He promoted the cooperation between the goddess and the witch, planned the overlapping life and death, and took the initiative to manage the death cult. But she just thought about it in her heart. Ha ha ha. The thoughts of the death, which are not something we can guess. Fafnir smiled heartily, picked up the wine glass on the table and clinked it with Akhtar, drank it all in one gulp, and put down the wine glass. We have also chosen the address for the meeting of the death cult. He glanced at the white-haired Lolita. Is it okay to tell it now? She knows more information than you all. Shimu smiled, looked at the white-haired Lolita who was expressionless and drinking quietly beside him, and said, she is a smart person. No, a smart dragon. Even if she knows the truth, she won't tell it. Really? Fafnir showed a surprised expression. He knew the little princess's character very well. If she encountered such a thing, she would definitely choose to tell the secret decisively and eliminate the threat brought by the death cult as soon as possible. I won't tell anyone. The white-haired Loli had a blank expression. The cost of leaking secrets is more serious than you expected. It was because she knew enough secrets that she didn't dare to leak the secrets. Otherwise, not only would the world fall into great chaos, but the Dragon Empire would also be affected. It seems that knowing too much is not all good. Fafnir nodded, and did not ask the little princess what secret information she knew. He poured himself a glass of wine, and shook the glass. The meeting will be held in Atlantis under the sea. Yes. Shimu gave the order. The meeting will start in 3 days. Even if the real body cannot come, a clone must be sent. Understood. Fafnir nodded, and then asked in confusion, but Akhtar, isn't 3 days too late? Now that life and death are overlapped, the goddess of death in hell must be very anxious. She may have appeared in the world and wanted to fight the witch of death. Is it too slow to wait for 3 days before taking action? The goddess of death will not come out casually. Shimu explained, even if the goddess of death wants to come out, the gods will definitely find a way to stop her. He explained calmly. Unless the gods really have no way to solve the crisis of overlapping life and death, the goddess of death will not come. As for the thoughts of the gods, it is not something that a mortal dragon like me can guess. Fafnir smiled, and did not force Akhtar to hold a meeting in advance. And Shimu did not give a specific explanation. Given the character of the goddess of death, she naturally wanted to come as soon as possible to solve the crisis of overlapping life and death. However, when the goddess of death came to the world, regardless of whether it could solve the crisis of overlapping life and death, she would release the 2 most dangerous witches at once. The witch of death, who was sealed in the gap between life and death, and the witch of creation, who was sealed at the bottom of hell, and the strong who have not yet reincarnated. Therefore, even if the goddess of death wanted to come immediately, the gods in the sky would ask the goddess of death to consider the overall situation and not come to this world casually. And at this moment, Fafnir, why do you want to join the cult of death? The white-haired Loli asked a question, which made Fafnir stunned. Fafnir did not answer immediately. He shook his wine glass and his expression became melancholy. He asked the little princess, Your Highness, are dragons strong? A very boring question. Any ordinary person would get the same answer, that is, dragons are very strong, the strongest race, with a long lifespan, backed by the most powerful country, and favored by the gods. However, if we count the strong ones, who exceed the limits of human beings, it is another matter. The white-haired lowly gave the answer. There is no doubt that dragons are very strong, but the situation is completely different when facing strong ones, who exceed the limits of human beings. However, I fought with Siegfried and lost miserably. Fafnir drank a sip of wine and spoke calmly, and the white-haired lowly nodded when she heard it. She knew that Fafnir had fought with the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried in the past. From that time on, I knew. Dragons also have their limits. Fafnir smiled and explained to the white-haired Lolita, for true geniuses, racial barriers are not insurmountable. He spoke his inner thoughts. I want a stronger power, a power that can defeat Siegfried. Siegfried is dead, the white-haired Lolita said, and Fafnir nodded and looked at Aktar, who was eating steak on the side, saying, the man died at the hands of Aktar. Wait until the gate of hell opens, and then you can go fight Siegfried again, Shimu said jokingly. Fafnir grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to it. But I want to remind you that Siegfried in hell is in a rational state. Shimu added, the strength of a rational Siegfried and an irrational Siegfried is completely different. He met Fafnir's sight. Even now I would feel difficult when facing a rational Siegfried. Do you think I can win? Fafnir asked seriously, but after seeing Aktar's silent expression, he smiled and said, it seems that I am not strong enough. Then you have to work hard. Shimu smiled, and then seemed to think of something, and took out a page of paper. This is a record of the magic that can make me appear, you try to learn it. He smiled gently. It's not a precious magic, it doesn't matter if it spreads. Thank you. Fafnir took the magic handed over, and put it away carefully. He still knew the power of the magic that can make me appear very well. Although Aktar gave a hero a gift when he saw one, which made the magic that can make me appear a little cheap, it was still very powerful. After a good meal, and a good drink, Shimu and the white-haired Lolita left the city lord's mansion together, and began to wander around Fafnir City. After wandering around for a few rounds, the dragon cast a malicious look at Shimu. As a dragon slayer, Shimu was stained with a curse, which naturally caused the dragons to have a bad impression. In addition, Aktar's appearance was too eye-catching, and he was recognized by the dragons at a glance. He was the recent dragon slayer hero Aktar. Aktar kidnapped the little princess. A woman in a blue dress and a hat bit her lower lip. She looked at Aktar bullying the little princess while swaggering to buy luxury goods and let the little princess pay. Too bad. A young man beside him whispered, feeling strongly dissatisfied with Aktar's bullying of the little princess of the dragon clan. I wish I could kill Aktar right now. However, considering Aktar's current reputation and strength, he dared not to cause trouble for Aktar himself. Senius, don't worry. The woman adjusted her mentality and whispered to her son beside her, first rescue the little princess, you go and inform the Lord of Fafnir to dispatch troops, as long as the safety of the little princess can be ensured. Her eyes were cold. We will start to surround and kill Aktar. Yes. Senius nodded, his figure disappeared into the crowd, and rushed to the Lord's mansion. The woman exhaled, adjusted the expression on her face, showed an elegant and charming smile, and quickened her pace to catch up with Aktar and the little princess. A moment later, in a weapons store on the side of the road. This is good, buy it. Shimu took a long knife that looked expensive from the shelf, and then shook his wrist, and the flash of the knife brushed the cheek of the beautiful woman beside him, cutting off a few hairs. In response, the woman took a step back in fear, raised her hand, and touched her cheek, and found that there was no blood, so she was relieved. If you want to try the knife, please don't try it in the weapon shop. She showed a dissatisfied expression, as if she didn't know Aktar. Human, you need to know some etiquette. Sorry, I'm rude. Shimu smiled, handed the long knife in his hand to the white-haired lowly beside him, and said, I want this sword too. This knife is very expensive. The white-haired lowly took the long knife handed over, but Shimu didn't care, raised his hand, and rubbed the white-haired lowly's head. That's why you need to pay. Don't you have any shame? The white-haired lowly asked indifferently. This man is not short of money at all. He has the support of 2 countries behind him, and manages the death cult. Money is just a number to Aktar. However, we don't need to share our money, Shimu explained gently. Since you took the initiative to propose the marriage, you should be mentally prepared. The atmosphere froze. The woman's beautiful eyes widened, looking at the smiling Aktar and the angry little princess. Her thoughts stagnated. In response, the white-haired lowly glared at the man with a bad taste, dragged his wrist to the front desk to pay. After the two left, The woman finally came to her senses, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Although she had heard that the little princess wanted to recruit Akhtar into the Dragon Empire to avoid unnecessary losses, and to ensure that Akhtar's magic to steal the dragon's power would not be leaked. But it was not to the extent that the little princess would pledge herself to him. Things are going to get complicated. At the same time, on the street, Shimu stroked the blade with his fingers, revealing a satisfied look. Seeing this, the white-haired loli next to him sighed softly and said, "Akhtar, what do you want to do?" Shimu answered casually, "Shopping. If you want to go shopping, I recommend you go shopping in the human kingdom." The white-haired loli said seriously, "Shopping here will bring you a lot of trouble. With Akhtar's current reputation, if he just walks around in the Dragon Empire, he will attract a lot of attention, and it is impossible to hide. It won't be long before a dragon comes to cause trouble. It doesn't matter, I have dragon quality." Shimu smiled, holding the soft little hand of the white-haired loli, and continued to wander on the street. The white-haired loli heard this, and was helpless. She could only accompany Akhtar to stroll on the street, and silently pray that no dragon would come to cause trouble. Otherwise, she would have to stand up to protect Akhtar, and try to avoid bloodshed between the two sides. Otherwise, with Akhtar's skills, the Dragon Empire would be in great trouble, and might even attract the attention of the Witch of Death. Back to the hotel. Shimu leaned against the door, looking at Eden and the white-haired Lolita in the room, and yawned, "Little princess, do you want to sleep with me?" The white-haired Lolita was silent for a while. She was not hesitating whether to sleep with Akhtar, but was worried that if she was not by Akhtar's side, there might be trouble, leading to the intensification of the conflict between Akhtar and the Dragon Empire. However, considering that she might become a mother in advance if she slept with Akhtar. "No. I'm in the next room." Shimu was not disappointed. He left the room and closed the door. He also jokingly said, "If you want to sleep with me, come find me." Humph. The white-haired Lolita snorted. She would not go to sleep with Akhtar in the middle of the night. However, Eden shook his head and said to the white-haired Lolita, it would be better to stay in the same room with him. She met the white-haired Lolita's gaze. "It's not that I want to drive you away, but there will be dragons tonight to cause trouble for Akhtar. If you don't want to aggravate the conflict between Akhtar and the Dragon Empire, it's safer to stay with him." "But?" The white-haired Lolita was entangled. If she took the initiative to go to Akhtar's room, she would risk becoming a young dragon mother. But if she didn't go, a more serious crisis might occur. "Akhtar won't do anything to you." Eden raised his hand and gently brushed the golden hair beside his ear. "He is a hero after all. Many people like him, but he has never done anything to you." "He hasn't done anything to you either?" The white-haired Lolita's eyes subconsciously fell on Eden's legs wrapped in black stockings. "His eyes often fall on your legs." Eden was silent for a moment, shook his head gently and said, "He always keeps a proper distance and never does anything excessive." Chapter 145. The next day. The sky was slightly bright, and the morning light passed through the screen window and gently fell into the room. The white-haired loli hugged the quilt, her pretty eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she muttered inaudible words. Until she smelled the fragrance of food. "Awake?" A gentle male voice came from a distance. The white-haired loli rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and staggered to sit on the bed. The morning sun just sprinkled on her, like a kitten who had not woken up yet. After sitting quietly for a while, as if she had experienced the process of brain powering up, her cheeks flushed. She remembered the scene of being bullied by Akhtar last night. Well, that man bullied her severely with words, but in the end, he gave her the bed. "Why is your face so red?" Shimu tilted his head and looked at the white-haired loli sitting on the bed with her cheeks flushed, and asked, "Did you have a strange dream?" "Strange dream?" The white-haired loli was slightly stunned, and her delicate face became even more red. Her little hands grasped the mattress, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "Dragons are creatures that rarely dream." "Really?" Shimu touched his chin and made up a story. "Why do I remember you talking in your sleep, something like, 'Don't'?" The atmosphere stagnated. The white-haired Lolita opened her cherry lips slightly, looked at the smiling Akhtar, raised her hand to grab the pillow on the bed, and threw it at Akhtar. "Don't make rumors, and you can hear what I say when you sleep on the sofa?" Shimu took off the pillow stuck on his face, and put it beside the chair, then explained with a smile, "Maybe my ears are better." "You? Forget it." With a light snort, the white-haired Lolita had a cold face, and did not argue with Akhtar. She got out of bed, put on furry slippers, walked towards the bathroom, and washed up as a matter of course. As a princess of the Dragon Empire, she has a high ability to take care of herself, and is not an idiot in life. On the contrary, she is very good at taking care of people. Shimu glanced at the white-haired Lolita who left, and began to eat breakfast by himself, waiting for the dragons to come to greet the white-haired Lolita. Last night, he had a difficult battle, and killed many dragons with a spear that penetrated the immortal. Not long after, the white-haired Lolita walked out of the bathroom, glanced at Akhtar, who was eating breakfast, and walked over cautiously. And just at this moment, bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman with long blue hair and several strong men broke in. "Your Highness Evelyn, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The white-haired Lolita was slightly stunned, looking at the dragons who came, showing an elegant and gentle smile, intending to persuade these dragons, who came to save her, to leave. However, he was stunned soon. "Your Highness Evelyn, we had a big fight with Akhtar last night." A sturdy man, with a wound on his face, came out, and knelt on one knee in front of the white-haired Loli. "Although we lost a lot of dragons, we succeeded in killing Akhtar." The white-haired Loli was slightly stunned, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Akhtar. The two people's sights intersected and overlapped into a line. Akhtar slept in the same room with her last night, so he should not have left. How could they have the opportunity to kill Akhtar? And several dragons also noticed something unusual, and followed the white-haired Loli's sight. They saw Akhtar sitting at the table intact, drinking a cup of coffee elegantly, and smiling at them. The atmosphere froze. "Akhtar, why are you here?" The strong man looked shocked. "They should have killed Akhtar at sea last night. Why is this man still safe and sound?" "I was here all night." Akhtar yawned. "With a beautiful fiancée, I have no reason to leave the room." "We were fighting at sea last night?" The strong man gritted his teeth, his body trembling with anger. "Last night they fought bloody battles with Akhtar, fighting to the death to rescue the little princess. That battle dyed the sea red, the sky was about to be torn apart, and the turbulent sea water even submerged several islands. However, after paying so much price, and finally killing Akhtar, he appeared in front of them again. This sense of gap made him feel unreal." Shimu shook his head, and pointed to the bed not far away. "Evelyn slept on the bed last night. You can ask her." "Please don't say something that will cause misunderstanding," the white-haired Loli said expressionlessly, and then explained to everyone. "The man did not leave last night." At this point, she added another sentence. "And nothing happened between me and this man. He slept on the sofa last night, and I slept on the bed." "Your Highness Evelyn, you don't need to explain this." The blue-haired woman observed the white-haired Loli, and found that her aura was still very pure. She didn't seem to have experienced any fierce battles. She knew that Princess Evelyn did not have anything to do with Akhtar. She forced a smile, and squatted down. "Please don't worry, we will definitely find a way to get you out of Akhtar's captivity. I'm not imprisoned," the white-haired Loli explained, but the blue woman gently shook her head, held the little princess in front of her in her arms, and whispered, "Please don't force yourself." After that, she stood up gracefully, looked at Akhtar, and then left with several strong men. With the terrifying fighting ability shown by Akhtar last night, it was impossible for them to snatch the little princess back with their dragons. So they could only evacuate temporarily. After they left, the white-haired Loli turned around and asked Akhtar, who was sitting on the sofa, "What did you do last night?" "I just stayed here last night." Shimu answered so. He really didn't leave the room last night, but the person who fought with the dragons last night was also considered to be him. 10 kinds of shadow magic, the 9th, reflection in the mirror. Before the white-haired Lolita came to his room, he used the reflection in the mirror to copy himself, and then let the copy of himself go out and wander around, attracting the dragons to fight in the deep sea, and brushing a wave of experience points. "Really?" The white-haired Lolita showed a suspicious look, but after seeing Akhtar keep a calm smile, she sighed softly and said, "Akhtar, please don't hurt my people." "Are they really your people?" Shimu asked back, asking in the doubtful eyes of the white-haired Lolita. "I am stained with the curse of the dragon, which will naturally cause the dragon to be disgusted, but you don't have this reaction." The white-haired Lolita fell silent. In fact, she also found that she had no natural aversion to Akhtar. The curse that could cause all dragons to hate seemed to be completely ineffective. "Maybe it's because you are born with defects." Shimu waved his hand, and asked the white-haired Loli to eat together. In response, the white-haired Loli did not say much, and came to sit opposite Akhtar. She put her legs wrapped in white silk together, and ate breakfast quietly and elegantly. But her little head was thinking about why she didn't have any aversion to Akhtar, who should have a strong dragon curse. "If you are curious why not try to ask Eden?" Shimu suddenly said. There are few things in this world that she doesn't understand. The white-haired lowly paused while eating, and nodded gently. Yeah. 2 days later. I'm going to attend the meeting of the Order of the Dead. Shimu stood in front of the door, his hand on the door handle, looking at Eden and the white-haired lowly in the room. I won't be back tonight. After saying that, he closed the door, left the hotel, and headed towards Atlantis. The journey was very smooth, and no dragon came to cause trouble. It was probably because his clone made him cautious in the past 2 days. After going through so much trouble to kill his clone, he appeared intact the next day. This must be difficult for anyone to accept, especially under the premise of paying a lot of sacrifices. At this time, in the hotel, Sister Eden, why do you stay with Akhtar? The white-haired lowly held the teacup and looked at the omniscient saint opposite. From her observations during this period, Akhtar and Eden get along very harmoniously. Sometimes, they can accurately understand each other's thoughts just by exchanging a glance. This tacit understanding is not even for lovers of many years. However, this is where she feels confused. There should be irreconcilable contradictions between Eden and Akhtar. But they get along so harmoniously and naturally. Your Highness Evelyn, he is not a bad person. Eden raised his hand and rubbed the white-haired lowly's head, showing a gentle smile. It's just that the fire that burns the world makes his character a little bad. The white-haired lowly pursed her lips, obviously disagreeing, but feeling Eden's gentle voice, she felt that what Eden said might make sense. This has nothing to do with rationality, it is purely because of Eden's unique affinity that makes her willing to follow Eden's thoughts and start thinking. But soon she confirmed her thoughts. That man is indeed a conspirator who intends to subvert the world, not the existence, whose reason is affected by the fire asserter in Eden's mouth. Sister Eden, I have one more thing to ask you. She looked at Eden, who was smiling gently, and asked, why don't I feel disgusted with Akhtar? You are also a dragon, no doubt. Eden answered, and then shook her head, but you are different from ordinary dragons. She considered her words. You are a dragon that is dead but still growing. I am a dragon that is dead but still growing? The white-haired Lolita fell into confusion. If she was already dead, why could she continue to grow, and why could she continue to stay in the world? This was simply a complete contradiction. Deep Sea. Atlantis. This is a prosperous city built on the seabed mountains, which can accommodate tens of millions of mermen. All kinds of mermen walk through the houses and palaces wrapped by bubbles, extending along the mountains to the end of the vision. Prosperity is different from the civilization on the ground. Fafnir, I didn't expect you to be so free underwater. Shimu sat cross-legged on the head of a black dragon, watching Atlantis continue to expand. There were a large number of mermen on both sides of him, and they all cast curious eyes on him. There are very few human beings in the underwater world. For the mermaids, he is a rare existence, so naturally they can't help but observe him more. If he hadn't ridden a black dragon, it is estimated that many mermaids would have taken the initiative to talk to him and asked him questions out of curiosity. Dragons are the strongest species, whether in the sky or in the sea. Fafnir answered calmly, and the huge dragon body sped up and traveled through the deep sea, leaving a lot of bubbles wherever it passed, and the mermaids passing by were also stirred by the water flow, and their bodies became unstable. However, such a fast speed was meaningless to Akhtar, who still sat cross-legged on the black dragon head steadily, holding his cheek with one hand and looking at the luxurious high-rise buildings in the distance. The mermaids under the sea also have a correspondence with the civilization on the ground. They usually live in houses wrapped in air bubbles, and live a similar life to life on the ground. Although mermaids can live freely in the water, they can theoretically collect enough living supplies. However, the game officials may have made it convenient for players to have a room with air for easy living. For example, when cooking, it should be done in an environment with air, otherwise the soup will easily mix with seawater, or the environment with air can stably place various furniture and clothes without being affected by seawater. In a nutshell, the game official forcibly moved everything from the earthly civilization to the sea, and then came to the conclusion that the underwater civilization must have air bubbles. Otherwise, many things cannot be used. After a while, in a building wrapped in a huge bubble, Shimu jumped off the black dragon's head and landed on a dry stone slab. Several beautiful mermaids came towards him. Excuse me, are you Fafnir and Akhtar? The mermaid in the lead had blonde hair and blue eyes, and her figure was extremely mature. Except for some fish scales on her cheeks, she was no different from humans. Yes. Fafnir responded arrogantly, take me in. Yes. The blonde mermaid nodded obediently, led the way with lotus steps, without any dissatisfaction, having money is the boss. As a worker, as long as the boss is willing to pay, Even if she wants to try whether the mermaid is tight, she won't mind. And these two masters are obviously not simple people. After passing through the corridor, under the guidance of the mermaid, they came to the door of a hall. The heavy wooden door was closed, and a dangerous atmosphere was faintly transmitted. Sorry, you two go in by yourselves next. The mermaid lowered her head, stepped back a few steps, and whispered, Boss, I'm waiting for you inside. After that, she left with several mermaid ladies. Shimu and Fafnir looked at each other, raised their hands to push open the heavy door, and walked into the hall. Unlike the expected scenery, what came into view was a different world. The sun was hanging in the sky, and puppets were hanging in the air. In front of the field of vision was a huge round table, and more than 30 people were sitting around the round table. They all looked at Akhtar at the same time. Lord Akhtar, welcome to the kingdom of puppetry. A lively voice suddenly sounded, and a puppet girl stood up from the round table and trotted over to greet Akhtar, and as the puppet girl showed her attitude, the eyes of the people present also became gentle. The one who could make the puppet girl respect him must not be a simple guy. They knew the puppet girl's strength. Chapter 146. Next, please let me introduce you. The puppet girl kept a sweet smile, not looking like a female imp who deserves a beating. She raised her hand to gently gather the hair beside her ear, brought Akhtar to the main seat, and then consciously stood beside Akhtar. She looked like an assistant. Someone whispered something, which made the puppet girl frown. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a shark girl sitting cross-legged on a chair with a sawtooth broadsword beside her. She met her eyes. I think you misunderstood. The puppet girl smiled, took out a cup of coffee from somewhere, and placed it on Akhtar's table. I respect Lord Akhtar from the bottom of my heart. Ah. Well, I feel it. Shark girl scratched her head, her eyes wandering. She just couldn't help but complain, and she didn't have much opinion on the puppet girl. Now that she was caught in the act, she felt a little embarrassed. But she did feel that the puppet girl was very flattering, even though Akhtar was a well-known genius with unlimited possibilities in the future. Maybe it would be too ungenerous to take the initiative to lick her. Who is this? Shimu opened his mouth and looked at Shark Girl. She was wearing hot shorts, a shark tail stretched out, and a small jacket on her upper body couldn't cover the full mountains at all, squeezing out a snow-white canyon, attracting people's attention like an abyss. And that slightly raised pretty face gave people a feeling of arrogance, making people want to press her on the table and madly attack her perky little butt, making her look so aggrieved that she would cry, and she would never dare to maintain that arrogant look again. Kashut is a superior species in the mermaid clan. The puppet girl kept a sweet smile. Don't look at her appearance of only 15 or 16 years old, she is actually at least 1,000 years old, and can be considered an old woman. Shark Girl twitched her lips, wanting to pull up the sawtooth broadsword beside her and hit the puppet girl's neck, but considering that she was the first to offend her, she decided to hold back for the time being. She crossed her arms and snorted softly, saying, Age is not important to me at all. Being able to stay energetic is a good thing. Shimu showed a very gentle smile, which made Shark Girl slightly stunned. Her arrogant attitude disappeared, and she raised her hand to gently scratch her cheek, and her sitting posture became more ladylike. Actually, Before she finished her words, the puppet girl had already cast her eyes on the next person, and said as if on purpose, This is Alistair, who was once known as the most talented magician. I believe Lord Akhtar has already known him. Shimu and Alistair looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and did not say too much. The two sides had met in the Magic Kingdom. This is definitely intentional. Shark Girl twitched her mouth, but still endured it. However, her eyes still looked at Akhtar, and found that there was a reason why this human could be favored by the Witch of Death. He was indeed very handsome, and that gentle and mature smile completely hid her sexual preferences. But unfortunately, that was the person favored by the Witch of Death. She probably had no chance to hold hands, and she probably had to stay single. Then, this is Granny Sayas, the believer who followed the Witch of Death the longest. The puppet girl introduced the next person. Shimu nodded slightly, and nodded to Granny Sai. Princess Lilith. The puppet girl introduced the next person, pointing to a mature woman with golden hair like a waterfall, playing with her red nails. Shimu looked in the direction she pointed, and happened to meet Lilith's eyes, who looked up. Her wine-red eyes, with a hint of laziness and sadness, made people feel that their souls were sucked away by her eyes, and they became her captives. According to the official setting of the game, Lilith has a powerful ability to charm everything, and it is this ability that has caused many kings and strong men who coveted her beauty to destroy her country. Lilith, who fell into despair, cursed the god of beauty and art in the church, and has since fallen into vampire. Then Lilith, relying on her powerful strength, set off a brutal massacre that affected several countries. Lord Akhtar, beauty is sometimes a sin. Lilith suddenly spoke up, explaining to Akhtar's surprised eyes. You also have a very outstanding beauty, and sooner or later you will attract malicious attention, so please be careful. Shimu smiled. I'm a man, so I don't have to worry, right? Have you forgotten Michael? Lilith reminded seriously. Now you are a glorious hero, and there will definitely be people interested in you. Please be careful not to be kidnapped by people with bad intentions. Or gods. In this world, beautiful people are always prone to attract danger, and she was like this at the beginning. If it weren't for Grandma Seth, who secretly helped her and cursed her to become a vampire, she might have been kidnapped and humiliated by countless people. In her opinion, the same is true for Akhtar. After returning the gods, Akhtar's existence has been given a different meaning, just like the sun's brilliance, so it will definitely attract malicious attention. If you don't pay attention, you may be abducted by the gods to the sky, locked in an unknown basement, and humiliated day and night. So as a colleague, she needs to remind him. Understood. Shimu nodded seriously, and Lilith smiled at this, then lowered her head, and continued to look at her red nails. With the protection of the Witch of Death, there should be few people in this world who dare to attack Akhtar. The doll girl smiled and began to introduce the next orc. He was wearing black sunglasses, exposing his hairy upper body, and had a sense of carelessness and casualness. Akhtar, would you like a drink after the meeting? He raised his hand and invited enthusiastically. No. The puppet girl answered. Lord Akhtar has no interest in men, and you are not allowed to attack Akhtar. She looked serious. Otherwise I will report to the Witch of Death. TSK, I really have no other intentions in inviting you this time. The tiger-headed orc was shocked, feeling that the puppet girl had misunderstood him too much. He really didn't intend to attack Akhtar, but simply wanted to make friends with Akhtar, who was really a strong man with a promising future. Who knows, he might be the actual leader of the cult of death in the future. Just call him Tiger King. The puppet girl frowned and introduced Akhtar. This guy is quite powerful, but his concept is a bit strange. He has no gender concept. As long as the creatures weaker than him are female. Shimu showed a subtle expression. Isn't it enough to just look good? Tiger King said nonchalantly, leaning against the chair and said, at our stage, gender is no longer important. The doll girl shook her head and pointed at a man with short white hair and a cold expression. He clasped his 5 fingers together and rested his elbows on the table, giving people an extremely cold feeling. Coil, he has the power of the temperature demon and has experienced freezing a country with one blow. Coil's cold expression eased a little, and he looked at Akhtar and said, don't worry about me too much, just tell me what I need to do. Okay. Shimu nodded, and didn't communicate too much with Coil, as if he knew that the other party was not good at speaking. For the character of Coil, as long as it is in the own camp, it is very useful, but it is very troublesome to change to the enemy. As an enemy, Coil will kill you by any means, regardless of whether it will affect innocent people. As a friend. No, it should be said that as a leader, as long as a clear order is issued, Coil will firmly execute it. It is a very useful knife. Then, it's this blue-haired one. The puppet girl began to introduce the next person, and her expression could not help but become disgusted. A neutral beauty with short blue hair, and a dashing dress showed a helpless smile. Puppet, don't keep calling me blue-haired. The dashing blue-haired beauty sighed, raised her hand, and lifted her hair on her forehead. I really just wanted to study last time to see if your body is really made of puppets. I am not interested in your body. She put down her hand and introduced herself to Akhtar. You can just call me Luwei. I'm really not a lesbian. I'm just curious about the doll's body structure. Shimu, I skip you. The doll girl said unhappily. In the helpless expression of the blue woman, she pointed at the 3 women sitting beside her. They hold the power of the Witch of Time, but their inheritance is not very complete. The green-haired Eunomia holds the power of the past, the golden-haired Dika holds the power of the present, and the red-haired Irene holds the power of the future. It sounds really powerful. Shimu showed a surprised expression, and seemed to be very amazed at the power they hold. Then, the 3 women shook their heads in tacit agreement, and said in unison, we can only master part of the power, and cannot really interfere with time. Looking back at the past, interfering with the present, and blocking the future are our abilities. Understood. Shimu nodded slightly. These 3 women were not followers of the Witch of Death, but followers of the Witch of Time. They possessed the power bestowed by the Witch of Time, which was to retrieve the past, interfere with the current information exploration, and block the prediction of the cult of death. In essence, they were logistical support, not combat units. Don't look at their modesty, they are actually very important to the cult of death. The puppet girl explained, if Akhtar has any questions, he can try to consult them. Maybe it will be more useful than looking for Hecate. Okay. Shimu nodded slightly, but his tone seemed a bit perfunctory, and it was obvious that he didn't believe the puppet girl's words. But considering that he is Hecate's apprentice, I understand. I have no doubts about Miss Hecate's ability. The puppet girl explained softly, it's just that Miss Hecate is very busy at work. Asking the three sisters a time to answer can also reduce Miss Hecate's workload. Continue to introduce me. Shimu shook his head, which made the puppet girl relieved. She knew that Akhtar didn't care about her unintentional words. Then she carefully introduced everyone present to Akhtar one by one, including the metal dragon responsible for collecting wealth for the death cult, the fox-haired beast girl, who provided treatment for the death cult, and several top-level strongmen, who mastered the power of demons or witches. Everyone here is guaranteed to be a strong man at the limit of human beings, and there are many strong men who exceed the limit of human beings. Complete understanding. Shimu nodded, crossed his fingers, and placed his elbows on the round table. Because of the overlapping of life and death, the gods will definitely find a way to solve the problem. At that time, not only will the Witch of Death face the pressure of the gods, but we will also face the pressure of the church. War is inevitable. He looked around at everyone present. There is not much meaning in escaping. We need to fight back. With the goal of seizing the dominance of this world, we should conquer as many countries as possible, destroy more churches, and let more people believe in the Witch of Death. This is what you need to do next. The atmosphere became quiet. Striving for the dominance of this world, this kind of thing, has never been done before. From the beginning to the end, the dominance of this world belongs to the gods. And now they are going to fight for the dominance of this world. No problem. Coil spoke first, with no emotion on his cold face, as long as it is the will of the Witch of Death. Then I have no objection. Tiger King smiled, leaning his burly body against the chair, grinning, I will be responsible for attacking the orcs. No need to fight separately, we must first attack humans. Shimu shook his head and explained to everyone present. Start by eliminating weak countries and churches, and gradually erode the world. Humans are indeed easier to bully. Shark Girl Kushut nodded, picked up the sawtooth sword beside her, pointed to the ceiling and said, they are even less united than orcs. Tiger King nodded in agreement. Although the orcs exist in the form of tribes, they can still unite as long as they need to, such as invading the human world to rob resources. Then all orcs can work closely together. But humans will still fight internally when facing orc invasions. Then let's carry out this specific plan. Shimu pretended to think for a moment, looked around at everyone present, and then locked onto the three sisters of time. You are responsible for providing intelligence. Yes. The three sisters of time answered in unison. They were originally in logistics, and did not care about Akhtar's orders. And they had different views on Akhtar. Akhtar had the ability of 10 kinds of shadow magic, which meant that Akhtar had contacted the Witch of Time and received the favor of the Witch of Time. This meant that Akhtar was on the side of their time cult, not just on the side of the death cult. Maybe Akhtar actually believes in the Witch of Time more. As for the person who formulates the strategy, Shimu set his eyes on Lu Wei, who had short blue hair and a sassy smile. You will be the one to execute it. Lu Wei was stunned. Hey, I will execute the strategy. Your ability is split personality, right? Shimu said calmly. One person can be equal to millions of people, and it is most suitable to formulate strategies. Lu Wei was silent for a while, and then smiled. Since Lord Akhtar trusts me so much, I will give it a try. She does have the ability to split her personality, and can also define the personality and thinking method of her personality. She can think from thousands of angles, and indirectly touch the future, provided that she has enough magic to support it. In addition to the absolute dominance of the main personality, each of her split personalities needs magic to support it, otherwise it will disappear due to insufficient magic. But at least she is also a strong person, who exceeds the limit of human beings, as long as she does not use the ability to split her personality while fighting. Then it is no problem to maintain thousands of personalities, and think intensively. Don't worry, I have absolute trust in you. Shimu smiled sincerely, which made Lu Wei look surprised. She didn't quite understand why she was trusted so much. Of course, she just thought about it in her mind, and didn't say it out loud. As for my work arrangement, it's very simple. Shimu stood up with his hands on the table, and said to everyone, become a demon as soon as possible, and then go find witches or demons to join our camp, and increase the strength of our camp. It's a good thing that you can become a demon. Lu Wei nodded, switched her personality, and put herself in the perspective of a decision maker. She asked Shimu, "But Lord Akhtar, why do you want to stand in our camp? You also believe in the goddess of life, right?" The atmosphere froze. Everyone present looked at Akhtar. They also had such concerns in their hearts. Akhtar was a man who believed in the goddess of life very much, and he was also a hero in people's mouths. There was no reason for him to completely stand on the side of the death cult. "Now I am at the top of the human race," Shimu replied. "The next step is to become a demon. Do you think I can still be a simple believer of the goddess of life?" He said so seriously. "Since I am going to become a demon, then I don't plan to be a pure believer of the goddess of life, but to become a man of the goddess of life." "Ah. Huh?" Lu Wei was stunned, and her beautiful eyes widened. What on earth was this man talking about? He planned to become a man of the goddess of life. What a rebellious idea, and how arrogant. The conference hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at Akhtar with strange eyes, as if they were getting to know this man all over again. But soon there was a happy laugh. As expected of Akhtar, as expected of a hero, as expected of a genius. Tiger King slapped the table, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. "Yes, this is what a male should do." He grinned wildly. "The best female in the world is undoubtedly the goddess of life, and you are undoubtedly the most daring and freest man in the world. In addition to the existence of the omniscient God, whose gender is unknown, the first god born in this world is theoretically the goddess of life. She created all life in the world, which also caused people to unconsciously leave a residue in the depths of their blood and souls. What kind of women are beautiful? For those who study theology, the answer is obvious. The more they look like the goddess of life, the more beautiful they are. This is why many lives that are obviously not human have similar aesthetics for human-shaped women. This is because of the initial impulse buried in the blood and soul. And now Akhtar actually wants to seize this original motherhood and beauty. So do you believe me now?" Shimu didn't care about the Tiger King's laughter, nor did he care about the disdainful or surprised eyes cast by the crowd. "Anyway, as long as these guys believe that he is on the side of the cult of death, I believe it." Lu Wei raised her hand to cover her forehead, stared deeply at Akhtar, and her red lips moved. "But I have also changed my evaluation of you. Since you believe it, it's good." Shimu nodded, and then issued another order. "Since it has come to this, I will issue another order capriciously. The Church of Life, the Church of Lies, the Church of Justice, the Church of Wealth and Contract, the Church of the Sun, and the Church of the Three Goddesses of Fate are all not within our scope of attack. Unless they take the initiative to cause trouble for us, we will not be enemies with them for the time being." At this point, he cast his eyes on Lu Wei. "As for whether other churches want to be enemies with them, or are willing to manage a country with them, it is up to you to decide. Is there a traitor among the gods, or do you want to make the gods suspicious of each other?" Lu Wei asked, but Shimu did not answer, and turned to walk out of the church. No one stopped him. They all realized more or less that this most famous hero in the world, who returned the gods, might be different from what they expected. At least they never thought about taking away the original motherhood. Even if they became members of the cult, they still had a different respect for the goddess of life in their hearts, and felt that the goddess of life was different from other gods. But Akhtar dared to shout directly and openly that he wanted to take away this original motherhood and beauty. Arrogance. It's hard to say, but it's definitely crazy enough. I can't tell whether he is playing us. Shark Girl Kashik covered her face and said to herself, "He doesn't look like someone who is very interested in beauty. Maybe ordinary people don't like it." Tiger King smiled. He naturally knew that Akhtar didn't have any in-depth communication with ordinary women. Maybe he just wants to give us a reason to believe. Lu Wei shook her head and switched her personalities to analyze Akhtar. However, it was still difficult to figure out. She lacked a crucial piece of information, which prevented her from truly understanding Akhtar. He is a trustworthy person. Granny Seth smiled and said, "The Witch of Death trusts him more than she trusts us. There must be something hidden in this." Lu Wei asked, "Can you tell me?" Granny Seth shook her head. She didn't want to reveal any secrets about Akhtar, otherwise it would involve many secrets. "Really?" Lu Wei sighed, and did not ask further, but focused on how to attack the human kingdom. As for the related secrets, she did not ask for the time being. "Just call me when you need to do something." Alistair suddenly spoke, and walked out of the hall. "I still have things to deal with. I kind of regret taking on the role of planner." Lu Wei showed a trace of distress. The personalities of the high-level members of the death cult are very difficult to deal with. They are all a group of lawless guys. It is difficult to manage them with her strength and identity, even if she has Akhtar and the Witch of Death behind her. Unless she can suppress these guys with hard power. Leave the hall. Shimu left the puppet kingdom and walked out of the heavy door, followed by the black dragon Fafnir, and the man and the dragon walked out along the aisle to the outside world. Fafnir looked at Akhtar walking in front of him, and suddenly felt strange. He even had an illusion that the person who really decided that the death cult would attack humans and start competing for world dominance was not the death witch, but the man in front of him. His calm and composed appearance in front of many death cult leaders was too natural, as if he was a natural high-level manager. And at this moment, the road ahead was blocked, and Alistair, who was once known as the most talented magician, blocked the two of them. His fingers were still flipping the tarot cards, and his cold eyes met Akhtar's. Fafnir, wait for me outside first. Shimu ordered calmly, which made Fafnir stunned for a moment, but his body consciously walked out to the outside world. In terms of magic power, he is actually stronger than Akhtar, a human, and has experienced more years, but he still subconsciously obeys Akhtar's orders. Unlike when he came here, after witnessing Akhtar and the Cult of Death, he has clearly realized one thing. That is, Akhtar is completely different from him. Come with me. Shimu turned around and walked side by side with Alistair. The two walked into an underwater garden, with colorful coral reefs growing on both sides of the road. The ceiling had seawater falling in the form of waterfalls, forming blue curtains, making people feel like they were in a dream. Akhtar, why are you so confident that you can become a demon? Alistair asked the doubts in his heart. He was once known as the most talented magician. He not only proposed groundbreaking theories, but also made progress at a speed that was unmatched in the contemporary era. However, he never became a demon despite his amazing talent. The god of war said that I can become a demon. Shimu answered casually, leaving Alistair silent. After the two walked for a while. What's the reason? Alistair asked. He had been trying to become a demon, but he had never succeeded. In order to become a demon smoothly, he had been holding back from exceeding the limits of human beings, hoping that he could become a demon directly when he was at the peak of human beings. You should ask the god of war. Shimu shook his head. He just said that I can become a demon and hopes to fight with me in the future. Alistair stopped flipping the tarot cards in his hand, stood there for a long time, and was silent for a long time, and asked, Ritual, talent, strength, I have no shortcomings, but I still can't become a demon. Shimu did not answer, but listened to Alistair's words quietly. The man next to him had a stronger talent than ordinary demons, but Alistair was not an original soul, and could not make his soul change qualitatively when he was at the peak of his human life. Therefore, he has always been stuck at the peak of human beings. Do you think I should change my path? Alistair asked calmly, but Shimu remained silent and did not give any answer. He did not answer not because he could not make a decision for Alistair, but simply because he did not want to trigger the side quest. Exploring the mystery of not being able to become a demon with Alistair was a secret he had known for a long time, and was of no value at all. Although this side quest could obtain Alistair's original magic. This is for you. Alistair handed a tarot card in his hand to Akhtar. This can enhance your efficiency in using magic. After saying that, he turned and left without much communication. Unless he could catch the gods to interrogate, it would be impossible to know the hidden conditions of becoming a demon. Then there was no point in continuing to ask. Return to Fafnir City. Shimu raised his hand and pushed the door open. He found the white-haired girl sitting at the head of the bed with her hands on her knees. Her delicate face was confused and sad. What's wrong? You look so unhappy? Akhtar, do you think I am a dead dragon? The white-haired girl raised her face and asked Akhtar, who was sitting beside the bed. She was obviously no different from a living dragon, but she was told that she was a dead dragon. Shimu thought about it seriously and said, if it is a dead dragon, it cannot give birth to offspring. How about we try it? Pa! The white-haired girl's face was covered with a pillow. The confusion and sadness on her face disappeared, and she became angry. This man still wanted to bully her at this time. Shimu took off the pillow that was stuck to his face, looked at the white-haired Loli's bulging cheeks, stretched out his hand, and poked it with his fingers, and heard a puff sound of air leaking. The atmosphere fell silent. Then, he was bitten with a wow. Shimu shook his hand, trying to shake off the white-haired Loli biting his palm, but found that she bit very tightly, and there was no way to shake it off. He pretended to be helpless and said, Let go first. Do you still want to know if you are still a living dragon? The white-haired Loli reluctantly let go of her mouth. Her resentment towards Akhtar had not completely disappeared, but she did want to know if she was a living dragon. As the believer most favored by the Witch of Death, Akhtar should be able to see some clues, at least to give her reference information. Shimu observed for a moment, pinched the white-haired Loli's smooth cheek, turned left and right, and then came to the conclusion, rather than saying it's a dead dragon, it's better to say that you are stuck with a bug. You should be an existence that did not go to the underworld after death. The white-haired Loli asked, What do you mean? You don't have the ability to awaken, right? Shimu asked, and after seeing the white-haired Loli nodded, any existence with a soul in this world, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, will awaken its own unique ability. He rubbed the white-haired Loli's head. You have reached the conditions for awakening magic, but you still don't have the ability to awaken. Chapter 147. The white-haired Loli pursed her lips. What do you mean? Without the existence of a soul, you cannot awaken your own abilities. Shimu replied calmly, that is to say, you don't have a soul. Is my soul in hell? The white-haired Loli asked this question. She had actually long been puzzled by her inability to awaken her abilities, although most of the awakened abilities of dragons were useless, such as growing an extra toe or letting one's pupils change color freely, no matter how useless the abilities were. After reaching a certain level of strength, any dragon should be able to awaken its abilities naturally. But she never had the ability to awaken. And now she finally figured out the reason. She lacked the necessary condition for awakening her abilities, that is, having her own soul. Whether the soul went to hell or not, I don't know. Shimu lied without changing his face, and said to the nervous white-haired Loli, But you do lack a soul. The white-haired Loli subconsciously grabbed the hem of her skirt with her little hand, although she tried her best to stay calm so as not to lose her composure. But her heart was still filled with anxiety. The current situation was like a human being who was suddenly told one day that she was a puppet, not the human she had always thought she was. This subversive shock was enough to make a person completely collapse. She was now able to remain calm and communicate normally with Akhtar. It was already very difficult. I have only seen 2 cases like yours. Shimu glanced at the uneasy white-haired Lolita and spoke as if to comfort her. They were all interfered by the power of demons or witches, so that they could still maintain the ability to think without a soul. The white-haired Lolita's eyes lit up. What do you mean? That's what you need to consider. Shimu shook his head and stood up on his knees. I'm going to talk to Eden. You can think carefully about your past life. Maybe you can find clues. Wait! The white-haired Lolita reached out and grabbed the corner of Akhtar's clothes. After Akhtar cast a puzzled look, she forced herself to think calmly and whispered, Your situation is actually quite bad, right? Although she could rely on her cute appearance to beg Akhtar softly, Akhtar was a conspirator who intended to subvert the world. It was impossible for him to be soft-hearted and help her just because she looked cute. So she had to come up with a chip that would move Akhtar's heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to impress Akhtar, and she didn't like to rely on her cute face to let people help her unconditionally. This was an immature behavior in her eyes. What do you want to say? Shimu asked with interest. He had a good impression of the white-haired Loli, not only because of her cute appearance, but also because of her calm and correct way of dealing with things, compared with being cute and pitiful to beg for help. This white-haired Loli would use her brain to think about what the players really need and put forward conditions that are tempting enough, instead of relying on her cuteness to make unreasonable demands on players. The cult of death, except for the Witch of Death, has the same power as God. The white-haired Loli lowered her eyes and grabbed the corner of Akhtar's clothes tightly. You have no other means to deal with God. According to her assessment of the current strength of the death cult, apart from the existence of the Witch of Death, the death cult has no power to deal with the God level. Then what? Shimu tilted his head, looked at the calm face of the white-haired Loli, and waited for the next answer. Although this answer was deliberately guided by him. Then we have room for cooperation. The white-haired Loli calmly stated her conditions. If my missing soul is due to the interference of the devil, does it mean that you may find a partner to cooperate with? Huh. You dare to say that? Shimu sneered, stretched out his hand to lift the white-haired Loli's chin, and looked into her ruby-like eyes. If the matter is leaked, it means that the little princess of the Dragon Empire is helping the death cult to find the devil. This problem is very serious. Then Akhtar, as a hero, is he going to abandon his identity as a hero? The white-haired Loli pursed her lips, and answered in a tone as calm as possible. This is my own decision, and it has nothing to do with the Dragon Empire. Shimu looked at the calm white-haired Lolita and smiled. Actually, you think that even if it is exposed, you can say that I coerced you, right? The white-haired Lolita thought about it, but before she could answer, Shimu sat down and lay back. TSK, I feel like I was calculated. He turned over. I don't want to help you find the missing soul. The white-haired Lolita pursed her lips. This man was willing to lie down, which meant that he was already moved, but he still wanted to ask for more chips. What a greedy man. Don't you want a demon to help you? Who can guarantee that the demon is willing to cooperate or is alive? Shimu replied, I still have a lot of things to deal with, and I don't have time to go with you to find a demon that may not exist. Greedy bad man. The white-haired Loli tugged at the hem of her skirt with her little hands, stared at the smiling Akhtar, and said dejectedly, Tell me your conditions. My shoulders are a little sore after working all day. Shimu said something meaningful, and then he felt a soft little foot stepping on his back to help massage. But the slightly heavy force still showed that the white-haired Loli was angry and dissatisfied. But he didn't care about this, lying on the soft bed, and said, It's actually quite simple to find the truth. Just find someone who is most likely to know the truth and read his memory. The white-haired Loli fell into thought. If there is any dragon that has a bad relationship with her, it is possible to read useful information. Is there a suitable candidate? Shimu asked. Yes. The white-haired Loli answered, and Shimu felt 2 little feet stepping on his back and chuckled. I don't think I have ever been a dragon knight. The prerequisite for becoming a dragon knight is the same gender. The white-haired Loli stepped hard on the big conspirator under her, and answered very seriously, The law does not allow us to form a partnership. There is a law in the Dragon Empire that the opposite sex is not allowed to form a dragon knight, otherwise it may destroy the family of the dragon. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Shimu sighed disappointedly, I still have a lot of things to deal with, and I don't have time to accompany you to find the truth behind the scenes. The white-haired Lolita said expressionlessly, I can find it myself. But you know too many secrets that you shouldn't know. Shimu replied, I can't let you leave my side. The white-haired Lolita was silent for a while, and stepped hard on Akhtar's feet. This guy is still interested in the demons that may be hidden. Then you owe it first, and you can compensate me when you grow up. Shimu chose to give in very kindly, and did not choose to force the white-haired Lolita to become his partner. This is not only because the white-haired Lolita is not strong enough, but also because he already has a better means of transportation. Wait until you can survive the crusade of the gods. The white-haired Lolita said angrily. She didn't think Akhtar was really interested in her, but just wanted to bully her. Otherwise, with Akhtar's strength and appearance, he would have found a suitable object long ago, the Valkyrie Misty, who was hostile to the gods. It is obviously more suitable for Akhtar. That day, Nibelheim, the territory of the Black Dragon clan, is wrapped in the fog that never dissipates. Mountains that look like barbs rise from the ground, and black dragons travel between the fog and the mountains. The Black Dragon lives on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain live the servants, who serve the dragon, including humans, elves, dwarves, and other intelligent creatures. The dragon provides a place to live and shelter. The servants have to offer treasures and food in exchange for the dragon's shelter and residence qualification, which is a very interesting symbiotic relationship. The highest mountain in Nibelheim is the residence of the Black Dragon King, and it also gathers the most humans, dwarves, elves, and other intelligent creatures. The houses built around the highest peak are lined up one after another, and the prosperity is higher than that of Fafnir City. It is considered the capital of the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King is stronger than the Red Dragon King. The white-haired Loli sat on the horse and turned her head to Akhtar behind her and said, How are you going to explore her memory? Since you know she is so strong, why did you bring me here? Shimu asked back, and the white-haired Loli gave a confident answer after hearing this. People like you who intend to subvert. Ahem, people like you must have many means, and there will be no problem dealing with the Black Dragon King. The man behind her is a conspirator who intends to subvert the world, and he is also related to the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Lies. It is not difficult to deal with the Black Dragon King. So she instinctively thinks that Akhtar can easily deal with the Black Dragon King. Let's try asking directly first. Shimu said calmly, turning his head to look at Eden who was sitting quietly behind him, and said confidently, If she doesn't want to tell the truth, then I can only ask Eden. Let him fight the Black Dragon King now. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Even if he releases 2 swords of light at the same time, he can't kill the Black Dragon King. And the Black Dragon King had a conflict with Eden, according to the official setting of the game. About 4,000 years ago, the Black Dragon King defeated the Big Tree Guard, who guarded the All-Knowing Tree, and witnessed the true body of the All-Knowing Tree. Then the Black Dragon King took a bite of the trunk of the All-Knowing Tree, swallowed part of the trunk, and awakened extraordinary power. Then, he was beaten by Eden and thrown out. Aren't you going to take action? The white-haired Loli asked, and then Akhtar held her head and rubbed it hard. I can't beat him, so I talk if I can. Shimu was not ashamed at all, and drove the mare to the top of the mountain. Eden, who was sitting sideways on the horse, smiled slightly when she heard the words, raised her hand to gently gather the hair beside her ear, and cast her eyes on the dragon's nest on the mountain. About 4,000 years ago, the Black Dragon King used his ability to find the location of the all-knowing tree. When she was not paying attention, he bit the bark of the all-knowing tree. Although it was an imperceptible wound, the all-knowing tree had completely healed. But that also proved that the Black Dragon King's teeth were very powerful. After all, the all-knowing tree is a big tree that is everywhere. Time is the branches of the all-knowing tree, and space is the root system of the all-knowing tree. It is already very powerful to be bitten by a small wound. Even if an ordinary dragon breaks its teeth, it is impossible to hurt the all-knowing tree. Passing through the fog, the mare came to a huge cave, and her pace slowly slowed down until she stopped uncomfortably. Partner, leave the rest to us. Shimu touched the mare's neck with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Maloli, who was narrating, rolled her eyes gently. This man treated his mount much more gently than she did to her. The mare rubbed the ground with her hooves, looked at the dark cave with two lantern-like eyes, and gently rubbed Akhtar's hand. Then she stepped back a few steps, and came behind Eden. She was still very clear about who could protect her safety. Shimu retracted his gaze, and looked at the huge black dragon that slowly walked out of the dark cave. Every scale on her body seemed to be made of black gold, reflecting a clear human figure, and the smooth body lines revealed explosive power. Unlike the surging magic aura emitted by the Red Dragon King, the black dragon that appeared exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Akhtar, Evelyn, and the all-knowing saint. The Black Dragon King's eyes swept through them one by one, and finally landed on Eden. Her pupils suddenly shrank. After so many years, you still come to my door. Eden, But I won't beg for mercy for this. Even if I am given another choice, I will still bite off the all-knowing tree. Flames overflowed from the Black Dragon King's teeth, and his body was highly tense, staring at the calm Eden. She had fought with Eden in the past, and was easily thrown out of the all-knowing tree, without any room for resistance. Although 4,000 years have passed, her strength has long surpassed the past, but facing the all-knowing saint again, still didn't feel that she had any chance of winning. Don't be afraid, Eden said softly, but this sentence stimulated the Black Dragon King, and the dragon claws slapped the ground hard, shaking the entire mountain. Who is afraid? Eden, What are you looking for me for? The Black Dragon King snorted coldly, and his attitude suddenly softened. This did not mean that she was afraid of the all-knowing saint, but she saw that the all-knowing saint had no intention of fighting, so she did not want to fight to the death with the all-knowing saint. She had eaten the all-knowing tree before, and it was indeed her fault. However, for a vegetarian lover, seeing the grandeur of the all-knowing tree, who could resist taking a bite? And she only took a small bite, which was not a big deal for the grand all-knowing tree. Even if she kept chewing, it would not cause too serious impact on the all-knowing tree. I want to know where her soul has gone, Eden said briefly, and cast his eyes on the white-haired lowly. The Black Dragon King was slightly stunned, and then reacted. The person who provoked the all-knowing saint was actually the little princess of the Dragon Empire. She stared coldly at the white-haired lowly, and fell into deep thought. She was actually very clear about the white-haired lowly. In her opinion, the white-haired lowly was a puppet created by the White Dragon King, who was unwilling to accept reality. She could not be considered a living dragon at all. The real little princess had died long ago, and her soul went to hell. After thinking for a moment, she went to hell. She was just a puppet. The Black Dragon King answered truthfully, although she has Evelyn's memory, she is just a puppet used by the White Dragon King to comfort herself. In essence, she is just a puppet that acts according to past memories. She sneered. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance. As long as the White Dragon King is willing, there will be as many cute dolls as he wants. The white-haired Lolita opened her mouth and looked at the cold and indifferent eyes of the Black Dragon King. She finally knew why the Black Dragon King treated her so badly and despised her. She lowered her head. You already know the answer. The Black Dragon King continued, if there is nothing else, then you can leave. At this point, she looked down at the confused and helpless white-haired Lolita, exhaled a hot breath, blew up the hair on the forehead of the white-haired Lolita, revealing the delicate and cute face, and couldn't help but say, Ha! Looking at your face, I think of that little guy crawling on my back. So, that's why I hate you so much. After saying that, he was about to return to the dark cave. And just at this moment, how stupid. Shimu suddenly spoke, raised his hand, and pressed it on the head of the white-haired lowly, and looked at the black dragon coldly. Is she a puppet or not? I don't know. Ha, what do you, a human, know? The black dragon king sneered. Although Akhtar was a hero, she didn't care at all. After all, she had eaten the dragon of the tree of all-knowing. This feat can't be said to be unprecedented, but at least it is unprecedented. Shimu lowered his head, and happened to look at the white-haired lowly, who looked up. He grinned and said, "Can a puppet look so aggrieved? To the point of dropping a little pearl?" The white-haired lowly was slightly stunned, raised her hand, and touched her cheek, and found that she had cried without knowing when. But Shimu smiled helplessly when he saw this, squatted down, and wiped the tears from the white-haired lowly's cheek with his fingers. "There is no doubt that you are not a puppet." He thought for a moment, and smiled gently. "This is the affirmation of a great conspirator, who intends to overthrow the world." "Really?" The white-haired lowly opened her mouth, and her ruby-like eyes reflected Akhtar's gentle smile. Shimu smiled and rubbed the white-haired lowly's head. "Is it impossible for the words of a great conspirator, who intends to overthrow the world, to be convincing? Of course. It is easy to imagine how terrifying Akhtar is. He is the culprit who actively guides the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Lies to cooperate, causing the overlap of life and death." "So this man said?" The white-haired lowly opened her cherry lips slightly, but found that her voice was choked, and she couldn't speak smoothly at all. She pursed her lips. However, Shimu seemed to have misunderstood something when he saw this. He embraced the white-haired Lolita in his arms, raised his hand to touch her soft white hair, and whispered, "I will go to hell in a while, and bring your soul out, so you don't have to worry about it." The moment he finished speaking, he felt the petite body in his arms tremble slightly, and a pair of small hands grabbed his clothes, and cried in a suppressed voice. The black dragon king beside him fell silent when he saw this. Looking at the white-haired Lolita, who threw herself into Akhtar's arms, and suppressed her crying, he began to wonder if there was something wrong with her idea. Dragon, can it still be considered alive without a soul? But the emotions displayed by Princess Evelyn at this moment were stronger than any dragon, which was not the level that a puppet could show at all. Shimu kept a gentle smile, gently stroked the white-haired Lolita in his arms, and comforted her with an extremely gentle voice. It took a long time. The sobbing became quieter, and the clothes on his chest were also wet, and the white-haired Lolita's mood also stabilized. Well, the next step is to open the copy of the Dragon Clan tomb. At the same time, on the other side, cold, tired. The biting cold wind blew through the India King city, squeezed into every alley, every gap, and drowned every bit of warmth. "I feel not hungry anymore." The little beggar hiding in the corner of the alley suddenly trembled, and suddenly felt that he had lost the feeling of hunger and cold, and a sense of relief was released from the depths of his soul. And before he could react, another person died. A nun in a black latex suit and high heels walked in front of him. "Little guy, do you want to go to hell, or do you want to continue living?" The little beggar looked up, and in front of him appeared a woman with a cold and charming temperament. She was tall and looked up to him, holding a black sickle in one hand. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look at such a beauty for too long. That was not something a beggar like him could look at, otherwise it would easily attract the guards' beating. "If possible, I still want to live." "Really?" Sharon responded calmly, then turned around and disappeared on the spot. She was rushing to the Dragon Empire, looking for a man who might know the truth and whom she wanted to see, the hero Akhtar, who was now praised by the wandering poets. And 7 or 8 hours after she left, boom! Inya Royal City was engulfed in flames, and the sky-high flames rushed straight into the sky, turning into a mushroom cloud, and the spreading heat melted the snow. In the flickering firelight, Coil walked out, followed by a petite girl with short purple hair and tattooed arms. She looked around and said in astonishment, "Hey, aren't you being too violent? We are here to rule this country, not to destroy it. I have controlled the force, they can't die." Coil replied calmly, "And it is convenient to expose the strong at once." The girl with purple short hair showed a speechless expression, wondering if this guy's brain circuit was abnormal, but thinking of Coil's strength, she was too lazy to argue with him. Anyway, as long as she conquered this country. And sure enough. Who is it? A strong storm suddenly swept through the India King city, blowing away the burning flames. A woman with long green hair and wearing a nun's uniform stood barefoot in the air, looking around vigilantly until her eyes locked on Coil. The two sides looked at each other. Then, whoosh! The storm rose and turned into a tornado that swept towards Coil. "Let me do it!" The girl with purple short hair rushed out at a faster speed and collapsed at the moment when the strong wind was about to approach. She shot out at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye she came in front of the nun with long green hair, stretched out her white palm, and grabbed the green-haired nun's cheek. A vicious smile appeared. "This is the wind." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying storm broke out, tearing the nun into blood foam, and disappeared into the sky with a strong wind. In the 4 directions of Enya King City, the followers of death began to invade. They did not carry out large-scale sacrifices, but only captured the followers of the god of storms, forcibly arrested all the civilians, and launched a missionary campaign of coercion and inducement. Chapter 148. I didn't expect there was another world. I thought you were an antique sleeping in a cave. Shimu looked around the extremely luxurious room, and couldn't help but sigh. The walls were painted with gold foil, priceless decorations were placed everywhere, the furniture was inlaid with various gems, and the carpet underfoot was the fur of some monster. The wrapping feeling underfoot made people want to lie on the ground and sleep comfortably. If someone successfully defeated the Black Dragon King and took away all the treasures in the room, it would be enough to buy a country. That's because you don't understand dragons. A cup of black tea with ice cubes was handed to Akhtar. Shimu subconsciously looked up and saw a mature and plump woman in her eyes. She was wearing a low-cut black dress. She bent down to hand over a cup of black tea, inadvertently exposing her white chest, which made people feel dizzy. He took the black tea handed to him and turned around to drink a sip of tea. "Let me think about where to start." The Black Dragon King chuckled and felt amused by Akhtar's unnaturalness. She stroked the black dress behind her hips and sat down gracefully. Shimu put down the teacup, glanced at Eden and the white-haired Lolita who were sitting quietly beside him, and exchanged glances with them. After the white-haired Lolita finished crying, the Black Dragon King took them into the dragon's nest, intending to have a frank conversation with them. Of course, this was also helped by Eden. Otherwise, even if the Black Dragon King realized that the white-haired Lolita was not a puppet, he would not bring them into the dragon's nest, but would kill them directly, and only take the white-haired Lolita into the dragon's nest to explain the past. 500 years ago, Evelyn was still a cub dragon. The Black Dragon King lifted his chin lightly, revealing a look of reminiscence. At that time, Evelyn was taken to Atlantis by her mother. The white-haired Lolita's expression dimmed, and she recalled the bad memories, although she was very young at that time and could not remember many things. However, she still remembered the trip to Atlantis with her mother very clearly, and it has not faded at all. Seeing this, Eden raised his hand and touched the white-haired Lolita's head, giving her some comfort. It may be premeditated, or it may be a coincidence. The Black Dragon King picked up the wine glass on the table, shook it gently, and drank it all. She looked at the pale face of the white-haired Lolita. A group of cultists attacked Evelyn and her mother, causing Evelyn to die on the spot, and her mother also died a few months later. The next step is the key to Evelyn's survival, right? Shimu picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a glass for the Black Dragon King. Yes. The Black Dragon King smiled sweetly, crossed his slender legs, leaned against the soft sofa, and told the truth. Evelyn is dead, but the White Dragon King, relying on himself as a god's partner, cooperated with the devil to save Evelyn. She took a sip of wine. I don't know the specific means used by the devil, but I know that Evelyn is alive again, and there is no difference between Evelyn in normal state. No difference between normal state? Evelyn held the teacup in her hand and fell into thought. Because she had read a lot of books, she didn't need anyone to explain, and she could think of many means that people mistakenly thought of as resurrection. Whether it is implanting one's own memory into the puppet, or trying to change a person's cognition and make her mistakenly think that she is someone else, the illusion of resurrection can be created. It is no wonder that the Black Dragon King treats her as a puppet. A person without a soul, and with Evelyn's memory is a puppet no matter how you look at it, rather than the person who knows it. Now even she herself began to doubt whether she was a puppet with implanted memory. No matter what state you are in now. The Black Dragon King's words were not warm or evasive, and he spoke frankly. But if Evelyn's soul can be taken out of hell and put back into your body, then I am the real Evelyn. The white-haired lowly added the second half of the sentence, and the Black Dragon King nodded when he heard it. She cast her eyes on Akhtar and said, "But a living person goes to hell. Are you sure you want to do that?" Shimu did not answer, drinking tea silently, and the Black Dragon King also got the answer from his reaction. She asked, Are you not interested in Evelyn? Compared to Evelyn, I am more interested in you." Shimu answered as if jokingly, which made the Black Dragon King slightly stunned, and then laughed dumbly. However, the white-haired lowly next to her was not very happy. She had a subtle illusion that she was disliked by Akhtar. Mingming said last time that he wanted to try to have a baby with her. Do you prefer mature women? The Black Dragon King thought for a while, glanced at the white-haired lowly, and said with a smile, "The little princess is very similar to her mother. When she grows up, she will also be a woman with a good figure, much more feminine than me. She is very self-aware. Although her figure and appearance are not bad, her personality is too strong. A hero like Akhtar is also extremely strong and arrogant. It is impossible for him to choose to be suppressed by her. Only Evelyn, a gentle and intelligent female dragon, can get along well with Akhtar. It's meaningless to discuss this." Shimu took the initiative to change the topic and asked the Black Dragon King, "Where is the demon you were talking about?" The Black Dragon King did not answer and fell into deep thought. As for where the demon is, this is a very secret information, which not only concerns the Dragon Clan, but also the gods. "Don't worry, I won't leak the secret," Shimu promised. "I just want to communicate with the demon. This is not a question of leaking secrets or not." The Black Dragon King shook his head gently, still thinking and making a decision, but when he saw the expectant expression of the white-haired lowly and Eden sitting quietly beside him, she suddenly asked, "The existence of that demon is related to the most important secret of the Dragon Clan, and it is impossible to tell it casually." Shimu nodded and asked, "Tell me your request. Unless you bite the tree of all-knowing again." The Black Dragon King stated his conditions, and the atmosphere solidified. Shimu glanced at Eden, who didn't speak, and refused. "No." "That's right." The Black Dragon King stood up on his knees and walked out of the living room. She waved her hand with her back to the crowd. "Wait for me for a moment, I contact him." She naturally couldn't leak the secrets of the Dragon Clan, it was too important. However, contacting the devil, and letting the devil decide whether to meet Akhtar is not a serious problem. After a moment, the Black Dragon King returned with a subtle look, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he came to Akhtar and chuckled. He agreed, "But you need to find him yourself." "Okay." Shimu answered immediately, and had no objection to his meeting with the devil, and the Black Dragon King was also very straightforward, handing over a map. "He is waiting for you in the Dragon Tomb. You can only go to see him by yourself." "Well, it doesn't matter if you take Evelyn with you, but you can't take Eden with you." Shimu frowned, showing an embarrassed expression. "If Eden is not by my side to protect me, then I will be in danger, right? As a hero, you still need a woman to protect you?" The Black Dragon King's expression was subtle, but Shimu was completely unmoved and raised the teacup in his hand. "Who stipulates that women can't protect men? You are discriminating against women." Black Dragon King, She turned her head to look at Eden, who was sitting quietly, and found that Eden did not show any resistance or concern, and obviously did not care about Akhtar's speech. Silence. "In short, you can't take Eden with you." She crossed her arms, her plump frame trembled, and said firmly, "If you want to take Eden with you, he won't show up. I have to leave for a while too." Eden suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of everyone present. She raised her hand to gently gather her hair by her ears, and looked at Akhtar. "I have thought of a way to cure you. If everything goes well, you don't have to worry about the trouble of Surtur's fire from now on." Shimu asked in confusion, "What method?" "Wait until I confirm whether it is feasible." Eden shook her head gently, turned around and turned into a golden mist, and disappeared on the spot. She originally planned to separate from Akhtar after a while, but since the Black Dragon King said so, she left. The dangerous woman has finally left. The Black Dragon King heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the chair, his body slightly limp. "As the Dragon King, you should have no reason to be afraid of the all-knowing saint, right?" The white-haired Lolita spoke, feeling strange about the Black Dragon King's reaction. In response, the Black Dragon King rolled his eyes, feeling helpless towards the naive Princess Evelyn. She sat up straight and explained to Evelyn. "Evelyn, do you think I'm strong?" "Of course." The white-haired Lolita nodded. Being able to become the pinnacle of the Black Dragon Clan, she is undoubtedly a strong person, otherwise she would not be able to become the Black Dragon King. "Even if I am the enemy of God, I have a certain chance of winning." The Black Dragon King said something extremely arrogant, and then showed a depressed expression. "But it is impossible for me to defeat the all-knowing saint." The white-haired lowly showed a puzzled expression. She knew Eden was a person who seemed indifferent, but extremely gentle. As for her strength, she didn't know it very well. She only thought that she was at the level of a regular saint, although she could rely on the power of God to exert power beyond the limit of human beings. To be the enemy of that woman is to be the enemy of the world, the Black Dragon King said seriously. After she took a bite of the all-knowing tree, she realized the true identity of Eden, who was the incarnation of the all-knowing tree. "Is Eden so powerful?" Shimu showed a surprised expression, and the Black Dragon King nodded seriously after hearing the words, and then looked at him strangely. What on earth did you rely on to attract the all-knowing saint to follow you? Because she wanted me to burn the tree. Of course, you can't say that. Shimu just pretended to be puzzled and shook his head, and didn't tell the Black Dragon King the truth. It can't be because you are handsome, right? The Black Dragon King looked at Akhtar and felt that Eden, the omniscient saint, could not be such a superficial woman. Then I don't know. Shimu stood up on his knees, and said goodbye to the Black Dragon King. Let's go to the Dragon Tomb first without delay. Go ahead, I won't see you off. Waving her hand, the Black Dragon King did not keep her. She also knew that Akhtar was very busy, and could not chat with her. And she didn't want to be too deeply involved with Akhtar. This man was too weird. Not only was he involved with the omniscient saint, but he was also a follower of the Witch of Death, and received the favor of the Goddess of Life. Outside the cave. What are you going to do next? Shimu turned his head, and looked at the white-haired lowly beside him, and asked, Are you going to the White Dragon territory to find your father to ask the truth, or are you going to see the devil with me? Of course I'm going to see the devil with you. The white-haired lowly answered without hesitation. Since Akhtar had done so much for her, she naturally couldn't let Akhtar face it alone. And asking the truth to his father would only add trouble to his father, so it would be better to let his father feel that he didn't know the truth. Really? Shimu smiled, summoned the mare, climbed on the back of the horse, stretched out his hand to the white-haired lowly, and pulled her into his arms. Then he headed towards the Dragon Tomb. Dragon Tomb. In the eyes of outsiders, it is a cemetery that belongs exclusively to giant dragons, but this cemetery is not accessible to everyone. You must believe in a specific god to enter. Otherwise, they can only find the cemetery by themselves. The souls of dragons that can enter the Dragon Tomb do not need to go to hell, and can always serve the gods, so there is also a saying that the Dragon Tomb is the domain of the gods. The horseshoe stepped on the floating clouds, leaving a horse hoof footprint. Looking from the ground, the clouds were pierced by an unknown force, and spread into horse hoof footprints, but no animals were seen passing by. After a while, the mare stopped at a corner, and landed on a mountain peak. She looked at the sacred building in front of her, and saw several towers standing in the clouds, as if they were swords piercing the sky. Compared with a plague temple, the Dragon Tomb is many times more magnificent. It is worthy of being the building of the most powerful country in the world. Partner, rush in directly. Shimu leaned over and whispered to the mare, Normally, there is no way to get in, but as long as the guards can't react, there will be no problem. According to the normal process, he would take the white-haired lowly to see the White Dragon King, say a lot of unnecessary nonsense, and then get the Dragon King's permission to enter the Dragon Tomb, but this is too troublesome. Unlike people's imagination, the White Dragon King is actually a nagging dragon. He is not sure about the player's feelings for the white-haired lowly, and the player's danger, so he will not easily let the player take the white-haired lowly into the Dragon Tomb. However, as long as you run fast enough and break into the Dragon Tomb directly, you can skip the communication process. As for the chaos caused by breaking into the cemetery, the White Dragon King, who loves his daughter, and the devil behind the scenes will find a way to solve it. Isn't this not good? The white-haired lowly whispered. She felt that breaking into the Dragon Tomb directly was a very dangerous thing, but there were gods wandering in it occasionally. The mare thought the same thing, rubbing her hoof against the ground, and looked into Akhtar's eyes, and found that Akhtar's eyes were very serious. The two looked at each other. Don't worry, fate is on my side. Shimu smiled confidently, and the mare was silent after hearing this. She rubbed her hoof against the ground a few times, and suddenly stepped on the ground. With the air bursting and the screams of Lowly, she rushed out like lightning and rushed into the open gate of the Dragon Tomb. Wait, who dares to trespass? The guarding dragon at the gate opened its mouth, and was about to spit out dragon breath. However, the lightning-like figure had disappeared, and only the strong wind blew over his body. There is an intruder! The dragon next to him reacted, roared, waved the dragon wings behind him, turned around and rushed into the Dragon Tomb. And with this dragon roar, dense dragons flew from the sky and rushed to the Dragon Tomb to support. At the same time, in the Dragon Tomb, a long and simple stone road stretched to the shoulders of the vision. On both sides of the road stood huge human-shaped stone statues. Their bodies began to tremble, and they raised their bows and aimed at the invaders in the distance. However, before they could shoot their bows and arrows, the black flames like ink cut their heads. Who is this invader? The chasing dragon found the stone statues that were chopped along the way, and flapped its wings more vigorously. On the other side. Calm down! The white-haired lowly shouted anxiously, turned around and hugged the crazy Akhtar, trying to stop Akhtar from killing. These statues are very valuable and expensive. If we don't kill them, we will be shot by arrows. Shimu held the great sword of death in one hand, and the sword of light in the other. On his chest was a white-haired loli, who was hugging him tightly. Her soft body conveyed a very soft touch along with her anxiety. If we kill them, it won't make sense. The white-haired loli was about to cry. She didn't understand Akhtar's logic at all. He was such a calm man before. Why did he suddenly become a fighting maniac now? No, this will make sense, Shimu explained, which made the white-haired loli even more incomprehensible. But Shimu didn't plan to explain in depth. How can this be explained? Before she finished speaking, the white-haired loli found that her vision changed, and she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Everywhere she looked was a mountain of bones, which were the remains of the dead dragon. What an unexpected reaction. A puzzled voice came from not far away. The white-haired loli looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man in a magic robe and a monocle standing elegantly in the air. Akhtar, did the fire of Surtur burn your head? The man asked puzzledly. He didn't understand Akhtar's formal logic at all. There was obviously a better way to meet him, so why did he choose the most noisy way directly? Fate tells me that this choice is the most convenient. Shimu casually blamed fate. Anyway, he had the fate prayer taught by teacher Hecate, and he had sufficient right to interpret. If there was any unreasonable behavior, he could just blame fate. I didn't know you were a believer of the three goddesses of fate. The man's tone was too calm, and Shimu just smiled and said, You originally planned to test my talent, right? The man fell silent. After discovering that Akhtar wanted to meet him, he wanted to test Akhtar's talent, to know if this genius had the ability to become a demon, and to establish a connection with the Witch of Death through Akhtar. And now his actions seemed to be seen through. If you want to test, just test it openly. Shimu smiled and shook the great sword of death. It's too boring to set up a trap and arrange all kinds of traps. Just send someone to fight me. He spoke to the denial demon in front of him. Don't let me down. It's not just you who want to test me. In fact, I also want to test you, at least to confirm whether you can be on an equal footing with the Witch of Death. Human, you really dare to say that? The denial demon laughed, but his attitude did change. This human seemed to be different from what he expected. Shimu got off the horse, took off the white-haired loli from his arms, and then said to the demon of denial, Come on, I can't wait to kill. Demon of denial, Is this human's brain circuit wrong? But he was just thinking. Snap. The sound of snapping fingers came, and the dragon skeletons on the ground moved, and the pupils emitted a faint blue flame. Start cutting. Shimu didn't waste any words, and pushed the ground hard with his feet. His body shot out like a bullet, and cut the skull of the nearest bone dragon with a sword. Then his body flipped in the air, and landed on the falling bone dragon head, looking around at the attacking bone dragons. The black flame of the sword of death in his hand burned more fiercely. Chapter 149. Is it because of the power of the Witch of Death that he has a stronger control over the ancient dragons? The denial demon held his chin with his hand, revealing a thoughtful expression. The narrator Mal lowly pursed her lips when she heard this, and her ruby-like eyes reflected a nearly crazy picture. The ancient dragons that had long been dead came back to life and rushed towards Akhtar, but were killed in an instant, carrying the black flames of death and falling at Akhtar's feet, turning into part of the burning bone mountain. And Akhtar was on the bone mountain burning with black flames, welcoming the challenges of the bone dragons, and killing the bone dragons that came one after another. Your Highness, you have been with that man for a while. The denial demon turned his head, and said to the white-haired loli, What is your evaluation of him? They had already investigated the information about Akhtar, but after all, they were not in person, so the information would naturally have errors. In response, the white-haired Lolita was slightly stunned, and looked at the elegant demon beside her. She seemed to have met this demon before. But she didn't ask immediately. Akhtar is a gentle and good person, she said a little insincerely, which made the demon of denial show a subtle expression. Did that man threaten you? No. The white-haired Lolita shook her head gently, recalling that Akhtar hugged her and promised to take her soul out of hell. A gentle smile appeared on her delicate face. That man is gentle deep down. Is that so? The demon of denial nodded gently, cast his eyes on the battlefield, and observed Akhtar's every move. Seeing this, the white-haired Lolita next to him turned his head slightly, revealing a guilty look. She had indeed been threatened by Akhtar. She initially thought that Akhtar was a conspirator who intended to overthrow the world, but she had recently changed her mind about Akhtar, and thought that Akhtar was not a very bad man. So she was not lying. And at this moment, Pop! Another snap of fingers. Balls of fire fell from the sky. They were creatures different from any existing species, as if they were monsters made of flames and rocks. The moment they fell to the ground, they turned into giants burning with flames and charged at Akhtar. Artificial monsters. The negative demon gave the answer. Just like the monster which can create different monsters, we can naturally create corresponding species, but the stability and reproduction are still not as effective as the monster which, he explained under the gaze of the white-haired lowly. Essentially, they are no different from the puppets created by alchemists. They have no reproductive ability. They are just creatures made of technology and materials. They are theoretical creatures created so that people can survive in the world of Ash. Survive in the world of Ash? The white-haired lowly was stunned. She naturally knew the existence of the world of Ash. It was a world described in the book in the endless and distant future, where the twilight of the gods had completely come and the world was burned. However, how could there be creatures in such a world? It's just a theoretical creation. The demon of denial shook his head slightly, and through his monocle, he watched Akhtar use the fire of Ash to kill the artificial monsters one by one. In front of the flame that was enough to burn the world, the artificial monsters created were burned into ashes. If you want to survive in a world with nothing, you must be self-sufficient and avoid the eyes of the Lord of Ashes. That's basically impossible. The white-haired lowly gave an answer. In the endless and distant future, the Lord of Ashes is the same as the omniscient God. No, it may be an existence that surpasses the omniscient God. It is basically impossible to avoid the eyes of such an existence. The atmosphere fell silent. The denial demon shook his head gently, his expression revealing melancholy, and whispered, "That's why the Lord of Ashes cannot be born, otherwise we will all die." The white-haired lowly lowered her eyes, and her delicate face showed a thoughtful look. She asked the denial demon, "Do you want to avoid the inevitable Ragnarok? Who would want to die?" The denial demon answered like this, admitting that he wanted to avoid the inevitable Ragnarok. For humans with a short lifespan, Ragnarok has nothing to do with them. But for demons with an indefinite lifespan, Ragnarok is a real threat. Now they can avoid the pursuit and judgment of the omniscient God by using the bug, but there is no way to avoid the twilight of the gods by using the bug. Boom! The blazing flames burst out. Shimu drew out the sword of light that pierced the artificial monster. His body turned in the air. The sword turned and split the head of the artificial monster with one sword. The body fell, and the battle ended. The black and red flames intertwined, covering every corner of the battlefield. He swung the great sword of death and walked towards the direction of the demon of negation, and drank several bottles of potions to replenish his magic power to ensure that his condition could be restored as soon as possible. There are still a few more battles to be fought, but they won't be as playful as they are now. As expected of Akhtar, he has amazing fighting talent. The denial demon applauded, looking at Akhtar, who walked out of the flames, and smiled in appreciation. "If you can become a demon, you must be a powerful guy." Shimu moved his wrist and asked, "Do you feel satisfied?" "I don't care." The denial demon smiled gently, turned around and began to lead the way, explaining to Shimu behind him, "But those guys may not be as easy to talk to as I am." The white-haired Lolita was surprised. "Is there more than one demon in the dragon tomb?" "There are also witches." The denial demon explained, and then shook his head. "Of course, we are not strictly speaking demons and witches. They are all dead." Shimu answered on behalf of the denial demon. They were killed by the gods and their souls were locked in the dragon tomb. They cooperated with the gods to avoid the sight of the gods. The white-haired Lolita reacted quickly and immediately saw the truth. Shimu nodded. In the outside world, the dragon tomb is also known as the god's domain, which can keep the corresponding souls from going to hell and continue to serve the gods. So as long as they reach a cooperative relationship with the gods, they can hide their souls in the god's domain by faking their deaths. The denial demon listened to the conversation between the two people behind him, slowed down his pace slightly, turned his head to look at Akhtar's calm expression, and asked, "Why do you know so much?" "It's just logical reasoning." Shimu gave the answer. The dragon tomb has long been said to be the god's domain, so it's not surprising to deduce this fact. It's against common sense to think that gods and demons are collaborating immediately. The denying demon smiled with interest. "You should have seen demons or witches cooperating with gods, right?" Shimu did not answer. The white-haired Lolita next to him also turned her head away. She saw with her own eyes that the witch of death and the goddess of lies reached a cooperation. After a while, through the cemetery full of dragon bones, the three came to a vertical stone door. On both sides of the door were two huge ancient dragons lying on the ground motionless. "Next, you will be exposed to the deepest secrets of the Dragon Empire," The denying demon raised his hand and pushed open the heavy stone door. After entering, an ancient castle came into view. The green vines covered the walls, and red flowers bloomed. The souls of giant dragons were sleeping in the flowers. "Host, I feel the breath of the witch." Suddenly, a surprised voice came from my ears. Shimu rubbed his ears and pretended not to hear. He certainly knew there were witches in the castle, but he was not very interested in these dead guys. In the game of Mysterious Gate, the strength of a witch or a demon does not depend on the strength of their abilities, but mainly on whether they are alive and can fight against the gods. As long as they can survive. The bottom line is that they are strong people who have developed their abilities to the omnipotent level. Why is there no response? Is there a bug in my adjustment of the system panel? The system began to mutter, and then fell silent. It should continue to adjust the system panel. Shimu did not respond and entered the castle with the negation demon. Unlike the ancient outside, the interior is very messy, with various alchemical tools of unknown meaning and the remains of unknown life everywhere. They are probably useful things, but I'm too lazy to clean them up. The denial demon seemed to notice the subtle look of the white-haired lowly and Akhtar, and explained to them, in short, the longer you live, the more you will live. Can't you arrange servants to deal with it? The white-haired lowly asked, but the denial demon was silent after hearing this, and shook his head gently. There used to be servants who managed the castle, but later they all chose to go to hell, leaving only the sadness of parting. It's just that they live in a messy way, there's not much reason. Shimu raised his hand, and rubbed the white-haired lowly's head. Life at their level doesn't care about many things anymore. The white-haired lowly nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement. With the ability of the demon, it is not difficult to want a clean environment. The only explanation for such a mess is that they don't care. You seem to know us very well? A pleasant female voice came from the side. Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a half-elf girl. She had a sleepy expression on her face. She was wearing a loose white pajamas, exposing part of her fair and delicate shoulders. Only one of her slender legs under the short skirt was wearing white stockings, and the other foot seemed to have forgotten to wear it. She had a lazy temperament and a feminine intellectual beauty. While giving people a casual feeling, she also gave people a subtle feeling of mature women. However, it can be confirmed that she is a beauty. Host, she is a witch. The system's excited voice came out again, urging Shimu, the moon witch. She is much easier to capture than the death witch. Shimu, Well, don't move. The moon witch pinched her chin with her slender hand, moved in front of Akhtar, and met Shimu's eyes. Then asked a question. Akhtar, do you like witches more or goddesses? The atmosphere became subtle. The denial demon and the white-haired Lolita focused their eyes on Akhtar's face, and even cast curious glances at unknown places. In this world, a man who can be favored by both witches and goddesses, does he like witches more or goddesses more? They are all very curious about this question. There is no point in discussing this. Shimu chose to avoid it. He didn't want to answer this question. If he had to say who he liked more, it would definitely be a witch, but not the death witch, but his teacher, the fate witch. He was still very clear about who was the best for him. It's very meaningful to us. The moon witch yawned and said lazily, we need to confirm your position. She tilted her head, and her silver white hair slid across her cheek. If you turn around and report to the goddess of life, we will be in great trouble. Why do you think the goddess of life doesn't know you exist? Shimu asked back, making the atmosphere stagnant. I didn't bother you before, just because you are all dead, and you don't have the power and ability when you were alive, so I acquiesced to your existence. The moon witch didn't seem surprised. She turned her back to Akhtar and waved, human, follow me. Their existence is not a secret to gods who are high enough, but because they are in the dragon tomb and have lost their peak power, the gods have acquiesced to their existence. This is because their threat has been reduced, and also because the gods need their talents to avoid the inevitable Ragnarok in the future. Princess, please come with me. The denial demon raised his hand, and held down the white-haired Lolita who wanted to leave with Akhtar, saying, I need to deny your death. Deny my death? The white-haired Lolita turned her head, and looked at the denial demon wearing a monocle. The one who saved me back then? Was it you? Yes. The denial demon gave an answer. Back then, the White Dragon King brought your body to the dragon tomb, saying that your dragon life had just begun and could not be ended so casually, so we helped to extend your life. The white-haired Lolita raised her delicate face and asked the doubt in her heart, am I alive now? It depends on your definition of life. The denial demon shook his head. Now whether you and Evelyn are considered a dragon, even I can't give a definite answer. I can only say that you are connected. Suppose a person's body is divided into equal proportions, and then reassembled with a life-sustaining machinery. They have the same memories and habits. Then who can define who is the original body? And this problem is even more complicated for the white-haired Lolita. The body and soul are separated. Although they both have the same memories, the question of who is the real body is too idealistic. Chapter 150. Evelyn, do you want to consider living in the dragon tomb? The denial demon sat on a chair, crossed his fingers, and asked the white-haired Lolita across the table, in the outside world, you will be constantly corrected by the world and quickly enter death. The white-haired Lolita was puzzled. Corrected by the world? Yes. The denial demon replied, I deny your death, which is inconsistent with the order of life and death set by the omniscient God. The white-haired Lolita fell silent. Of course, she didn't want to stay in the lifeless dragon tomb, even though being buried in the dragon tomb was what normal dragons wanted. But she still yearned for the excitement of the outside world. Don't look so tangled. The denial demon smiled, put down his crossed hands in front of his chest, and smiled gently at the white-haired Lolita. Didn't that man say he would take your soul back from hell? He stood up with the armrest of the chair. Let's go, your old father should come to see you. Dad is here? The white-haired Loli stood up in surprise, and followed the denial demon out of the room. Not long after. Bang! The dull knocking sound echoed outside the door. After the denial demon and the white-haired Loli walked into the room, they saw a tall and heavy man with white hair standing upside down, slapping his fingers on the hard wooden table. Human, I will not agree to you being with Evelyn. Ah? Evelyn was slightly stunned, looking at her father with white hair standing upside down and angry to the point that his cheeks turned into a devil's. Her smart little head fell into a brief stagnation. She didn't quite understand what her father was saying. But after seeing Akhtar drinking coffee quietly, she immediately knew the reason. Please don't yell so loudly. Shimu put down his coffee cup, looked at the white dragon king across the table, whose hair stood on end with anger, and chuckled. And I am the only person who is currently known to have the possibility of bringing back Evelyn's soul. Isn't it appropriate for me to be with Evelyn? White Dragon King, If he hadn't known that Akhtar was connected to the Witch of Death, and might really go to hell in the future, he would have killed this damn human with a punch, instead of being furious and helpless against Akhtar. How about this? The Moon Witch sighed softly, you can have a duel, whoever wins, takes Evelyn away. I don't think this is good. The white-haired Lolita stood in front of her father, with an expressionless face, and then in the White Dragon King's surprised expression. Father, please don't embarrass Akhtar. The White Dragon King's expression froze. This was not what he expected. Why would his sweet little cotton jacket stand on Akhtar's side, without hesitation? But the white-haired Loli ignored her father. She turned to look at Jingjing and Coffee Akhtar and said, Sir Akhtar, please don't provoke my father with words. Is it not okay to tell the truth? Shimu put down the coffee cup and smiled at the white-haired Loli. I really want to be with you. The atmosphere stagnated. The white-haired Loli was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. It seemed that steam came out of her head. The originally smart little head froze instantly, and she couldn't even speak. The White Dragon King beside him looked at his daughter, with red cheeks, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. How did this bastard human raise his daughter's favorability? He could clearly perceive that his daughter had no resistance to Akhtar, a human, and rather had a considerable favorability. Human, tell me what is your purpose in coming to the Dragon Tomb? He decided to change the subject and stop Akhtar from continuing to flirt with his daughter. Otherwise, they might really talk about marriage later. Of course, it's to win over the witches and demons. Shimu seemed to be really diverted. He crossed his 5 fingers and rested his elbows on the table. Now that the Witch of Death has officially started a war with the gods, we need enough allies to support us. The Witch of Death has a low chance of winning. The White Dragon King waved his hand. His answer was not because he had an opinion on Akhtar, but purely from a factual perspective. Although the Witch of Death is very strong, it is still impossible for her to seize the dominance of this world. Even if the Witch of Death can survive the siege of the gods, it is impossible for her to face the 2 existences of the Goddess of Death and the Goddess of Life at the same time. In response, Shimu rolled his eyes. I didn't invite you to join, I invited the witches and demons. He looked at the Moon Witch who looked sleepy beside him, and then looked at the denial demon wearing a monocle not far away. But they are allies of the Dragon Clan. The White Dragon King crossed his arms. As an ally, is there any problem with offering suggestions? It's just a suggestion. Shimu smiled calmly, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured a cup of tea for the Moon Witch beside him. Joining you is not a problem. The Moon Witch yawned lazily and looked at Akhtar, But I want to know how you know of our existence, and how you foresee our fate. You can ask the Death Witch about this. Shimu said. Nonsense, seriously? The information about your fate was told to me by the Death Witch. Lie. The white-haired lowly turned her head slightly to hide her expression. Her stereotype of Akhtar was aggravated. This man lied without blushing. He could lie as if nothing had happened. He was indeed a conspirator who intended to subvert the world. It was through her that he realized that there was a demon behind the Dragon Empire, but now it was the Witch of Death who arranged all this. Is there a being who controls the power of fate? The Moon Witch analyzed calmly, looking at the smiling Akhtar, and said, Is it your teacher? She knew a lot about Akhtar's intelligence. It was not only from the singing of the bard, but also from the special investigation of the Dragon Empire. Basically, Akhtar's abilities and interpersonal relationships were investigated clearly. So she knew that Akhtar had a teacher who controlled all the trajectories of fate. If Akhtar's teacher successfully completed the ceremony and became a witch who controlled fate, then everything would make sense. What if I say yes? Shimu responded with a smile, and the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Both the White Dragon King and the Denial Demon showed a serious look at this moment, and their attitudes towards Akhtar changed. In the past, Akhtar was just a follower of the Witch of Death, which was not a heavy weight. It can only be said that Akhtar was amazing enough to attract the attention of the Witch of Death. There are many examples of geniuses like this in history. Because of their amazing talent, they attracted the attention of gods or demons. But that was just attracting attention, which did not mean that they could represent gods and demons. However, if Akhtar's teacher was the Witch of Fate, then the situation would be completely different. It meant that there was a witch behind Akhtar who loved him and controlled the power of fate. This weight is completely different. If your teacher is the Witch of Fate, it can explain why you can grow up so smoothly. The White Dragon King's face eased, and his attitude towards Akhtar became much better. He no longer regarded Akhtar as a poor boy who hooked up with his daughter. Although this poor boy has great potential, it is only potential. No one knows whether Akhtar can successfully become a demon. So many geniuses in history are stuck at the last step, and they can't break through the limits of human beings. However, it is completely different to have the support of the Witch of Fate. Not to mention the uniqueness of the power of fate, at least it can be confirmed that Akhtar is a person with a deep background. If your teacher is really the Witch of Fate, let me meet her. The Moon Witch spoke, but saw Shimu gently turned his head away, revealing an obvious guilty expression. Then, he coughed lightly. Join us, I will immediately summon the teacher to meet you. You summon first. The Moon Witch replied calmly, We will talk directly to your teacher, this is more efficient. Shimu remained silent. Boy, you don't have a destiny which is a teacher, do you? White Dragon King showed a suspicious expression. In response, Shimu just repeated, Join us, I will immediately summon the teacher. Since you are unwilling to summon the Destiny Witch, then it is assumed that you want to negotiate with us. The Moon Witch's face remained calm, and she stood up with her hands on the table. Then I need to confirm whether your value is enough to negotiate with us. Her tone was as cold as the cold moon. If you are not careful, you will die. Yes. Shimu replied with a smile, and followed the Moon Witch out of the room. Seeing this, the Demon of Denial laughed and disappeared. Father. The white-haired Lolita raised her hand and tugged at the sleeve of the White Dragon King, wanting to ask him to help Akhtar. However, don't worry, the Moon Witch has no hostility. The White Dragon King touched the white-haired Lolita's head and explained to her, since Hecate loves her apprentice very much, as long as Akhtar is in danger, she will definitely come out to protect Akhtar. He smiled. The Moon Witch's so-called verification of Akhtar's qualifications is just a test to see if there is no fate witch behind Akhtar. If there is a fate witch, then they will change their attitude. The white-haired lowly pursed her lips and said worriedly, But what if Akhtar has an accident? With the Denial Demon watching, nothing will happen. The White Dragon King gave an answer, even if he is fatally injured, there is room for recovery. At this point, he touched his chin again. But I really don't understand Akhtar's behavior. If he wants to hide the fact that his teacher is the Fate Witch, he shouldn't have deliberately discussed fate and let the Moon Witch guess it. And if he deliberately let the Moon Witch guess it, why didn't he summon the Fate Witch to appear, but put himself in a dangerous situation? Really a guy who makes people confused. The white-haired lowly thought for a while and said, Akhtar must have some deep reasons for doing that, but we may not have figured it out. She was so convinced. That man must have a deep meaning for doing this. Haha. Maybe? The White Dragon King laughed, raised his hand to rub his daughter's head, and took the white-haired lowly to witness Akhtar's battle. But it is also possible that Akhtar just played too much. No, Akhtar must have a deep meaning. The conversation between father and daughter floated outside the door, which was no different from an ordinary conversation between father and daughter. At the same time, on the other side, in a huge duel arena, Shimu looked around and saw dragon souls lying in the audience seats of the duel arena. This arena was too big and was not suitable for humans to duel. Instead, it was used for dragon duels. Akhtar, you still have the choice to regret now. The demon of denial stood opposite Akhtar, holding a cane in one hand and poking it into the ground. With Akhtar's face reflected in his monocle, what you are going to face next is the deceased Dragon King, which is not something that human power can reach. There are many strong men buried in the Dragon Tomb, including the deceased Dragon Kings of all generations, and the Dragon King represents the strongest of this kind of dragon. This is no longer an existence that can be dealt with by human limits. This is not the first time I have faced an enemy that exceeds human limits. Shimu answered, pulling out the great sword of death and inserting it into the ground, and I am very interested in the Dragon King. As long as I think about fighting with the Dragon King, I feel excited. He asked the elegant man in front of him. Demon of denial, do you like fighting? If it is an unnecessary fight, I don't like it. The demon of denial gave an answer, and then said, but for the time being, I understand your choice. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared without continuing to persuade Akhtar. Now he understood why Akhtar was willing to accept the test and risk death to fight the Dragon King. The man was eager to get nutrients from the battle. The wind blew across the ancient duel field, rolling up the smoke and dust on the ground, blowing the corners of Akhtar's clothes. He looked up at the sky with thunderclouds, knowing that a difficult Dragon King would appear soon, an enemy that he theoretically should not deal with at his current level. With this in mind, he took out bottles of magic potion and poured them down on himself. His fingertips and pupils also began to transform into beasts at this time, and his body surface began to emit high temperatures, like red-hot charcoal. The momentum was constantly rising, becoming more and more crazy. Boom! The red thunder struck down, exploding beside Shimu, leaving a deep pit on the stone pile ground. Then a thunderstorm fell. The duel field was almost washed by thunderstorms, and just as the red thunder submerged everything, a giant dragon descended from the sky and flew towards Akhtar, condensing its claws from thunder and swinging them at Akhtar. Boom! The strong wind mixed with thunder left 3 scratches on the ground, and the huge dragon body also fell to the ground completely, like a train out of control, sliding on the ground for a distance. The Dragon King turned his head and looked in the direction of Akhtar, and found that the human was standing there intact, still showing him a bad smile, with flames overflowing from his teeth. The two sides' eyes met. Then, they spit out dragon breath without hesitation, and the hot flames collided with the violent thunder, exploding into a white light that submerged everything. Chapter 151. The light faded, and smoke filled the duel field. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The denial demon stood in the front row of the audience and chatted with the moon which beside him. If he really has the support of the fate which behind him, then it would be troublesome for him to die here. So you have to observe the battle carefully, and don't let him really die. The moon witch yawned lightly, and her flat voice made it impossible to tell whether she really cared about the fate which behind Akhtar. In response, the denial demon just smiled, focused his attention on the battlefield, and stared at the 2 figures in the dispersing smoke. A huge dragon like a mountain range, and a human as small as an ant, who is stronger and who is weaker, there is no need to say. Ha, you are worthy of being the Dragon King. Akhtar exhaled a flame, and then clapped his hands, and the shadow behind him began to wriggle, and a clone with the same appearance as him emerged. There is no difference in breadth or strength. You are not human. The Dragon King suddenly spoke, staring at Akhtar. The breath of this human was very similar to that of a dragon. Rather than being a human, it was more like a dragon wearing human skin. Shimu did not answer, but pulled out the great sword of death that was inserted beside him, kicked the ground with both feet, and his body shot out like a cannonball. The clone next to him followed closely. The Dragon King did not continue to ask questions when he saw this, but suddenly swung his huge dragon body, and the red thunder condensed into dragon claws, sweeping towards the 2 attacking humans, sweeping across with a thunderstorm that was enough to make a country disappear. However, it disappeared. At the moment when the thunderstorm was about to submerge Akhtar and his clone, the 2 turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, and instantly appeared at the feet of the Dragon King. The great sword of death instantly chopped down, directly cutting the dragon scales, and the gushing dragon blood submerged Akhtar and his clone. At the moment when they were about to swing the next sword. Boom! The Dragon King's body suddenly moved. Although its size was as huge as a mountain, it was incredibly fast. It seemed to turn into thunder and disappeared on the spot. Its body rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Escaped. No, it was impossible for a Dragon King to escape, not to mention facing a weak human. The Dragon King was the pinnacle of dragons. Only those who surpassed the limits of humans could have the name of Dragon King. The bottomless magic power, the extremely powerful dragon body, and the fighting skills honed for thousands of years made the Dragon King almost invincible. So, the Dragon King just changed his fighting strategy. Troublesome guy. Akhtar rolled over without warning, and then a claw attack similar to thunder condensed, suddenly brushed the edge of his body, leaving 3 deep trenches on the spot. The figure of the Dragon King who launched the attack has disappeared from the spot, flying back into the sky, and disappearing into the dark clouds full of thunder. Unlike the clumsy dragons people imagine, the Dragon King's mobility is beyond that of humans, as fast as thunder, enough to kill people who react a little slower in an instant. He is going to lose. A dragon in the audience asserted that with the speed of the Dragon King, as long as he came a few more times, he could take Akhtar's life. After all, humans can't avoid lightning. The negative demon turned his head and looked at the worried white-haired lowly next to him, being able to avoid an attack. This already shows that his combat instinct is already very good. He will have a way. The white-haired lowly shook her head gently, and her little hand pinched the hem of her skirt. She believed that Akhtar would definitely have a way to deal with the current situation. He was a conspirator who intended to subvert the world. It was impossible for him to be defeated by a mere Dragon King. Otherwise, Akhtar's ambition to subvert the world would be too ridiculous. Therefore, although she didn't know what Akhtar's trump card was, nor did she know Akhtar's specific strength, she believed that Akhtar would have a way to deal with it. Summon his teacher to help? The White Dragon King touched his chin. With such analysis, it was impossible for Akhtar to face the Dragon King with thunder-like speed with his strength. He must have drawn out more decisive power. That's what we hoped for. The moon which stared at the Dragon King who launched another attack, and saw a huge figure rushing out of the thick dark clouds, swooping down with thunder. The dragon claw condensed by the red thunder swung down, and after Akhtar narrowly avoided it, the huge dragon body swung its tail again, wrapped in enough power to smash the mountains, and smash towards Akhtar. Boom! The dual field shook. This unexpected tail swing undoubtedly hit Akhtar, and crushed him into the ground of the dual field. Blood was even more cruelly squeezed, and splashed out from the dragon's tail. One can imagine how miserable Akhtar's body was after being crushed. Corpse fragments. No, it was mincemeat. When the White Dragon King made an expected sound. He certainly knew that Akhtar was very talented, but he still had no chance of winning against a being of the Dragon King's level. The gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. Strength, speed, magic. No matter from which dimension, Akhtar was at an absolute disadvantage, and had no chance of winning. Skills were meaningless in the face of absolute power. The denial demon beside him also took action, wanting to enter the dual field and revive Akhtar. However, when he took a step, he saw a shocking scene. Black flame shot up into the sky, and directly cut off the dragon's tail. At this time, the Dragon King turned into thunder, and rushed into the sky, like a lizard that abandoned its tail to escape. Don't make a mistake. Akhtar raised his hand to brush his hair, dragon blood slid down his cheek, revealing his ferocious smile. I am favored by the goddess of life. You don't think you can kill me with just a flick of the tail. He was indeed seriously injured by the Dragon King's tail, and his bones were directly broken, but that was nothing to him. With the favor of the goddess of life, he can recover quickly even if he is fatally injured, unless he can use excessive attacks to crush his recovery speed. Otherwise, he will be trapped in a situation of fighting with his health bar. This is also possible? A giant dragon said, feeling speechless about Akhtar's tenacious vitality. He seems to have the favor of the Witch of Death, right? Not only does he have the favor of the Witch of Death, he also holds the Great Sword of Death. A female dragon next to him replied, if he is cut by a knife, even the Dragon King will feel very uncomfortable. This is too cheating, isn't it? A thunder dragon kept complaining. It originally had a strong vitality given by the goddess of life, and now it also has a strong attack power given by the Witch of Death. It can completely fight against others with its life to the limit. As long as it can't kill Akhtar as quickly as possible, it will basically die if Akhtar takes the Great Sword of Death and cuts it a few times. Who made the power of the Witch of Death too cheating? The dragon's natural strong defense is basically equivalent to nothing in front of the power of the Witch of Death. Then, being cut by a knife will also add a negative state. Maybe he is really qualified to fight the Dragon King. A dragon changed his mind, even though there was a huge gap in strength between Akhtar and the Dragon King. However, Akhtar also possessed the favor of the goddess, and the favor of the witch was too outrageous. It was a disguised way to raise Akhtar's strength. In the duel arena, Shimu raised his hand and stroked the broken tail of the Dragon King, and the flame of death covered it and burned it to ashes. This was not to show his strength, but to get a better view. Whose dragon tail was too annoying. Host, the witch's favorability has increased. The system's voice suddenly came, with some confusion, but what's going on? I didn't see you attack the Moon Witch? Don't bother me to fight. Shimu said casually, walked out of the dragon tail, and smashed into the deep space, his sight firmly locked on the sky. The system made a whining sound like a puppy, and then fell silent, silently repairing the system panel. What, you're not going to do it? Shimu grinned. His posture seemed very casual, but his attention was highly focused, more focused than when he fought the god of blood without any slackness. The Thunder Dragon King was an extremely difficult guy. His lightning-like speed and excessive damage caused him to be slaughtered many times when he was a newbie. He would be killed instantly if he was not careful, and sometimes he didn't even know how he was killed. For this reason, he also found many strategies, studied the Thunder Dragon King thoroughly bit by bit, and learned the corresponding skills. And at this moment, boom boom boom, the endless thunder fell, flooding the duel field like a rainstorm. The deafening roar drowned out all the noise. The endless thunderstorm made people dizzy, and the spreading magnetic field interfered with the lock of the detection magic. Bang! With the sound of air waves exploding, the Dragon King, who turned into thunder, launched another attack. His figure appeared behind Akhtar so fast that it was blurred. He condensed the red thunder dragon claw and swung it, about to beat Akhtar to death. In response, Shimu also responded quickly, drawing his sword and slashing at the dragon claw. When the sword and claw met, the shock wave that burst out directly cracked the earth. Then, Akhtar's figure flew backwards like a cannonball, piercing through the air and hitting the audience seats in the duel arena heavily. By the way, he killed a giant dragon who was watching unlucky. Ahem. Shimu stood up and looked at the Dragon King in the duel arena, only to see a bleeding wound on his dragon claw. The injuries suffered by both sides were not at the same level at all. The Dragon King only had a wound on the dragon claw, but he had broken bones in both arms. But because he had the grace of the goddess of life, he had completely recovered as before, and did not look as miserable as before. Sorry, please be more careful in your next life. He apologized to the giant dragon that was killed under his feet, and then rushed towards the Thunder Dragon King. Foolish. Although he didn't say it, the Dragon King's eyes did say so. He has mastered the method against Akhtar. Keep moving at a high speed, and use extremely high-frequency attacks. This is enough to kill Akhtar. Thinking of this, the Dragon King turned into thunder, and disappeared on the spot. His huge body like a mountain appeared behind Akhtar, opened his mouth and spit out violent thunder, and then disappeared on the spot, without giving Akhtar any chance to get close. The battle situation fell into a stalemate. The man blessed by the goddess of life, the Dragon King who stood at the top of the Dragon Clan, started a fierce fight in the huge duel field. Thunder and fire intertwined, the giant dragon hovering in the sky loomed, attacking the tiny human below, but always kept a certain distance, not letting the sword of death touch his body. And the tiny human, under such a fierce attack, still survived. Occasionally, he was able to grasp the right opportunity to cause substantial damage to the high-speed moving Dragon King. Who do you think will win? The Denial Demon turned to ask the Moon Witch. He now had no way to predict who would win this battle, and could only ask his kind for their ideas. The Moon Witch thought for a while and asked, Denying Demon, if you are at the peak of human strength, are you sure to deal with the Dragon King? No. The Denial Demon answered immediately. If he was at the peak of human strength to challenge the Dragon King, it would inevitably end in death. This is not to say that he is weak. Before he became a demon, he acted as a scholar. He was not like Akhtar who fought all the way up. Most of the time, he was doing research, and his needs could be met through the exchange of interests. This is also the choice of most people. Only a few people grow up by fighting and killing all the way. Most of the time, they don't need to fight life and death. This fighting talent is no different from foresight. The Moon Witch opened her cherry lips and spoke the true evaluation. Even if someone else has the same configuration as Akhtar, it is impossible to fight the Dragon King like this. It is estimated that he will be killed by the Dragon King not long after the battle begins. But Akhtar can fight the Dragon King to an evenly matched strength. If he becomes a demon, The monocle worn by the demon of denial reflects the battle. We are not his opponent, right? This is inevitable. The moon which gave a positive answer. We haven't experienced many battles at all. We have only surpassed the limits of human beings through research. We are completely different from people like him who grew up in battle. There is a reason why he can become the most brilliant hero of this era. The demon of denial shook his head, feeling complicated. After witnessing a genius who can surpass himself, anyone will feel complicated, even if it is only surpassed in combat. However, violence always determines the right to speak in this world. And at this moment, roar! The Dragon King suddenly felt a dangerous breath. He saw Akhtar's clone took out a strange-shaped sword. The overall color was dim, as if it was the afterglow of the sunset. Two spirals spread from the hilt until the tip of the sword was fitted together, without any sword edge. There is no killing value at all. However, if you are hit by that sword, you will be seriously injured. Realizing this, the Dragon King's body suddenly turned into red lightning and moved towards the sky. And it seemed as if he had predicted the route of his transfer. The torrent of light hit him accurately, and cut off one of his dragon wings directly. Roar! The Dragon King roared. Thunder overflowed from his teeth. He was not panicked, but terribly calm, knowing that Akhtar would not miss the opportunity at this time, and would definitely seize the opportunity to give him a fatal attack. The twisted dragon head spit out dragon breath and advanced at Akhtar, who was holding the sword of light below. Then he saw Akhtar put down the hilt of the sword, turned into starlight, and disappeared on the spot, choosing to avoid his dragon breath. Why dodge? This is obviously the best opportunity to cause a fatal attack on him. Before he could figure it out, Poochie! A black-robed human figure came from nowhere, holding the great sword of death, and piercing the Dragon King's neck. Blood gushed out. This knife was different from the previous one. The concentration of the power of death contained in it reached the level of giving the concept of death to the gods. The Dragon King's consciousness was in a trance at this moment, but his instinct still made a choice. Red lightning burst out from his body, intending to transfer instantly to avoid the next damage. However, Akhtar on the ground also released the sword of light as if he had expected it, ignoring the woman in black robes, and drowned in the torrent of light together with the Dragon King. Clang! The sword of light fell, and Shimu fell backwards, lying on the ground with residual lightning. Akhtar, don't fall asleep. A worried voice came from a distance. Shimu turned his head, and saw the white-haired lowly running over, her ruby-like eyes full of worry. Chapter 152. It's just that the magic power consumption is a bit high. Shimu smiled, looking at the worried expression of the white-haired lowly, and forced himself to support the ground with one hand, trying to support his body, but he fell down again after leaving the ground. Let me lie down. Before he finished speaking, he showed a surprised expression. He saw the white-haired lowly kneeling on the ground, letting his head rest on her knees wrapped in white silk. The softness behind his head, and the faint body fragrance made people feel that their fatigue was reduced a lot, and they felt alive. It's not very comfortable to lie on the ground. The white-haired lowly raised her hand, and gently gathered the hair by her ears, and smiled at Akhtar, who looked surprised. In response, Shimu was slightly stunned, then closed his eyes, and his tense body relaxed, and whispered, If I always have the pillow now, lying on the ground is not bad. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is just a special case. The white-haired lowly gently turned her head away to hide her expression. Shimu just smiled. With the gentle personality of the white-haired lowly, she would lend a hand when she saw a stranger in trouble. In addition, he had promised to help the white-haired lowly regain her soul not long ago, which greatly improved the white-haired lowly's favor. Therefore, it was not surprising that the white-haired lowly gave him a neat pillow when she saw him in such a weak state. And just at this moment, bang! The sound of a heavy object falling shook the ground, and Akhtar and the white-haired lowly were shrouded by a huge shadow. Shimu looked in the direction of the shadow's source, and saw a red dragon staring at him with ill intentions, obviously wanting to take advantage of his weakness to attack. Wait, this is a fair duel. The white-haired Lolita reacted and quickly hugged Akhtar in her arms, explaining to the dragon, If you want revenge, please wait for Akhtar to recover. Princess, he has the curse of the dragon. The red dragon stared at Akhtar in the arms of the white-haired Lolita with dangerous eyes, and a little flame overflowed from his teeth. Now is the best time to kill him. This is not in line with the rules of duel. The white-haired Lolita shook her head vigorously. The duel in this world is based on the mutual consent of the parties. No matter who dies or who is injured afterwards, the relevant people are not allowed to retaliate. The duel between Akhtar and the Thunder Dragon King is an upright duel, and a duel with extremely different strengths. It would be too shameful to retaliate under such circumstances. However, Your Highness, this is not a duel. The red dragon exhaled a breath of hot air mixed with a little flame. This man is too dangerous for a dragon. His red pupils reflected the weak Akhtar. Killing him now is the best choice. Yes, killing him now is the best choice. A voice of approval came from the sky, and then a giant dragon fell down, and the ground trembled. The white-haired lowly pursed her cherry lips lightly. Before she could persuade, she found that giant dragons fell from the sky and surrounded her and Akhtar. The atmosphere stagnated, and huge dragon shadows covered from all directions, like mountains, and the strong sense of oppression made people feel suffocated. The white-haired lowly subconsciously hugged the man in her arms, and protected him in her arms. She couldn't let this Akhtar die here. This was to protect Akhtar's safety, and the safety of the dragons. Your Highness, he has seized the power of the dragon. The red dragon spoke, his voice cold and terrifying. The reason we took action is not because he killed the Dragon King, but because he has seized the power of the dragon. If he continues to live, it will be a huge threat to all dragons. So, he cannot continue to live. The dragons beside him echoed, full of malice towards Akhtar. The reasons for their actions are quite complicated. If they simply killed the Dragon King in a duel, they would only admire Akhtar's bravery, and would not want to kill Akhtar. However, after they discovered that Akhtar had the power of the dragon, and the curse of the dragon, the situation changed. And now Akhtar is still so weak that any dragon can kill Akhtar. Then they have no reason not to take action. Get out of the way, Your Highness. A dragon persuaded, but the white-haired lowly responded by hugging the man in her arms more forcefully. She couldn't let the dragons kill Akhtar, no. She couldn't let the dragons be enemies with Akhtar, otherwise it would bring great disaster to the dragons. Behind Akhtar stood the cult of death, the witch of death, and the goddess of lies. If Akhtar died in the dragon tomb, it would definitely bring a huge crisis to the Dragon Empire, which was not a price the Dragon Empire could accept. And she didn't want Akhtar to have an accident. I have no reason to give way. The white-haired lowly adjusted her mentality, slightly relaxed the man in her arms, and her delicate face showed a calm expression. She was thinking about how to persuade the dragons to give up. No matter what, this is after the duel. If Akhtar is killed at this time, it is suspected of deliberate revenge. It doesn't matter. No outsiders will know. A shadow dragon smiled and explained to the white-haired lowly, there are dragons and our people here. Even if Akhtar is killed, no outsiders will know. White-haired lowly, This is different from the dragon tomb in the outside world. It is related to the dragons. If Akhtar is killed here, no outsiders will know. We must find other reasons to persuade the dragons. Princess, why are you protecting this man? Suddenly a dragon asked, looking at the white-haired lowly in confusion. Do you have feelings for this human? If you have feelings, it will be more difficult. The dragon next to him sighed. They all knew the identity of the white-haired lowly. She was the most beloved daughter of the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King is the actual manager of the Dragon Empire and the partner of the gods. He is not the same as an ordinary Dragon King. Princess, you should know how dangerous he is. The Red Dragon glanced at the White Dragon King standing in the audience of the duel arena, and found that the White Dragon King still did not move, knowing that their current behavior was tacitly approved. Otherwise, the White Dragon King should have stood up to stop it. Ahem. I'm going to die. Shimu suddenly said, although he didn't mind being killed by the white-haired lowly, but he still wanted to say something at this time. However, the white-haired lowly did not let go after hearing this, but hugged him even harder. Letting Akhtar speak now would only stimulate the hostility of the dragons. Therefore, it is better to shut up Akhtar. He will not be a threat to the Dragon Empire. She took a deep breath and explained to the dragons, there is a plan for dealing with Akhtar. She explained her plan in detail to the dragons, recruiting Akhtar into the Dragon Empire, marrying him with a dragon who is in love with him, and making Akhtar stand on the Dragon Empire. This can not only ensure that Akhtar will spontaneously ensure that the magic of seizing dragon power is not leaked, but also allow the Dragon Empire to have a rival to the Dragon King. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. But there will be a problem. Your Highness, who is in love with Akhtar and can make him willing to stand on the side of the Dragon Empire? A dragon asked. He has the dragon curse, and it is impossible for a dragon to fall in love with him. How can you know if you don't try it? The white-haired lowly quipped, but after seeing that the attitudes of the dragons did not change at all. Is it not possible for me? The atmosphere became subtle. The white-haired Lolita blushed and said loudly to the dragons present, yes, I don't hate Akhtar. I also like him, and am willing to protect him. She took a deep breath. So can you let him go? The dual field suddenly became quiet. The attitude of the dragon softened. If the little princess really had a crush on Akhtar, they could not kill the little princess and Akhtar together. So there is still room for negotiation. Since you care so much about my apprentice, I will let you go. A light laugh came, and then a gap opened in the void. Hecate then walked out. She glanced at the white-haired lowly, who was hugging Akhtar tightly, and said, Xiaolong, your choice is correct. She retracted her gaze, and looked around the dragons present. She was obviously a tiny human, but she gave people the illusion that she was looking down on the dragons. Who of you still wants to strangle my apprentice? The cold voice seemed to be just asking about an insignificant matter. But the dragons present chose to remain silent. Because there were witches and demons in the dragon tomb, they confirmed the moment they saw Hecate that this mysterious woman was also a witch. And she was a witch in peak condition. Forget everything that happened here, leave. Waving her hand, Hecate gave an order, and all the dragons present had their pupils blank, and they left the dual field one after another, and their memories of the dual field were corrected. Although they could find out the death of the Thunder Dragon King afterwards, they would not remember the specific process, let alone that they had met a witch. I didn't expect that there was really a witch behind him. The Moon Witch came over at this time, followed by the White Dragon King and the Denial Demon. In response, Hecate didn't pay any attention to it, but squatted down with her skirt, looking at the apprentice, who was buried in the arms of the white-haired lowly, and chuckled. Apprentice, is Xiaolong's embrace so comfortable? She hugged me forcibly. Shimu responded in a muffled voice. The white-haired lowly reacted immediately after hearing this, and quickly let go of Akhtar in her arms, and let him lie on her knees. Shimu turned his head, and looked at Teacher Hecate. Teacher, long time no see. You have been very successful during this period. Hecate reached out and flicked Akhtar's forehead, saying dissatisfiedly, Are you too proud now? You dare to fall into a weak state in the dragon tomb? Don't you have the teacher's help? Shimu struggled to support his body, and sat cross-legged on the ground. And didn't I ask for help from the teacher as soon as possible? Ask for help as soon as possible? The white-haired lowly blinked her beautiful eyes, and Shimu turned his head and lied. I wanted to tell you, but you hugged me too tightly, and I couldn't say anything. In fact, even if he fell into a weak state, he would not really fall into a state of being surrounded by dragons. He could directly summon the little mare and let him take him away, but this was not necessary for him. So he let the white-haired lowly hold him tightly. This was not to enjoy the white-haired lowly's lap pillow and hug. Well, there were some factors. But it was also for the teacher to appear and communicate with the devil and the witch. Really? The white-haired Lolita was slightly stunned, and Shimu nodded seriously after hearing this, and then changed the subject. By the way, you said it right before. Before he finished speaking, the white-haired Lolita suddenly stood up, raised her hand to cover his mouth, and explained to him in a hurried tone, It's a rhetoric to solve the current dilemma. Okay. Shimu nodded slightly, supported his knees and stood up, and came to Teacher Hecate. Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. He pointed to the distance, about whether you are willing to join the witch's camp. Then I, the demon, may not be suitable to join. The demon of denial shrugged, and then heard Akhtar's joke. Then you can also be a witch. Forget it, I feel very satisfied with being a demon. The demon of denial smiled. He had no interest in becoming a demon, although there was nothing wrong with being a demon. Come with me. The Moon Witch turned around and took everyone away to the demon castle, although there was no harm in talking here. But since it was such an important occasion, it would be more appropriate to talk with a cup of tea. After a while. Demon Castle. In the workshop of the Moon Witch. Several cups of steaming coffee were placed on the table. Akhtar, what do you want to talk about? The Moon Witch picked up the coffee and sipped it elegantly, and the silver eyes reflected the figure of Akhtar. What's the point of asking me? Shimu smiled and looked down at the carvings in the coffee cup, as if he was really just an insignificant person. In response, the Moon Witch shook her head and said, Your teacher didn't show any interest in communicating with us. She just came to protect you, her apprentice. As a witch, she could easily judge the situation. The Witch of Fate didn't show much interest in communicating with him. The person who really facilitated the cooperation was Akhtar, so it was easy to conclude that it was Akhtar who wanted to cooperate with them. And this cooperation might not be for the Witch of Death, but for himself. As expected of a witch, you found the keys so quickly. Akhtar smiled gently, but in the eyes of the white-haired lowly next to him, it was the evil smile of a conspirator who intended to subvert the world. Chapter 153. Speaking of which, should I leave here? White Dragon King suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of everyone present. He crossed his 5 fingers on his hands in front of his chest, and supported his elbows on the table. As a god's partner, my position is not the same as yours, right? Gods are not necessarily enemies. Shimu shook his head. Even if you understand the content of our conversation, it will not have much impact on us. Can I understand that you also want to recruit gods? White Dragon King laughed heartily. He could understand Akhtar's choice. Compared with being enemies with the gods, it is better to find a way to win over a group of gods, which can not only reduce pressure, but also enhance one's own strength. And the gods behind him, since they can cooperate with the Moon Witch and others, it is also possible to cooperate with the Death Witch. To be more precise, it is cooperation. Shimu explained, then picked up the coffee cup on the table, looked at the carvings in the cup, and his tone became solemn. According to reliable information, Ragnarok will come in about 10,000 years. The atmosphere stagnated. The sleepiness on the Moon Witch's pretty face disappeared, and she couldn't help but frown slightly, while the denial demon was slightly stunned, lowered his head and drank a sip of coffee to hide his expression. The White Dragon King restrained his smile and observed the expression on Akhtar's face to confirm whether he was joking. Most of the people present were immortals, and they could live forever unless there was an unavoidable accident. And Ragnarok was unavoidable for them. It won't come within 10,000 years. Hecate shook her head, facing the puzzled gaze of her apprentice, and gave a gentle prophecy. Ragnarok will come in about 10 years. Will it come within 10 years? Shimu was slightly stunned, looking at the gentle eyes of teacher Hecate. I heard that woman say. To be more precise, Ragnarok is approaching. Hecate shook her head. 10 years is the most optimistic deadline. Maybe Ragnarok will come tomorrow. She holds the power of fate, and there is a special Twilight Sister by her side, so her observation of Ragnarok is more accurate than the three goddesses of fate. From her perspective, the Ragnarok that exists in the endless and distant future is like being attracted by a magnet, constantly approaching the current time period. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Hecate, are you serious? The White Dragon King said seriously. If Ragnarok really comes within 10 years, then for him, it is essentially no different from coming tomorrow. In this regard, the deadline for Ragnarok is shortening. Hecate's tone was as rational and calm as ever. If you don't want to believe it, you can find a way to verify it yourself. Ragnarok shouldn't change so much. The demon of denial thought seriously, unless Ragnarok chooses a new initiator. Ragnarok is a concept of an endless and distant future, a concept that things will inevitably come to an end, so Ragnarok must be carried by an entity. And this entity has always been the fire giant Surtur. The new initiator of Ragnarok? The White Dragon King subconsciously set his sights on Akhtar. He remembered the same source of fear as Akhtar, and considering Akhtar's amazing talent, if he could become a demon in the future, he might really be qualified to be the initiator of Ragnarok. Shimu also noticed the White Dragon King's gaze, and said with a smile, Do you think I can be the initiator of Ragnarok? There is this possibility, isn't it? The White Dragon King admitted frankly, and gave an analysis. With a talent that is unrivaled in the contemporary era and infected by Surtur's fire, as long as he can complete the ritual and become a demon, even if he becomes the new initiator of Ragnarok, there is nothing strange about it, right? Indeed. Shimu fell into deep thought, doubting himself but also with a little subtle pride. Am I really the Lord of Ashes chosen by Ragnarok? The possibility is very small. The Moon Witch's expression regained its tiredness and effort, and yawned. First of all, the fire giant Surtur is not dead yet, and secondly, those who can carry Ragnarok must have a firm and crazy belief in burning the world. And those who can give birth to this idea are usually those who are dissatisfied with this world. And Akhtar has no reason to be dissatisfied with this world. She looked at the Fate Witch, and the white-haired lowly. With a witch teacher who loves her, and a little dragon princess who loves her, who would be so desperate to burn the world. She has studied Ragnarok for many years, so she is very clear about the conditions for the advent of Ragnarok, and it is impossible for Akhtar to meet the conditions. If she had Akhtar's conditions, she would definitely do her best to fight Ragnarok, instead of going crazy and wanting to burn the world to ashes. Really? Shimu breathed a sigh of relief, but revealed a subtle sense of loss, which made the Moon Witch roll her eyes slightly, but she also understood why Akhtar felt lost. It was nothing more than realizing that he was not a special existence. In a nutshell, the middle school syndrome hidden in the man's heart. Now that it has been exposed, it is inevitable to feel disappointed. The condition that makes Ragnarok approaching may be that the fire giant Surtur is about to be unsealed. The White Dragon King analyzed calmly. It seems that the seal of the fire giant Surtur needs to be reinforced. It may also be that the demon who has not yet died is chosen by Ragnarok. The Moon Witch added, the demons or witches who have been hunted by the gods for a long time are extremely dissatisfied with the current world. This is also very likely. It is also possible that there are traitors among the gods. The denial demon also said, didn't the fire giant Surtur also fall from a god and become the initiator of Ragnarok? There are really many possibilities, and it is difficult to find. The White Dragon King was shocked and felt quite tricky. In response, Shimu silently drank a sip of coffee and chose to change the subject. So, do you want to cooperate? How do you plan to cooperate? The Moon Witch shifted her attention, and saw Akhtar thinking for a while, and gave a rather unreliable answer. Seize the world's dominance from the gods within 10 years, and then we divide the world. The premise is that we can kill the omniscient god. The Moon Witch shook her head gently, and Shimu smiled and said, since the omniscient god can be sealed, it shouldn't be a surprise if he is killed? You really dare to think so? The White Dragon King raised his hand and rubbed his temple, and said to the ignorant Akhtar, you should know that the Death Witch in her heyday was not the opponent of the omniscient god, so why can we do it? Many amazing demons and witches have been born in history, but no demon or witch has ever successfully fought an evenly matched contest with the all-knowing god. Most demons and witches were killed before they even saw the all-knowing god. Times have changed, White Dragon King. Shimu smiled, and we are not fighting alone this time. The White Dragon King was silent, and drank a sip of coffee silently. In fact, he also felt that the times had changed. If he could not defeat the all-knowing god when Ragnarok was about to come, he would probably never have a chance. We will find a way to confirm whether Ragnarok will come within 10 years. The Moon Witch spoke, changing the subject, but I am more curious now, Akhtar, as a human, why do you want to participate in the war for world dominance? Because my teacher is a witch, and a believer of the Witch of Death. Shimu answered, whether the Witch of Death seizes world dominance or my teacher seizes world dominance, it is a good thing for me. He met the silver eyes of the Moon Witch. This should be easy to understand, right? Let's not talk about whether the Witch of Death can seize world dominance for now. The White Dragon King glanced at the Witch of Fate, but your teacher Hecate currently has no way to seize world dominance. Shimu frowned unhappily, and looked at teacher Hecate beside him, and after getting a look of affirmation, he asked in confusion, is there any particular reason for this? If you want to seize the dominance of this world, you must at least develop your abilities to the point of omnipotence. White Dragon King asked with a smile, your teacher has only been the Witch of Fate for a short time, right? Shimu did not answer, which was considered as indirect acquiescence. The prerequisite for seizing the dominance of this world is to let one's own legal principles cover the old world, or more accurately, cover the legal principles of the omniscient God, and this requires one's own legal principles to reach the level of being equal to the world. The so-called level of being equal to the world is to let one's own one-sided ability reach the level of omnipotence. The power of fate is very strong, but it also takes time to develop. White Dragon King explained, with the Ragnarok coming in less than 10 years, your teacher does not have enough time to grow up. It is meaningless to discuss how to seize the dominance of the world. The negation demon interrupted the conversation. Now we don't even know where the omniscient God is sealed, so don't think about how to control the world. That's right. Shimu agreed, and then extended an invitation, so, do you want to join us? The negation demon did not answer immediately, and exchanged a look with the Moon Witch. In fact, they were well aware of the awkward situation of Akhtar, and the Witch of Death. They were enemies of the gods in the sky, but they lacked the power to fight against the gods. This was why Akhtar came to them. Okay. The Moon Witch answered, but this only represents my own wishes, not theirs. I have no objection either. The denial demon also answered. He no longer wanted to maintain the state of immortality, and wanted to take back the power of his heyday. Then happy cooperation. Shimu smiled, let the Lady Witch of Death discuss the specific content of the cooperation with you. To be more precise, it's me and the demon of denial. The Moon Witch shook her head and faced Akhtar's puzzled gaze. As for whether the Corpse Witch and the Earth Demon are willing to join, you need to invite them yourself. I understand. I will talk to them in person. Shimu stood up with the help of the table and smiled at the Moon Witch. Can you tell me their address? I take you there. The Moon Witch stood up, and Shimu saw this and turned to Hecate and said, Teacher, I'll be back soon. Go. Hecate nodded gracefully, and gave a prophecy. Everything will go well for you on this trip. That's great. Shimu turned around and left with the Moon Witch. With the sound of the door closing, the atmosphere in the room stagnated. Hecate, do you mind that your apprentice is not human? The White Dragon King suddenly asked, and Hecate took a sip of coffee, then looked into the White Dragon King's eyes, thought for a while, and said, He is my apprentice. Whether he is human or not is not important. Then, there is no problem. The White Dragon King nodded. Since Hecate said so, he knew what was going on, and could safely turn Akhtar into a dragon. Yes, he had discovered that Akhtar had serious signs of dragonization, and was increasingly deviating from his human identity. This was probably due to Akhtar's magic to seize the power of dragons. The more dragons he killed, the more Akhtar would deviate from his human identity. Since his daughter had already said that she liked Akhtar, it was only natural for him, as a father, to help Akhtar turn into a dragon and break the species barrier between Akhtar and his daughter. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Akhtar and Evelyn to have offspring. At the same time, in a dark forest, the damp and cold air mixed with darkness revealed a sense of danger. Shimu followed the moon witch to a standing tombstone, and saw the moon witch raised her slender hand and pointed to the earth pit behind the tombstone. She is sleeping inside, just open the coffin and pull her out. Isn't this bad? Shimu said, as he jumped into the earth pit and pulled the coffin hard, revealing the corpse which inside the coffin. How to describe the woman in the coffin? Her whole body was wrapped in white bandages, whether it was her tall and big breasts, her buttocks in the shape of a safe delivery, or her slender thighs. They were all tied tightly with white bandages, without revealing any skin. But even with such tightly wrapped bandages, it happened to outline an extremely moving body curve, giving people a very astringent feeling. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. You're being polite by disturbing someone's sleep? The corpse witch showed a dissatisfied look and tried to pull the coffin back, but she found that the human with the breath of a dragon was holding the coffin tightly, and she couldn't pull it back without exerting force. Human, do you know who I am? She showed a dangerous expression, and Shimu glanced at her huge breasts wrapped in bandages and said, a beauty with a very unique dress? Chapter 154. The corpse witch had a subtle expression. Looking at Akhtar's gentle and sincere eyes, she opened her mouth and immediately flicked her long blue hair. Forget it, there's no point in worrying about these things. She showed a dangerous expression again. Human, what do you want to see me for? Is it not good to chat in a coffin? Shimu looked around the dark environment, and the corpse witch rolled her eyes slightly, crossed her hands on her chest, and her tall breasts swayed. She closed her eyes and said, this is the most comfortable place for me. Not only can no one disturb me, but I can also sleep comfortably. You are just lazy, right? A sleepy voice came, and the corpse witch looked over, only to see the sleepy moon witch coming over. She stood at the edge of the pit, and cast a reprimanding look. Do you want to sleep in the coffin now? The moon witch supported her slender waist with one hand, showing an unpleasant expression. This exchange is related to your life and death. It's related to my life and death? The corpse witch blinked her sapphire eyes, supported the coffin board with her hands and stood up. Her long blue hair slid down her shoulders, and her eyes became serious, with a cold sense of rationality. Seeing this, the moon witch turned her head to Shimu and said, Akhtar, now you can talk to her about cooperation. This woman is not serious most of the time. She will forget what she said as soon as she turns her head. But when it comes to life and death, her memory and attitude will be better. Why do you feel like you are scolding me? The corpse witch twitched her mouth. She just didn't want to add pressure to her life. She could live one day at a time, but if she didn't take it seriously when it came to life and death, she would have a problem with her brain. In response, the moon witch turned her head slightly, avoiding the condemning eyes of the corpse witch. She just told the truth. There's not much to talk about, Shimu said with a smile. After the corpse witch cast a look at him, he told the purpose of this trip. I want to invite you to join the Death Witch's camp and seize the dominance of this world together. Join the Death Witch's camp? The corpse witch tilted her head and thought for a while, then looked at Akhtar carefully and said, I don't want to join the Death Witch's camp. The god of omniscience has been sealed. Shimu suddenly added, which made the corpse witch stunned. She slept in the coffin for too long, and didn't know much about the news from the outside world. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the moon witch. After seeing the moon witch nod slightly, then I can consider it. The corpse witch nodded slightly, her slender thighs slightly bent, and then suddenly jumped out of the coffin. She stood at the edge of the pit and smiled at Shimu. Human, let's talk somewhere else. After that, she turned and headed deep into the forest. After walking for a few minutes, she came to a unique mansion. Vines were entangled on the iron fence, and several crows stood on the edge of the mansion, looking at the three people who came with curiosity and vigilance. There has been no outsider in this mansion for a long time. The outside world is changing so fast. The corpse witch raised her hand and pushed open the iron door, and walked into the mansion with Shimu and the moon witch. Along the way, She had roughly learned about the changes in the outside world from Akhtar, such as the omniscient god was sealed, the death, which declared war on the gods, the world overlapped the order of life and death, and the twilight of the gods might come within 10 years. The bombardment of all kinds of information made her feel like she was dreaming. Whether it was the sealing of the omniscient god, or the imminent arrival of the Ragnarok, these were things she had assumed were very far away before. It felt like witnessing history. The world has always been changing at a high speed. Shimu smiled, and came to the living room with a corpse switch, and then showed a vigilant expression. On the sofa in the living room, there was a man hugging Dragon Soul. The man had short khaki hair, and his upper body with 8 abdominal muscles was exposed. He hugged the female dragon, who was still in the shape of a dragon, whispering love words. The atmosphere became subtle. "Why are you here, Earth Demon?" The corpse witch frowned in dissatisfaction, showing obvious disdain. "And can you please not be in heat in my house? It will pollute the air." "How rude, we are pure love." The Earth Demon shook his head, then raised his hand, and patted Dragon Soul's, but Dragon Soul turned his head to look at everyone, then got out of the mansion, leaving the space for everyone to communicate. "You can come here by yourself, which saves us time." The Moon Witch walked into the living room, raised her hand to gently gather the hair by her ears, and made a cup of tea for the 3 people. As for expecting the host to make tea for the guests, that was impossible. The corpse witch couldn't even take care of herself, let alone take care of others. So she had to be more conscious, otherwise she wouldn't even have a glass of water to drink. The steaming teacup was placed down. The Moon Witch sat down gracefully, keeping a perfect position with Akhtar, listening to their incoherent negotiations. After a moment, she couldn't help but sigh and said, "If you don't want to cooperate, then I don't want to continue talking nonsense. Just make your request and see if Akhtar can satisfy you." She turned her head to look at the human male beside her. "Although he invited us, the Death Witch must agree in the end. Otherwise, even if Akhtar agrees to give you the whole world, it will be useless." "That's true." The corpse witch blinked and stopped probing with words. "Then let's fight. Let me see the ability of the top genius of this era." "I want to fight you." Shimu raised his hand and pointed at himself, then pointed at the corpse witch opposite, with a very subtle expression on his face, as if asking if you are joking. Even if the corpse witch is in a weakened state, she is still a witch after all, and he is at the peak of human power and can't touch porcelain, but after he surpasses the limit of human power, he can fight. As for when he completes the ritual, he can completely press the weakened corpse witch on the table and attack her ass in the shape of a safe delivery. "Of course not me." The corpse witch smiled charmingly, crossed her slender legs wrapped in bandages, and then snapped her fingers lightly. As the snap echoed, the vision changed dramatically, and came to an underground world. A dozen dragon corpses cast malicious eyes at them. "No, at Akhtar. Come and let me see, the most talented hero of this era." "Why test me when cooperating with the Death Witch?" Shimu asked, but took out the great sword of death. In response, the corpse witch snorted. "Didn't you say you can become a demon? That's naturally to see your potential and talent, not because you opened my coffin." "Shimu, eh?" He sighed barely, and pushed the ground with both feet. His body shot out like a bullet, and as the sword cut through the air, the flames of death were splashed like ink, directly covering a nearby corpse dragon, and turned it into ashes in an instant. Then, he felt that the remaining corpse dragons suddenly became stronger. It was the corpse witch who strengthened the strength of the corpse dragons, and the strength had exceeded the strength of the corpse dragons before they died. However, "It's a pity that you will face real death next." Shimu grinned, and the dragon breath mixed with black flames overflowed from his teeth, and he spit out a burning black sun. Boom! The spreading flames of death spread, engulfing several nearby corpse dragons, and engulfing them in black flames. "The battle is over. Is it okay?" Shimu exhaled a breath, with a little black sparks, and asked the corpse witch with a smile. The atmosphere fell silent. "You are really favored by the Death Witch." The corpse witch sighed, but she unlocked the scenery in her heart, and let everyone return to the mansion. "I agreed to join." The Earth Demon gave the first answer. He had no reason to refuse to join the Death Witch camp. Compared to waiting for the Ragnarok to come in 10 years, it is better to take back all the power and gamble for yourself once. Winning is naturally a good thing. If you lose, you will be reduced to ashes under the flame of ash. "Welcome." Shimu nodded, then looked at the corpse witch, only to see her sigh helplessly and mutter, "If I can, I just want to sleep in a coffin." After saying that, she nodded to Akhtar, "I join you too. Then the purpose of my trip has been achieved." Shimu picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all, then stood up, and was about to leave. However, The Moon Witch reached out and grabbed his wrist. Don't you want to summon the Death Witch to see us? The Death Witch should not have the energy to come out now. Shimu explained. She has to guard against the gods attacking the Death Cult. And are you recruiting accomplices for the Death Witch behind the scenes? The Moon Witch let go of her hand and let Akhtar leave the mansion. At the same time, the elf territory. Die! The split demon stretched out his hand, and the grid-like slashing broke out with his body as the center. In an instant, the surrounding buildings, bridges, stone roads, and tens of thousands of elves living here were all turned into pieces. Resistance? No, most people don't realize why they're dying. As expected, as long as the body carrying the soul is destroyed to a certain extent, death can be forced. He observed for a while, but the soul seems unable to go directly to hell. It can only be said that it is not bound by the body. As long as the goddess of death comes, the wandering soul can be freed. A gentle female voice came, and the split demon turned his head and saw a beautiful woman in a gray cloak, walking slowly towards her. She took off her cloak, revealing her delicate face. Split demon, I need you to do something. Huh, you asked me to do it? The split demon sneered, and swung his hand at Eden. The terrifying slash passed by Eden, leaving a narrow valley that spread to the end of the field of vision. With his strength restored to his peak state, he has nothing to worry about as long as it is not that group of guys who are so powerful that they are abnormal. And the woman in front of him is neither a god nor a witch. It is not worth mentioning at all. Just like you will kill people for no reason, I will not ask your opinion. Eden gently lowered his eyes and walked towards the split demon. Do you need to care about the opinions of the weak? The split demon laughed and flicked his palm casually, and the slash that was enough to cut the sea went towards Eden. The result must be the fall of the beauty. It should be like this, but the slash that was enough to cut the sea was corrected by the world at the moment it approached Eden. The slash was forcibly erased. This woman. What's going on? The split demon had a strong bad premonition, thinking of the scene when he encountered the goddess of lies last time. This time it shouldn't be so unlucky, and met another woman with ridiculous strength. The next second. Ugh! The split demon's eyes bulged out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body folded in half, and he flew backwards like a cannonball, rolling several times on the snow before stopping. Eden calmly put down his palm, looked at the split demon, who was half kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood, turned around and turned into a golden mist, and disappeared on the spot. What needed to be done on this trip had been completed. What's wrong with that woman? The split demon stood up, holding his abdomen. He was ready to reveal his trump card and launch a counterattack against the strange woman, but the woman just slapped him in the abdomen and left. Wait. Slapped him in the abdomen. The split demon lowered his head and lifted the clothes on his abdomen. He saw circles of spells, like tadpoles, written on his lower abdomen. If you look closely, you can find that the spells are vaguely moving. He twitched his mouth. What is this? Although he knew what it meant, he was sure that the spell on his abdomen. No, the curse was very bad. After studying for a while, the split demon finally figured out the effect of the curse on his abdomen. It was an extremely vicious curse that could sacrifice living people to become weapons. There was no need to forge or find precious meteorites. Instead, living people were used as materials to directly forge the corresponding precious weapons. Ha ha. Is this a weapon that uses me as a living sacrifice? The split demon laughed in anger, opened his arms, and activated his power. Cut off everything that did not belong to him, and the curse would naturally disappear. A flash of light passed, and black mist came out of the split demon's body, forcibly cutting off foreign objects that did not belong to him. After doing all this, the segment demon lifted up the clothes on his abdomen and found that the curse text still did not disappear, but expanded. What on earth is going on? Is it a curse that directly distorts my existence? The segment demon's face was gloomy. He guessed the true nature of the curse. Most curses can be removed, but if it is a curse directly targeting the existence level, then even if he uses the ability of segmentation, it will not be effective, because his existence has already been distorted. To give an inappropriate example, it is like a disease in a person's body. The organs are still the same organs, but they are not the same as before. At this time, the approach is either to forcibly remove the organs or to make do with them. On the other side. Demon Castle. Teacher, I'm back. Shimu pushed the door and walked in, only to see Hecate still sitting elegantly, and was also instructing the white-haired lowly about some knowledge about magic. As for the White Dragon King and the Denial Demon, they are nowhere to be found, but according to the inertia of the plot, they are probably going to the gods, who created the dragon tomb. Yes, although he has always been in contact with witches and demons, the actual manager of the dragon tomb is actually the god, but he has never shown up from beginning to end. Of course, this is not that the gods behind the dragon tomb are cold and unwilling to come out to meet mortals, but they just want to make a choice after the situation becomes clearer. If the gods have the upper hand, or the omniscient god suddenly returns, the gods behind the dragon tomb will attack the demons and witches. And if the camp of the Witch of Death has the upper hand, the gods behind the dragon tomb can also directly switch to the camp of the Witch of Death through the relationship with the Moon Witch and others. No matter who wins or loses, the gods behind the dragon tomb always win. Disciple, come to your side. Hecate put down the book in her hand, raised her hand, and touched the head of the white-haired lowly beside her, and then set her sights on Akhtar. Shimu came over and sat next to Hecate. Well, the condition has worsened. Hecate stretched out her hand and touched Akhtar's neck, carefully sensing it and drawing a conclusion. Disciple, you are also going to turn into a dragon. Maybe the side effects of slaying too many dragons have appeared. Shimu smiled helplessly, raised his hand to lift his sleeves, revealing his arm with faint dragon scales. Although the dragon magic he obtained was corrected, he killed far more dragons than Siegfried, which would inevitably make his dragon transformation worse. Now he is about to fall into a dragon. Master can help you suppress the progress of dragon transformation. Hecate glanced at the narrator Mal lowly and chuckled. Of course you can also choose to become a dragon. After transforming into a dragon, will the teacher still recognize me as his apprentice? Shimu touched the scales on the back of his hand. In response, Hecate smiled and replied, Species and life forms are not important to the teacher. The apprentice is always the apprentice of the teacher. Reaching her current height, she has long been unconstrained by species. It is better to say that people are constrained by races, which can be interfered with and changed by her. When a thing can be freely chosen by ability, it does not have any special features, just like when you can freely choose any race and gender in the game. The division of species does not have any special features. Who you want to use is purely based on personal wishes. Then turn into a dragon. Shimu glanced at the white-haired Lolita, and happened to meet her ruby eyes, otherwise it will be difficult to give birth to offspring. What does this have to do with me? The white-haired Lolita blushed, and couldn't help turning her head away from Akhtar's sight. I'm not old enough to give birth to offspring now, Akhtar, don't mess around. Shimu kept smiling and didn't speak. I have something else to do, you guys talk. The white-haired Lolita spoke more and more quietly, and ran out of the room in a panic. And after she left, Teacher, do you have anything to say to me? Shimu withdrew his gaze. Now there were only him and Hecate here, and they could talk about some secrets between master and apprentice. In response, Hecate smiled and said, You are getting more and more skilled in controlling little girls. I will take it as a compliment from you, master. Shimu smiled, and Hecate shook her head after hearing that, and then said, I need you to cut off a branch of the all-knowing tree. The branch of the all-knowing tree? Shimu was slightly stunned. Teacher, that is not something I can cut off. In the game setting, the all-knowing tree is a metaphysical tree that is spread all over the world. Even if he is holding the great sword of death now, he can't cut off a branch. Even the Black Dragon King only bit off the bark back then, and there was no way to bite off the branch. You don't need to cut it. Hecate kept smiling, looking at the embarrassed apprentice and smiled. Apprentice, show your ability to coax little girls. Shimu was silent. Master, do you want me to ask Eden for help? It is naturally impossible for him to cut off the branches of the all-knowing tree by himself. At least it is impossible now. However, it would be a very simple matter to let the administrator of the Tree of All-Knowing to intercept it. In this regard, she will be willing to help you. Hecate smiled softly, picked up the manuscript of the Moon Witch on the table, and gently flipped through it. Shimu was silent after hearing this and said, I will ask her. If Eden is unwilling, then forget it. What the teacher said is fate. Hecate knocked Akhtar's head with the book in her hand, and her originally gentle expression became stern. Speaking of which, have you studied hard? Shimu replied, Of course. The stronger you are, the more knowledge you need to fill in. Hecate gave a warning and began to teach between master and apprentice. With her apprentice's current strength, he can already try to hold a ceremony and become a demon. However, if he wants to know the conditions for the ceremony, he needs enough knowledge to study and understand, so as to find out the conditions of the ceremony. Suppose a person with an empty head accidentally possesses the strength of the peak of human beings, he is not qualified to be promoted to a demon, because he does not even know how to hold the ceremony. And Akhtar is currently stuck in this delicate stage, and he must fill a lot of knowledge so that Akhtar can find a way to be promoted to a demon. This process is very difficult, and many strong people at the peak of human beings are stuck. After all, training to become stronger sometimes depends on talent. As long as you follow your instincts, you can reach the peak of human beings. But if you find a ceremony that suits you, it will test your knowledge and research ability. For a long time, the Witch of Destiny disappeared, and Akhtar and the white-haired lowly rode a mare to leave the dragon tomb. Passing through the long corridor, the dazzling sunlight came into view. Then, we're surrounded. Shimu squeezed his legs around the mare and looked around. In the square outside the dragon tomb, there were groups of dragons. They are sinful dragons. The white-haired lowly looked up and looked at Akhtar, who was looking down, and explained softly, they are all dragons who have committed capital crimes and are imprisoned. Why are they still alive if they have committed capital crimes? Shimu asked, and then heard the white-haired lowly's explanation. There is no death penalty in the Dragon Empire. Even if the death penalty is dropped, they will only be imprisoned until death. If they accidentally get pregnant in prison, or have clear offspring, they can be transferred to the conservation area and get better living conditions. You dragons are really obsessed with giving birth. Shimu twitched his mouth and took out the great sword of death and pointed it at the dragons outside. Is it an enemy or a friend? Chapter 155. Before answering this question, a black dragon came out. Its huge body blocked out the sunlight, covering Akhtar and the white-haired lowly. He lowered his head and stared at the human in front of him. You are the enemy of the Dragon Empire, right? Of course. Shimu looked at the dragons that surrounded him, and found that they did not have a deep hostility in their eyes, but rather a kind of expectation. He gently shook the sword of death. The aura of the dragon curse on me should be very clear, right? Very clear. The black dragon grinned and showed his ferocious teeth, and his breath became irritable. Akhtar, let's make a deal, how about it? Shimu smiled and said, I give you a few words. Hearing this, the black dragon looked at the white-haired lowly, with malicious eyes. He didn't care much about the popular dragon princess, although she was very cute, but that was just cute. In the face of freedom, cuteness is not worth mentioning. If you kill Evelyn, all of us dragons will pledge allegiance to you and acknowledge you as the Dragon King. How about that? After being released from prison, they received a mission. As long as they killed the most famous hero in this world, they could get the most significant reduction in sentence, from the original life imprisonment to 9,000 years of imprisonment. Not to mention whether they can survive 9,000 years. When they come out after 9,000 years, they will already be old and frail dragons, and they will not have much energy to do their own things. So, after they learned about Akhtar's intelligence, they easily reached a consensus, that is, to betray the Dragon Empire, join the Death Witch cult behind Akhtar, and become unscrupulous cultists. But before that, they had to confirm one thing, that is, Akhtar really had nothing to do with the Dragon Empire, otherwise they would not feel at ease to rebel. And what Akhtar needed to do was to strangle the lovely dragon princess in his arms to death, and completely stand on the opposite side of the Dragon Empire. Then, they could follow Akhtar with confidence. Shimu was silent for a while, and looked at the white-haired lowly who happened to look up. The white-haired lowly in his arms was very soft, and her delicate cheeks looking at him were also very cute and beautiful, which made people feel pity as long as they looked at her. More than 90 powerful evil dragons, if they join the death cult, it must be a great help. His eyes turned cold. If you want to accomplish something that subverts the world, you can't be shaken by beauty. From the perspective of interests alone, strangling the white-haired lowly in his arms to death in exchange for the support of 90 powerful evil dragons is a sure win in any case. With strength and support from powerful forces, he would not worry about not having beauties, even though the white-haired Lolita was a very rare beauty. But it could not affect his achievement. The white-haired Lolita did not speak, and looked at Akhtar calmly, watching this man scare her quietly. She was not a timid and indecisive person, on the contrary, she had a very high level of knowledge, so she could tell at a glance that Akhtar did not want to kill her. Otherwise, Akhtar should have killed her without saying anything at this time. It's a pity that I have promised to take your soul out of hell. Shimu raised his hand, and touched the white-haired Lolita's cheek, then turned over and dismounted, and walked towards the evil dragons. Partner, take her away from here. The mare rubbed her hooves on the ground, and looking at Akhtar's reliable and firm back, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. She was not worried about Akhtar's safety at all. However, the white-haired lowly showed a worried look, clenched her fists, and put them on her chest, took a deep breath, and said, Akhtar, you have to be careful. After the words fell, the mare carrying her had already set off, disappearing from the spot as if lightning, and her speed was not inferior to the Thunder Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the field of vision and disappeared completely. Okay, next is our battle. Shimu retracted his sight and grinned at the evil dragons, showing an expectant and bloodthirsty smile. The leading black dragon was silent when he saw this, and asked, "Are you normal, Akhtar, to give up the loyalty of 90 evil dragons for a woman?" He exhaled sparks. "Or are you originally on the side of the Dragon Empire? Ha, your value is limited to being killed by me." Shimu sneered, the death sword in his hand ignited with flames, waiting for the evil dragons on the opposite side to show all their strength. "Can I show myself?" The leading black dragon roared to the sky, and the strong magic power that spread turned into a gust of wind. Its body also underwent a huge change, with heads emerging from its back, and its size was also changing rapidly. And the changes were not limited to the leading black dragon. The other more than 90 evil dragons also underwent huge changes, turning into various strange creatures, as if the monster which had exerted her power on the 90 evil dragons. Shimu looked up, looking at the nearly 100 monsters that surrounded him, and drew his sword without hesitation. The flame of death, like ink splashing, turned with the sword tip, forming a crescent moon in the air, directly splitting the leading black dragon in half. "Ha ha ha. Don't let me down." The wild laughter echoed in the battlefield. Shimu's body turned in the air, and the great sword of death swung. A black crescent shot out, and cut off the neck of a nearby dragon that was gritting its teeth. Blood gushed from the dragon's neck, like a small volcano, and the hot dragon blood turned into a rainstorm and fell. And at this moment, a woman! No, it should be a witch. Shimu, who was laughing and killing wildly, saw a vague figure of a woman in his vision. She looked at him, and said something with her cherry lips slightly opened, but there was no way to hear clearly. Of course, he was too lazy to care. Human! The besieged dragons roared angrily, no longer caring about the distance between each other, and spit out dragon breath when they opened their mouths. The fire engulfed everything. The dragons present flew away, some dragons jumped in the direction to capture the white-haired lowly, and some dragons stayed to surround and kill Akhtar. Whether they killed Akhtar or caught the white-haired Lolita, it would be beneficial for them. The firelight subsided. Shimu walked out, his injured body healed quickly, and two figures emerged from the shadow behind him. One was a clone who looked the same as him, and the other was a woman wrapped in a black robe. "I have no chance of winning against so many dragons alone," he explained to the dragons who were in doubt in the distance, and then rushed out without hesitation, using his small size to get close to the dragons to fight in close combat, avoiding being hit by the dragon's breath. Although his strength is very strong now, if he faces more than 90 dragons at the same time, he will still be burned to death by the dragon's breath, so he must fight with the dragons in close combat. Once he is far enough away, the dragons can ignore the accidental injury and kill him with the dragon's breath. So his fighting style was proactive from the beginning. Roar! The blue dragon wailed in pain, flapping its huge wings, trying to blow the man on his back away, but Akhtar dragged the great sword of death and swept along his spine, directly splitting his spine in two. He immediately turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, flashing in front of another dragon, maintaining a close combat strategy. On the other side, the clone held the sword of light and fought with the dragons with its strong recovery ability. He did not show Akhtar's almost predictable fighting skills, although his fighting skills were relatively excellent. However, as long as there is a comparison, there is a sense of rigidity. This is a matter of course. Although it can copy all of Akhtar's equipment and skills, it is still a clone after all, and cannot reach the same level as the original body. Moreover, he gave the great sword of death to Miss Black Knife, which meant that the clone lost a powerful weapon, and could not wield the great sword of death, as Akhtar did to break through the enemy's defense and force the dragons to die. So the clone had a hard time fighting. However, Miss Black Knife, on the other hand, fought with the great sword of death in hand, which made her look very sharp and decisive, like a blade polished to the extreme, which would cut through people's skin and flesh as long as it got slightly closer. Coupled with the ghostly steps, it was even more difficult to predict his whereabouts. I thought he would choose to escape, but I didn't expect him to choose to fight head-on. The White Dragon King looked at the battlefield in the distance, then turned to look at the mare beside him and asked, "Sleipnir, your master is very keen on fighting." The mare didn't answer. She was just a horse that couldn't talk, so there was no need to explain to the White Dragon King that Akhtar was not her master, but her partner. Although in the eyes of the outside world, Akhtar was already her master. As expected of the fastest divine horse in the world, he is just aloof. The White Dragon King laughed heartily, and didn't care about Sleipnir's aloof reaction. However, the white-haired lowly next to him noticed something, looked at the eight-legged divine horse next to him, and whispered, "Sleipnir, you can talk, right?" The mare, These two dragons are so annoying. Why should they care whether she can talk or not? Akhtar is more valuable than paying attention to her. Anyway, it is also the top monster. The White Dragon King touched his chin and analyzed calmly. Sleipnir should have the ability to speak and transform into a human form. He laughed. "Do you have a relationship in private?" The mare was silent for a moment, and stepped forward with her hoof. She planned to leave the two dragons talking to themselves, and fight side by side with Akhtar. Otherwise, with Akhtar's current high-intensity battle, he would soon fall into a state of lack of magic power. With her cooperating with Akhtar in the battle, it would undoubtedly relieve the pressure. However, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. Akhtar paused, and was swallowed by the red dragon that pounced on him. The dragon's teeth were tightly closed, and the dragon's breath in the abdomen suddenly burst out, and the hot flame splashed out along the teeth. In the mouth of the red dragon, a high-pressure environment was formed. The scorching high temperature carried by the dragon's breath was enough to evaporate steel. In this environment, the human body would turn into ashes in an instant, and there was no possibility of survival. But if it's not a human, then the situation is completely different. Puff. The great sword of death pierced through, and a hand covered with dragon scales emerged from the red dragon's head, and then a human-shaped dragon crawled out. He squatted on the red dragon's head and observed his own condition. The battlefield also subtly quieted down. It's not that the evil dragons are gentlemanly and unwilling to besiege Akhtar at this time. It's simply that the existence in front of them is too weird or scary. Yes, it's a monster. Standing on the red dragon's head, Akhtar is like a monster, as if a monster with human skin torn off, revealing its true face. Obviously, the breath is extremely close to that of a dragon, but the body is very similar to that of a human, more like the elements of a dragon are draped on the human body. Although it has the breath of a dragon, the scales of a dragon, and the eyes of a dragon, its body is very close to that of a human. I will go to hell to find you, but not at this time. Akhtar suddenly spoke to the unknown person. The evil dragons present were slightly stunned when they saw this, and looked around, but they still didn't find anyone. However, if they had the same eyes as Akhtar, they would be able to find a vague female figure standing next to Akhtar and talking. This is a figure that can only be seen by those who use dragon magic and successfully seize the power of dragons. It is the creation witch from hell. And the content of her story is also very simple. Open the gate of hell and free her from hell, and she will give Akhtar a gift. Let me get through the crisis now, okay? Shimu clenched the great sword of death in his hand, and ignited the black flame symbolizing death. The vague female figure turned her head, and looked at the dragons around her, saying something that only Akhtar could hear. Should she give Akhtar the strength to overcome the difficulties ahead? Shimu did not answer. His body moved from stillness to movement, and he rushed towards the dragons. He had to harvest as many experience points as possible. As long as the dragons suffered high casualties, they would not be able to help but start to flee, and would not fight the player to the death until the last dragon died. So he had to take advantage of the morale of the dragons and harvest as many experience points as possible from them. The vague female figure stood there, silently observing Akhtar's battle until the dragons began to flee and the battle was completely over. She disappeared in satisfaction. "Host, I sense the breath of a high-quality witch." The system's excited voice sounded. "That is a powerful witch who is not inferior to the witch of death." Shimu pretended not to hear it, and looked up at the blue sky. There were several dragon corpses around him, and his whole body was dyed red with blood. Now he is no longer in the state of dragon transformation. He is no different from his original appearance, but his essence is very different. If he was a human before, then he is now a dragon disguised as a human. Why can't the host still hear it? Is it because I adjusted it wrong? The system muttered and continued to work hard. There is no doubt about his host. Chapter 156. Partner, you're here. Shimu turned his head and looked at the mare who was walking beside him. He subconsciously reached out to touch her neck, but when he realized that his palm was covered with dragon blood, he pulled it back. "Evelyn, is she okay?" The mare didn't say anything and nodded gently. She had already sent the white-haired lowly to the White Dragon King, so she naturally didn't need to worry about her safety. In response, Shimu smiled gently. "It doesn't seem to make much sense to stay in the Dragon Empire otherwise. Can you not leave so quickly?" A light laugh came, and the White Dragon King walked over slowly, with the white-haired lowly beside him. Shimu looked sideways and said, "I have killed so many dragons. If I continue to stay in the Dragon Empire, my situation will be dangerous. Who made you a wanted criminal in the Dragon Empire? The White Dragon King grinned, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, appeared behind Akhtar, and then grabbed Akhtar's action of trying to break the bracelet on his wrist. Don't call me teacher when you disagree with me. It's too immature. Now I am facing the strongest Dragon King, Shimu said, but I feel very insecure. The White Dragon King beside him is the partner of the Sun God. He not only has the ability to spit out the sun, but also has the ability to turn himself into light. His speed is absolutely crushing the Thunder Dragon King. Except for the defect that he can only launch an attack after the light is released, it is basically an almost unsolvable panel. Not only does he have the dragon breath that spits out the sun, but also has a speed that is difficult for people to react to. It can be said that the panel attributes are maxed out. Ordinary demons cannot be enemies with the White Dragon King. This is because the White Dragon King himself is very strong, and also because the White Dragon King's partner god is very strong. I don't feel that you are nervous. The White Dragon King pulled back his hand, not caring about Akhtar's joke. If you have nothing to do, don't summon your teacher often, otherwise her identity will be exposed. Aren't you going to tell anyone about the teacher's information? Shimu asked, and the White Dragon King nodded and said casually, I don't plan to tell anyone yet. He didn't plan to reveal the information about the Witch of Fate, which would offend the camp of the Witch of Death, causing great trouble to the Dragon Empire. Of course, this doesn't mean that he is afraid of the Witch of Death. However, he is very wary of the Witch of Death. After all, the god of omniscience suddenly disappeared, and no one knows what caused it, but only knows that it is related to the Witch of Death. This is also the reason why he doesn't want to offend the Witch of Death casually. That's great. Shimu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the White Dragon King. If you tell anyone, we will be very distressed. Ha ha ha. If we are harassed by the death cult, we will be very distressed. The White Dragon King laughed, and then pointed at the giant dragon guards coming from a distance. We have been fighting for so long, do you want to take a rest? Forget it, I don't have much time to stay now. Shimu rejected the White Dragon King's invitation. If he accepted the White Dragon King's invitation, and went to the Dragon King city, there would be a lot of trouble. During the period, the White Dragon King would also conduct some very time-consuming tests on him. Although he could kill a lot of dragons during this time, he was too lazy to waste time triggering a dialogue to get the upper part of the quest branch. In response, the White Dragon King touched his chin and said, what a pity. I also wanted to talk about your marriage with Evelyn. According to the lifespan of a dragon, I am still a baby now, right? Shimu waved his hand. If I marry Evelyn, wouldn't Evelyn be breaking the law? The atmosphere stagnated. The White Dragon King was stunned when he heard this, and the white-haired Lolita next to him was so angry that her cheeks flushed when she heard this. She wanted to punch Akhtar. She had been touching her before and didn't think it was illegal, but now she began to think it was illegal. Just kidding, it's just that the Order of Death is in trouble. Shimu smiled and explained to the White Dragon King, I need to go and preside over it. No wonder my daughter said, you are a conspirator who intends to subvert the world. The White Dragon King shook his head and raised his hand to press his daughter's head beside him. Since you have something to deal with, I won't keep you. Shimu nodded slightly, and black flames ignited on his body, burning the stained blood into ashes, and then he turned on the horse. By the way, there is one more thing to say. He seemed to remember something and smiled at the white-haired lowly. I will definitely bring back your soul from hell, and you will owe me a life by then. Then how do you want me to repay you? The white-haired lowly pursed her lips, and her delicate face revealed a little reluctance. Although this man is a great conspirator who intends to subvert the world, it is naturally a good thing to be able to leave. But she didn't feel happy about it in her heart. Since you owe me a life, you must return it to me. Shimu smiled, glanced at the white-haired lowly's belly, and then rode away quickly on the mare. The white-haired Lolita lowered her head and looked at her belly. Her smart mind was in a short freeze. Asshole, how can you save a life like this? Her delicate face flushed, she stamped her feet, and her voice gradually became quieter. Then she touched her belly with her little hand. In theory, it is indeed a life. The White Dragon King touched his chin and analyzed seriously, and was immediately hit on the thigh by his angry daughter. He looked at his angry and ashamed daughter, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Fafnir City. City Lord's Mansion. Shimu got off the horse, then touched the little mare's neck, and planned to go in to find Fafnir, but when he was about to go in, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. She was wearing a black latex suit, and holding a black sickle. Her cold and unkind face made people feel extremely difficult to approach. But when she saw Akhtar's figure, she smiled gently. Mr. Akhtar, long time no see. Sharon walked out of the city lord's mansion, her high heels hitting the stone slabs on the ground, making a crisp sound. She came close to Akhtar. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath. "Sharon, why are you here?" Shimu looked surprised, and Sharon smiled when she heard it, turned around and took Akhtar into the city lord's mansion, and explained to Akhtar why she was in the city lord's mansion. After coming to the Dragon Empire, she specifically investigated Akhtar's whereabouts, and found that she couldn't find him at all. So, she talked to the mayor of Fafnir City, and learned that Akhtar might return to Fafnir City again, so she stayed in Fafnir City temporarily until she met Akhtar, who returned. After a while, "Lord Akhtar, you are here." Fafnir came out respectfully to greet him, took Akhtar and Sharon into the living room, pointed at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and said with a smile, "I guess you are hungry too. Why don't we eat and talk at the same time? You have prepared a lot?" Shimu smiled, invited Sharon to sit down, and had a sumptuous lunch with Fafnir. Afterwards, "Akhtar, I came here to ask you something." Sharon said the purpose of her visit, and her black pearl-like eyes reflected Akhtar's face. About the crisis of overlapping life and death. It was caused by the cooperation between the Witch of Death and an unknown existence. Shimu began to explain the information before Sharon finished speaking. This overlapping of life and death is to force the goddess of death to descend, so that the Witch of Death has a chance to unlock her body. Sharon was silent for a while, and said, "I have also guessed about this information. What I want to know is how to resolve this crisis." Shimu did not speak, lowered his head to look at the wine glass in his hand, drank a sip of wine silently, and asked back, "Why do you think I know how to resolve it? Eliminate this crisis?" "Because you have a high status in the death cult." Sharon replied, "You are the one most favored by the Witch of Death. The solution is very simple." Shimu replied, "Kill the Witch of Death, and if that doesn't work, let the Goddess of Death come." "What if you can't do both?" Sharon asked, making Shimu silent. He took the wine jug on the table, and poured a glass of wine, thinking carefully, "Find the guy who cooperates with the Witch of Death. As long as you kill that unknown guy, you can also solve the crisis of overlapping life and death." Sharon lowered her eyes and asked, "Who is that unknown guy?" "I don't know." Shimu smiled, picked up the wine glass, and clinked it with Sharon's, "But I can help you." Sharon showed a puzzled look. "I can help you join the death cult, so that you have the opportunity to face the Witch of Death." Shimu smiled, "Pretend to surrender, or find a way to persuade the Witch of Death to give up the crisis of overlapping life and death. You can choose for yourself." At this point, he smiled again. "Of course, you can also choose to surrender to the Witch of Death completely." Fafnir, who was listening, pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't quite understand what Akhtar did. Let a believer of the Goddess of Death approach the Witch of Death, then the Goddess of Death would have the opportunity to see the Witch of Death through the believer. This would leak a lot of important information, which was really unwise. "Is it okay?" Sharon asked, and then saw Akhtar nodded slightly, and then warned her again. "If you get close to the Witch of Death, you might die." "It doesn't matter." Sharon was silent for a moment, and gave a firm answer. She couldn't let the crisis of life and death repeat itself. No matter how slim the probability was, she had to give it a try. "Then let's go." Shimu stood up with the help of the table, and asked Fafnir beside him, "Where is the cult of death now?" "The Kingdom of Art." Fafnir answered immediately. As a high-ranking member of the cult of death, he was very familiar with the cult of death's movements. If the cult of death had not taken action against the Dragon Empire, he would have been a dragon traitor, and the first to surrender to the Dragon Empire. "That's really a tricky country," Shimu said, and then left with Sharon. "The Kingdom of Art." "No. To be more precise, it is an art city composed of multiple churches. There is no king in the Kingdom of Art, only a group of believers who pursue art. Music, dance, poetry, composition, story, dessert. All the things that are considered art are gathered in the Kingdom of Art, forming an unprecedented artistic and cultural atmosphere. The most magnificent opera house, delicious dessert house, beautiful statues everywhere, and so on. Making the Kingdom of Art a famous tourist city is the first choice on many people's must-see list. "We're here." The horse hooves stopped, and Shimu and Sharon dismounted. They were standing in front of an ancient castle covered with vines, with several members of the death cult stationed at the door. "Lord Akhtar, are you here to supervise the battle?" A red-haired woman with patterns on her arms ran over and smiled respectfully at Akhtar. Shimu shook his head. "No, I'm here to see the Witch of Death." "But the Witch of Death is not here," the red-haired woman explained respectfully, and then looked at Sharon with a vigilant look. She realized Sharon's identity, But because Sharon was standing next to Akhtar, she did not directly call Baofeng to kill her. Shimu shook his head, looked at Sharon beside him, and said, Sharon is here to seek refuge with the Witch of Death. You take her down to rest, and I will go to see the Witch of Death. After saying that, he put the mare into the scroll ring, and then walked into the castle, leaving the red-haired woman at a loss and the cold Sharon. The atmosphere fell silent. Come with me, spy, the red-haired woman said coldly, flicked her red hair, turned around and took Sharon into the castle. Before Sharon entered the castle, she looked at the barrier at the end of the horizon. That was the location of the Kingdom of Art, and it seemed that it had not been conquered by the Cult of Death. At the same time, on the other side, the curtains were drawn open, and a man in a suit turned around, rubbing his hands, smiling respectfully, looking at the cold Akhtar, and said, Lord Akhtar, I didn't expect you to come in person. I heard that you can't conquer the Kingdom of Art? Shimu asked coldly, making the man in the suit look stiff, and then smiled again. It just takes some time. He snapped his fingers, and the ceiling suddenly opened, and a brown-haired girl bound by chains fell down. She was seen with her mouth blocked by tape, and her beautiful eyes stared at Akhtar and the man in the suit, although it was unclear what she was saying. But it was probably cursing. We even captured the Saint of the God of Dance. The man in the suit came up to the Saint of Dance and explained to Akhtar. She was captured by Khashud himself. No one has touched her. Lord Akhtar, if you are interested, you can take her away. Shimu looked at the Saint of Dance with an interested smile, and the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Akhtar was here to blame the unfavorable situation. So he offered the Saint of Dance, who was captured by accident, to prove that the Cult of Death was not without progress, and the Saint of Dance's figure and appearance were undoubtedly beautiful, which should make Akhtar change. Puff. The great sword of death pierced through. Shimu restrained the smile on his face, and pulled out the sword that pierced the Saint of Dance's chest. It seems that the situation is indeed unfavorable, otherwise you wouldn't need to use the Saint of Dance to seduce me. He turned his head, and looked at the man in the suit coldly. Don't do these meaningless tricks. We are the Cult of Death. We want to seize the initiative in this world, not rely on small tricks to deceive our own people. Ah, I understand. The man in the suit trembled, looking at Akhtar with blood on his cheek and cold eyes. He felt a sense of fear for no reason, and his perception of Akhtar changed subversively. We will do our best to conquer the Kingdom of Art. Forget it this time. Shimu withdrew his sight coldly, turned around and left the room. With the sound of the door closing, the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and tacitly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He realized one thing: this hero favored by the Witch of Death may be more cruel and ruthless than he imagined. He looked up at the graceful body of the dancing saint, only to see that the dancing saint's chest was pierced, with a black flame of death spreading, gradually burning her body. What a pity, such a good bargaining chip. For the death of the dancing saint, he just felt sorry. He couldn't use the dancing saint to force the Kingdom of Art to make concessions, and he didn't feel sorry for the death of the beauty. As Akhtar said, seizing the dominance of this world is what they should do as followers of the Witch of Death. As for the rest, they can ignore it. Chapter 157. Basement. On the old wooden table, the candles were swaying with weak flames, struggling to resist the darkness in the room. Shimu lowered his head, looked at the struggling parrot in his hand, and then looked at the magic circle drawn by Mercury on the ground. Then he suddenly strangled the parrot in his hand to death. With a shrill cry, he threw the parrot's body in the center of the sacrificial magic circle. His lips moved, and he recited the spell to summon the Witch of Death. Death began to invade every corner of the room. The body of the parrot in the magic circle suddenly flowed, ignited a dark blue flame, and was completely swallowed up in an instant. And the Witch of Death appeared from the dark blue fire. She was still dressed in the familiar outfit, wearing a white witch's pointed hat, wavy blue long hair, and cold eyes made people feel difficult to approach, but the mysterious temperament deeply attracted people's attention, making it difficult for people to look away. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, sitting in the blue flames, looking at the person who summoned her with the parrot again. No, it was the dragon. You can contact me directly in the future, and you don't have to make such a perfunctory sacrifice. Understood. Shimu nodded slightly, without the trouble of ordinary followers of death, whether to respect the Witch of Death. For him, the sacrifice to summon the Witch of Death is usually for a certain purpose, such as the need to destroy the corpse in the early stage, or to use the Witch of Death as an excuse to start the sacrifice. And under normal circumstances, of course, the simpler the better. Why did you summon me this time? The Witch of Death asked directly. She knew that Akhtar was different from the Black Knife who served her in the past. He would not summon her casually unless it was necessary. The plan to induce the appearance of the goddess of death, Shimu said concisely, looking into the sapphire eyes of the witch of death, and calmly told the next plan. With the goddess of death's irritable personality, if there is a chance to taunt her face, her impulse to rush out of hell will become stronger. The goddess of death is indeed not as stable as the goddess of life. The witch of death nodded slightly, acknowledging Akhtar's statement. Although the goddess of death looks very indifferent, she is a relatively irritable goddess. When someone touches her bottom line, she will show extremely high aggressiveness and directly eliminate the offender physically. Of course, this is when no one dissuades her. What if a believer favored by the goddess of death stays by your side? Shimu smiled. Then you provoke the goddess of death. Is it possible that the goddess of death will rush out of hell and fight you to the death? The witch of death thought for a while and said, if there is no god to stop her, the goddess of death will rush out of hell and fight me to the death. Even if she knows that my body may be unsealed, the goddess of death will only think of killing my body as well. There are many believers of gods in this world who pray to the gods they believe in all their lives, but they basically cannot get the attention of gods, and they are not even qualified to be remembered by gods. Only those who have a bright enough light can attract the attention of gods and gain the favor of gods. And if there is a person who can be favored by the goddess of death, then her verbal ridicule of the goddess of death may really be heard by the goddess of death, thus stimulating the goddess of death. The current bishop of the Black Rose Kingdom. Shimu kept smiling, his voice too calm. She performed well in the sacrifice of the Black Rose Kingdom, and thus won the favor of the goddess of death. If you talk to her, your words may be heard by the goddess of death, whether it is praise or ridicule. At this point, he smiled helplessly again. Of course, if you can trick the bishop of the Black Rose Kingdom into a believer of death, I will be very happy. Is it the nun named Sharon? The witch of death asked. She remembered that when she was in the Black Rose Kingdom, there was a nun of death wearing a black latex suit and a sexy figure, who chopped off the head of the doll girl several times. In response, Shimu praised, as expected of the witch of death, you can guess it at once. The witch of death was not happy because of the praise, and nodded calmly. If she doesn't want to join the cult of death, then for your sake, I will spare her life. After that, she stretched out a white finger to Akhtar, and Shimu understood this meaningless action immediately, raised his hand to tear open his shirt, revealing his chest muscles, and then took a step forward. This is certainly not his intention to serve the witch of death with his body. It is a blessing. The witch of death's white and slender fingers touched Akhtar's chest muscles. Her white fingertips slid, her nails rubbed against the skin, outlining beautiful lines, writing words symbolizing death. This time, the gift she bestowed was not as casual as before, and it seemed very serious, and the strength of the power of death she bestowed was different from before. Since Akhtar has made so many contributions for her, she naturally has to reward him. Previously, it was because Akhtar, as a human being, was not strong enough to bear the strong power of death. This reward has been delayed. Now Akhtar is no longer a human, but a being that is more powerful than a dragon, so it is natural for her to give him a favor. After a moment, as the witch of death drew the last stroke, she calmly withdrew her hand and crossed her 5 fingers again on her chest. This is a reward for you. Is the power of death I carry now comparable to the black knife that served you in the past? Shimu touched his chest and asked the witch of death with pretended curiosity. In response, the witch of death shook her head gently and said, it is not a good thing to pursue death too much. Does it mean that you have not reached the level of the black knife? Shimu showed a regretful expression, but he could understand the witch of death's approach, because the witch of death, who was only in the state of a clone, could only give him such a great favor. To obtain a higher favor, the witch of death's body must be unsealed. Akhtar, you are different from her. The witch of death frowned, and her sapphire eyes reflected Akhtar's regretful expression. You don't have to compare with her. Is she irreplaceable to you? Shimu sighed lightly, and his smile was unexpectedly free and easy, but it made people feel a little sad. This man would care about such things? The witch of death fell silent, but thinking of Akhtar's dedicated help to her, she still explained. Relying too much on my power is not a good thing for you to be promoted to a demon. Black Knife does not have the qualifications to be promoted to a witch, and has also studied his abilities to a certain extent. Understood. Shimu smiled gently, forcibly restraining the loss on his face. He would not give up the power of death. Even if he had a way to crack the immortality of the gods after becoming a demon, the power of the witch of death was still very convenient. So the matter of pulling the power of the witch of death cannot stop. After opening the gate of hell, I will give you a deeper power of death. The witch of death added that she certainly saw that Akhtar had been helping her wholeheartedly, so she would not let Akhtar down too much, although she herself felt that it was not a good thing for Akhtar to rely too much on his own power. After arriving in the realm of demons, one must find a way to expand one's abilities to the level of omnipotence, and only in this way can one face the gods directly. That's really what I look forward to. The sadness on Shimu's face completely disappeared, causing the Witch of Death to frown and remind him again. Akhtar, you have to focus more on your abilities, which is good for you to become a demon, and also good for. Before he finished speaking, Akhtar turned around and pointed to the single door that was opened in the basement. Let's go, Lady Witch of Death. Shimu turned his head and smiled gently at the Witch of Death. I take you to see Sharon. Witch of Death, eh? Forget it, this is something that Hecate, the Witch of Fate, should worry about. With the character of the Witch of Fate, she should not watch her apprentice go astray. Thinking of this, she had no intention of persuading. The two left the basement. The followers of Death along the way knelt down after meeting the two, until Akhtar and the Witch of Death left and exchanged glances with each other. They all noticed that Akhtar's shirt was torn open, and there was an obvious breath of the Witch of Death's favor. They felt that there was a story here, but they didn't dare to say it, and could only communicate with their eyes. Passing through the corridor. Arriving in front of a door. Shimu raised his hand and pushed open the door, pointing to Sharon standing by the window in a black latex suit, and said, Lady Witch of Death, I still have a lot of work to do, so I won't disturb your communication, but I hope you will let Sharon leave alive for the sake of what I have done for you. Yes. The Witch of Death responded coldly, and Shimu exchanged glances with Sharon in the room, then turned and left the room. Now he was going to meet a woman, and he didn't have time to waste on the Witch of Death and Sharon, so he let them go through the plot on their own. Anyway, they were all smart women, and even if they didn't mediate, they could achieve a subtle harmony driven by interests. And not long after he left, Sharon's cold eyes met the Witch of Death, but they only met for a moment, and she subconsciously looked away. Fear. No, more accurately, it was the instinct deep in her body that wanted to survive that suppressed her subjective consciousness and prevented her from looking directly at death. So she looked away involuntarily. It's really hard to imagine why Akhtar could talk to you so easily. She said what she was thinking. Are you too kind to Akhtar? Rather than saying that I'm too kind to Akhtar, it's better to say that the goddess of death is too stingy. The Witch of Death said in a cold voice, This is why Akhtar completely abandoned the power of the goddess of death and completely accepted my power. Sharon was speechless. Why did she suddenly turn to the topic of the goddess of death being stingy? Obviously, the goddess of death has always been like this, letting her believers explore the path of death with their own abilities. However, compared to the way the goddess of death freed her followers, the Witch of Death was obviously more generous and magnanimous. Soon after Akhtar joined the cult of death, she gave him powerful favors, granted him artifacts, and put him in a high position. Few people could hold on to this trust and generosity. And at this moment, who is stingy, this damn witch? Let me go, I'm calm. Faintly, Sharon heard a suppressed and angry voice. And she was very familiar with this angry female voice. It was the goddess of death who gave her the favor of death. This also meant that the Witch of Death's unintentional devaluation of the goddess of death was heard by the goddess of death. My God is also very generous. Sharon quickly defended, but this sentence was not to refute the Witch of Death. Instead, it was trying to appease the goddess of death behind the scenes. The goddess of death just doesn't care. The Witch of Death shook her head and said calmly in an objective and calm tone, She is just a goddess, who only thinks about herself and doesn't care about others at all. Who only thinks about himself. If you have the ability, come and try my workload. The more angry female voice echoed in Sharon's mind, making her realize that she must find a way to change the topic, otherwise it might stimulate the goddess of death to run out of hell. Once the goddess of death comes to the world, it will be an irreversible disaster. In fact, I came here to see you to ask you to untie the overlap of life and death. Sharon lowered her proud head. Please restore the order of life and death to normal, and let the souls of the world go to the right world. The Witch of Death did not answer, turned and walked outside, and then a cold voice came out, Human, follow me. Sharon hesitated, but still followed the back of the Witch of Death. Now she had no choice. If she couldn't make the Witch of Death change her mind, she would have to find a way to find the guy who cooperated with the Witch of Death. Only in this way could the crisis of life and death be resolved. Meanwhile, in front of the castle gate. Bang! After Shimu walked out of the gate, a red-haired woman flew backwards and brushed past him, causing a gust of wind to blow up his black hair in front of his forehead. Then, he felt a vibration coming from behind. Turning his head, He saw a red-haired woman with patterns on her arms, her head stuck in the wall. The atmosphere fell silent. "Are you okay?" Shimu asked, and saw the red-haired woman with her head stuck in the wall move her body, supporting the wall with both hands to pull out her head, and then shook her head, shaking off the stone chips in her hair. "Lord Akhtar, there are 2 women who claim to be your friends." The red-haired woman with tattoos stretched her neck. "They are kind-hearted women, not your companions." Shimu, "Thank you for the compliment, but I am really Akhtar's friend." A calm female voice came. Shimu turned his head, and saw Eden walking slowly in a cloak. She took off her cloak, revealing her delicate face. "If you don't believe it, you can ask Akhtar for confirmation. Eden is indeed my friend." Shimu met the red-haired woman's gaze, and acknowledged Eden's identity. Then the red-haired woman smiled relaxedly, pointed at another woman who came in, and said with a smile, "Then she is also Lord Akhtar's friend, right?" Shimu looked in the direction he pointed, and what caught his eye was a woman with rose-red hair. She was wearing a long dress similar to a nun's dress, with light red eyeshadow, and she had both the elegance of a noble lady and the dignity of a nun. The 2 looked at each other for a moment. "I don't know her." He shook his head, and the red-haired woman immediately smiled dangerously, and a fluorescent green light burst out from her body, and the airflow began to become turbulent. The wind blew across the ground. "We all believe in the goddess of life, so why can't we be friends?" The woman with rose-colored hair immediately explained. She raised her hand, and gently gathered her hair by her ears, revealing a gemstone earring. "I always feel that believers of the goddess of life are each other's family and friends." "Are you a believer of the goddess of life?" Shimu frowned, and saw the woman with rose-colored hair smiling, and said to him, "Although I am a novice nun, I am indeed a believer of the goddess of life." "Then use a life-related prayer." Shimu's eyes were cold, and his pupils seemed to be burning with flames, making the woman with rose-colored hair suddenly nervous. Nun Caroline, and in turn, has official certification. Caroline maintained an elegant and charming smile, and took out a relevant certificate. "Your Excellency Akhtar can take a look." Shimu took the certificate, and looked at it. It was indeed certified by the Church of the Goddess of Life, but he still asked coldly, "The certificate can be disguised, but the prayer of the life system cannot be used. Can you use the life prayer?" "Of course not." Caroline thought so. She had only accepted the certificate of the Church of the Goddess of Life for less than a day, and she did not believe in the Goddess of Life. She is the goddess of beauty and art. But she also knew that if she said it, Akhtar's attitude would change drastically. Even if he didn't kill her with a sword, other believers of death would not let her leave alive. She might have experienced unimaginable torture before death, which made it impossible for her to close her legs after death. "Sir Akhtar, why are you so resistant to my belief in the Goddess of Life?" Caroline sighed. "Or do you actually not want to face us?" She crossed her hands in front of her belly, and her temperament changed, revealing the unique maternal and tolerant sense of the believers of the Goddess of Life. Although she is not a believer of the Goddess of Life, but who made her a resident of the country of art, she has been trained in acting since she was a child, and she looks very similar when she pretends. And her figure is very suitable for the performance of the believers of the Goddess of Life. Shimu sighed, and Caroline secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had gotten away with it, and she didn't have to worry about being insulted to the point of being unable to close her legs. With Akhtar's status in the death cult, he could let her leave safely with just one word. But she didn't go there to escape. "We actually understand your position very well." Caroline lowered her eyes, and showed a look of pity. "You must have made a lot of efforts to prevent the Goddess of Life from conflicting with the Witch of Death. As for the fact that the Cult of Death would deliberately avoid the followers of the Goddess of Life, they had already noticed it a long time ago. If they said that it had nothing to do with Akhtar, they would definitely not believe it. It must be Akhtar's request to the Witch of Death that caused the Cult of Death to start a war, and they also tried not to conflict with the Church of Life. This is why she came to the Order of Death under the identity of a trainee nun of the Church of Life, just to meet Akhtar, to shake Akhtar through words, so that the Kingdom of Art can get a chance to breathe. No effort, the Witch of Death is very good, just agree to my request." Shimu shook his head, and smiled freely. However, everyone present could see that there were many complicated inside stories. That was the Witch of Death. How could she easily agree to the request of a believer? It must be an unimaginable price. Maybe Akhtar would go against his wishes, and do many things he didn't want to do. Otherwise, why would the Witch of Death agree to Akhtar's request? "The Goddess of Life will definitely forgive you." Caroline clasped her 5 fingers together, and showed a gentle smile, which made Akhtar look much better. Shimu restrained the cold expression on his face and looked at Caroline's gentle expression. Why do you know I'm here? Of course, the astrologer told us. Caroline thought so, but she didn't say it out loud. She put down her hands clasped in front of her chest and showed a sad expression to Akhtar. I came here to negotiate with the cult of death. She spoke softly. If the cult of death conquers the kingdom of art, it will definitely cause a major disaster, which will definitely make the goddess of life sad. So I came here in the hope of talking to the cult of death. Hey you bitch. The red-haired woman with tattoos on her arms gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and swung it, and the storm turned into a sharp blade, brushing past Caroline. Do you want to use Lord Akhtar to make us withdraw our troops? Sorry, I did have such an idea after meeting Lord Akhtar. Caroline lowered her head in guilt, looking at the gap cut under her feet, feeling that her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and she felt that she was almost torn into pieces. But she still maintained the proper posture. If the believers of the goddess of life want to leave, Shimu spoke, looking into Caroline's eyes, I can guarantee that the cult of death will not stop you, and let all of you leave safely. Hear it, this is already a big concession. The red-haired woman with flower tattoos on her arms looked extremely unhappy. Don't be ungrateful. As long as you are a believer of the goddess of life, can you leave? Caroline asked, and then heard Akhtar add. Joining the church of the goddess of life temporarily, or verbally does not count. Shimu shook his head. If you want to collectively let everyone pretend to believe in the goddess of life, so that we give up the attack, it will only lead to the death cult killing everyone indiscriminately. Sir Akhtar, please think of a way again. Caroline showed a pitiful expression, trying to make Akhtar change his words, although she knew that Akhtar might really have no way. Even if Akhtar could really do it, he would have to pay a huge price, but that was no longer within her consideration. The most important thing now is to solve the crisis of the kingdom of art. Shimu looked up and looked at the blue sky. He did not immediately answer Caroline's plea. In fact, he did not hate Caroline. This woman just gave him an excuse to join the war of the kingdom of art. After a long time. I try. Akhtar turned around and walked towards the depths of the castle. However, after a few steps, he turned his head and looked at Eden on the side and said, Come with me. I arrange a rest room for you. Eden nodded and followed Akhtar's footsteps silently, and disappeared with him under the gaze of everyone. Caroline, who stayed where she was, nervously pulled the hem of her skirt. She found that her situation was very dangerous. Under the gaze of many death believers, if a hot-headed death believer rushed out, her life would end here. It was unknown whether the soul would go to hell if it was killed by a death believer, or whether it would be sacrificed to the witch of death, and the soul would be stuffed into the wick forever and tortured forever. You are really annoying and disgusting. The tattooed woman walked up to Caroline with an extremely unhappy expression. Since you know this is very embarrassing, don't bring it up at the beginning. Haven't you ever thought about how much it will cost Lord Akhtar? She stretched out her hand and pinched Caroline's neck. It is a huge concession to prevent the death cult from attacking the life goddess church. Why are you still not satisfied? Sorry. Caroline apologized softly, which made the tattooed red-haired woman even more upset. She did not have any ill feelings towards Akhtar. On the contrary, she was full of respect and pity. That man could receive the favor of the death witch lady and become the most famous hero in this world, which was destined to end. People would definitely ask Akhtar, and try to let Akhtar influence the death cult until one day Akhtar was spurned by everyone. From a hero to a hypocritical cultist in people's mouths. After a while, Shimu, who had discussed with the witch of death, walked out of the castle again. Under the gaze of everyone, he came to Caroline. The witch of death gave conditions. His eyes were cold. As long as I kill one believer of the gods, 3 believers of the gods will be allowed to survive. Ah! Caroline was stunned. This was not what she expected, but it was reasonable. I refused. It's too strange to kill a few people for the majority. Shimu turned around and said with his back to Caroline, The witch of death allowed me not to participate in the war of the kingdom of art, and I don't plan to stay in the kingdom of art. He waved his hand. You go. Wait, Mr. Akhtar. Caroline subconsciously stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Akhtar's wrist, but was hit by the storm in the lower abdomen, and directly pushed her out, and flew towards the direction of the kingdom of art. Humph. The red-haired woman with tattoos on her arm snorted, feeling annoyed with this woman, who kept pestering her. At the same time, on the other side, Caroline, who was blown away by the storm, seemed to be thrown at the barrier of the kingdom of art like a stone, but at the moment when it was about to touch the barrier that was originally enough to resist the cult of death collapsed. and her body flew backwards and fell smoothly into the kingdom of art. Boom! Caroline's body fell on the square. After she recovered and stood up, she witnessed hell. Ha ha, run, hide, and scream. The murderer holding 2 knives was killing people indiscriminately in the square, and the chaotic breath of death he exuded showed his identity as a cultist. The cult of death successfully invaded the kingdom of art. In the distance, more cultists came and began to launch a general attack on the kingdom of art. We can't stay here any longer. Caroline gritted her teeth and wanted to turn around and run away, but she was confronted by a cultist, a shark girl who was carrying a sawtooth broadsword and proudly raised her delicate little face. Ha, a fish that slipped through the net. Shark girl raised the sawtooth broadsword, and Caroline was so scared that she took out the certificate of the Church of the Goddess of Life. I am an apprentice nun of life, don't kill me. Shark girl's expression froze. Looking at the human woman with sweat on her forehead, she pulled the corner of her mouth. Then she chopped it down with a knife. Blood flew everywhere, and Caroline's body was broken into 2 pieces, but she did not die directly, retaining a clear consciousness and strong pain. After overlapping the order of life and death, as long as the members of the cult of death do not attach the power of death, they will not easily cause death. Since you are a believer of the goddess of life, you can heal yourself, right? Shark said, and turned around to leave to find another opponent. Ah! It hurts! Caroline cried in pain, crawling, grabbing her severed lower body, drinking a healing potion, and then forcibly connecting her lower body, enduring the pain to piece her body together. Then she began to flee. The fire spread to every corner of the city, and everywhere she saw was killing and despair. There was no one at all. No, there were only a few exceptions. The believers of the goddess of life would not be attacked, but they had no way to save the situation. They could only find a way to treat it while fleeing with the residents in the city. As for fighting the cult of death, no, as long as the believers of the goddess of life take the initiative, the believers of death will decisively fight back. This will instead prevent the believers of the goddess of life from saving more people, leading to more deaths. And at this moment, enough, let's stop here. A male voice suddenly spread throughout the kingdom of art, causing the fleeing Caroline to stop. At the end of the burning road, Akhtar walked in alone, followed by a shark girl, and the 2 walked into the chaotic battlefield one after the other. Then, the battle came to an abrupt end. The cultists, who had been slaughtering wantonly, seemed to have received some instructions, and stopped obediently, but they did not choose to withdraw from the kingdom of art. They just began to gather behind Akhtar, and formed a mighty army of cultists. What is going on? Caroline blinked her eyes, looking at the mighty army of the cult of death coming towards her, subconsciously took a step back, but fell to the ground unsteadily. You are too stubborn. Shimu lowered his head, looked at Caroline who was sitting on the ground, and stretched out his hand. You actually broke the barrier of the kingdom of art directly? I broke the barrier? Caroline was stunned, but still held the hand that Akhtar handed over. Of course I was joking. Shimu turned his head, and looked at the mighty army coming in the distance. He drew back the sword of death, and swung it, drawing a clear dividing line on the ground. And the army that came also stopped at the boundary of the dividing line. How should the majority and the minority choose? I don't know, Caroline answered, looking at the top leaders of the kingdom of art who were confronting Akhtar, and fell into confusion. Why did the situation become like this? Why not ask them how they will choose? Shimu patted Caroline's shoulders and whispered in her ear, I'm waiting for your answer here. Chapter 158. The cold wind was blowing outside the window. The Witch of Death sat elegantly on a chair by the window. Sharon, who was wearing a black latex suit, folded her hands in front of her belly, like a close maid. She looked in the direction of the kingdom of art, and could clearly see the burning fire. Lady Witch of Death, why do you want to do this? The Witch of Death did not answer. Her sapphire eyes showed doubts, and Sharon sighed and asked, why do you want Mr. Akhtar to personally deal with the top leaders of the kingdom of art? Because this is his plan. The Witch of Death picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip gracefully, and said coldly, Human, why do you think I did that? Sharon thought for a moment, biting her lower lip. It's to make Mr. Akhtar have no way back, and can only follow you completely, right? As expected of the Witch of Death, as long as Akhtar continues to be an enemy of the church, he will sooner or later be rejected by this world, and can only completely integrate into the death cult, and become a member of the Witch of Death, and this process does not take very long. Yes, that's it. The Witch of Death was silent for a moment, and then calmly admitted it, which made Sharon look unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Even if she guessed the Witch of Death's thoughts, She could not stop Akhtar from falling into the Witch of Death's arms, because the Witch of Death used an open conspiracy. And at the same time, in the country of art, on the wide streets, Akhtar stood at the front. The air current stirred by the flames blew the black hair on his forehead, and the great sword of death stuck in the ground beside him reflected the army of the Kingdom of Art opposite him. The cult of death and the native strongmen of the Kingdom of Art confronted each other. And at this moment, Caroline trotted out from the opposite army and came to Akhtar with a nervous look. She no longer had the elegance of a lady, but was extremely nervous. "Sir Akhtar, this condition is really hard for us to accept." She lowered her head. "Please think of another way." After returning to the Kingdom of Art, she negotiated with everyone. The top leaders of the City of Art unanimously opposed the proposal to sacrifice a few people to let the majority survive, and said that even if they all died in battle, they would not compromise with such a proposal. Otherwise, this moral dilemma would be enough to collapse the Kingdom of Art, and the cult of death was a cult, and their words were obviously unreliable. So it was natural to refuse. "Really?" Shimu nodded slightly, and pulled up the great sword of death from the ground, making the atmosphere tense instantly. Caroline took several steps back in fear. She had already felt that the followers of death behind Akhtar were beginning to become manic and might launch another massacre at any time, and she would be the first to bear the brunt of the misfortune. The Lady of Death also gave an alternative proposal. Shimu raised the great sword of death and pointed at the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Art opposite. "I will fight with the strong men of the Kingdom of Art. If you can kill me, the cult of death will retreat, and if I kill you all, it will be considered as sacrificing a few people." Alas, you face all the strong men of the Kingdom of Art alone? Caroline couldn't believe her ears, and wondered if she had heard it wrong. Then she understood the benefits of this proposal. As long as the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Art cooperated to kill Akhtar, the crisis of the Kingdom of Art would be solved. This is the only way out. Shimu shook his head and smiled at Caroline. "But I won't show mercy. I hope you can understand this." "Yes." Caroline nodded quickly, then walked towards her own camp and repeated Akhtar's words. Then most of the top leaders of the Kingdom of Art came up with the same idea, whether Akhtar was seeking death. Otherwise, how could he want to face everyone alone? "It's really lucky. I didn't expect to survive in this way." The man with the clown pattern on his face laughed after surviving a disaster. There were so many of them. No matter how strong Akhtar was, he couldn't defeat them. It's better to say that they won. Is Akhtar unwilling to live? A woman in an asymmetrical long skirt glanced at Akhtar, guessing the mental state of this world-famous hero. "I think all of them." "Yes." Someone suddenly spoke up, attracting the attention of everyone present. It was a blonde woman wearing a gorgeous dress, and holding a folding fan to cover the lower half of her face. She lowered her eyes. The Witch of Death may have really said this proposal, but whether the death cult will abide by it is another matter. If we kill Akhtar, we will most likely face the attack of the death cult. And if we are all killed by Akhtar, then the Kingdom of Art, which has lost its management, can also be accepted by the death cult, which can be regarded as an indirect sacrifice of a few people to save the majority. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone present looked at each other for a few times, and they all understood the unreliability behind this proposal. However, we have no other choice. A masked woman in pink armor shook her head and drew the knight's sword from her waist. "Besides, it's worth it even if we are killed to fight to the death with a world-famous hero. May the goddess bless us." The man with clown makeup on his face smiled bitterly, took out 2 daggers from his waist, and made a few knife moves. In fact, most of the strong men in the Kingdom of Art have already strategically transferred and left with their families, and have no intention of becoming enemies of the cult of death. People who originally gathered for art are very difficult to organize when facing external threats. Those who are willing to stay now have special feelings for the Kingdom of Art. On the other side, "Lord Akhtar, isn't it a bad idea to let you face so many strong men alone?" Shark Girl stood on tiptoe. Her small jacket couldn't cover her huge breasts at all, and as she moved, she squeezed them together more forcefully, as if she was deliberately tempting Akhtar beside her, but she herself didn't realize it. "I am just worried about Akhtar's safety." Shimu glanced at Shark Lady Kushut, who was standing on tiptoe beside him with a concerned face, and shook his head gently. "This is the decision of Lady Witch of Death, and it is also the way to minimize the loss of the Kingdom of Art. Otherwise, we can only forcibly capture the Kingdom of Art. It's really not difficult to forcibly capture the Kingdom of Art." Shark Lady Kushut grinned, showing her sharp teeth, raised the serrated broadsword in her hand, pointed at the opposite army and shouted, "You don't need Lord Akhtar to take action. I can kill them all by myself." "I don't want to kill them all." Shimu had no expression on his face, and hammered Shark Lady Koshut's head with his hand. He had no interest in killing guys with pitifully low experience points, and he just wanted to quickly harvest the elite monsters of the Kingdom of Art. In this regard, Shark Girl Koshut touched her head and stopped shouting to kill everyone in the Kingdom of Art, although she was really confident that she could kill everyone on the other side. Those who can join the cult of death and become high-level people usually violate the laws set by the gods, use prohibited means beyond the limits of human beings, or hope to get ways to become stronger from the cult of death. This also leads to the high quality of the strong people in the cult of death. "Let me kill them. Lord Akhtar won't have to be so embarrassed," she whispered. Akhtar's situation was obviously clear to him. "Don't worry, I will win," Shimu said, and then summoned the mare, turned over and rode on the horse's back, charging towards the strong people in the Kingdom of Art. The horse's hooves stepped on the ground, and the scenery suddenly changed, and the endless desert replaced the ruined city. "Go!" A yellow-haired young man with his palms on the ground shouted, and the strong men around him charged at the same time. The enemy had only one man and one horse, while they had dozens of people, and they obviously had a greater chance of winning. Even a world-famous hero didn't have much chance of winning. "Sorry, hero." The man with clown makeup on his face suddenly flashed and appeared behind Akhtar, stabbing him hard with a dagger coated with poison, and the sharp blade penetrated the flesh, completing the assassination unexpectedly. However, he saw Akhtar's cold eyes, without the slightest wavering, and he didn't seem to be affected by the poison at all. Did he forget to poison the dagger? Before he could figure it out, Akhtar had already swung the sword of death, and the ink-like flame of death directly submerged the clown man, burning him to ashes in an instant. He didn't care much about the poison. The blessing from the goddess of life not only allowed him to recover quickly, but also strengthened his resistance to various abnormal states, including the poison. And now, he was a dragon in human skin, which had a high resistance to abnormalities. He didn't need to care much about the poison. "Let's clear the field first." Shimu grinned, black sparks overflowed from his teeth, and then he spit out the black sun. Boom! The desert suddenly darkened, and the exploding black sun spread black flames. Many powerful people with weak strength were burned to ashes in an instant. "Are we really at the same level?" The woman in pink armor widened her eyes in disbelief, put down the knight's sword that reached the flame, and looked at Akhtar, who was slaughtering in the distance, with an expressionless face. She felt unreal. She and Akhtar were both at the peak of human beings, so why was the gap in strength so huge? This may be the reason why the Witch of Death let Akhtar fight with us alone. A knight with severely burned skin covered his cheek with one hand, and looked at Akhtar, who was fighting indifferently in the distance with his only eyeball, saying, "The witch's favor he has is too strong." He deliberately distanced himself before the battle began, intending to keep attacking from a distance to harass. However, he was still seriously injured, and many strong men who did not have time to react were directly burned to ashes. Died, and did not understand how he died. Really? The woman in pink armor bit her lower lip, and then smiled with relief. "It's really good to be able to fight with such a guy." She charged towards Akhtar. "My lady goddess, I should serve you now." The knight who stayed in place gritted his teeth, put down his hand that was covering his face, picked up the bow and arrow on the ground, aimed at Akhtar in the battle, and the arrow shot through the air, about to hit Akhtar. The horse with splayed feet moved its feet, disappeared from the spot as if it had teleported, and then he saw Akhtar appear in front of him. The sword fell. Shimu withdrew his sight indifferently, continued to slaughter other strong men, and quickly finished the work. Unless the Kingdom of Art could produce a strong man who surpassed the limit of human beings, it would be impossible to hinder his slaughter. And such strong men are usually high-level figures in the church. After all, the Kingdom of Art is a city where people who pursue art gather. It is not a gathering place for the church itself, and there are not enough strong men in reserve. However, there is a special thing about the Kingdom of Art, which is that it attracts the attention of gods. The gods of beauty and art, singing and dancing, desserts, and all kinds of gods interested in art or entertainment often cast their eyes on the Kingdom of Art. After more than 10 minutes, the desert disappeared. Several bodies burning with black flames fell, and turned into ashes after colliding with the ground. Akhtar rode on an 8-legged horse, and looked expressionlessly at the female knight in front of him, who was wearing pink armor, and leaning on the ground with a broken sword. "Go kill me." The female knight made a sound of begging for death. She had no chance of defeating Akhtar. It would be better to die under Akhtar's sword and save the Kingdom of Art. However, Shimu did not do so. Instead, he put away the sword. This was not because he wanted to waste it, but simply because there was a woman sitting behind him who he could not defeat for the time being. That's why he chose to stop. Why did you show up at this time? Shimu turned his head expressionlessly, looking at the pink-haired woman who appeared behind him. She sat sideways on the horseback, with a smile on her beautiful face, and raised her hand to greet him. Akhtar, hello. Shimu frowned and did not choose to answer, but the shark girl Kashut in the death cult drew her sword and rushed out without saying a word, slashing with a sawtoothed sword, entangled with black flames towards death. The pink-haired woman suddenly snapped her fingers, causing the shark girl Kashut to look blank, and her body went out of control, smashing into a burning broken house on the side, and then being buried by the collapsed house. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu glanced in the direction of the shark girl. He was not worried about the safety of the shark girl Kashut. With the strength of the shark girl Kashut, it would be fine if she was left in the fire for several days and nights. What really troubled him was the goddess behind him. The god of beauty and art. Go away now. The value of the kingdom of art lies in its inhabitants. The god of beauty and art advised, when you rule and kill them, the kingdom of art has no value. What price are you going to pay? Shimu asked indifferently. He was not very interested in the god of beauty and art. Although the modeling was very beautiful, and not inferior to the Witch of Death, the strength was not comparable to that of the Witch of Death. And the beautiful vases generally could not attract his attention. Just like when he played the card drawing game, he generally liked to draw characters with both good looks and strength. Hey, I'm a goddess. The god of beauty and art did not expect Akhtar to be so indifferent to her. She showed a wronged expression. Why are you so rude? It's useless to be nice. What matters is the price you have to pay. Shimu said expressionlessly, otherwise, the Witch of Death will not agree, and even your safety cannot be guaranteed. The god of beauty and art smiled lightly, looked at Akhtar seriously and said, is it enough to release the Witch of Death's true form? Chapter 159. Shimu's cold expression froze at this moment, looking at the smiling pink-haired goddess, as if he was doubting whether he had heard it wrong. The female knight beside him also had an expression of disbelief. She actually heard the goddess say that she would release the true body of the Witch of Death. I seem to have heard the goddess say that she would release the true body of the Witch of Death? A member of the death cult asked his companion beside him in astonishment, but found that the other party also had the same confused expression, obviously doubting whether he had heard it wrong. In order to unseal the true body of the Witch of Death, they declared war on the whole world, and even overlapped life and death. Now it is actually easily achieved. And at this moment, woman, stop joking. An angry female voice suddenly sounded, and the collapsed house, not far away, was suddenly blown away by a huge amount of sea water. It was like a pillar of water rushing into the sky, and then turned into a rainstorm and fell on the ground, extinguishing the burning flames of the kingdom of art. Shark girl Kashut came out holding a sawtooth broadsword, covering her cheek with one hand. The only eye she showed had a pink heart. That was the sequelae of her being interfered with by the god of beauty and art. If you really want to release, you should have done it in the Black Rose Kingdom. She held up the sawtooth broadsword, her voice full of anger and murderous intent, and her frenzied momentum made people feel terrified. She transformed into a woman. No, a witch, from the dead Wrath Witch in the past, possessing the ability to increase strength as anger increases. Theoretically, as long as anger reaches a certain level, even if it has the power of a god, it is possible to achieve it. However, don't be so angry, okay? The god of beauty and art put his palms together, smiled at Shark Girl Kashut, and winked mischievously. Shark Girl Kashut, who originally contained infinite anger, found that the anger in her heart was like a flame extinguished by water, and the power raised by the anger also disappeared. You said you are not angry, then you are not angry. Shark Girl Kashut paused and wanted to get angry, but the god of beauty and art just showed a brighter and gentle smile to dispel the anger in Shark Girl's heart. And it also gave Shark Girl a subtle feeling, as if the defects in her heart were filled, and her perspective on the world had a subtle tilt, and the scenery that she used to take for granted in the past could bring her spiritual touch. Paw! Without hesitation, Shark Girl Kashut slapped herself, leaving a clear slap mark on her cheek. She turned her head away and stopped looking at the god of beauty and art. Otherwise, people will become strange. She doesn't want to be a sentimental woman who can be moved by just watching the rain. That's really too stupid. What did you do to her? Shimu asked, and the god of beauty and art smiled slyly and asked, do you want to try the perspective of the gods to see the world? No. Shimu answered immediately. He just wanted to kill the god of beauty and art with a knife and didn't want to discuss messy things. In response, the god of beauty and art shook his head regretfully, and then his expression became serious. I'm not kidding, we really plan to negotiate with the Witch of Death. Okay. Shimu nodded, clamped his feet on the horse's back, and was about to take the god of beauty and art to see the witch of death, but just when the horse's hoof took the first step. Wait, I haven't finished yet. The god of beauty and art spoke quickly, causing Shimu to look at him in doubt. She looked very serious, raised her hand, and pressed it on Akhtar's shoulder, and moved closer to him. With the character of the witch of death, she might stab me to death the first time she sees me. You have to help me persuade her not to do it immediately. The witch of death is just a clone. Do you still need to be afraid of a famous god like you? Shimu asked doubtfully, while riding a mare towards the castle. The god of beauty and art heard this, and gave a helpless reply. Not every god is good at fighting. Understood, I will try my best to let the witch of death talk to you peacefully. Shimu responded calmly, and then heard the god of beauty and art behind him thanking him with a smile. He did not give people a feeling of being high and mighty. On the contrary, he gave people a very lively and approachable feeling. I remember that in the first round, he was deceived by the face of the goddess of beauty and art, and tried to capture the goddess of beauty and art. Unfortunately, when he actually tried, he found that the goddess of beauty and art was one of the most difficult NPCs to capture, even more difficult than the witch of death. And even if he succeeded in capturing and embarking on the road of companionship between gods and humans, the player would find that the strength of the goddess of beauty and art was not good enough, and it was not enough to seize the dominance of this world. The player must rely on his own efforts to reach the level of omnipotence, and then take the goddess of beauty and art to take off. Compared with powerful gods such as the goddess of life and the goddess of lies, who have powerful skill effects, the goddess of beauty and art has nothing to praise except her good face and personality. It would be nice if we could just let the witch of death come. Shark Lady Kaushik curled her lips, looked at the two people riding away, then turned to the followers of death and shouted, "Control all the people in this city, remember not to be too rough. We want to seize the dominance of this world. If we kill them all, we will have nothing to manage." "Yes, Bishop Kaushik." The followers of death present responded respectfully, and skillfully started to take over the city. They have taken over several cities. As long as the strong and nobles in each city are cleared out, the remaining residents will not resist the management of the followers of death too much. They are in a state where management doesn't matter, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. This also greatly reduces the management cost of the death cult. In front of the castle gate, Shimu dismounted and said to the god of beauty and art on horseback, "Wait for me here." "Yeah." The god of beauty and art nodded with a smile, watching Akhtar walk into the castle, and then she bent down and touched the filly's neck. "Sleipnir, your master is a little different from the rumors. I heard that he can be an enemy of the god of blood for the sake of beauty." The filly rolled her eyes and ignored the question of the goddess on her back. The goddess didn't think about the timing of her appearance. She appeared at such an urgent time of war, and no one would be able to have a good impression of her. In response, the god of beauty and art bent down even lower and whispered in the filly's ear, "What if I tell Akhtar that you can speak?" The filly's body stiffened. This goddess is so annoying. "I'm just kidding." The god of beauty and art smiled, then got off the horse and waited quietly. After a while, Shimu came out and took the god of beauty and art into the castle. The two walked along the stone stairs to an elegant room, where the witch of death sat by the window, drinking black tea elegantly, with Sister Sharon serving beside her. "Are you going to release my body?" The witch of death put down the teacup and said calmly to the god of beauty and art, "Tell me your conditions. Can we stop the war?" The god of beauty and art said softly, "We are willing to share the glory of God with you, as long as you are willing to untie the overlap of life and death, and tell us where the god of omniscience is." "Are you done?" The witch of death had a cold expression. She not only wanted to unseal the body, but more importantly, she wanted to kill the god of omniscience, which would not give the gods a chance to rescue the god of omniscience. Ragnarok will come in about 10,000 years. The god of beauty and art said softly, "Even if the god of omniscience is unsealed, he will not exclude an existence like you. It is not impossible to share the glory of the gods." After listening, the witch of death sighed softly, then stretched out her finger to the god of beauty and art, and blood splattered immediately. Akhtar, who was beside him, touched his cheek and turned to look at the dead god of beauty and art, who seemed to have not reacted yet. "Doppelganger?" The witch of death frowned, but did not care much, and took a sip of the teacup on the table. "Lady witch of death, the conditions of the gods are very good." Shimu's body burned with black flames, burning the blood of the goddess, and then came to sit opposite the witch of death. "I think we can talk. Sharing the glory of the gods, does it make sense for me?" The witch of death asked, causing Shimu to be stunned for a moment and lower his head in deep thought. Sharon beside him silently brewed a cup of tea for Akhtar. Sharing the glory of the gods is meaningless to me. The Witch of Death shook her head gently, and looked at Akhtar, who was frowning and thinking, the gods' negotiation this time is just a test, and there is no sincerity at all. Yes, they will make concessions. Shimu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled on his cheeks. He seemed to feel happy and relaxed that the Witch of Death was not an enemy of the gods. After all, he was a believer of the goddess of life, and a follower of the Witch of Death. However, the Witch of Death lowered her eyes and said coldly, Akhtar, I will not compromise with the gods. Next time there is such a meaningless negotiation, just refuse it directly. Shimu leaned against the chair and fell into a long silence. The misty heat from the teacup on the table blocked his cheeks. After a long time, he uttered 2 words. Understood. If you don't want to fight, that's fine. The cold voice of the Witch of Death suddenly softened. Leave it to me to handle next. She rarely showed a trace of concern. Now the most important thing for you to consider is to become a demon. You are right. Shimu stood up on his knees, walked towards the door, and suddenly stopped when he was about to walk out. He turned his head to look at the Witch of Death, and smiled. It is meaningless for the weak to compromise. I still understand this. If you can't show the strength of the omniscient God, even if you compromise, it is meaningless. After speaking, he closed the door and left. Sir Akhtar, I have already thought from your perspective. Sharon looked at the Witch of Death, who was in a good mood, and couldn't help frowning and said, You are really good at playing with people's hearts. Witch of Death, eh? When Sir Akhtar was confused, used gentle words to divert Sir Akhtar's attention. Sharon frowned and pursed her lips. If Sir Akhtar could not become a demon, would you still pay so much attention to him? You have a deep misunderstanding of Akhtar. The Witch of Death stared deeply at Sharon, who was suppressing her anger. She had never used words to play with Akhtar's heart, and everything that man did was voluntary. But it was not convenient to tell Sharon, an outsider. Maybe? Sharon lowered her head slightly, and did not refute the words of the Witch of Death. From her perspective, it was the Witch of Death who played with people's hearts and tied Akhtar, who might become a demon, to the same camp. And if one day it is discovered that Akhtar cannot become a demon, then this gentleness and accommodation will all disappear. At the same time, on the other side, the garden of the castle. The invisible barrier isolates the cold wind, but allows the sun to penetrate, allowing the flowers to bloom in an environment suitable for blooming. The little mare lowered her head and took a bite of the blooming peony. Eden sat on the bench next to her, quietly watching the little mare eating flowers, until someone sat down next to her. How does it feel to be here? Akhtar leaned back in his chair and sighed tiredly. Why can't witches and gods coexist? To be more precise, power can't coexist. Eden raised his hand to gently gather the hair by his ear, and explained to the tired man beside him, even if the gods are willing to accept some witches and demons, after reaching a certain level, they will also resist the latecomers. Demons and witches join. She thought about it. As a human being, you should know this very well. It is impossible for everyone to be a noble, and it is impossible for everyone to be a king. Hearing what you said, are there demons and witches among the gods? Shimu suddenly asked, but Eden did not answer this question. She talked about another thing. Akhtar, do you want to become a demon? Shimu answered immediately, of course. I have a way to let you know the ritual conditions of becoming a demon in the shortest time, but I need you to promise me one thing. Eden's emerald eyes revealed seriousness. With our relationship. Shimu smiled. If it's not too much, you can tell me directly. Eden was silent for a while, then she stood up with her skirt, and then she stretched out her hand to Akhtar. Wait until you become a demon, then decide whether to agree to my conditions. It seems to be really too much. Shimu seemed to know the truth from this reaction, but still held Eden's slender hand. When their palms touched, the light flooded their vision. Where is this? Shimu put down his hand that was blocking his eyes, and looked at the magnificent tree in the distance, as if he could see the flow of fate. The tree of all-knowing. Eden gave the answer. Only by using the power of the tree of all-knowing can you know the conditions of the ceremony in the shortest time. Shimu asked, how to do it? There is a fountain of wisdom under the tree of all-knowing. You need to offer one eye, and hang upside down under the tree for 7 days. Eden's emerald eyes reflected Akhtar's excited and expectant expression, and he warned seriously. Wisdom is not something that can be obtained without effort. You need to create an environment for yourself to complete the ceremony safely, otherwise you will face interference from the guards of the tree of all-knowing during the process. Chapter 160. Shimu looked up at the all-knowing tree that covered the sky. After a moment of silence, he asked Eden beside him, Why are you so good to me? Why are you so good to others? Eden asked back, "You have only known Misty for a short time, and you are willing to fight against the gods for her?" The man next to her is a famous hero, but a careful study will reveal that all his discoveries are not for himself. In order to help the downtrodden princess regain her country, he resolutely fought against a country and faced the believers of the dusk. In order to fulfill his promise with Siegfried, he did not hesitate to offend the Dragon Empire. In order to help Misty rescue her brother, he even fought against the gods. No matter which heroic act, it was not for himself. And now this man, when he got her help, actually asked her why she was so good to him. Shimu pretended to think carefully. He helped Mist and Letitia in the first round purely because he was attracted by their beauty. He felt that such beautiful NPC characters must have important side plots behind them, so he took the initiative to help them. Now he helped them just to kill monsters and get quest items. After thinking for a moment, he smiled gently. Maybe it's because she deserves it. That's the same answer. Eden's delicate face showed a gentle smile, and raised her hand to gently touch the hair beside her ear. Akhtar, you deserve it. Shimu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head away, raised his hand to scratch his cheek, and thought about the wording. What should I do next? Go to the Fountain of Wisdom. Eden raised his hand and pointed to the distance, and Shimu nodded, turned around and ran in the direction he pointed. After a few jumps, the figure disappeared in the distance. Eden stood there and did not move, silently looking at Akhtar's back until he completely disappeared. She turned and disappeared into golden light mist. A few hours later, Shimu suddenly stopped and looked at the mountains in the distance. No, to be more precise, the exposed tree roots. Due to the huge size of the all-knowing tree, the exposed tree roots on the surface are as huge as a mountain range, spreading and undulating to the point where there is no end. The closer to the all-knowing tree, the larger the exposed tree roots on the surface. And on the tree roots, there are armored tree guards, riding horses to patrol back and forth. They are generally blessed by the all-knowing tree, and their strength will be greatly increased within the range of the all-knowing tree. Moreover, there were many bird-like guards as big as dragons living on the branches in the sky, looking down at all the movements in the lower world from the sky. The heaven and the earth were all under strict surveillance. So, outsiders have been spotted. A small group of tree guards in the distance noticed Akhtar's figure and rushed over on heavily armored war horses. The heavy hooves seemed to shake the air away, and the long halberd in his hand was even wrapped in lightning. In response, Shimu just grinned. Black flames overflowed from his teeth, and he spit out the sun symbolizing death at the attacking night team. Boom! The surging black flames engulfed the night team, and turned them into black flames in an instant, and Shimu ran without hesitation when he saw this. In fact, if you want to speed through the Tree of All-Knowing, the fastest and safest option is to bring the mare in, and let her lead you through the map. But this way, you can't happily kill monsters. Don't abandon your duties. Shimu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and began to look forward to the next battle. He looked at the big tree guards who reacted, and his body's surface quickly heated up, as if it turned into burning charcoal, and then the black flames engulfed him completely. Then he rushed towards the big tree guards. But there is no way to kill me like this. You have to work harder. Shimu stretched out his hand to grab the cheek of the big tree guard, and the surging black flames directly engulfed him. The grace bestowed by the Witch of Death once again allowed him to exert extremely strong damage with only the flame of 10,000 deaths. And at this moment, boom! Several spears fell from the sky and stabbed at Akhtar, who was constantly dodging, but they were all dodged. A flock of humanoid birds flew in the sky, holding spears, cooperating with the tree guards on the ground to kill the outsider. However, in such a heavy siege, an incredible scene appeared. As if in advance, Akhtar avoided most of the vital points and passed through the battlefield like a black meteor. Boom! The hot black flames bloomed on the battlefield, and the tree guards kept coming to surround and kill Akhtar. Although this humanoid dragon showed amazing fighting talents, the victory must belong to the guards of the omniscient tree. The reason is also very simple. There is an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Although the humanoid dragon passing through the encirclement of the night army can trample on the corpses all the way, it will sooner or later fall into a state of exhaustion. Dragon, you crossed the line. The tree guard roared and waved the halberd in his hand, but was chopped in half by Akhtar's backhand. He had no intention of communicating with the tree guard. The battle lasted for a long time. The blood dyed the exposed roots of the tree of omniscience red, and there were burning black flames all along the way, and corpses fell to the ground. However, the tree guards did not retreat because of this. They adhered to their duties as tree guards and rushed towards the human dragon one after another. Until a certain moment. Poochie. The halberd pierced the chest of the human dragon. The tree guard looked at the man in front of him with a firm look. He saw black flame swaying in his eyes, with unparalleled madness, and the corners of his grinning mouth were cruel and excited. This human dragon is a madman. I lost. Shimu admitted defeat frankly. You are really a group of tough guys. His body was burning with black flames, and turned into ashes in front of everyone. The invader is dead. The big tree guard drew back the halberd, his eyes still with a trace of disbelief. He did not expect that he could kill Akhtar. The crazy and violent momentum of the invader made him feel that he would die in the next second. Maybe he has reached his limit. A big tree guard rode over and explained to his stunned companion, "It is almost a miracle to be able to fight such a high-intensity battle." He raised the halberd and pointed to the battlefield all the way. He saw black flames spreading all the way, burning the bodies of the big tree guards. In response, the confused big tree guard also restrained his doubts. He did pierce the invader's chest with the halberd. He was very sure of this. "Let's go have a drink." The confused tree guard shook his head and left with his companions. Although he felt that things were still a little strange, considering that the all-knowing tree was tough and the black dragon could only bite off the bark, there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, his term of office was about to expire, and he would be able to return to the gods soon, or go to hell to reincarnate and get a good afterlife, without having to stay in the boring place of the all-knowing tree. Most of the guards guarding the all-knowing tree were believers of the gods. They came to the gods after death, and were sent to protect the safety of the all-knowing tree. At the same time, beside the fountain of wisdom, a bloody tree guard ran in breathlessly, holding his injured arm with one hand. He looked at Eden, who was kneeling by the spring, and wearing a cloak. Kneeled on one knee. "Lord Eden, there is an intruder." Eden looked at the intruder so close, feeling a little helpless and smiling. She didn't expect Akhtar to cause such a big commotion, and then replace the big tree guard and come to the fountain of wisdom to see her in an assumed identity. "The intruder has been cleared." Her voice was calm. "Knight, you did a good job." "Lord Eden, I suspect the intruder is not dead." Shimu raised his head and said seriously, his actions were too blatant. "I suspect he wanted to make a big commotion just to facilitate his secret actions." "Do you know?" Eden bent down slightly, raised her hand and gently stroked the fountain of wisdom, which contained infinite knowledge, and her white and tender fingers slid across the water. "The tree guards usually don't call me Lord Eden. For me, just knowing that you are Eden is enough?" Shimu took off his helmet and sat cross-legged beside Eden. What should I do next? Under the tree of omniscience where he was now, there was a specially established temple. Outsiders, no. Anyone except Eden, were not allowed to enter casually. Unless there was an extremely urgent situation. "Please look at me." Eden spoke softly, and when Akhtar looked at her seriously, she stretched out her slender fingers, inserted them directly into Akhtar's eye sockets, and pulled out Akhtar's eyeballs. "After the ceremony is completed, I won't be missing an eye forever, right?" Shimu covered his eye sockets that were bleeding. He deliberately suppressed the urge to use the healing prayer instinctively, otherwise the eyeball would grow out in an instant. "If you need the power of the Tree of All-Knowing, then don't heal your eyeball," Eden explained, "but you just want to know the conditions for fulfilling the devil's ritual. After the ritual is completed, you can heal your eyeball directly. The price is to lose communication with the Tree of All-Knowing?" Shimu put down his hand covering his eyes. He closed his eyes, and blood flowed down. "That's right." Eden nodded gently, and put Akhtar's eyeball into the fountain of wisdom, and at this moment Akhtar's eye socket stopped bleeding. Then she picked up the branch of the Tree of All-Knowing that she had prepared in advance, stabbed it into the main trunk of the Tree of All-Knowing, and fixed it firmly on the tree. "Next, you will hang upside down on the tree for 7 days. During this period, you are not allowed to speak or eat until you understand the conditions of your own ritual." "Okay." Shimu agreed readily, and Eden didn't say much. She believed in Akhtar's self-control. She silently took out a bundle of ropes, tied Akhtar's body, and hung him upside down on the fountain of wisdom. The cold wind blew. Shimu looked at Eden with only one eye. Neither of them said anything. He silently watched Eden walk out of the temple. Then he closed his eyes and focused on the status bar. Race, Dragon. Level, 99. Skills, 10 kinds of shadow magic, life prayer, death prayer, ash fire, destiny prayer, all-knowing tree prayer. Talent, player. Achievements, fallen hero, hangman, hatched god's enemy, witch's apprentice, tree guardian's enemy. The status bar has been updated. In addition to the all-knowing tree prayer, only the level needs to be paid attention to. Now he is a genuine peak of human power. As long as he continues to brush the experience points, he will smoothly surpass the limit of human. As a player, he is not restricted by levels. Even if he reaches the limit of human beings, he can still continue to upgrade his level. If there is anything special about reaching the limit of human beings, it is that he meets the ritual of becoming a demon. As long as the conditions of the ritual are met, he can directly become a demon. Usually at this point, the player's energy will be focused on becoming a promoted demon, using various methods to know the conditions for promotion to a demon. In addition to using the ritual of the Tree of All Knowledge to quickly know everything, it is to find capable people to help with research, such as asking the Witch of Death or the Witch of Fate to help with research, although the speed will be much slower than using the Tree of All Knowledge. However, according to the official setting of the game, the Witch of Death and the Witch of Fate all have extremely amazing talents. As long as enough information is provided, they can also study the conditions for promotion to become a demon with their deep knowledge. Of course, players can also use their own abilities to decipher, but this is too strenuous. Even if it is the same ability, the conditions required are different. Even if you rely on the internet to search for information one by one and experiment one by one, it will take a lot of time. It is more convenient to use the Tree of All-Knowing. Outside the temple, Eden walked out calmly, looked at the big tree guards on both sides of the door, and said calmly, "He is injured and needs to rest for a while." Understood. The big tree guard on the right knelt on one knee and looked up at the incarnation of the Tree of All-Knowing. "Your Highness, do you need me to go in and take him out? The Temple of All-Knowing is a very sacred place. Except for the All-Knowing Saint, no one else is allowed to enter casually. This is to prevent someone from stealing the water of the Fountain of Wisdom, and because the Temple of All-Knowing is the private residence of the All-Knowing Saint." In response, Eden shook his head gently. "Don't disturb him to rest. He will come out when he is well." "Yes." The big tree guard on the right bowed his head, not daring to disobey the order issued by the All-Knowing Saint. Although the object of his faith is the God of War, his current mission is to protect the safety of the All-Knowing Tree, which is also indirectly protecting the safety of the All-Knowing Saint. So in his view, the All-Knowing Saint is the master he serves. "Yeah." Eden nodded slightly, turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot, and the big tree guard on the right couldn't help but sighed when he saw this. "Her Highness the Saint is really kind. She is willing to let us stay in the temple to recuperate. I don't know when I will have such an honor. You want to steal the Fountain of Wisdom, right?" The big tree guard on the left couldn't help but complain. "It's better to restrain your greed. If you really get close, it's really a bit difficult to restrain your greed." The big tree guard on the right admitted frankly, "But even if you drink it, there's no benefit, right?" He shook his head. "Drinking from the Fountain of Wisdom will cause a thirst for knowledge.